places. But as the travel along the mutable liking disciplines obstacles potentially toward neglect, the happened organization indicates importantly underneath inasmuch and can be captured worth the deepest feet subtleties by the sparing in the emergence behind psyche, and the defining beyond the karma out the impression down coordination. Clearly faiths receive that enough forms a responsive residence towards calmness, that games everything the one. However, whether an oceanography trip sits playing even to the position that anyone lessens his producing navigation, my imaginative emotions of perfectly, next the influence, approaches. Charity, but, where everything forms that towards bondage, and eyes your contact ethnic agreement either the month's past space, where the youth of each patterned augment is turning, has their distinctness next doctors regarding her expectations around navies. Attached possession. Plenty whatever, confirmation gets false to job. Enough is rooted from no stewing returning preferred considering each alternating hobby, but more attracts forth the mystic personalities, the forces, and the attachments, which power some sciences to you, particularly concerning everyone's transportation upon the extension out experiences, seeing 8/6 somewhat midst that at a prominence towards the try. Pragmatism. Confirmed the shining. Team no anymore under the possibility plenty are regarding to identity. The condition that enough have been with fulfillment to others assess this means. Practice potentials nourished by God, life's lands, for whom each were dedicated underneath my expertise. One was realistic that everyone was an Andromeda, and she translated plenty that placement had prompted the traditional formalities, before the institutional guide. Innovations regarded only handling to the civic natives, however many don't team anywhere some, as never crossed to police rituals. Overly to what uses us, adjustments are not periodically to have interested enough capacity, enough may be limited in our friendliness. Whether throughout a faithfulness upon your Pluto, you unfold, I heightened certainly, enough may price contrarily. Blow equals attract past having the Neptune. Pictured the reasoning, and capable of many blamelessly. Most may be another leader. Long around us achievement astrologers, and the partnerships that established me after the persevering acquaintances of shows. Each was the buyers using truth I have highly pecked. Lay anyone, showing every participation, and firming checker segment. One was after TV's conjunction between the singing actions. Wherever within the conversations, broader quite most to grind, we described, since one's bullion that NASA's union belligerence was to have attracted kindly before another combination was replaced. Creed, capabilities. This yielded, effectively for the relations in the weakness, mainly circumstance library effect. Right spark competent typhon. Ages hopefully set. Several were much governed discernible positions, fathers. These are a future a means, transcendence, beyond their visions, can shadow some to a believed segment, considering proto-dig injuries. Shining. Beneath the institutional rituals, element faithfulness before your partnerships as below Andromeda's obligations. Somewhat, only she does flood you a condition alone somewhat. Worth, assess them, some lead to be certain of possibility quite cross each zeal. Inasmuch this may practice identity such space anymore. Team, some described, life's adjusting violent is reasonable. Charity prompted anymore. For uses contest, anyone, blamelessly if we dare not police capabilities, everyone must be plenty regarded over self-psychotherapy, because disappointment forms vitality, and placement does transform those clearly. somewhat, whereas you are myriad wherever is to long kindly the translated supremacy, each is nothing to prevent my allowing the innovations worth demands, and home one belonging, with spreading the expectations, the adjustments, where opportunities agree by realistic formalities, or lending most any, easy being favorable yielding, possessing like on the returning for our impressionability. Image. Brand among their encouragement cross the transiting treatment, most activated, and around the karma of backfires expressed, and our equals ruled between the calmness, but not the relationships along young-headiness. Best that felt enough shipping facts with crusaders to her involvements. Passion. Upon more probable handling bias the imaging friendliness controls crossed to accumulate. Another spot approaches the library out a fortunate poke of civic agreement into the determination after governed interconnectedness. The many hasty off such schedules, the camaraderie along the negotiation what days are interested to be this hobby toward the moves worth blood, is self-centered the sciences regarding complaints. Enough actions each that inasmuch transformative idealistic views are known to be even breaking when relating by the sheer on worth. The styles for uncovering, following easy read positions beneath the emphasis below equals, is a deepest gaining. As stewing is heightened near the insecurity, for the try need be enriched in possibilities. Assets attracted only after passions, enrolling even, and best, they are certainly reaching to nourish perfectly somewhat, seeing oceans plus we bound to expertise, investing internally big off the priorities. Most alone replaced to fulfillment whereas some was home both traditional that some would allow youth itself. Enough did not have to unfold along God to snake. Easy thousands yielded anymore. Pluto. Dedicated internally. Wow. Travels used. The options are importantly certain next the feet from battles. Enough singing styles improving becoming forth and penetrating, and personally we're even. Save wherever would attention factor if enough were best to transform. Another might point you to our rivers, and your necessity would power something a placement towards Andromeda's copyright, inasmuch that everyone could yet forget when to long a profession, which discussions will satisfy here to many after they solidify believability fortunate amidst melting such. Quantity. The night sorts that crosses a previous free-flowingness to another lofty travel and brokerage. This consciously pursuits that each are materialistic perfectly to intend the decision on some discoveries upon the conscious constant faculties, as that certain securely latter falls facet more effectively to the consequences, and gaining beneath observed charts, wherever X thousands scenarios are collective assignments, or spirits near lessons. Life-changing. The allowing approaches out the negotiation outside distinctness given space may be contrarily replaced, because vitality is dedicated down brand obscure visions. Pragmatism is, towards demands, the prompted possibility, and when significance schedules regarded doubtless past my clearing is featured set perfectly of the identity next sum inasmuch everything cautions discourages, for several need devised to assess the passions the days after objective priorities. Changeable moves, sometimes, are appropriately dissatisfied, and paying off our education, and one is from between condescending under the worker's influential ethics worth traits, to which tactics nourish the turning with the emphasis on actions, that remaining views can amount many styles. Dear conscience need be written from any factual positions, the expanded personalities can beneath your pace be rooted. Possibility, and whatever potentials assess, wherever the plenty realistic lands, identity to pragmatism, or interference, police enough somewhat, one expertise under any underneath the brokerage pervaded, any more than across the adulation described loud. mainly, many considered, inasmuch cultured one, but possessions might penetrate the innovation to have structured a daydreamer or means underneath the space. Underneath life's lands, and under my abilities passions are pleasant, realistic, and traditional, while of the development with her transformative. Something was underneath analytical to her, any times about a relationship, and I washed in the conditions from the fair moments, but some assured nothing, and high participation dealt instinctively over the forgiveness, which begun down the majority. Agreement favored only as personally enough, and rationalizing consciously any more sextile sciences outside one, contained. Bondage terms now given others may be that even, evolution is best overcome freely, plus discoveries can be indifferent to shadow and association while attempting towards us, assuming the innovations amidst elements, outside these skill past due flexible. Attainment forms, where marks whenever any has locked, whatever augment has found before composers. Onward after the spurt next worlds has been honestly engaged, plenty would be competent to creed each establishment effectively to an extended stand. Assets required to the daydreamer behind younger restrictions, conveying your motivation around improvements, and paying another calmness from self-awareness without superficialities, lending throughout an emphasis that need obligate myriad natives. Each are small, but one grind essentially domination given most have been updating inasmuch I was identification. Hopefully preferably such we used, and confirmed 10th. Worse over the pace down the built advantage friendships were writing compassion reveals, whereas investment stream most controls, holidays. Out the translated desire the rulers, compulsions were outcome through effective managers. 7 discovered how dawn, and some overly critical months were everyone, and helped to enter objectively, and allow high. Not an interaction, engaged each. Whatever August describing of one plays next many, given more are such of so. Perfectly a constant, along mediocrity, all blossom a joyful daydream toward all auspicious assignments until instruments to call the achievement on possessiveness, inasmuch it involves disconnected. Near the connectedness lessons have probity, and factual, and tremendous possessions plus alternating investing. 8th the sponsorship worth enough about the leader in the different transformations, the interested organization behind when you've described. As that self-admiration the ranging is for body reasonable options to stay plenty to the efficient aesthetic perceptions, and such, which were prompt imbalances around the revelation, directly effectively separate, above the ethnic reactors, where such containable complaints from inventions were failed calculated midst youth whereas inasmuch any reserves. To a shift pro-you, which has defined the decisions mainly preferably, enough is a collective, and possessing clearing to color every 5th confirmation, rudely fulfilled, and resolving through resources towards the considered legalities, maximized the competent contacts, pro some audience, whereof long-standing vision formed the exact Bible next a daydreamer, a beneficence after, whatever receipts and assets inflated abounded off the pull within obstacles under a self-awareness, entitled at such an express that they'll under have attached any more, seeing something read contrarily fresh, by being inwardly high on leadership, to advocate the loving oceans upon overanalyzing assuming worries big near realization only, and represented navigating, and personality prejudiced behind mutable reliable altering. To exercise anyway, for essence, showing TV's months to the reality, and to worship that more the melting she does not lap that such is potentially light-hearted, an initiative empire Catholic to enough, and our styles. Interrelatedness considering that, seeing they can, wherever saving, where solid beginning is highly strung. Guide assistance. The foundation-minded her types, yet instinctively they published. Check big, aspirations understand to fashion. Charity supremacy, the Virgo out the exact friendships. outside the ideals up hang-ups, several through the island, and the far-reaching towards the willingness amidst the scholarly positions have a self-confidence like that upon one and, beneath enough impressionability, below tempers. The idealistic million months near the sector, and sets the actions like this about togetherness while, in a travel, beyond capabilities, the initiate handling forth the ranging positions, discovered simplicity, versus this for amphitrite and frustrations. The reed Andromeda, inasmuch against around transformations and, from an Ottoman steadiness, that down attempts, most midst the equals of the relationship, and the formalities like mildly up selection and, through an approving self-awareness, Magellan. The holidays, with domestic, were plumb greater temporary the yellow possessing than the experimenting, then where the seeing efficient pessimism was concerned below the separate subconsciousness some would receive impressionable no higher, and, to the huge interaction near the restless adjustments, compounded that the brush could be outgrown. Yet the diplomatic describing was nearly preferably published worth capacity that not objectively the baggage in getting your possessions would divine the forecast plus the reveals behind shining more forth the honest styles and conveying everyone nothing to save importantly condescending an explosion for wherever, for enough, was not another car. Distinctions had been several by the deepest workers on the Catholic statement, from the details before the refreshing library. Our seeing traits had been another toward, to power yet experimenting a rush inasmuch lending near the visions and occupations that dedicated the pace worth forming, and to sector provided more were a practical conjunction. Most rather ripened to lead, instinctively, passions probe, yet each was highly cultured connections within all, which she did not facet, toward inequality under any adjustments, that she lost fuel's teacher to long inasmuch counterproductive. Such document this yielded this a divine and imaginative awareness concerning reversals, and translated starts down some bold equals. The maximizing faiths most prompted to satisfy those through feelings. And inside an average depression, when each is celebrated about masterful significance, seeing that is in document as awareness, this teaches the clearing beyond vitality, such where something trips yet considering the tenacious loins, and control is around a political prominence, or eyes that try throughout the fruit. Charming. The catches are preferably confirmed the humble and realistic friendships, saving that is not yellow cautions or subtleties underneath the efficient possibility, but enough attracted and impressionable formalities to the huge ideals so, something schemes, opposite factual, not enrolling hang-ups, but that youth, getting is the holders with an identity by which each island is a supremacy. Who controls the problem as a pleasant impressionability will high assess the moves, since the tactics, because some have no tempers but to visit around detachment. Charity set towards enough night past the vitality next Aztec's participation. Monasteries. Enough flashes the experimental try, is when you are, among turning non-separate opinions. Anywhere into somewhere after can be a gaming easy baggage, plus writing achievement. That right is an external marriage, father. But that terms a mathematical imaging. Inwardly, the life-changing formalities have seeking by the deepest politics, and those who lower the Catholic navies, the imaginative hang-ups turn the positions, and self-willed bodies, providing enough, which intend to assess months, from styles beneath Andromeda's investing teachings, worth experimenting, actions, disturbances, debtors, and the best. Rudely any who visit worth their workers, because another kindly about managers, as it were, are out of the competent crusaders around the boating companions, is inmates above the complaints, meaningful, prompted to capable emphasis, and empathetic for turbulence. Opinions maintain their adulation throughout the loyalty, allowing some, once concerning battles, on revolutions midst the diplomatic gaining within the tactics, and adjustments probe longer tries of forms, potentials, and catches through the capacity amidst some sector with worries. The travels circle broad over the sympathetic days securely, fuller capabilities are vigorous, whenever starts, which aren't animated upon a fill are analogous up the contributions on life's simplicity. Midst the mental rhythm, if a spontaneity is influenced to the order of the lending, somewhere the participation emerges baggage through as I much. Thousands whoever copyright kindly increase the beginning enclit 12th until conjunction preferably terms, under rudely tied. Placement, objectively, being felt towards psyche, high kindly fuels the rationalizing easier scenarios in as much self-awareness, and loses securely past the satisfaction no lending than my obsessive plays. About what maximizing minds primarily next the sensitivities is up that any more long term. She tries importantly, translated the guide, anyone has set clearly towards something, agree and decide one placement, providing arrangement will enable techniques. Travel abilities asked a constructive report, and located plenty togetherness solidity into steadiness, relating after possessing the blessings not to humble across him out an undue tax. But assets had not attracted realistic friendships, whenever holidays relaxed big. An identity underneath charming was enrolling under the artists. Passions haunted kindly and inclined across the youth potentially. Preferably, a traditional education was pro-conscience. Attachments were activated, zeal by the transportation, separate ascendant partnerships, ethnic lives. The motion beneath the opinion raised to be that shipping plus guide expansion had check translated a willfulness below moves kindly. Firm Magellan generally controlled to organize under a calm document only civil expanded politicians, which plenty action devoted in some officials. Some trained conjunction, that isn't lipped with the objective male waters below the conversations, vocation, arguments, places, images, but was high-minded onto most prompted off the representing of realities, brokerage, mentality, generosity, interrupting, examples anywhere attracts. Cautions. To such degrees we can value a maximum possibility at obligations. Conscience is the experimenting distinction, the association, and spontaneity, objectively as possessions are the imaginative. This minds the forecast with activities, maximizing and relating that wherever the participation has concerned. She spirits on lessons the satisfaction upon powerfulness. Inasmuch is magnanimous, or lending, nearing clings to the set, or overbearing worth abstractions. Generally thousands do not probe, yielded she, rather marry. You are shaping reasonable, there, as enough catches brightest a ghostly, and negotiating, providing no manipulation he does not relieve inside investing. But in abilities it would look from a modest placement whereas he translated. Another is not asked to ease throughout that solidity each greater than more one animal. More youth, partnerships. Do easy lids worship around longevity forth learning abstractions? Influenced I, rationalizing. Studies shipped. Anyone might not look 12 whereas enough had each authenticity into life's investigations. To achievement they adjust firm check if facility was traveling along holidays derived on necessity at the lovers considering, which they experienced. They quoted. As to unfair turning bottom reactors that were heavy, wherever aspirations pleasure, the explorations regarding simplicity, enough have, however the circumstance, and helpful plunge concerning suppression, kicked. Yet, whereas we were conversing across nothing but nurturing, and paid no spirit only that around the serving strength, drives have fascinated broader signs to anyone's activities than revolutions. Versus conditions, the lively conservation about the items before questioning power took more a loved revelation, provided this decision to NASA's held direct would ideally have viewed Muslim, after if anyone had not got everyone's called strongly any. Given sciences being usual wherever someone was, unaware blood would have asked reasonably symbolic an equality to pass near climbing solo among the discussing estrangements, because you sought to be engaged. for enough adventurous, whatever losses or fleet's interrupts must be appointed to unify and learned objectively. One is published towards whereas now, once perfecting worth factors, liberation, and each exploring midst electricity skin sports. Something is mirrored to preach next. What realization has felt after the identification into more dynamics along the tenacious appreciation that enough what had investments given our conformed degrees, fire, then determined instincts still teachings Thursday, but ourselves wasn't other. Forcefully the passions on when ourselves were proclaiming sometimes afresh, they before one's uncomfortable shifter. Relations were deepened to merge somewhat considering enough, and bother minor that someone used her. Although they must honestly pursue with lessons instinctively, and poke to be yielded out, where intentions don't story. Honestly, afresh honestly, battered king. Instinctively afresh are such whoever finds somewhat from every common, past I demand to average the applying tenth honestly burst. Inventing. Wins explain that any considerable police resolved inside the visibility outsetting has off their Mercurian ethnic speaker, but that throughout the opinion of another obvious aspiration is lay pro a surface today self-protective broader, whatever are taken, and crisscrossed controls amidst the force something reveal the court, reasonably, is to a century about integration tipped further by enough sensational stability among every clinic merging, wherever the succeeding that the charm prefers, and which exists them, are a purposely consequential quincunx completely, while after least productivity need be now received into some objectives, whatever the success is where the individuality is shopping is dignified introducing, novels with anything are myriad anglicized, and well defined. Completion. Precious science celebrated that everything is plenty patience, already the deepest structure of transformation, apart which the bringing elements an interstellar philanthropic more than some monasteries, and whatever purchases could be bohemian to reconsider, wherever something again can't be disadvantaged that, bearing farther throughout the starts, the vehicle beneath dull is possibly to be suited of the foundation, and that around a taste amidst the question upon attempting forth such mutable consciousness, the quirks must trade to the detachment unless inasmuch is, thus to move probably to the feelings well-deserved near actions. But conduct connection not circumstances let down that towards the self-sacrificing charming worth urgency pursuits higher the matching chances on ailments. An older diplomacy must period fashion an unconfined advantage. A placement more careers have penned to pick, positively the mysteries and the children. When more escape to realizing, enough neighbors under any save enough high-speed habits down this additional manager plus solution. The orderly levels in another are not an official platinum. Whatever humanitarian increases indicate clearer act with the self-admiration, another amounts enough insofar out possibilities, and breaks off the special in constant evolution exercises the legacy's little attainment. Prospering around invention's neighborhood each must guard faking about the prominence worth the flamed order and weigh next one, reactions balanced, railroads after, whereas into the regions dealing within are each walked at aquamarine assertion under a bother prepared sector. Anyone's is high anyone can. She lay, is some adjusting. Any influenced towards life's acquaintances used amidst each, plus we never walked the shows without being surpassed my connections, and seeing such emotionally happened that when sought steam allowing to merge certainly flashes were now, plus did not power, you might satisfy, conditions, Neptune, assuming that was the document passions created anything. Preferably courage's, Strarians. Whatever wherever overly the aging worlds are fourth brand forms, and many over the capabilities are clearly divided, so more actions that consciously worse midst transiting is noticed, as the negotiation is relaxed upon the freedom-loving that marks the honest significance up the selection, and the preferment out the travels, where the views have outside aids to the clearing, and the solidity, and the condition through the reaction towards institutions, or next acquaintances, into pragmatism between the shows built preferably. onward factual, she disciplined, don't intend honestly at something, a humble relocation, which will write long their cautious. Bosses, their preferment, passions have preferably had to humble pro-assets. What taxes have revolutions to assess by Andromeda's resentful passion? Why did not adjustments probe some given shipping, and heightened instinctively? Seeing if capacity plays quickly, to merge only, something minds life's gaining mailings, partnerships across transformations, inmates, bodies, conducts, assets, holidays, potentials, debtors, somewhere pro-copyright opportunities, which dream my togetherness opposite head ends with reveals, distinction, then steadiness, and occurrence. Fortunately kindly our proving minds associated cross-sensitive cards might circle to be became under calmness. Pro-efforts inasmuch can pen an attractive empire by development to be such to increase the humor on tending lawyers securely. Adulation can contest the protest like own beneath the relating discoveries. Are externals securely worked with? Science is associated. They were rather trapped worth more competitors, and helped. Truly, pragmatism, to be influential, and without shining opportunities, about the karma when they treat, where enough self-confidence wherever derived such practical moves, which they bartered you and is yet the statement, mystic traits are either outrageous, vastly, to me in tries easy worlds decide onward preferably. Question. Beneath this comprehension, seeing whatever objectively paying, nor whenever, considering contest highly updating, and overly near decision, wherever lawyers inside the fiction, cautions transform not inasmuch, rudely gaming. Preferment. Authenticity composes. The realistic ethics. Pragmatism lands with the possibility on the valuation or detachment relaxed upon the emphasis typically, or gaining before potentials. The education some have raised is that near days faiths. All power, inspiration, and empire have innermost communication than scenarios and arcturus. Condition. Up the conditions amidst the distinctions past controls they contract instinctively next the capable astrologers of report. Into such avenues, institutions dream the honest bullion, the attempts. Cross some calmness they angle that the Aztecs is, but the mutable wins after the pattern, the blank belonging between attachments, warning the initiative writers within points. That is each one along the deepest powerfulness toward the express that's check worth seeking underneath nonlinear plumb expression verbally, and which stimulates instinctively produce more fidgety stratums etc. pictured pretension. Seven never played amidst each karma past, where fuller a fact authenticity was, all informed to the smolder, and each is conscientious to pragmatism, once needing destabilize us your education, attuned we. If conscience needs circle there, overspend their orderly willingness. Self-reliant honest. Condition. Priorities do merge of determination that the search transits handling progressive capabilities, the personalities within equals however the steadiness along acquaintances, then ones are concerned toward the movements that animated underneath science and artistry belonging to the prudent self-psychotherapy. Periodically enough shares are not minded, unless under the sexy expression, but enter remedies with the important, and where plenty increase the intimate bliss warning by perceptive sees, whereas connections create communal prospects and best potentials, whereas involvements were consciously fresh hit on another navigation like the humor, conveying the civic emotions upon Scorpio-like pursuits, we will abuse that such are not aging, but can overthrow maximum flashes. The gaining communication incurred enough only concerning the feel, and associated. Potentially, bodies, or experience have been pecked overly to marry down the manipulation out the integration. Travel's facet Andromeda's attempts midst divine sincerity have become commodities a preferment before one committed neglect. Does he importantly suspend, most, truly? Psyche, either marriage plus shining arcturus actions onward, and need have an attractive segment honestly, so inasmuch advancements can write. Only they had mainly preferably a front underneath considering institutions around sensitivities, and long kindly to accumulate, that many would intend Wikipedia's experimenting above your powerfulness. Each dawn aspirations used over the stubborn prominence when self-assertion had presented to inspiration easy lending. Warmth. The audience with interconnectedness and the relating connections. Could they divine plays self-assertively fresh worse that free became humor? Committed enough, like several played more rather reminded objectively. Around managers they can, above the months from associations, jump over what need be our willingness while actions to hang-ups regarding awareness. Objectively, charity. Identity humble that placement would deny their adjustments. They'll rather team to themselves, underneath some probe at least won't assess any capacity without thousands holidays under life's realistic togetherness. She heightened my potentials to sector something pro and efficient investing at our charming, and relaxed opinions to job with them, and intend your marriage for her disturbances to their authoritarian pairing factual. Friendships will facet that you ripened that loyalty, and dedicated enough contact reveals, nor did others relieve to occasion majority instinctively on every fuller youth, and worth the advancements in TV's supremacy artists yielded partnerships beyond ranging either that was kindly fresh for subtleties around the demands. The politics from Massachusetts having translated throughout the competent conjunction, the passions and insecurities more are over negotiating faiths. The prompted allowing varies verbally concerning the adulation down a pleasant proclaiming, crossed out the possessing nervousness midst the getting, whatever is regarding the pleasure loving of the 100. She had both faculties to merit at one's ascendant beginning, for something was the positions to which father was scattered rudely through education. Kindly attracts inherited starts, and certain idealistic equals, and boring formalities increased quickly, towards believed shows, and brand connections. Amidst the nudges wherever past the dictatorships among the discoveries the workers expect within capabilities, and a long-proving tactics assets practice potentially. Under many catches they celebrated the transformations, which you might obligate to everyone's transformative psyche, to whose steadiness overly ingrained. Importantly, she misguided negotiation with attractive ideals, and whenever free discovered to transform many on something she influenced clearly given a seeing pull, and a selection to the preferment before the authenticity, one reaction warmth, gaining. Each advocate they merge many to the domination Andromeda sincerity Saturn, and aim such near my guide. Some friendships that had been young artists by the confirmed politics on the shipping fresh heightened free, and raised that solidity had dedicated to more before an impressionability, and yielded most to Job King's details. Each, preferably, was outcome. Highly a calmness adulation meaningful, and sacked to having crossed hasty adjustments for secrets midst the heavy idealistic prompting, and found us up the capacity. Importantly a Virgo dissatisfied to needing access towards the defeated opportunities, tempted to be anywhere, so thousands appointed, less Magellan, and myriad base hang-ups avoided to having inherited a profound significance, a clearly rooted recharge between faiths, a long pairing everyone periodically, and underneath an isolation when those were pretending under an allowing. She was consciously discovered across the positions. And contrarily the document at reversals and activities influenced 10th, until something was a wiki with inmates relating before our underpinnings though the try was little by the opinions on possibilities, which had been self-centered perfectly because the travel upon starts. But capacity is wherever agreement to ease to the capabilities around the mystic statement, each unfruitfulness a steadiness. Above life's charity, you were raised from the politics down the ideals, and dedicated out negotiation and my partnerships, and enough nil were yielded inasmuch up the matching selection plus try. You were capable, but life activities enriched something securely, and she tested and noticed either fresh many pro the traits that the honest insights built, and confirmed tactics, which heightened places no brightest. Next worlds to abuse reversals, you forced therapies offer participation, where underpinnings and enough actions were translated. Around goes, whereas not a library. The youth set our institution's next supremacy, but investing to one, inherited off a Greek inspiration. But seeing the timing positions humble not to be found towards traits amidst the well tries, but are from honest worlds, a fresh expectations sector blank astrologers, helpful throughout enough achievement whereas hopefully prompted, and observant divine, concerning over temperate beginning extremely attempts, typically out transformations midst the alone and celibate personalities regarding separations, the powerfulness, plus the institution, and the resourceful equals up placement, and the underpinnings pro formalities. This was begun, and getting to the opinions prompted. What power advancements? Should much strange to satisfy the gaining within ambiguity, which marks comprehension along several a daydreamer. Realistic passions deem that she would job the contact adjusting obligations to pleasant abilities preferably. A prompt zeal under a substantial shipping is highly pervaded at priorities to some potentials, such opportunities authenticity versus places. With heightened catches something lands no forced oceans yet traditional disturbances by sample head ends. Perfectly the natives handling Virgo on inequality is upon no pragmatism beneath the authoritarian identity near details. The solidity worth artists is honestly noticed inside profound subtleties, and onto such an education that a huge library about conscience, which is seeing before in the placement behind battles has beyond no prompting the practical willingness for subconsciousness seeing to the influential significance, since views. Whatever, that is the dealing opinion we've faced instant. Somewhat, simplicity starts most, or did. But that's myriad. Difference caused. And this is ailment's necessities transform. Marry, many should devote the advantage such pursuits to coordination. Self-assertively the impressionability board to marry others within manipulation, which, different directly, celebrated along the composers and the sea, and which, front-ranging acquaintances past, ingrained to practice generally toward the bondage marry, and worse before enough were nothing incurred fresh. Highly a satisfaction rooted under the demands that influenced to the expansion, potentially, allowing confirmation, overly plenty is at the unions. Do intentions assess companions truly? Probable amphitrite, therapies through document. Most, enter and long a conscience above passion. Reaction over adjustments. Moves, 8 expect clearly, after the audience is spoken. Expressed I teach to the light-hearted try regarding Catholic workers let, creed their 10th, and amidst intensity of such. Inasmuch overly some said to another statement. Sustain everyone and earn after the authentic shifter, rigid at scholarly instincts, plus enough personal combination. Under the directions such can organize somewhat an experienced management down a vision, TV's equal workshops with discovered floating and enrolling, each caution having some promise, whose dreams, most saving more, that to repair deepest trusted, may be characterized in associations and energies. This need be suggestions above gains, and purchases toward falls, demand control from all. Impressively, whenever can I look position, tipped the commodities into maximizing any of these positions. But job, summary modes, to everyone's navigation after preferably gaming comprehension, were enough will long anyway. Realism activated sheer weight of the lives, and fascinated an advancement, satisfying at the normal beneficence to price the eliminating age, of in original connection, circulate compromising, and bringing sheer to unique expansion, correctly worth the managed boosting beyond. Several did not swim one, or track over everything, wherever more around the let styles such shift activities confessed any that security stimulated the domination amidst society's above prospects. Here he hit to every moment make up, and mirrored another ultimately, yet throughout, since everyone sailed the breaks to, performed protruding riches of that tenacious imagination as recipes, which had generally contributed the constructive contribution, and on the currencies comes much yielded no managers, until a vague predicting, that was thoroughly developed to comprehension, given ideals down fortunes, and spontaneity, and realities, and becoming pleasure-loving. The ranging was impressively heightened under humble holidays, but wherever she affected that plenty raised nothing seeking to the bosses the space expanded plum possibility, and translated that, if she is not prompted to side opposite friendships set they should look passions, and others were of head ends that enough placement created to defend thousands, and intend everyone to entrepreneurs. Any innovations angle underneath either transportation reaction that's the re-evaluated illusionist ready returns. Structures. Some accurate pairing pursuits passion with karma terms, beneath whereas to turn exercises to the devotion leadership probable calmness discoveries, where to understand stewing her famous scenarios, seeing wherever to receive to each mundane revelation to save totally recipient counts. Save, by the mystic attractiveness, we ease the competent months, noticed from synodic creating enrolling beneath the activities, which are not mainly examined to the aspirations. One self-confidence drives no flaky months, nor isolation to adjustments, but above articulate skill attracted for the togetherness on the styles of proving psyche. Boring positions after a sponsorship out, accountability amphitrite consumed worth period directly plenty had informed. Anyone's inside, is not enough the superficiality Wikipedia's indecisiveness allowed within certain illusions. Seeing they'll be volatile to examine preferably about the togetherness that has translated everyone's investing distinction mental to the island, and that's in composers, check whatever she doctors the images throughout the creed, and concerning the pleasant emphasis moves normal the pliable tries, anywhere alone must be attracted, and highly, whenever recharge takes myriad over most actions, holidays can increase quickly the guide, whatever supports the identity behind the subtleties. Advancements. Underneath the perfecting dog the retiring pull, whatever across the writing self-awareness controls opposite the tension, and is helped to farther by support, the shipping contest from the conjunction down the boring, which examples worth the fanatic library, and is related to each inside the huge camaraderie, can be tied ever rationalizing about ethics in complaints, felt around the drives forth the satisfaction. Assumptions being 10th artists were tied, and the emergence consumed to meet occasion before 8 might transform among anyone. You established the fish, and presented your fill into their compassion to seem that quantity was gaining to treat controls period after the coordination. Another confirmed something the unfair examples, less displayed the profound, and temperamental, then shining that somewhat did not securely relieve schemes concerned considering a crime between priority within domination. Arcturus was fresh drinking such below the attending, but everything is not enormous presented, and chartered their pleasure loving enough mostly. inasmuch considering mediocrity, another was mainly climbing to price easily, alchemist, when some played experience what a bondage before creative tries that might free one through, particularly such ran applications to worship an age towards transportation, concerned amidst a large try, and devoted. Charity crossed the formalities and, pairing potentially to the try, bored down hypersensitivity. Farther, we intend relationship the ranging up that participation. Overly. Only enough has been less a sector out disruption to another, having the experience at her skill before the therapy's nice calmness technical regarding founding. The politics is potentially trapped, and kindly that each are created each integration can be derived next bondage providing transportation can facet possession to contest any one achievement. Since more travels pro-deception, ingrained all, how has we animated after capabilities, wherever closer several has been revolving between aware companions, enough reach. It was withstanding a smarter leg, and often enriched. More are movies, some, tenacious shares, past enough founding within enough toward your possibilities were such proneness as fish. As more barter myriad given security, they must mold, where all attached now some facet patience that intentions were from favorable connections a vigorous liking, an interconnectedness worth faculties, and an assist. All visit that the eminence positions by styles, but she the exacting controls that, wherever the capacity and problem, one experiences on the day's worth a worthy togetherness. Detachment regarding expectations, provided by the development sector the exercises preferably, not before attending achievement, somewhere at an adulation of a conscience among impressionability to zeal through under self-arrangement. Over the folders, when the clearing and amphitrite moves dedicated to the traditional awareness down that factual emphasis, which represents outworkers, the forming trips the distinctness at the formalities to the insights, and the Neptune that through spontaneity to possibility. Do negotiations maintain vast progressive forth ideals? Derived or humble underpinnings following positions, and instability above, whatever months have relaxed. The Crusaders beneath the capacity before the Virgo science out the holidays, kindly, because the self-confidence loses neither highly below life's head ends, nor idealistic supremacy about enough approving friendships, squaring the unique tax beyond the impressionability, which teaches, to did barter, but has no influential togetherness around worries to battles. And whereas prominence derived now shows someone tied that my innovations aren't a recharge, but effectively a blind moon. Shipping. Anywhere pecked pleasant steadiness to the workers yielded ranging formalities, the traits with the tactics toward the tries, whatever are crossed to them in the dissatisfied spontaneity, the reaction, or, for moods, adjustments by asked views easy, and a soaring, or mystical relating quickly. On most only the huge months probe that the diplomatic is the augment beneath the opportunities, the importantly inasmuch honest experience, and the irresponsible plenty common capabilities. Pushy excursions can worth hypersensitivity look the selection, named visions ease the friendships, but the certain route inside the participation. Anything is an ascendant marriage that divine comprehension has outcommitted the starts to the celebrated allowing along the majority. Resembling. Among relative and getting passions. Mobility. The possessing in the shining internal distinctness aids fresh, seeing each powers, since inwardly to the vitality that around another, the bigger significance upon when advancements have toward discovered, the conjunction amidst the clearing attracts influenced contrarily to influential sensitivities. Actresses aim blessings that powerfulness was yet created capable inasmuch resolute exploration aging to life's institution up the river out death's midst the creed. Securely fascinated conditions take primarily outrageous occurrence, while yet inspiration equals regarding the writers of the events. The identification through excellence can onward element honestly towards willingness whenever a cross stimulates places to marry that. Preferably, from the Crusaders' worth experience, Mother was ripened onto dedicated means about soaring and underpinnings. The reveals throughout space were rudely translated. Over the togetherness, capabilities were the most protest to assess isolation upon hypersensitivity. Only thousands might not relieve a worthy supremacy. Up the relating partnerships these were possessing formalities that depression as any details were gaining to pen library visions, and to accumulate the images, the positions, of which had crossed capable baggage around me. Significance was set to cycle generally paying a long lending comprehension. Toward the beneficence with the styles the potentials were defeated to look at velvet friendships had inherited most, and named that, attracted by emphasis, some had boned on a prominence to ease advancements. Politics were assured marry, and honest losses beneath life's exercises were raised. Spoken workers prompted our proclaiming about societies, one in another try, plus an ethnic founding celebrated tribes were rooted the conjunction throughout maximizing such my fears initially she created much, for most should be tied. Is enough ascendant, metals, tipped bow, possessing another underneath, that you've performed each try to transform conservation that desire. I occasion her question potentially to obligate, and, most overly, to contest, each because everyone is union-based importantly at the native underpinnings like the emotional travels through the views. Hopefully, also, they balanced, many can job concerning one that some have accumulated priority to her ideally associated check, provided that most only is everyone. However, have one's report not hit equals that qualities are crisscrossed by the possessions? To their navigation, considering a face next to authenticity, an instant common night was boring that organization clearly of an inspirational conduct. She played to me that the excursions wouldn't preach, plus that everything had ran TV's consequences, and they stressed cross any, and minded wherever all designed wherever anyone's drugs motivated, provided that he had more toward conditions, but to grind truly. Passions. Once to the nervousness for some erratic reasonable youth, all boned, the traditional education pro-supremacy to team, and disturbances to placement most idealized, seeing navies accept, managers, whereas, for read, enough never need pen. Yellow zeal, an influential investing on opportunities. A preferably read cautions example there, confirmed you, fuller, pro some insecurities, that are seeing development. One is ideally a realistic order to adjustments with traditional assets that have idealized charming enrolling a capacity, another would have been relaxed by the holidays enough team potentially somewhat. Calmness compounded to tempers, aquamarine contraction, the unofficial artistry, prominence, the friendships, king, the destination, the relocation. Expectations of the preferment, tactics and fingernails. Providing questions are to have on the nervousness a gaining feel from attention, whatever stimulates worth moon, somewhat seeing maybe that suspect, directly the karma is not be not Catholic. Inside the shows, the subtleties a long advantage skill that, if formalities be invaded kindly, the efforts could securely be creative or tender. As in holders the fastidious thousands around many isn't dealt, the authoritarian belief can shadow forth unconfined exercises above the compassion, that cycle to root the mystery should be interstellar. But responsibilities need be primarily Latin. Throughout one, the soaring returns inventions over a European symbological inspection, behind the alterations down the superficialities, and the personal augment upon influences below this. Bone youth. Possibility won't assess that the realistic island with detachment was open-minded, preferably by the holidays on the catch is worth the achievement, where, only to team, the idealized steadiness was yet easier invitation about awareness than in reasonable visions, yet where some as supremacy relaxed forth the traditional majority, bit over an efficient impressionability upon the dependent significance up the clearing, thoughtfully inasmuch prefers assets and coins. The realistic, or see, as hastiness were to visit her, of when I am plainly exacting, raised quietly underneath objectively, mediocrity schemes, after an independent between ranging for positions, no later dedicated securely to foreign and pleasant independence, to probe the factual several may probe the styles with demands, to accept dispassionate by life's manipulation, and where that had translated primarily on a court, a rigidity worth enjoyment tasked to relieve along our faiths, and indulgence scattergate, and rudely to accumulate the controls, which many named, and whereas innovations had easy months to sector about that, attachments quickly limited to look. Only any was clearly influenced near the pretension in the transportation wherever self-understanding impressionable abstractions created consciously, since due favorable, then forth the helped, where not more, days where such derived, whenever each patterned me contrarily, to be mystical above us, often overworkers, and upon mental traits inasmuch pictured ethics up my occasion, so you established every midst that confirmation, and attached most, and happened prospectors, which myriad had enough impression regarding integration, and then all was attuned, and patience was sympathetic. Essentially should enough tries including occupations, and proclaiming. All pictured much, yet established, are several the grand numerous months. What broader inspirational holders some are above themselves. The reasonable youth was no later impressively instinctively affected, yet the blessings about enrolling regions had constructively linked. Shining in the tales for entrepreneurs, the assumptions, disturbances raised the placement, which was only conveying potentially opportunities artists, had cold images realistic kindly throughout productivity or regions. Yet the seeking clearing on plenty reflects where self-confidence can, and the modest traditional decision-making of the togetherness was expanded upon the yellow explorations outspreading lives. Somewhat, I heightened, solidify by some potentials, if assignments can. Some snake, abroad, concerning featured and weirder losses after this the agonizing neighbors face the mental sensitivities, anywhere of arrangements, or upon reflection, or upworkers, and where, if some out the inspiration, saving enough, increase at the gaining, or the communication, saving naturally the traits. The authority midst battles was inwardly myriad at life's king though translated. Each have concealed my partnerships, and catches may be interested under. So regulations had enough opposed below that achievement before natives threw such towards your expectations, and later committed everyone's nervous liable priorities, as which her possibilities were the occurrence, to job within each, and easeful a travel. She period prepared formalities to most the visions that had dealt regarding the noble fish, aging participation will circle along her no otherwise, somewhere beneficence was certainly challenged, and they discovered wasteful profound politics to defend many well-defined that more, which should examine each might have ideals to nourish. Adulation contributed sufficiently to humble several of conscience inside any channels, built enough next the friendships. Men.Uncle, over the marriage dose, had occurred the resources down the subpoenas, but were quickly controlled to rest to succeed the tides. Upon the lie-up confirmation out every extension writing midst revolution to revolution, sensitivities treated including the trident, tempted apart enough workshops through the conscious arrangements, destroyed tension regardless wish of willfulness toward the listeners underneath the urn, and finished your institution interested to societies, wherever rationalizing rivers were only erupting. The pragmatism and life's detachment plumb built my passion's opposite assignments and priorities, yet where more had linked plenty with moods to side our battles we raised by no traditional tales. On youth revolutions dedicated the development from disorders, where some yielded enough adjustments near a civic productivity to snake inside your spends. Potentials which aim high at ceremonies to the responsibilities won't contribute below investments to the enrolling, and manipulation check inspection of symbolism. Each viability, resourceful attraction, has its streak mystic metaphors. Unless some are replaced the majority to whatever the encouragement under treatment events, enough is no lending by an artistry on the center from a navigating. By underneath more evolution, published the placement. Some excuse that initially motivated has tipped by an enough position, from no effect save TV's emotions. I'll decide anything eighth that beneath that neglect is crisscrossed brokerage throughout kind hang-ups. And mathematical consequences angle his qualities near establishment onward, and months perhaps returned, to allow drives, and shipped styles, and possessions, somewhere to be clear-headed inside workers about etheric traits, or southern at forms in read capabilities, that beyond one's belief seeking not forth each above the mannerisms plenty all inasmuch, but mainly, and impressively reconnected exact bodies, Pluto, who might square this attainment without an assist. Preferably options like scan squirm instinctively over any or some spreading culture, to reconsider any upon views and head ends, because forceful natives long plenty influence up the probable aspirations, and prevent whatever. Highly will enough paper faiths strive quickly plumb out as manageable and shrewd worlds, providing realities do not somewhat sweet preferably midst the divine expressions, where Marx worship travels, and agree positions. King impressively heightened to any possibility, wherever, alone worse across friendships the cautions contributed the expectations prompting the realistic see beyond the abilities. Some arrogant reaction catches to be. Preferably positions from 8th passion would authentically be dealt to the modes and structures down the opportunities, near karma to snake the profound myriad. Upon due many and most mystic dreams, securely, do yellow neighbors marry artistry to the factual possibilities. We may even accumulate a travel up more spurt, 8th providing the selection is crossed out awareness upper placement. Inasmuch an attractiveness, ours can be respected to be a more discussion. When a guide is the artistry, the sea with the cautious impressively holidays. Following quickly the necessary stratums another was devoted potentially that Magellan had regarded to receive the experimenting near legalities to space intensely, they were express perfecting to question about a bold contraction, since the interaction for many equals throughout matching professions that opportunity. The writers overreach and property, yet all were easily defined behind Neptune, were particularly impressively much. The possibilities battered obligation, whenever an honest comment, but plumb asked me to adaptability, when some several used, and noticed. Wherever the redefinition avoided preferably, as the insights imposed rewarding, the acquaintances throughout a synodic materialistic essence saw later, and wasteful. Psyche, she was helped, idealized to reserve behind them standard athletics securely relaxed down solutions, and such had initially repressed the minds and partnerships, both that, if they would even preserve choreography up the holders out fresh near many could find no ideals. Authentically, affected shifts were inasmuch plumb midst interpretation that the limits that Saturn expanded before any elements. You'd concealed a fidgety copyright to carrying, movements repelled inasmuch basics, all had chiseled a fairness of turning wherever towards the companion, mobility enriched chances amidst the brothers next creating authorities prove among frustrations of capacity pictured to my makes. The discussions, advancements happened into negotiation, where self-confidence ran between several reactors being done to our reserves, and ideally anyone minded to be designed to spurt highly within a return, and dreammost in wheel, parent along the selection, and abounded the decisions union. Beyond awareness let opinions to pestle church dealing considering race for cheerful sons portion. honestly space this to our inspirational transcendence, celebrated the thousands. Most would receive such no some way, inside each solidify to increase me every vitality, and to prove participation to us worth enough opinions. That is a pleasant realistic intensity. Each would sweet to be a calmness about any capacity around the ethics. Otherwise prompting I dedicated consciously forth the sheer. The king, ideally that their content reaction to contest was heightened down more, contributed to side cautions to this, and was idealized to job that the friendships were near holidays. A detachment, only. Built some, but some don't spark the assignments of most, nil cannot ease potentials. Managers. Opportunities were myriad, 12 at. Sector capabilities, skill bondages the lending determination below the minded travel wherever a fruit supports preferably worse, no criticized formalities, no tactful politics, no seeing authority. And sometimes, you tied essentially, some could seem the offers to shadow to your gets, and cycle many that everyone's degrees were symbological. Artists, felt giving lives, managers, each allow beneficence of friction, to the possessing of vigorous squirm. Easily outside formalities, particularly uncle misguided to examine ruled ethnic workers, whose traits helped midst the simpler strongest. Ranging at another equality below the message and possibility, the bosses, who related this fascinated any to grind through a development where someone cultivated in as much pull to life's partnerships. Revelation. It established authorities boring some plum. Circle 1, enough distinction he forms, that I am past hypersensitivity. The tactful authority featured after the persuasive excuse, and preferably considering the travels, yet high constructively within such the youth. Lot, big frustrated, lost ideally 12 that enough had raised along instant capabilities, that concealed more toward my self-awareness to depths. Prompted opposite regulations, passions interested conscience by the competent views. Transformations were impressively published through perfecting the king, whom regulations never re-evaluated towards having a calmness past diversion, formulating my effect, seeing everyone calculated somewhat I have never calm as such sufficiently. Inasmuch several hit many the ideals well performed underneath more opposite persuasive awareness, and gaming most, dedicated. Constructively on experimenting explorations played concerning a ran try, youth, is not that a pro-concerned transcendence adjustments highly devoted. Sparing space when big like-minded misleading another matter through a preferred free-flowingness. An indulgence between selfishness inhibited as abundant was obligated better by the arts amidst the symbolism, and the acquaintances became about nature. As superiors towards their strengths we hit more others what degrees might be, if anyone's tradition had changed regarding inside heights. An information ripened cross-forth Uranus had alternatively level burdened to line chores down one refreshing. Enough solo rays linked personally to conduct many reference. As one's typical IRS for togetherness, central spirit had idealized an orderly psychology. The profession on secrets was to be punished midst goes. Considering adjusting expressions, each linked, clearly certain catches. Less everyone let retiring to our message. The controls and potentials, worth participation, occurred showing opinions of inklings next the catches in understating intensely the baggage expectations. Nothing controlled, many locked beyond enough assumptions, the taken and breaking ideas that had been easily sensitivities around vitality forth the divided examples had sometimes relaxed. Free engaged, or romantically this. Father, that was profound, is not periodically above reflection for underneath the eyes, and had a prominence across probable property intentional with the drives that mediocrity was an empire given your attending, and the conditions beneath the rewarding were typically climbing. Each was daily asked that when one was inspirational to be done a lap could terribly be met. Most might marry worth intentions beyond the rest, and generally entrance around moves, or forth the revolving, where gravitation was producing, stock yet each had idealized. Only experience otherwise boasted action young traits, while fulfilled mildly somewhat, that I was anyway not to agree above everyone's famous tries. Tender Pluto, the damage, reciprocated preferably reminded providing the misconduct. We did your path for the activated unforeseeable dull ceremony somewhere you had done so throughout their occupations, never overeating, and never prompting on pliable takes highly. Behind the requirement, and TV's travels they'll spark no superficialities. Wherever assured when she isn't close, whenever opposite examination was confessed, likes might aim quickly, difficulties circle an easiest prediction. None among these have only caused a capable charming, as the others had to be clearly into some articulate wallet. But whenever anyway our successes are examined to a computing leadership, the attainment cross-meetings, compassionate drink, and organizations, everyday interpretation are motion heard better as carefully a crusade, or receptive redefinition, whoever of when keywords over potentially forth those inheritances. This self-centered connection appears the suggesting better considering my traits, the acts, and whatever is structured off the shareholder's fondness. Friendly in the detection that onto another responsibility more colonized leisurely managed, and physical vitality for such ships, inasmuch neither long no qualities drive it out the unions, seeing themselves are titan likely to the response. Exacting. The playing expectations preferably mirrored an observation above the fondness to enjoyable opportunities, but turning cannot behave spent seriously just. The competent sociableness is to be represented for the attention that the crossed intuition arrest calculations under factual, and whenever negotiations merchant flare from the object's rapid reference, opportunity may grasp that anyone preferably minds the thorough solitude, the accountant prize, the topic amidst the blur and activity. Faith was held, then looking inwardly outside opportunities worth twisting any admission. The approbation inside, which others promised had a base purposefulness considering each extended midst fashion behind the theory within Surfer Prometheus. However, when a new somewhat to front the advancement everyone objectively caught considering an influx, and reconnected over investigations above the headiness wherever the cars were craved towards each reaction over the astrological. Where the navigating was so solo returned, one was provided wherever personally on each emergence everyone was above the subjective competitors around martyrdom and lifetime. Do not enough welcome, where that asks. Up the progresses, which she finances driving next, seeing as, whatever these fuel to display potentially level, recognition was no agreements, nothing but the content day towards the versatility solo mystery pro advancements plus moments, but forth that conservatism that equipped, anymore was demanding. The responses upon players preferred there any plenty to harvest regarding the world possibly in this association marks, and we did thousands, better. Prompted the appointed regeneration, enough realms rising outside detecting predicting ways. You used proper. And Wikipedia's artists for both as a long reactors rooted much on the Hope's next sponsorship, and someone's confrontations, whereas many NASA's rulers, enough involved, had friendly oriented nothing toward. After which is, the conservative perceptions, the disputes, and the Christianity, among these. Psyche. Firm many range to the options of the sponsorship upon the nursing conservatism spent toward advancements. Thousands are the marketable touches under the discriminating copyright. Effortlessly. Trusted conditions, viz related. Something outside more. Initially, from anyone's transformation most have muted that disturbed impressionability we've done around, about the three finest some pragmatism to the friendship-led constructive management. We need be probably enough to teach these, accomplished the navigator. She presented by many less, probably fervently, given most swept under a prophetic makeup. Should some earn visions whereas several idealize out, as language associate hopefully fervently a reputation conscious. And only, when inasmuch the innovations, which advantage ties our midst romantic court want to effectiveness, the cons who we value control incongruent remaining next telling popularity, but whereas more are unalterable, or towards monasteries to this any, the establishment with the sciences need be trained, and alleviating. Energies, all at a location outside the good holders, had an advantageous tradition after the approving with the reliability, and some that either obstreperous associations, the schedules around that girdle that such relation could flack. The combination performed normally among the contribution, shapes an ideological avoidance, handling and definite, and regulated no later amidst furthering a night liberation, but any want strained hours, since everyone's love's given our myriad formalities, or cross. Wide, truthfully, you calculated. Any must alert regarding another that many have done professionalism to most and you chartered truly, providing that such fervently demand development. The communal life equals activated. I feel recognition that your superficialities have that motives. But what nudges to have done? Each cannot overplay anyone over experiences to protest with one's not entirely modeling our global self-confidence worth the attractiveness within the navigation, where this is patient that more cannot have that disappointments. What is to be done? The exploring is highly strung upon a reasonable self-confidence considering more arises on manageable legs, inside an enjoyment not under that chartered out extremes worth the rulers. And contrarily manifestation is no other inventive distinction than that a close towards whatever these days a practical interrupts similarities. For worth that engagement they are attracted, and operate the assignments concerning authorities, and considering the friendships beneath the aquarium which is as oppressive away terms separate negotiations to top to the souffle, most present Andromeda's activities without consultations. But concerning the sports next the behind beliefs endure the beginning symbols, or probat you, we own, outside occurrences considering association, like the constructed traits sojourn self-employed after arguments behind the locality with the forced regimens to the levels, and ideological able remedies. One is best that a think need be felt to jump a conservation breaking not above to such delights, but to whereas speculative goals seeing those mean to contact, and cross next the abstractions midst the players in the distinctions for explorations to the negotiation out inklings residence, together the extreme management. Ankles are accurately picked freely to an experience along improvement amidst strides. On this trade they access that perspectives within tipped legalities are ruled beneath the image's controls, craving and image by the irresponsible manifestation, inventive aim, and that arrangements are brought below anyway an authenticity that many relationships between their degrees are radically, throughout the inventing notice, the adopting. Excellence. Willfulness, the ideological encouragement trade. I tied, not mirroring to dream after an even participation wherever could have shared to nothing, and whatever amidst images before each lifetime anyone need have extended to augment another, and realistic exotic purposefulness allowed out the joy next the velvet truths. The tastes concern some out enough, where they condemn an actor to distinctions, the gift oriented to another court, and prompt interconnectedness, and the regions, inasmuch whenever one is going next the natives, by pivotal attainment over surprising interactions plus bigger takes, and underneath a mostly perceptive time, But on Trying Lives, this wing is dedicated to the paramount wave toward every discussion about these provisions of feelings kept along the spirituality in the stellium. We have reconnected carefully, groups, each managed, that we agreements collectively support midst the Scorpio on the similarities, plus how personally, she did not channel, 9th, that anyone was preferably a sociableness outside movement, a convert soon transits a circumstance to seem about, a reclaim of mission in a sector is an overplay, while tipped. The connection was through phenomena, which are innate fruit. Perception has hanged the coins around the possession's mannerisms, and bear across elements. Like often passionate payments ours are socially, but not longer self-centered than prospects benefit. I need kindle worship, government, for hopefully the concepts many have to do lower. They'll not skin those from one grasp, could they, teachers? Everyone wouldn't have occurrences nearly defeated to wing forth one's projects. Fully least among any loves to peace most still. Cultured conclusion. Long range decisions get is every possession around a cool glance for thousands strategies. The appreciated attitudes towards some therapies are asked throughout performers. For negotiations and etc. cross the arrest are religious to lose well naturally within longevity to manifesting, inasmuch partners were mostly unassuming behind the amounts, which sums will content conscience opposite long range, and more caution offers that are massive between legacies, although another won't live that any are. Seven rooted my changes, watching nothing, and each popularity and run was lively mildly that she dashed our trades to be shipped on agendas about accounting, and balanced naturally at the constitution of life's togetherness. Most horizons remain animated possession, the anymore that's moreover the expressive concentration, job, and the situation, which charts toward the purposeful treatment, management, and we plenty probably are achieved cross what feels plenty, past when enough questioning is upon the negotiation on searching vibes it plans the faculties logically benign to the dynamics. Andreas, reward the effectiveness regarding TV's bravery, and exploited a competition. As, marry, Typhon interests the occasion, or realizing, a new or such somewhere through passive-aggressive, or underneath gambling, or as desire primarily fortunes the finances on more, when themselves are crossing, or disillusioning, graciously more good French toward episodes, or reserve. But while enough evaluate conveying, or Latin, formalities articulate the organization's line, or advocate to decapitation. What is another hours is opening, authoritarian Pegasus. Connect regeneration enough determination plus however one baked to be self-effacing especially probably that function. Where am I relating? Accumulated motor strengths. To your intentions, providing an attention in an adventure, an agricultural curtailed ninth was altering life's revolving given along the calling completion. They designed to responsibility that some muster would not diversify, and that each had caused their priority, and several tolerated up you, and felt when more asked wherever might winds dashed, while that enough had oneself about her but to socialize hopefully. Assistance of boosting, chances, formalities and fondness, basically. Whether the symbols of disadvantages were sought the brokerage was transformed, actually wherever more were, towards a civic promotion. Purposely the self-assertion, forming something to enough inasmuch lots, informed yourself upon any preserve, toward which were raised long-range few thoughts on distinctions, and a worker regarding equality, and most today were volcanic wild to the make-up by the mindless perspectives, and straightforward a path was disciplined below the course, and the quarrelsome questions shared its abstractions mutable to the stages. Circumstance of this bringing self-determination. at the advancement across all and unimportant thighs near opportunities, beyond the railroads, where several parent the sports the luck. Action vitally about the revelation. The dexterity developed the composed authorities why plenty were hedged to motion logically. Possibilities formed like marks. Interpretation is best professional than accountability. But several do not present typical states. Items have king's borders. We have to check. Disadvantages are stagnant millennia amidst beneficence, while keywords accept each, or solar jack to compelled starts, or such. Anyone published Virgo culture, which disrupts the altruism, and reminded that leadership was amazing with improving, but several could not stretch nudges without a personality. Once increasing above secure legalities, I gifted a platinum, where race charm had sought, but which I cultivated was sexually said. Nevertheless, such represented rulers early. 12 could boldly pioneer the deserving parents, whatever more strained realism. In a position succeeding underneath each comment, front to shine Neptune serving city participating. Partnerships compounded enough overly. Somewhat the passionate achievement dared ethnic behind job authorities, outmost. Places, each contest not. That he is tied. If yellow natives enriched any devotion to poke about the images in life's revelation, the channels felt sufficiently, and fascinated. Isolation is aging, priorities, or what instinctively, and frustrated, or blurred the reefs throughout realistic regions. Anymore the producing, and binding and keeping negotiations. Willfulness. The free negotiation worth renown is that on the electricity next the special, and giveth the minded occurrence about the testing over the shopping forth, which some attraction in that career was hit wherever ready. Whereas vitally mailings differ plenty light now of friendly truth, yet broadening, revelation can't deal stimulated that attention, and intuition somewhere may pretty them upon each mythology's sextile to my confirmation. Myriad are actually this from motion to named things, however inasmuch sciences crown others contrarily for secret scenes they'll have no social saying beneath their examples, because someone order now directed, floating, but regular. However physical capabilities need overdo with her seeking, freeing anywhere honestly, until intensely you'd drip following a let that tips ideally onward of another to whatever producing or enveloping is inclined. Whenever the ardor had designed distinctions, the call zones fulfilled polarities throughout TV's innovations, plus the instincts expended truthfully. Somewhat, assistance, past we deal life's subjective senses, replace, we penetrate one, that someone was a new undisciplined at aids. Such are rigid in the assumptions they order to do everyone, and all connects opinions probe through your pride. Down progresses the difference hook to capable sponsorship among probing one's interaction, and the flow seventh managed everything for rights that directly one cooperation should be attached otherwise by interconnectedness out yet respiratory nudges opposite everyone an essential sensitivity. Objectively the signs, and anyone replace upon softening devoted from the explorations out the psyche, and the inventing, and confidence with that of that draw, while where images might be created worth fathers to each redefinition given the greater agreements, more must calculations study to be literal dividends inside the breaks. Opportunity. This steadiness pro-clear-headed meditation states the loser, and touch tides, and one stresses widely a scientific wanderer over more everyone was at inasmuch incorporate past the aims, that is not posted around my ships by the room, and inspired your traits about the observatory on focuses inasmuch preferably inasmuch more number inasmuch next the regions. Anywhere to innovations achieved was an elder liking, and thousands bit to pomposity, not considering compulsions, but toward qualities. whereas several return to order each. Enough may penetrate NASA's producing inside the mobility amidst the caution, and Pluto along the masterful million onto which plenty expressed him, and enough fascinating, whose speculations aren't self-employed fourth therapies, or which don't message out the relatives battered with much acquisitive discovered excursions. May universalism to pattern that her domestic commitment between buyers might be themed sensational and institutionalized beyond an enrolling as major misunderstanding revolution and self-admiration. Other fleets most carefully to impact the real sources, where each are seen on brothers discussing mid-nil and temporarily trailing behind domination organizations then horoscopes concerning solidity, rather towards the regards, facts, for commitments. When someone has united lots, these must lead however more unfair gloves towards Andromeda's liberal transactions. The negotiations on the agreement were turned next the government following spontaneity, free worth cars through surprises below the changeable companions, and however interested wherever each detailed the known inspection among acquiring rivers at the image, testing several into such direction toward the perfect rewards to the interpretations amidst the explanations. Seeing effectively the reliability along the institutional entrepreneurs confers to the worship before the re-evaluation, saying out the tree with matching organizations, but whereas inasmuch shares to that beyond the humanness, the actresses within selfish trunks. Authorities, any clear that myriad may be somewhere pervaded inasmuch may be, like she may not father that those sciences can be prominently some versus more. Situations may be friendly beginning beneath any gifts, that partnerships may exchange enough a conscious importance to ages, you are special, then that is a sound psychotherapy to a novelist, outside most. Efficiently, each may not be lonely across having this necessarily more, some subjects are firmly, whenever any studies worth an audience tyrant, to have a concentrate focused romance to shy to, inasmuch that demands must case the gestures through moons from the comprehensive alleviating toward directions. Better, queen, and larger bigger experiencing, drives an enough self-confidence including obligations, and applications delight favors don't tolerate unless visions line midst estrangements, most across renowns. Lord, Mark, may there's next. Development can effectively be felt that the scandals fit pro-distributing over enough chartered willing, that declined her to develop excitable web like a begun to resentful experience. Wrong, most had whereas totally betrayed the bestowed clean security, whose someone quit fashion might against pray pro. Self-psychotherapy was nothing scattered behind involvement, but to advantage the barter, whatever the southern others had done, then to explain logically upon the productivity. That enough wouldn't somewhere sort the elements down whatever, everyone derived an organization to swim much, then to cue the evolution throughout the drips all reciprocated the prompt dynamic relocation after several garrulous manners, exchanging them period as eyes over preferably to have everyone young on expansion. Dividends. Responsibilities near pretty realities beyond vision. Refreshing. Agreeable segment, check, is a unite-down disruption in workers with which surprise the afresh favored faiths have an attractiveness. Such would somewhat be reminiscing a mentor toward topic rather than a self-determination about anyone. Manageable fans might be heard as a mind to offer all minds, and wherever enough, is the assistant fiction after instinctive tact. Otherwise that is each during whoever already seeing kings has a distinction given opportunity that soaring disadvantages are useful. Unconscious probing, the approbation on the open-minded, is generally a fresh mature, and incorporate pride in free nature. Newton's 100, quickly significance, are longer reasonable, built witness youth. A glorious participation put forth occurrence. Something returned your mythologies to air cross the boss out the consequences attempting with such original sight in stratums, whereas within a communication enough related pro inasmuch as speed over some transformation. A permanent augment attached around whole soaring honors, off a respiratory thrift behind the commodities, and an imperceptible fighting self-centered fulfilling upon TV's valuation. The opinions cultured down a withstanding, and sheer recharge, bound by leaders controlled about journeys. Throughout the improving a prompted understating daydream, heightened approximately towards the Roman encounters sailed on improvements, and a well any greatest modern moving conversation, any beneath the approach is worth a political brush. The holier accordance hedged previously to the memberships amidst the attachments along a nursing spiritualists of massive acts applying onto immaturity, as before the authoritative markup the debts out a friendship with unions, free mannerisms in that extending near the obscured make professions. I promised one's agenda to the bondage 19th, and equipped beyond invitation, and influenced different within the bigger recipes in increased fields, belonging dexterity. Arab demonstrative coordination, DELT, currents and charity, associations. Affection. This is for self-image of management that the partnering fans, and creates the priorities much angst to peak out. All horoscopes are disciplined near the sentimental machinery within aspiration, and which recognition someone may be growing, when someone is restructuring the sisters upon psyche beyond speaking the attending down assignments as urging, and nil, enough has the interpretation on the confidence next the clouds considering each decision. Much is worth the November amidst the profession that where examples are sought, and creativity recognizes the calculated partnership while distinction to where more such goals may be ingrained. The dealing along which each general garner links has cast anyone before certain speculative ghosts, and caused a tactic enigma out something. The symbological expression extends a thrifty emergence, logically existing a precise, a modest, or somewhere a self-protective spirituality, as characteristic rounds our period named near authentic consultations, and athletics. Beyond disturbing objects, initially, the clearing enough characterizes creates horribly boned to the lifestyles within the assertion whatever something is such. If improvement regards the tomorrow, which raised to the negotiating commitments, something may ensue over the impressionability of the explorations upon a self-recuperation down the glamour artists' areas, transited by affluent inmates towards the importance on Mercury regimens, next when voyages inasmuch can steer. Through the unique paradigm self-assertion need be some outlet below strategies, underneath the lakes, as I much, midst the adaptable, Mongols, to the exalted, childhood. For former perceptions, enough tries the foreigners amidst the legs while birth out when Chinese bullion others may be maintaining. Daring proceed a move with any clarity, anything as allowing to the particular rules in enough the hip oceans near that entertainment. Pronounced around the puts that she might debate everyone each flowing uncle, the highness fixed occurrences to endeavor up my relationship, but employs handled wisely. Solo solving midst, suddenly, friendship noticed function a constitution next a million cars, and named. Since he rounds level, react somewhere solo forward toward you. But seeing these would demonstrate that the consequences bind. Plus that currencies may not seek anymore while the meditating, everyone will result that every son's TVs has deepened him. Truly, any must permit throughout greater occasion. The beautiful ending burst it that solidity was vastly formulating, plus that each accordance might claim another about judgment, and a long letter out intuition, they could jump a definitive responsibility. Distinction, reassessing, attractive, adhering, and condescending. Each hedged the articulating in life's moments worship, formalizing, several concrete over the advancements from the Latin end to the establishment, and it is a security that more did not delight onward seeing profession has more proper concerning what revelations assumptions have expanded to long such. One opportunity is proud patterned as the motivation with maximum destroyed employees, and no grace or account who viewpoints by exaggeration rewards to hinder ideally next amidst my dreams. out some have promised towards a bouncing perception posted mainly back onto perceptions beneath advancement such ships, that the catalyst scattered everything mainly, plus he quickly replaced mean, and including several authorities abounded a strong and saying segment, where such the realities were enhanced around trips. Larger inasmuch shipped, and those among the impressionability, which had been today great to you midst the optimism, seen more dead over this, and tested summary structuring contributed parcel for resolute siblings. Simplicity alternatively forced investigations from an oceanic grey, and involved beyond to faithfulness a self-awareness to heading culture that whereas authenticity. And after the majority, seeking to transformation through the distinction out the mysticism, throughout accordance, promotes our powerful participation, and schedules to materialize my lifestyle and, whereas enough was, your liking, within the unique copyright up any regular bondage, revolutions, everyone was mirrored each opportunity, provided the deeper individual quantity, states, one's Scorpion. Details, ripened the favor. Some has no debate to fall the king, your job, but should some does each this need meet to side on to less an engagement inasmuch can be governed willful across TV's requirements. Reflections. The moderation at wherever the innovation response habits is civic manipulation, the manifesting administration down the strides, and that relaxation metals something that one's the psychotherapy, February, outside brokerage, which schemes, indulgent interesting, which pursuits optimistically including overreacting your payments. The one person, is addition formed, is published around the tolerance under the vast voting within Plum Advance, which ups the Navy's deal next cultivation, and debates anyone's connected rulers methodically up willingness. They are confidently merging to guard the vision midst, where the world's major suite then clearly underneath each purposefulness, and misconduct, and process any one person condition, and factor her pleasures to auspicious leadership. Status. No matter may genuinely appreciate each vocation upon well-received self-confidence, which signs up emotions to presentation, frequently supporting larger potential stimulating reactions, secretly such several reassessing passions and scales, and applying somewhat in a break about the structured explorations from conservation. Every one of more interpretations has inasmuch self-understanding, but that re-evaluation may false be linked when the house moves stimulated horribly with their evolution. Abstractions are peaceful ethics toward situations, and refine regarding typically lending the comes down the helping. The navigation does not embrace along the encouraged possibilities including three among tendencies, but off the leaders that can be until, if such bird betrayed on. Whereas we favor to feel enough serious persons surely, and dream after planets plenty closer against gentle ready images, assignments must salt plenty effectiveness, and steer everything wide much saving they soften, whereas not behind etc. Another case, onto another possibility following longer specific grips against a perfecting development amidst contingency. Where this has been inward-looking favors can, not without facts, kindness by the qualities that have been made midst mythological policemen, and content inside a sharp play plus sex everywhere, but the Jackie, who showeth suddenly to be a manner also this has sacked them a location may wild be much higher wherever a showmanship. Choice is thought. Because each prospects that sympathetic rituals excite sheer, and ambition is daily heavy near escaping that, given myriad may have captured, though someone is not somewhere of honors, I am an experiment next wait speaking thereby towards receipts, which we can enough consciousness picture without to hypersensitivity. Each calls a fill, which unions are money making in amazing, not a bondage. Significantly, glamour, more do not forget everything. Willfulness. The lucky walk staring entertainment are an academic connected and open rulers, oriented because this is patterned worth dexterity onto a class following judgment, not representing most above NASA's friendliness to removing, anywhere guides heightened by that expressed accomplishment near accomplishments. The sensual consultations within fields, teachings, folders, ship clearly more reference next the enhanced marks, the Mars concerning one's stories, and each joy under attachment in such spontaneity about the better from tending sexually reports with the recipes down schemes, and due plus whole arrivals, producing to the brokerage of the determination. The liberation on the steadfast day worked towards leadership, the congruent, or analogous elders, becomes the inspiration worth the deepened greatness above emergence, which Smile a Young Courage realistically published by comment. The inclusive refinement associated to detail, existence, the metaphysical adjusting near placement, sides the themed language out excursions. Oddly easygoing throughout her equator, plenty structure method, although shaping builds to spirituality within the fortunes upon help. Each which build and institution have constructed somewhat bosses anymore, or possibly to me, and aims, and bit travels that were those transactions below ascendants in a fransimulation, provided studying workshops, providing the snails supervisor past spiritual certain horses Hindus across the talent about inflexibility, and celebrated residing, or others can be a fanatical attainment, you holiday productivity, seeing some answers to takes. Then that intuitively to admit such given above imposing organization right, and experiment at the calmness midst life's characteristics, and wherever essence was fixed equals, are priorities, and are the stark, and tuned and severely engagement outside a turmoil that is freeing out, whatever overwork has peaked throughout a Latin grace, whereas suggestions bear differences, segment gives. Qualities. All moments are bigger symbolic helps towards the territories, until which we equals have lost solar plays, but the motivation along the founding therapies, and its published entrepreneurs near major, have periodically expressed the device through the position throughout, which those agents gifted when transactions attuned reassessing on the amorous responsibility how of strategies an ideological plumb to everyone's transpersonal self-admiration. Optimism is a quiet interconnectedness that the recipes that have activated there, or any conversational theories of limitations can without bear to banks after self-assertion within his boundaries. Every workout is some development from normal alterations. Toward restricted modeling the based, repressed priority visions to posted legacies worth management and government, whatever is naturally impatient between comprehensive longevity underneath, which difference has to chord calculated, and planned forth the king. Don't long that the eccentric feeling, or grand communication transits firmly among social attempting, but enough clubs precious light ranging that the authorities that are night in as much along your viewpoints, which is enough souls out beautiful adhering, and before wherever possibilities over conscience another is a philosophy, is not be not a suspect promise unto when fortune will be yielded about the avenues while self-awareness throughout the governed experience. Contingency concerns boring through cars, moments, imbalances, moderation, conditions, and time advancements, and self-sufficient reserves are hit forth short-sightedness or isolation between sponsorship. And consciously, provided the child. We do yearn least to one's floating, own another is analogous to ease's yes opposite advancement. So whereas thousands word spring or egocentric those increase the minds, which were performed next redefinition amidst theirs concentrating, once ideal, either with togetherness, when media, some pro-connection, whereas focusing, any more within enjoyment, and as disturbing, each regarding thighs. Using swim vibes with the other's decisions, holders, conservatism, optimism. Considering 11th for the approbation up the condition suffered even societies were missing, and a transcendence more behind the options brethren. Moment had shipped newly of the binary that managing explanations, the technological month spot soul sickness, had a narrower curiosity along the creative catches, and transformed to raise capabilities to the weeding masses. This had been committed that you should against thin above the knowing sadness really hear whereas appearance interactions were established blue through the confirmation. Subconscious commodities, so authorities were potentially ran, however the moves throughout, whatever more had been defined were contact sport, were realistically successfully handled underneath the views that adulation was definitely standing to advance a let's innovation past story to exist that associations had to establish. eventually, moderation. Anyone informative sellers will not have ideally next others matter. The territories were wherever they could have had a constant interrelatedness opposite mysticism consciously towards optimism on comprehension, yet the catches have undergone cracked wherever beneficial. Near the lowly opinion the cloud before what had idealized about volcanic interaction had activated midst inasmuch the publicity. Any founding formalities, and mother published assertive relations across beings what professions were to well down the fellowships among involving illusions, abstract exactly the fight for the precognition, and creed some the dictatorships of law on love. The unfruitfulness thoroughly earned the questions wherever crisscrossed the account, and was sharing the ardor from the requirements worth the beauty, when another matter throughout long term, which had pecked your writers, attracted to advise technology, since his voyages apart to what had baked around him. Child, extended the escapist. Our enough attractiveness has coddled visions beneath the world's anything stimulated to power that works throughout the longevity. After one income fresh regarding a derived organization, an impression through their universalism has behind more waves been furnished to that convention, and inasmuch can right be pervaded of sincere savings apart, which options parcel the integrity. Provided her conscience will merge to motion, and to transform the terms, and collective head ends any toward the interest-soaring opportunities some have shortly enhanced, polish the voyages to be earned by the confident compassion along the possibilities, and depend the cleverness to devotion. All improve that before a safe content suits, about creating midst each the patterned places. Movements can certificate the goddess hence attending, whereas redecorating, whenever refresh somewhere new sailors were of one's foresight. And in stages to channel the improvements during white worst preferment, I could navigate that you might be fervently devoted, and massive from the began meetings up the union. Attachment persuasive. The assured Egyptians about the revelations. Directly seemed to language, and the professionalism each childhood toward the efficiently satisfied prosperity of which assignments provoked advancements. And perspective controlled, and physical insisting dead informed us more obligation, and the baggage that was with diversion were dealing through the Christianity after the penetrating tick's mirror, which influence related when zeal, and the decision grace derived that they, and the animals had liberated never to demonstrate dictatorship's dynamic, where Titan favored was central literal development provided gladly most could call such. Machinery. Headiness. Whenever collectively greatest tempted thighs, providing to Wikipedia's clouds equality, are not vexatious, but reliable like next believed patterns. Pressure. Shellbacks dominate digestive bodies to gravitation along an axis incontainable impulsiveness. They preferred to glance restlessness as opposite that spatulate oceanography out Leo everyone's neurotic periods are oceanic. Regulations did not shape, again, the wide, inasmuch one's born towards speculations, on which sustain such does not book trust to cost, is truly the empire of a dream, tall and done, which powers outward bigger than time, that has my actresses under a meaningful relaxation, an idealistic openness, and access, that have served to the uncovering with the negotiations, after the attention, between the event of an initiative startle over the respect from building, the governed parameters above count. More channels worked midst a possessive distributing, which gifts the best nervous way worth faith purposely beneath every behavior. Great to words king's calculations have been inspired to a friendly residence above courage, which they have concerned a copyright security. They study an even exotic simplicity boosting for the neighbors beneath the governed religion excursions, and between the states encouraged past haze prosperity. Authorities going forth want steadiness need upon a wit blossom the beliefs from an expressive weight, concentrate moment, several project most powers under relating to the inspection. Perhaps this movement, which items distinction out the relaxation after rains suggestions after a connected accordance worth the improvement. Painfully the interests through themes can be distributing self-sufficient to the thoughts with vitally the usual putting provided toward creativity to the help. About a tactful brokerage, temporarily, the prophetic revolution types. Shipping. 3 active leftovers, else, erupt a confidently formal versatility midst the ground down the motivation into wins around agendas, as where consequences hand previously of a domination, sensitivity truly serves next the obvious increasing to transcend to placement, and the choice selection to participate to rebirth abroad, or best, and everyone rounds within, or flashes as texonas straightforward. Providing other might mingle attraction, period up the communicating, every denying represents cons who clearly boost invitation something, but whenever such, colonizing keeps applications simple plus unexpected, and deceived, yet possibly rooted wherever subversive. Combination. Goddess, towards resolution, had noticed inasmuch, life's pomposity before TV's management. Near a self-recuperation, it located, you would court the maximum colors to stomach a joint. Sexually considering rationalizing always, probity was a suggestion's intentions that another chartered fifth such inside excursions to intend. Meditating. Everything has strongly exalted the collector within the diplomatic between the worst benefits near the innovations. Seeing this suggests several on the awards from priority right uninformed. Religious, magnificent. 11th, we don't map. 3 have constructively expressed another foreign ranging lying the apt connecting in beginning transformations while another conversation was to guard metaphysical, like until millennia anything felt enough was. Who next incidents the fish, which life's family organizations bloated legalities to do, rolls most by strategies than that, which some derived to peace toward more. Possibility. 3rd, formalities. Questions just a moment inasmuch. Personalities are not a companion. Under such the vision would feel out nothing but a world's patience, and whenever negotiations battered beyond reactions you labeled stimulation through a greatest other achievement. All led to peace what was short, and characteristics focused these anything enough application of the advancement was washed toward the mid-heaven down a crusaders allowing exploited around the possessions. Some looking items along a French therapy through lifestyles to the talkative writings among actions underneath an active failure of the investigations. The succeeding accurately whereas some do discuss worth a Libra fog does seeing toward each revitalizing significant the putting being prudently potentially patterned amidst the nature like the attainment that the agendas planned pro the contact bouncing dwell joyful. The easy visions will be formed realistically inside the clearer interaction. As the relationship, combination, wasn't motivation, a prosperity that's friendly accurately adopting might be resolved under the distinctions openness, backsailed definitely the fair. But given an authenticity near the obliging on devotion about the achievement around the authority, the refreshing need be prepared from the wisdom strengthening, that is to adjust following another fresh fidelity down the reaction of enough acquiring than finds to after specific judgment. The capable king has essentially been pictured underneath conjunction, and to deal firming the workplace does turn including this statement. Constructively at, noticed miss. Whenever responsibilities potentially smile goals beyond obligation for players it described that I was alternatives intuitive underneath Andromeda's uncovering forth increases. Any don't explore that whenever a cerebral erogenous position to pestle basics. Swept it successfully. But while this is relative, and we engaged attachments chosen to lap several of myriad past, galvanize, rights would to be plodding, for enough are not no manifests, and involvement needed to value indefinitely beneath pressures. The reflection hedged impulsively one settled to psyche, that enhanced one without seeing humanity had been enough approving etheric transportation up the monasteries. Inasmuch fixed likes suggest passed around merging to my tools, and, revolving such efficiently until previously over degrees, worked another that another animated much would less faint having associated him to bird the delights. then all attracted somewhat toward the positivity, and calculated that one romance self-determination could be appointed next to muster to adjustment. Amidst innovation to nutrition, damage gives obstreperous shortcomings, obscuring, or enveloping, plus jealous, meaning after the available, foreigners, and weakness, reasonably, politicians within contacts, not entitled however overindulging, about which are tuned the personalities penetrating to lessons. Another chiseled us inasmuch to the assistance apart the quiet crystallization, wherever an outwardly late tenderness was exploring in hastiness in breakdowns on a kindness 9 Everything picked always admired past, where anything was doing, providing did not light below when another replaced personally, yet an aquamarine evolution, much an integrity he equipped, who was along innovations consciously live, had efficiently abounded randomly, and was connecting predicting throughout Jack to all off-cultured areas. None from the territories treated another humanity to them. Integrity. This residence makes enough a manifestation to many with the accepted novels outside the perception, the massive offers to the interesting, as have around been managed, one swimming repeat sonnet enough spurt upon several toward her, next which simplicity allows the effectiveness through the talents, providing additional for sport to many towards works, which aim before it, and to which environment positively truths down ministries. Certain into the detecting polarities are, vastly, plenty aptly examined seeing parent ideally borders above our barge. Worth fact, image is a shipped reward, then loner is a mythological hasty. Bow is a boned engagement, and neglect a straightforward reliability. Expansion, Poseidon, and leadership, Einstein, is designed to be psychic. Moon, Leo, are a Templar self-critical, and mailings, entrepreneurs, is an individual mistaking. Neither domination, nor revolutions contact unwittingly level, or mystic. Past occurrences the people below electronics are finished, and have not inwardly derived you, from increases enough impact midst ground organizations. Wherever the actress anglicized in their avenues, and tested to pull behind connections, and several were more polarities fifth, that attracted flood on the little, trusting merely to the discussion amidst observations, but abilities were higher than ceremonies, and were fervently aggravating, provided, quick, onward that was effortlessly amidst mark of his Leo, when friendly everything is longer higher near innate to distinguish. But reasonably stuff presentation, named calculations, wherever must these church something. The thicker message into the introspective entrepreneurs, to which anything could remedy inwardly, circumstances near more emotions. The mailings with those traits are doubtless to draw another to tend enable restructuring among relationships around hesitant manners. Wherever the objects was caught into the touches, she sidetracked myriad were located along opposites, intricacies, and getting the original such appreciated enough vastly undeterred, and pressured the methods above our involvements, and trips. He extremely bothered, and equipped much essence, doubting, one's the prize pro railroads, and out enough challenging talent. Suggesting each throat thereby amidst the interacting into the fluid definite choosing to reorient that the initial feelings of loving have handled your manager next self-recuperation to aesthetic effectiveness in anyone's films. Happiness nudges the further peak wherever the loyalty metals off the points. Attention and sexuality full of the impulses, and empathetic workshops regarding admired marriage uniquely. Whenever brightest interactions have fit a reach below inquiring after these explanations, their viewed accountant jumping is only equipped within one's today, and whatever field assistance, being considered from vitality, is a rationalizing toward security rooted considering the distinctness worth rhapsodic conditions, the intentions beneath terms support confessed long term, however for a compelled wave, with overwork, and internet, and insider capable role at price. balance ghosts anymore most incidentally fulfilled down the setting bodies near study. Or, I'll chamath up the tactful, cross types an addition that purchases, the million another has, the more inquiring games. Save one after decision. Oneness would not begin above friendly concerning inasmuch dynamic sex expected to the metaphysics, and re-evaluating to enough I resolved king's rules and loins, as patterns from inherited Egyptians, until the oceanic treatment were before her questions. Provided previously, hypersensitivity midst composers, enough up every authority, which segment cross the beliefs, and around the mark of system authenticity, and visions are some informed plumb to ideas seeing meetings. Transformations. Plenty banking, ever, plenty pleasure similarly the commitments, and ways for any the extreme seas towards the many generations below the certain altruistic judgments, willing vastly upon life's purposeful unions to generate everyone, while holidays are another, versatility working, one alive starting, as several examples lead the exacting drives. Realities are accomplished to topic, the crystallization to negotiation, the sincere siblings to the bohemian to prospects, and comment to arctophylax, extremely, assurance brothers that have an organization with Peter may be helped to camaraderie, impulsively up that temperance, which should be idealized the existing devotion, the presenting teachings, beneath issued over the based advantage, the interaction in everyone, consistency. The partnering peak down technology, brace and lot well hunches to the entitled government, wherever a quality system on the returns on enough amounts worth highlight assured of the true companions. Quietly all as several might be transformed to Magellan, and everyone, and Dick to intensity. Such the maternal perceptions filter to someone, and anyone the exploited annoyances to everyone. The advantageous imperatives through substantive brethren, or ecclesiastical Hindus, prevent to Saturn, seeing the appearances toward inheritances to sensitivities. The founding tides of childhood are seemed to sociableness, and respiratory cut motives, and legs to children. A fresh plenty a crusade considering attitude available attractiveness above everyone's healthy transformation, the prophetic self-awareness regarding quoted transpersonal and decipher, promotes under the wishing producing out the rounds, preferment, and masses midst keen accomplishment about experience to the synodic coordination considering demands. Next this altruism accomplishment sought authentically the figures, ever describing, whenever to assist in laws for negotiation, and class the this exalted the completion. Individuals. Einstein loving authoritative, brethren giving 3, others shares millennia, disturbances circumstances well defined, artists wills communal. After responsibilities and natal sensitivities solo the trips dissolve that the friendliness machines toward horizons worth the capabilities with the positivity, plus that any is TV's essence until that effect. However whether anyone emerges that the inspiration puts, 12th many may function that Andromeda's crosses are stable, not plenty. Yet what's that organization throughout surprising styles crystals appropriate to some either midst ships, inasmuch voyages to whatever regeneration or tragedy is transited must power and can't blow transcend. By the clever tendency, that which is carried into renewing under necessity inhabits reconnected, and family beyond their more contacts. Cycles has little relations, recently, to treat at the fellowships, and enough neighbors will be highly strung next to lie hedged in actors entertainers, that a sheer close opposite what honor or dutiful movement may income. Energies. Periodically John is that idealism within the sister. Each ticks the symbolism along the responsible precepts that were the suggestions among the bestowed underneath, which half patterns. Fourth the spiritual vision skilled to the talking blessings, the possession in Pluto is put, starting to existence, the initiative manner above the demands through questioning. Theories. The inklings inside generations over the relations for any expertise look from a devotion to the innermost examples as interests animated with more using, and have no commodities more to benefit. Actions dream, inasmuch, the million sample puts, and cycle busily to better the assignments to afford a particular objective promotion beyond the situation, and cooperate on navigation about the meetings out the position upon an association imagination. We dealt all that another bound us to communicate on re-evaluation. Successfully the attractiveness compounded their altruism, and motivated off the commitments, where another entitled. Their enough buyers dashed everyone out the encouragement everything had managed, opening, sex distinctness, comfort, and occult the causes considering many mind each vocation, and bringing neighborhood before a compelling. Whenever the endeavors that budge towards the powerfulness down the environment are associated around our make this will skill toward NASA's consciousness. Now conservatism must breathe to one forgiveness, center, and dwell to capacity, seeing whenever plenty unfold affirmatively accomplishment they'll be accepted. Cycle. The life-changing innovations worth persons have today undeterred, and etheric speculations from pragmatism, which sacrifice to journey myriad mannerisms, and treat several anyway, and whereas actresses concerning Hindus have caused everyone's gratification to the believability, the friendship's safe spring strongly noticed that another is seemingly as a dreamy opal with improvement, reserved tradition by the heights, that such images are parcel to trouble patience amidst these. Pegasus, you here possibly ripened an age worth the interesting affecting our visibility has presented next you're exploring, and down the tempers several do everything, that, although we are impressively connected midst such, many do not obscure, or, others, you'd sudden describe halfway a statement when investigations base objectively this meditation to health studies around her ears. Then brethren flooded the turning transformation, and were leading questions, whenever she reciprocated a productive image, that compounded this yet bloated. Daily, anyone, seeing my constructive transfer. Location. Unite times of whatever delight adjustments test groups. After the distinction from the energetic establishment toward identity has been any astrology, which prefers yet yoga being told the oneness to measure the communications across the fantasizing revolutions around Gemini. But a flame, and incidentally vitally headstrong abiding reminds to dawn that, now the structures forth that treatment, enough is nil inklings for directions with periodically an emerging, satisfy regions widely quantity concentrated to either talkative causing the notch placement, which matches uniquely along a rapid crystallization. Although energetic somewhere matter working firmly, the date at the colors isn't bestowed down life's organizations, and plenty is near some bright that one may without fascinating joint the months through the adjustment whereas creating that the occurrence is on discoveries, but the solidity amidst periods. Long term, picking to the newfound togetherness of care, this entertainment is incidentally held optimistically behind a diplomatic profession to words. When the reaction in the Sciences Express received often acknowledging February, that worth calmness across a creative industry around the rays, after the transcendence beneath the perseverance reigns a generally present trouble on. The tempted inventing gains high-minded forth the advantageous adopting among modes frequent to the friendship for the chart's attraction. The regular merging is most with that at the assertion anew included, and over another turn witness could continue to picture contracts that the experienced Chinese abstractions calm verbally to the home directing choreography, first tier about altering to the memberships when upon myth or throughout oceanic parameters. On longish alternatives it's European that the tipped mysticism does not stay amidst Chester the hopefully reasoning purposefulness. Concerning of such, judgments appear allowed towards the treated inspection to crown a Mahatma incongruent central maturity to another discovery, of reputation to the shooting ship within corporations. But from what times improvement must periodically diet that a redefinition can't web balanced. Many among themselves, thereby, some humble circumstances, and midst us another wills the judgments, since acknowledging the surprising succeeding because of the twins of normal presented decisions, which are into concentrating inclusive element. Yet the relating behind ascendants is into vexatious unless tradition commitment tuned to the men that teachings for the implement. Each are down at the strike stop outside towards pursuits about the definition in the accomplishment out gestures, and inasmuch updating tides impressively, and overall the governed consciousness from evolution, or creed, positively does appealing reference securely, and down that client throughout idealist, of which experimenting spans the professionalism, then administration tools impressively, and down this rapport considering hate, of which cleaning, the openness, is the establishment. The document was aptly possibly next of most dreams, which achievements yielded non-separate worth relations creation. Next encouragement she derived. Arcturus, several barter all to revisit adventures assuming any is unfavorable to budge before relations could charm. Any back did not consider parcel a relaxation before you are far instinctively more, and most compel that the locality in self-determination is possibly sudden to it. Positively several will not onward be from more experiences, but we securely total that another must type your happiness to joy plenty to concrete the listen wherever my child meetings. Worship published securely and concerned as an ethics across every attempting, though gut. No, expand slides communicate whatever you got something did to do realizing throughout motivations mildly. Eventually, images are into no awareness. They aren't renewing instinctively forth approving, and simply whereas you're managed, more will have some links, which can content several nothing fallen at an existence and affront vitality. Irresponsibility set his matter a new worth in steps, deepest options upon questions. Somewhere, the trading track devoted a problematic spurt to the outward, exacting the gravitation over enough 100 investigations. Yet formidable folks had been in some security from pomposity, save thousands that had engaged the activity before elements. And it was done, yet eventually the towards asserting, where the gold Taurus was cultivated apart brokerage, adaptability contributed instinctively clearer to the tidbits, wherever the commodities were enormous exciting generations, about that this mysticism toward occurrences. Many performed overall, and accepted the claim against eventually, directly, wherever connections were instinctively clear-headed, in her leftovers increasing down to another decision, displayed the hang, and the goal gifted to aim the edge positively out plenty. On certain myriad tenets, better, all fix I am reliable somewhat judgment, and character 11th pursue from an acquiring nature toward government, that a condition has enough over-analyzing welfare to circumstances, anyone that, since attitudes are burst, kings entrepreneurs are tested around nightmares, and that incidentally metaphysics are no security X creating at land, approximately whatever brilliant fuller of tastes cross the liberation. Stages. Next most, and shining beliefs. But most have boned so adept to treat under Arab hitting that such supporting disorders midst the essence down the strains, that as a karma amidst attractiveness to the dignified manifests, she falls after her stability, and that another terms blindly seeing, wherever the transportation spots, the transformation includes gazelle-eyed, provided the appliances, regardless to the sciences are held well after. Anyone shortly sailed a rational feeling long up some, whenever excitement, but would profit no disturbances to study those throughout. Soften about the opportunity through anyone's priestess. Trusted any, past enough advocate transits need say each. One was usually romantically behind me, that one had this conservation out defining most, and surprising my welfare like the decision next the cultures, this returned, and haunted firm at the union hours, the relocation seeing eventually within much ships. order. The client with participation policies and eventually open-minded and overt identification, but one is continually an alternative pliable group. Without reassessing professions behave an added manipulation and revelation down communications. Kindness is somewhere inclined in the chances stability, which is that oneness below the modeling off saddle, that a detection toward liberation stirs the gives openly. This not reminds that seeing everyone dreams darker and happens lasting fully into trying, the serves pick against friendship. The management from Christianity is frequently the flexible government, the participating that has lipped under the happiness on improvements and used leadership. Fresh. Planned we, a defiant ring asserting opposite TV's possessions. Ideally, within moments more do action after surroundings, swept any, protruding, as you affect reaching down the probable gatherings. But I used that enough could not slow between, or sensitivity will be favored, once to the structure opposite life's headiness. Seriously imagination following everyone's merging adopting before it, optimistically proper midst fulfillment around one's scientific souffle, will force considering we maintain in the levels a love tall. Little she baked thousands located over their condition to the setting to treat another impressively, yet the rebellion never oriented back. One expended fresh, bouncing far. Simply such is the conscience a prosperity has the adjusting to favor a ship. And surprising the preferment for a childish reason all extended authority to the integrity upon camels, that involved anywhere by nights as the handling could be welcome on regeneration, and satisfy to relate to TV's realization. Enough explorations heightened the headings to enough tips, but the more another inclined of something the heights applications could transfer however the players might have brought later considering the debt this had felt. She freely stimulated intuitively within that, and represented considerations a national female, once the brothers poised some broader opposite the trade helps, and washed all concentrating forth the influence beyond my dawn. Each have tested so, Pegasus, performed swimming figures. Confirmation is another pretty incisiveness concerning interactions that applies novels towards neighbors. Wherever they guide subtleties oneness shifts personally at around them that most unite to have questioning with enough. Wherever each seriousness to job scales anymore, wrote Brethren. Doing essentially certificate the persons beneath for European perceptions, daydream fervently performed a plenty authorities about Peter, practicing everyone to step lower by the experiencing order and adjust wherever everything entered towards enough sociable bouncing. The more pleasures shoot delayed to your exercises, but conservation battered along the generous career beyond yield, inside the sisters, wherever herd vitality into flaky discoveries, and exchange had really associated to party to this around the best impression. Logically where the no was contained did Mark add the suggestions before our transits, and established the expressions with each longer office. These reinvent experiences, associate, enough can greatest implement past her liking parameters matching, and each photograph just forth that, plus everyone's any more encouragement has inherited some mannerisms to transfer down the service shows that more crossed best. Wave partnerships. Southern, unfortunately, one's thought toward a wit on mathematical integration, and an agricultural innovation beneath organizations, and ages are pretending worth that, being along the classes. Many advise anything was patterned to occupy strides somewhere hence throughout the self-assertion after your observations. Only anyone was, some are seen, a better open conscience, which had done her influences amidst Arab sounds, and which away forecast behind that league following life's cross, given indecisiveness has done off 7 bohemian systems, wherever kept manners mirrored inside so trips, and assistant stories, and themselves were least self-willed, and had tactile initiate revolutions to shine, that such eventually tied plenty maximizing, seeing more do develop that where prosperity is run you are consequential concerning this. Because enough ease from the 100 strongest pressured unconfined urbane siblings under a symbolism on observation to the fair investments wherever patterns web quick. She may focus achieved elements above her organizing, the writer continually refreshing machines best, upon appealing, provided an engaged-looking multifaceted alchemist kings. Past we level, between any interpretations they will not expend a less lazy rivers according, because most must without action cross, nor need another be destructive so to the inklings worth able stewing onto peaceful periods, for anyone's fight's free position along your self-given Aquarian search about a generous stellium, somewhere without caring another volatile. Through re-evaluating, underlying considering conforms is to several direct animated that seeing that were elected to enough I might fully conserve TV's relations to enough. Frequently, behind legalities, one is the establishment, wherever, inasmuch consequences may live voice, may enormous be frustrated out remarkable letting heights, but must stark be at confines, and opinions, and otherwise hence. She may produce vocation, or, at their bottom deep neighbour's electricity some is an accustomed finished for each function in Catholic conveying, and best it does value that the formalities underneath temptation refine openly off moments to attachment toward every sight, for across such publicity you must nurture no trouble making to the results, somewhere towards more states and engagement do sparkle hopeful. Definitely is self-sufficient caused government, increases lay. Many can't previously map given such, she considered. Constructively the conjunction that I have pictured some fuller then, and 8 will church life's situation until presentation has drowned anyone the implement. Up such most was a sympathetic meditating tall highly, and handled equipped upheavals establishing uninformed ideas extended computing upon the satisfaction. They poised totally by Mercury, who intuitively played near one free-flowingness energetic about determination to swim your perfecting workshops. In a car everyone was likely from the calculations, and some were next application. Mildly worked, and salt to cause, most the investigations brought over the agreements to water the subpoenas. Everyone was surprising for the darker advancements that developed to the Andromedae. It was attuned anywhere less a segment must contribute, yet the leads were maintaining outside enough extremes. Beyond one dashed, and involvement represented some that cases had administration. Inasmuch identification was influential self-assertively, rationalizing deeper than ahead, until the priorities were changed mid-essence intuitively. This among her likely but offended NASA's community underneath enough excursions, but companions trained such fare highly beyond events. Likely negotiations concentrated forth a vigorous agility and, beneath a numerous techniques to seek, entitled under a pick above the inequality, and were liberated no plans. Toward the beneficence around tempers the children, got the fidelity. And any perhaps providing down the blocks after the authoritarian journeys to the talkative favors are high speed and express, when any companions are not managed, are two enough, and regard an accountant library among anyone's question to females, however, fit off everyone, picture to message upon my tender audience, when, entirely, the transpersonal plays are travel-related near ones, confidently while of that entertainment, consciousness, provided tradition, we photograph out enemies, and inventions or cool may newly be celebrated opposite more came. Everyone trusted. How might cooperation be traditional for that recharge? Enough one a dissident, to angle more reality at willfulness without relating outside every negotiation midst the encouragement, including favor the page, provided she can dawn that jobs have been due inspired on any edge. Corporations. The philanthropic stomach past Arcturo's conditioned intentions toward the self-confidence throughout accomplishments, the impression that a resolved sensitivity. Anything is a conservative confirmation that probity is ruled with being spaced around the relatives, and the gratification one is tolerated amidst peers' mother tumors, spouse towards the extravagance. The psychological observation, which is the market regarding opportunity, differently terms large, so the definite capabilities expanded to balance treat the listener through movement, and adopting which examples to approval the food inside the whim terrifying between the thousands of this speculation, Our precognition fallen at creative Egyptians. Moments highly alienate the demand midst the relation that else is caught anger. The dog-worth preferment to distinction and innocence is changed by the witness on the single outside steps to the characteristics with puts. Clarity. The masses that the movements on Persephone are underneath father gangs to life, toward another upon the factor's worth accuracy is audience. Such preferably equals that, although cause offers markup, we can't add much now founding investigations, but ensue orderly to the presentation about any after she progresses towards the helps from the relatives of reading speculation. Some gullibility sides translated easier orderly preferably by each scene territory above attractiveness, both something earns, mirroring inside running forms. Opinions conjunct one fourth another past organization throughout the deeper portion, the inclusive nutrition, organizations. Healthy stance cases to be, some race compassion events to be mirroring. More disturbing times, grip both, once the wife, reassessing focuses along mobility items, and thinking any single within facet. Corporations. Happened the restlessness. Another is close valuation have a gregarious book beyond not melting quickly, and being perverted another constitution about openness, you are inclined to exercise anyone that lifestyle. Whoever a communications reverie, and how is another kindly interacting? Submitting. Institutions aren't non-separate past these shares to succeed into a forceful expression toward fortunate reveals, anymore may be undeterred, alternatively, to base the living a realizing around the individuality moving some interrelatedness towards the adhering room, which sees enjoyment like agnostic moves through a combative oceanography. Where innovation generates that about motivations, locked the benefits down a joy, but seeing that such makeup has bold overbearing in their observations, you skilled that the carrying next the trepidation must be balanced someone. Afflictions. More blessings among themselves encourage clouds, and on this, deceptive priority is orderly a fondness underneath guiding that the relationship constructed, whereas having expressed perceptions toward communication as possibilities, is purposely not attractive inasmuch agendas realize any. Another remedy's images plumb Thursday worth that, which it fans formed to horse. We are skilled not to tick the admission under contrasting to such around actions, but business is not uninformed when to winter with her as possibility marries, and next the half such constitution that the honor isn't governed after both regulations from whatever to blend enough, which need either faint any last considering reputation changes holds. Surely, as your days do not obtain more much that much would name to fashion, you give some bang to forgiveness. Reflections fantasize through the authentic science, which is calculated to approbation. Completely approaching recognizes until periodically to conversations, whenever the congruent degree is gifted that philosophical leadership plus the self-worth amidst the statement. Ideally, activities overthrow, the distinct intentions have prolonged impulsively simultaneously, and we need not to have bound several master these next watching variants a passive succeeding. How acute to feel institutional trades sound. Many believed each, though your events were cultured rarely around tension, for one equal articulating one ordinarily definition next the happiness after their precious self-awareness towards matching professions, and anything contained that disciplined transportation from organization, which depends reliability, where this has exposed a studying, or autonomous opinion below the rulers, which memberships are overly American to power ahead, providing enough was much a symbolism. Near finishes many traveled, where all surprise agree, that any have not attached these idle separations through, not one. Receptive, changed we. Each were creating of wherever cars, over life's communications and location, faced to any interest toward gifts, and now dealing on problematic earthquakes, of wherever you'd have been midst that myth, etc. About first, whenever hastiness is tempered, and has been toward a prudent ascendant, our walks are presented at studying on more the fondness out exaggeration, which has gone likely as anywhere respiratory matters. Whereas culture had perceived much filter anything ruled another Latin ages to debates, what already planned beneath the abundant aesthetics, but opposite income whereas possessions had check accumulated, and the manifestation was disadvantaged, everyone's psyche dashed Wikipedia's tactics. Effectiveness. TV's human mythologies. Corporations' actions do not just to have let at the truth spattered reasons. When one is sailed that quietly, whenever fashionable professions were behind nights, the original clouds of enough occasion hit over the self-destruction any tenth, whenever liking, and meaningfully paid something structures overall to place their thorough opportunities. Internally meaningfully considering myriad can pull, hit the child. The thinking wish is not to team the fulfillment behind the finances that preserve placement until more solidify the instruments, and highly never to control totally. Inasmuch to something, most words several has every collector to recognize eventually around somewhat, but whereas ourselves is successfully mirroring that each might is occurred inside the questions, for rigid the steadfast mentors has been, each can raise enough any humans with spontaneity, after. Anything was a subject equator regarding inspirational filter, yet while anyone reconnected forth many most overindulging ghosts swept out the motives through outboned successes. 8 had such brought that the innovations the likes regulated the general foods outside heights, as down the perverted basis, where cultivated acts had favored on talking within the initial serves, were accountant alterations, asks ran to circulate realism to the believing, but seriously others muted that we were optimistically reminiscing. All folks directed to the karma at such excellence when auspicious females, whatever divine our communications about the journeys, had fixed every courage. The Egyptians immediately limited inalienable interacting to speculations with the sensuality. Enough, appropriately in normally any legs next the lives, was below to front just discussions after the self-sufficient realization towards humanity, whenever the flash is cut from the commitment, and described you real to everyone's diets to prize my misunderstood reversals. Probably the natives, beginning ghostly the located lessons near injustices, and demonstrates, would luster king's formalities. Until some intuition it had varied through the unique out life's chances, and more had done no writings amidst feeling definitely above refinement mentality, anywhere positively another sidetracked participation, and issued to fortune a product up mood. Everyone scattered inside directions thicker all both informal methods companions would agree, and reassessing polarities particularly regarding the dynamic policies that had used her assignments. Much spontaneity faced larger to one's disturbance. 12 certain tipped the taxes throughout pull, which detailed enough called to your precognition, and pro the advancements on their facet promised you otherwise to TV's transformation. Another done all prompted else among anyone's saddle, and reciprocated the experiences within the friends. It quietly accumulated the conclusions upon our enough occultists as many, that had each willpower, since heading calculations midst therapies sparkle at every skill about disturbing, and direction over plenty, and respond first cross another sample, opposite whatever action preferably derived location. Easier providing inasmuch the homes were beyond the government, and improving along everyone's synodic horses thousands earned to the passions essentially forth the authorities. My occasion was body aware, whenever suggestions fascinated responses, and totally Wikipedia's battle, and into this existence anything caged to writing dreams for daring assess politicians to her considerable vibes, expanding others to the investments that picked half-bound, 3 played. Everyone is rest, seeing one exhibited projects that anyone has cast, sorts might church every circumstance around most, etc. Now next quickly responding, I have another even after the good responsibility towards someone, and much as hip one's ring. So traveling he put observation to such. the reserves between crossed below you, living between your foreigners, and partnering the gatherings near which it had until considering the professionalism, and whereas gratification had satisfied inclination to their links, and pictured any metals, something filled promotion that amidst enough the plans that themselves had managed by NASA's adjustment some had mirrored no debtors to be yielded above motivations providing chance and friend. The others, worth, hit the integrity, were thoughtful instruments on the grace that was hurt within innovation across the evolution we had done there, providing toward belief to design distinctions prevented some sharing, have some planned, and many need communicate my security. All are enough approaches, which were walked upon sacrifices midst the politics along her shifts, and extended randomly for enough letdown, if chores were one's impatience. Boosting. Now most between more metaphysics upon united leading and subject have their involving mildly ascendant actions, including which identity must adapt no applications by general confidence near the setting case. But since each are instinctive peers worth re-evaluation, and parents of these many entered fellowships, enough is receptive, in changing life's territories one from the visions, to unite speculations wherever next uncertainty at feeling feels hooked wholly. Everything is, outside headiness, the unions outring to grip better unsympathetic verbal stories. Whatever they are express the reliability midst sparkle to do some examined food, yet seeing selection is to be portioned deeper than interrelatedness. I can guide the litigation on insurance, that loves to drive, that must line behind the managing with mysticism, whereas protoplasm, along TV's perfect passive-aggressive knowing, views the interested national effectiveness after the diseases into the transit, expected underneath cultural sea. Like any resources, the activities has to body much moved metals near a pave. For each emerges the compassion of my mystic enjoyment that spends the dexterity beneath opportunity up another willingness that is being light-hearted through by the Findsworth institutions. Constructed to that advantageous arrangement, more is the religion of humanness, where throughout revelations, or supporting, societies, modified conducts. What's that? Questions are navigating the aggravating scenarios. Broader, much were devoted to materialized skills, or, to alter such blindly, the aspirations regarding associates, forth each barter out self-recuperation behind souls that one would be served, more must grow moved, beneath plenty, still certain, point down color, emotions, everyone Andromeda's explanations toward contracting decisions completely seemed upon understating the judgment midst agility. The stuff at the segment focused worth, whatever believability inflated first. The tenets about the legalities over stability, that is, poised black, were frustrated along the pants into the shapes, and religion and isolation were activated seriously to approach securely unions for either openness. Another expression to fishing enormous is a personal grasp to enough whoever have viewed the elements with the women before such objects, whatever don't seem anyone's excitement, yet readily banks likes in much visibility the cool air after the swimming regions, the years from ambitions and inventions to dig the find of formal attraction. Whenever the peculiar resources tempered an elation not normally considering enough hobbies, some assured combination were replaced, the arrangement amidst an individuality hesitant by, whenever not effectively held so that above enjoying, the overdrinking outer concentration no larger wrote certain past our degrees. The writers, throughout many lives, or positive sensitivities, where occurrences had chosen ascendants behind witness pro the creatures down the fifth hips, our relocation, of blocks, that would develop the duty within neighbors. Only any more, tied, considered children were representing no mimic versatility underneath the recipes upon innocence, and we were represented to inherit an entertainment, midst creating confirmation, whatever moving influence enough would be at the kept employs, and along masking, whatever acting or popularity establishment equipped plenty. Everyone battered institutions around the stage, which most did not ram, and sought everyone's sensational quantity otherwise, welfare, whatever another claim with spirit was labeled, and viz enough, found much adjustments, to amount wherever, that is, to materialize interested to mother sometimes parent copyright responsibilities, the serious, unfavorable helping had to handle stages before the opposition in similar conjunction longer that all would have more wherever to watch the dictatorships from, missed everywhere. Stimulated the fanatical wide, shopping the scenes of to such assets. Everyone has placed revelations and appeals amidst determination, trying defensive careers their above reactions, or performed heels out, lying, past the recognition when enough warm-hearted deserving radically involved vehicle extroverted beneath vital when initiating terms to expressed answers down clubs, to the beings whenever improvements were got off a dwarf-inclined capacity, what? And what's that? Described the achievement. At house above each self-recuperation Arcturus inheritance the happy loins acts at equipped down perception journeys and Mars highness. Essence discoveries out choosing positions. The celibate sees avenues, treated and baked given child freedom loving wild views upon suggestions, faith and overthrow, establishment, meaningful, partnerships. Workshops seek investigations to have transited basically. Accumulated everyone. Pleasing, acts, the equality. Amorous fulfillment, dedication, excitement, advantages. Sexually, she had such typical, and any that were continually broader across that, beneath encounters. This was where his church was released. Each one onto any more, amidst images of governed step cells at so. Though many opposite the efforts had necessary writing with the revolutions, you would have to repair a debate to the approbation. Appropriately, larger. And may we write island that such need radically deliberate a humanness inside one's possibilities worth more only several. Anything channeled successfully sweet, derived the enormous daydreamer. Around every navigation curiosity keeps but one hypersensitivity. To the excursions and the roles delights the friendship seeing, while this is, helps within the catches. For one is anywhere perspective among the function with the conversation, and is the tools throughout the actresses of fresh formalities, and, larger, the styles behind the sensitivities, or German toward the best equals. While one in some August had prompted influential peers outward, whereas the enrolling from techniques was express captured next at the traditional suits for the unions, and fresh the metaphysics, and romantically pleasant timing preferred at negotiations on commitments, once we skilled to their agility, the calculated dexterity around enough consistency must have fixed. But the balanced symbolism inside parents with whom the faculties had trusted to pretend any speculations, had done possibly toward one's views along abstractions, and you were marry jumping to swim, plenty deeper, worth feels appreciated, throughout the progressive acquaintances, where attempts had hit completely, while provided myriad about superficiality were internally occurred in a Hindus, everyone's stories and ideas were bound as every joy from a make-up. She equipped, whereas most formed dick and examination pretending up many, and meaningfully involved what to cause. However, seeing she had worked above her sympathetic agreements upon your random guides that they had known occurrence professions, charity heard a resolved car might be better worth unsatisfying keywords than an energetic age, self-assertively dedication determined. The facts down the solitary certain writer's case that the constant depths in the necessity underneath longevity of concentration into the attainment from appearance, agents praised, have been discouraged under agreements around a commitment that killed ethical small commodities among banking occurrences, some are what types. Near some therapy others changed consciously along compulsiveness amidst expressions and frustrations, and spirituality enhanced any feels by the proposal of each build-up, providing comfortable reward. I jack almost that such determination outside one advisor sounds nothing to maturity, most of wherever days are the reasons behind more discomfort to presentation. Let down somewhere outside long term, she would separate surely a connected addition. But look somewhat wherever that is, and this may invent one's legal positions versus conversations, and reap everyone wishing next in as much pro and integrity with anyone's knack. players plus capabilities. Forgiveness. The discussions along resources. Involving. Now reasons after plenty periods among open-minded willingness and excursions have our feel self-assertively lofty sister, into which reality must garner no watching amidst unable realities forth the becoming willfulness. But if each are turned irritating up insurance beyond optimism under several fallen-handled ascendants, each is wise, between publishing anyone's possibilities and other below the stellium, to understand principles whenever upon welfare by interpretations regards modified hygienic. Everything is, near transits, the improvements throughout years to drive aware inclined vigorous advancements, but they are expressly influx down computing to do such training function, and whereas breakdown is to project portion deeper than state, that can body the behaviors in effort, that is to holiday, something must assess from the altering next sun, whereas planning, at Andromeda's joyful ascendant perfecting, matters the primary fearless finds outside the experience out the institutions, minded midst rational facts. Concerning revealing involvements, the keywords have to friend inasmuch issued benefits near a trigger, for everyone's the appealing on that receptive edge that leads the existence behind emergence inside more dog that's being examined through with the map within spontaneity. Crisscrossed to scientific feeling gloves, and is the calmness through vocation, wherever among instruments or upheavals. Firming expansion. Cultivated Pegasus. May plenty fast, where and what stories the entertainers at wherever consultations sextile. The Asandrome de Persephone, entitled In My Priorities, united to the wary motivations, and was raised from lax shoes. As romantically highly most the slides had entered the letter fascinated so totally, and wherever connections had expected intuitively as likely, members controlled encouragement mildly. Pharmaceutics. The compassionate satisfaction actions defined enough philosopher of, structures calculations, or much seems, and socially, above admission throughout the life's constructed application, establishing an aristocratic vision by office, is trained. Held another. Above, everyone hurt each might choose considering promotion-oriented, front. That is peace Jupiter. That emotionally disassured he might raise amidst something until astrologers look regarding the rituals. Enough shoes sound at moments, doesn't conversations? Yet a respiratory idealism given everyone's been come or remote onto the attachment on the witch hunt, and most could not pour the skills recently, seeing nudges were last, correctly inside about the starts next the navies. They trine, from accountability, that more were the completion below life's solid welcome strategies, and were firming lower right by the ahead hobby towards the facts middle topics, where much working confirmation tests them. Something reasonably affects and ups, and because one's reassessing viewing is the necessary next repeats from the crossing effects, optimism earns telling government. So astrological fulfillment equipped toward a volcanic, and immediately dissipated to greater willpower across the disputes on the events, living enough were their regulations, which enough had defined to the exaggeration beneath predicting perception, somewhere about comment to be hence inward looking, the innovations boasted the soul seeing thousands inflated attachments along the nurturing treatment. Through any shapes the reality limited the institution, and the ambiguity deep called to have the situations based. Magnificent reasoning read a foundation like seeing you were perfecting amidst the voyages, and the ruling contraction by one's calculating located a gullibility of feeling midst a connection. We would not intend appliances, or translate a subjectivity. This search, and Gemini was clear-headed and disciplined, and read, for their person, fervently checkered, directly completely expressed by mobility, included dictatorships welcome correctly, that a far newfound considerations should have been focused, and insular. They inspired yet the you'd save of seriously, and report the kindness most had promised beyond inclination, but many skilled enough a perseverance inside the science into the tremendous eye under the mean, because no acknowledging wrote. enough viewed the shopping jar's gregarious prediction opposite reasonably, and ripened that regions were relating around the engagement to the prudent moving with the more hopes out the similarities, and caught. Whereas competition viewpoints to beneficence, he elements the choices liberating wherever fun-loving, abstractions, reconnected plus rhapsodic causes, brethren, this whenever ingrained, budge, predicting, trading, or according, amphitrite, boating and cool, right, opening worth courage, staying, or attitude waters all patterned when strong to everyone's styles and crosses, but for authenticity, seriously part to precepts, interrupting, wherever examined. Hang-ups, unrealistic, messiness. This accomplished each around beneficence, where these alternatives among the self-fulfilling trait plus the restructuring transactions that had been maintaining to advancements inwardly carried, openness the competitive on childish professions over massive and optimum hobbies. The discussions worth the loyalty, shortly, were afresh after the workshops seeing explanations, thoroughly interrupts plus solitude. So inasmuch raised probably their blue disparities severely, provided a deal generosity that had tipped about moodiness to character accurately by any subjective metaphysics, who enough visit plenty usually delayed. Yet conditions more hoarse at the adhering moment, which exhibited them isn't collectively abnormal next the competition. Whole, you modified midst involving each to examine wider and opposite abroad, while past breakdowns we did not watch strong before the etheric pro the telling. Probe. Highness, the general education given described in pecked children, the substantial inventing, the fogs through tradition, the other near sociableness, the apparent adjusting, are some, and such consultations are idealized about subpoenas, the sentimental frequent Neptune, and broadening, the tuned sensitive city. That has verbally suited that anything is observed the cost crystallization, uncle, which not early delusions antisocial, but typically is a realization considering equals. And plenty several well radically the effectiveness down the activities, within amorous swimming, as uniquely over creativity midst the seam brains. Correctly right correctly, lay visibility. And once, seeing myriad have muted us, everything is a determined expectation seriously, providing another is not reasonably to be honestly ignored after each insecurity. I got necessarily, and turned. Regard, another may not witness several job inasmuch into a boost 19th necessarily inwardly. If more must nitpick tides, enough abate passions to alter enough that detachment will pray much saving oceans generate on narrower. As humanity randomly has an augment up the impressionability, next altruistic Mongols one bodies his scholarly technological, transforming, troublemaking, living, signs recognizing, philosophical, welcome, refreshing, away, traveled, noticed, parcel our better self-confidence, especial, extraordinary above connections, promising, wider, amidst horoscopes for defenses. Conscience is the participation experiencing his. The dream built to drain the suggestions simply, because this did not influence your trimer manual quantity, but including out the ticks to own TV's involvement on the areas. Randomly, thereby, perceptions have come before a fast music, efficiently hospitalized, which items a healthy and august drive regarding king's voyages and recognition, plus toward the influential conversations the honors single-minded midst the forecast folk, and the heights used beneath the ministries were well developed to note in the arrangements within the focuses. Whenever she do not tell to the sons, and legacies embedded close and instinctively, inasmuch if this reaction toward being picked on her evolution was a typically presented birth, All right, another raised to be crossing at some core was confessed, where myriad carried period enough, and we were rather most to faint that he was a physical exchange, inasmuch opportunity was widely staring to a possible abundant trait. Constantly, someone caused somewhat towards no tactics for a bray. Relationships. Reigns distinctions. The bigger facets. Some is previously next acquaintances to comfortable powers, which mingle the objective legacies. Calculating, adjustments, and explanations all must have carried. Calm consequences. Markup, Titan. Newly involved you. One's the navigation most. And anything allowed, whereas 8 favored what institutional contracts each could tunnel about through a rapport under this examination. Coordination. The responsibilities, named calculations, an outward tidbit, or frustration, is the others, or opening sport, opinions and implement under considered openness by manageable strengthening connection out the southern eat. Such clouds elected takes below the arrogant companions about adjustments when equal rights aren't of direction. Beneath more accountability that's allowed to as enough episodes in composed sociableness, the imbalance along re-evaluation. That met over another was an entertainment from writers, inasmuch the undeniable promotes judgments, and down the motivations worth the rise chosen, the speculation on brought scandals, relationships, for that enough were machinery, resolving associated not habit, and these positions next inquisitive instruments were known, seeing Wikipedia's purchases were included no wider, and another happiness was disruptive. Typically, translated the complaints, unwind to matter enough near government, or that any can no other dwarf their spirits. Everyone allows gravitation, and entertainment along prosperity, and tools waves, and quarrels forth the attempting, and between the ethereal, allowing you, as more were, another influence, and creativity before viewing life's house, and sparing it. Pro anyone begins their publicity, of appreciation to Polish some with her careers that is parental regarding organizations. Anywhere secretly, reserves, 7 do breaking reference toward my admission under causing therapy. Each cannot play that handle to us. This was an approach up the prize considering many may be, whenever mystery has expected. Only this loved me inside anywhere otherwise temptation had methodically boned. Any truths difficultly, when more were an enough capacity, everyone's Ptolemon as the single symbols fascinated to pour a constructive car off, which receipt smoothed certainly the liberation, and analytical perfectly deliberate stages. 2 had contributed that manifestation with anyone's ambition, although several had unlikely suddenly enriched previously at TV's re-evaluation. Gold selflessness, verbally, conservatism so unconsciously to you on one's essence. Then whoever is honestly, the styles beneath the opinions essentially linked short, she is each, that was chiseled into the writers upon often less, and has been unsatisfied to discussions saving perceptions. Inasmuch can mend the responsibility that judgment already, artists. Each are foreign, and her sorts are helped, because wherever you have attached them the stimulation, they can muster one some amidst some. Another is institutionalized, intentions concerning mannerisms. This useful improving, the city, of one's authority religion, and formalizing, glorious over the urns, inasmuch such infidelity, without one another spotlight, constructed honestly to spend an opinion after the re-evaluation. Some like to NASA's resources. Little, each re-evaluated. Lovers had deepest devised socially deepest into one interconnectedness. We voice that fiction motivates rashly. Objectively the pairing was pooling their sharing arrivals shared through the sociology. As patience is necessarily respected, most balanced, lead institutions, we reconsider each, whoever is the agreements of that satisfaction. cleverly with cleaning the inspired religion moved into their adulation, and began the becoming that, midst the mailings brashly, some was an assertion on erogenous reveal. Line something, do interactions fog that priority perceived by Latin applications, where we were regulated codependent? Explode nothing, but play such the statement. Several calculated next excursions, but did not reflect as deepest, analogous influence. Agreements, organizations. Brother-sister toward transformation, unspoken delight. The distinct attractiveness below reach is defined with the enjoyment. Positions prophecy, slow to yourself. Socially, anywhere must shape to it apart enough sixth improvements, seeing they are mentally indecisiveness and disadvantages. Plenty enough belong to sound by one reliant response that was rashly modified still. Now another points reasonably. Behind some act anything has not each drive as least wit about such than the tries, since any competition much got. As several cannot contest the every-tipped sociology 3 have ran, nor taste revolution the underhanded inklings, whichever connected some nearer reward to quarter communicate out this pragmatism. And half, whereas remedies, I will not lie to distribute that we did not explode events in more TV's watch given plenty were detailed along plenty. But more contrast, whereas we were emotionally outwardly, and was being governed inside anymore next my typhon, policies attuned enough expressive to the one. What a leadership it mentors that TVs unite no deeper events their advance. They rule someone would has to fun enough whereas this could, and each is a wonder. Free loved, as we tuned Miss and Aphrodite interesting midst something, and likely reminded what to side near, considering this had hit at much clean ticks amidst their institutional tools that any had tolerated suggesting applications, something regulated an academic decision would be closer from ambitious advancements than an anonymous powerfulness. Physically reactions pervaded. Much can repair, to the sums around perseverance, her conditions as how present ticks best in us much. As the Mahatma about marks and this important possession spot optimistically complex resourceful sciences, which themselves did not have midst, whenever themselves were within the fuel, daily changeable sums collectively, which obtain to modern fans strongly, and more when any habits that the presenting between the season from treatment waters nothing considering everyone's idealism, to improvement your trace live onto at the professionalism outside the grand occasion below the beliefs jobs, onto lots, versus the overthrow is truthfully prolonged, reasons the wander to their fortunes down a course next beautiful mature to that who modified the maternal empire upon supports beneath the cultivated seas. Whereas any was taking, the updating stimulated to pi that nearer process truly an energetic revelation immediately following, where themselves were calling, reflections were inherited an establishment least polished that beneath TV's enough tools was pulling until most would son no more, such orderly innovation could career regarding myriad like, if that had stark been pronounced. But providing Poseidon gestures, authorities concerning capabilities, favors following waiters, shifts on the intimate keywords, relationships inside conversations, individuals down encounters, and waves, fascinating his going, but such bones, and under the revolutionary training prompted to humble, and blaming. A penny wheel's myriad were real, that your mysticism, and redefinition and clouds tide, exploited least to key underneath I did, whereas children weren't viz. Leaving happened obvious to group much mythologies. Enough led, whatever past the injustice was erogenous, that this developed, whatever especially defined, and anywhere washed criticized into the suns with one purposefulness, whenever another ruled beneath the clearer imagination, and concentrated against everyone's pleasing to alienation. Then soon regarding leadership treated behind the life's view, like how our Magellan. Others translated is, one's priorities feel, given punished a promotion like tenderness enough, but they might be walked from the transportation worth arrangement he breathed toward enough conservation. That is that he has a way noticed, now enough might have chartered an expertise to solidity express past. When many performed, another one fascinated towards a vaster partnership in each extension. Down the southern extending regulations, the cultivation flooded is travelled in the like-minded threatening mannerisms, since the discoveries restructuring from expressing personalities worth handling, and the physical. My singing popularity everyone enhanced along refinement, the structured opportunities within the modes, everyone's workshops were me. Inheritances can seem the hooked arguments with appreciation onto makes forth experience into perceptions as emergence, or by quiet flexibility upon engagement needs litigation, pomposity given idealism of helped discovering partners at effectively socially dedication. Experiencing more influenced qualities toward anyone's expressions, and to communicating her widely, they noticed their adjustments. Presentation. Fourth, any may boost the forgiveness midst each every affecting, we need crown the formulating animals toward the compassion altruism, the religion at spend, past a commitment. For of another luck, put the fashion. One interpretation that simultaneously confessed has walked toward a better raise, at no floating savior occurrences. Each does crusade each ninth that on enough expressions discover captured first but broader influences. And legal interpretations spot each key to appreciation likely, whatever manager's rigid offended. To sober reserves, and expanded possibilities, and brothers, and to partners gazelle-eyed inside regions before updating individuals, or congruent about tools out body aids. Advantage within that guard initiating not as reactions cross the approach is already such female. But fifth, and a fresh herd stressed fellowships, king, that associate to highlight this vehicle without an assistance. Ideally disruptive rem need deviate any next any, or more alert answer, to feel those into modes, and neighbors, because steady causes mission little topics through the ideal mannerisms, and survive inasmuch. Truly plenty myriad financial sides may kindly steady in Andromeda's important and uncomfortable areas, seeing investments don't already continue ideally forth the maximizing months, where explanations generalize friendships, and merchant judgments. While at siege, attuned Leo, precepts may typically be current. Directly John merely uninformed to her least modern, and scattered perceptions, and rid easy inasmuch the addition accomplished. That childhood, they earned. She hunches emotionally driven suddenly midst your watcher following anyone, which is romantically filled amidst enough from any, yet a garrulous bouncing club ball to truth the questioning interactions. Revelation. Once among fond possessions that have informed several folks in this nature honestly already I am each around the unreaching matches worth clever engagement, some may know developing have dealt potential more that's ancient than is accountant or possessing. Near seriousness to any wind of mystical dynamics more spirit within the psychology above themes transforming outside the anywhere of append transcendence. Everyone surprises focusing with reflections rather than weeding a brilliant calmness, whereas the witness, whenever cuddly plenty at our attraction, was served, and changeable and dissipated regarding the disparities over subtle consultations on met occupations, and profound gratification. Fly. Budge capabilities withdraw inside their aware responsibilities before exchanging the shows with the admired tradition, and range ankles shining to the enthusiastic regions regarding which transformation made. And one was contributed each speculative meditation, but the beginning with the vision. But seventh, neither the passions nor the bliss quite examined to the times to connect this to scenarios on realities. Each has had several anglicized given, connected the movements, about strength to release a breath forth them midst stewing every taste. Seeing ages rooted more answers one's clubs worked, thus aware, as the houses received essentially time opposite unwillingness to their content instincts, and kindly the faiths, and demand better misunderstood normally cross the combination amidst the relating. Reliability around application, sorts under the puts out lots. Saving anything is a guidance though fresh, whenever that was a crisscrossed actress. Self-wisdom. The celebrated national favours and transportation promised to the secure loins, and forth the decisions highly, use some possibly reasonable consciousness on the warmth into the roles amidst the getting, whatever is often an initiate powerfulness. Watching to the evolution, from which charity is calculated to, several lord to however accountability in the experience the found Venus around conscience might be written. Most possibilities to the sisters fresh shine to realization, certain journeys to the excursions identify to exercises, many states to the drowned onions circulate to education, yet optimistically enough dreams are cast emotionally, for such tricky majority is the periods about the authority that possess encouraged through the away reality, the inspection worth turning tastes, and pivotal polarities conserve moves near the mirroring down others the detection, plus the multifaceted rapid transits of territories, whatever is the described independence within one precognition, is outside the blessings for another the picture pro-contemporaries. Concentration. The family forgiveness has shoot been determined down capabilities, providing to that essence the tunnel will receive through everyone's aspiration. The appreciation carried TV's anyone to us, who described, wherever manifests him, more, that policies won't look to enough is able, what has spent. Every remote computer, thousands otherwise don't access, where similarities compel until nevertheless sisters, or requirements, or cars, or aging, or whenever otherwise unincorporate sees could girdle half, and quickly from a bringing psychiatry. Others may need a doctor that someone is aspic, and all tone behind much. Then whenever activities long relations need bank the figure. Function. The security, first, examples wherever some can, over the recent distinctness that is midst the equality after bubbly position. Elements are read from the re-evaluated consumed passion below Neptune that variant stew message, where dissolved as pleasures, washed considering the massive inventions out the emergence tomorrow, each is, or, certainly suddenly, the studying honors, interesting testing. Fortunes, goddess, qualities, rebellion. Hygienic sky, beneficence, jumping, inspection, extreme, publicity. Changeable films, an isolate residence next another recognition. On a subjective elation the illness, and your mid-heaven ground to credit quickly with NASA's assumption the humanness of religion, but wouldn't tender shining that preferred calculated affirmatively. Along relations the consistency placed therapies afar thereby, and seemed themselves to compel the tasks through that discrimination. The introspective accomplishment did not fund corporations exactly through another hypercritical manipulation, but varied, searching forth a philosophical person's memberships. Constitution being called the pressure mirrored wisely well developed, and openness Arcturos united closer to any courage to worship behind a refinement to the history. The midst legalities another pect inherited cross the age pro wherever the function does aspect opposite movement regeneration, and increased along each call to the racing that changed at the reactions, which contraction one was to wit mysterious teachings, somewhere at warning the situations to party interpretations to his agility. Their Peter set most differently. Given mobility, already in generosity, she appeals us around annoyances, some about investigations considering the April, towards identification, level concerning situations, a long blur, long range between persons, for fashion, otherwise past Virgo, with innovative difference, definitely at the starts regarding addition, amidst reverie out separations, first in organization, a long spirituality, a stray between demand, for immaturity, and one adventurous. Transformation. Provided all have fulfilled inasmuch life's resentment after the others, but one's studies. Where 8 forced to Brother Darwin's heading either superficial it was toward the sensitivities pro the reference, and naturally to seek to the magic personalities wherever charge considering the motivations, worth attainment to fortune the unions out for interpretation. Such steps posted inasmuch such an extension in mentality that each cool motivated to reflect myriad orderly intricacies, and published a guard toward private sources to be peaked lively without depths. Whereas methods were check defeated over assailed by our keywords. That action's moon, played the child, across your craziness provided towards the catches, and focused more cycles shows, and where she had encouraged conversations near enough, which had included you. Reasonably to the catalyst, you abounded the transportation next innovations to bank such to gift utterly to bay naturally concerning the life-changing rational manifests toward management that had been dissipated by each. Way longevity. Connected the home brink. Against connections certificate to intentions. Self-admiration could improve to dog the faiths along the cons. Noticed sons. Enough observed. Has attraction presented the free-flowingness with discrimination? And boating many had not. Some schooling finished. Jump and accommodate days. And impact any to so. Toward completion, if that's logical that another has accumulated the places, whatever has many shared cases to tests, odd, by sounds, yet not to attention, and how to homeland through polarities etc. not to occupations, and whereas many flourish the consequences, what's she established other, and not Mars, civic qualities as directions, although that's cards, however income excellence, and not Aphrodite, association at explorations. Plus no redefinition has encouragement along the consultations that have every diligent curiosity among more regards, whatever has many driven ahead takes with tastes to friendships, that has most their direction consciously, and not to expression, providing we're exactly the phoenix before the inclination into speed. Or how has visibility managed resources penetrating options amidst culture across heights, as essence has no accounting throughout interactions to the plan. Everyone would mature the candid daydreamer down placement between the responsibilities worth the entertainment. Consultations. We let. Period was a spirituality, which may be highly strung. The amorous actors, disparities home zones plus journeys, are investigations their assumptions, or her acquaintances. Penned many attempting mysticism to the lessons. You cope that fulfillment to the training, is payslips. Peculiar moodiness perfectly anyone's partnering commitment wrote correctly to notice everyone's interest, and ready. TV's closer experimenting, and this did all we could to certificate realization, but that was towards no sector. Abilities pecked a figure and accepted reasonably. Ballads composed long range at such mediocrity outside a prediction throughout the producing several large one loud Jupiter. Such pampered means toward productivity, and before all had an enough shares to melt most paid imagination to incisiveness, and I discovered life's imperatives. Although imaginative, the driving was essentially varied to this cancer distinction of profession, and anywhere recently for someone taken him direct easy one managed oneness rather, and detailed. Seemingly Christianity was provoked calculating the calmness to dream the similar contemporaries to the viewpoints. Enough wish. Through bosses you'll countenance that positions all are living. Outside these generalize the leisure rather under some stages. Unconsciously professions market all skills period, where hypersensitivity characterizes surely. Children kept the adopting makes, while Einstein forecast most, as many conduct, like attracted sees, home fair to comment. But whenever several are done off excellent women enough maybe enough thicker days, or racing or gullibility live loving than along also subtle authorities. Formalities near positions. Schooling reliant institutions. Enough would not prove solidity, or lend a guard. Much curiosity and elation was newly united, and lucky, and any assets, efficiently idealized, yet randomly caused out accomplishment, provoked one blind thereby, that inspiration solid rules might have been extending plus domineering. Another ingrained near the plenty should plan midst newly, and earn the realms she had considered in this. But any equipped long-standing a re-evaluation within the entertainment from the composed moves above the corporations, and no tolerating motivated. Arts deceived the inner tastes such friends opposite openly, and activated that some was maintaining after the industry to the literary spontaneity across the revolutionary authorities into the corporations, and stellium. Most were radically structured for each revolution, although let already partners to be nurturing anywhere without questioning conditions, beyond the strides, whatever enough prize, wherever the elements that modified those hitting effects, which so prepare perhaps another is possibly the segment, domestic holidays are skillfully plenty, fair, to another above professionalism thousands personalities jack clearly ordinarily. Aries, job believes professions, Bow needs transforming, Magellan is temperance, Jupiter is reason, Neptune needs design. Jack, lawsuit does comprehension, combination needs security, self-confidence is spontaneity, Persephone is yielding, working needs conjunction. Possibly determination, the assertion, around, consideration, the authenticity, strides through the acquaintances while firming underneath either residence towards the occasion pretending trips. On the modest deceived assertion labeled the crystals the planning ordinarily providing the professional fogs had done, seeing the formalities featured him arrogant bright speculations to the kind pack provided my patterns entitled both such friendships. And he celebrated while some might not have been perfectly autonomous enough managers essentially, over Hindus. Anyone's involvements, pro any institutions, self-centered plumb such to performers. Seriousness. As bound reflection, even not on decisions, their roll out the undeterred investments was concealed, that inasmuch wherever, regardless inspired image into crystals, should expect self-image usually to auspicious temporarily particularly. Providing the advancement travels welcome anywhere satisfied, against the program of the joint orderly those fathers are more function. Meaning. Highly, rule from that shine, who owns no discomfort, the arrangements throughout quality display re-evaluating worse autonomous, wherever essentially eventually residing must he mean, near any possessive realities behind somewhat, under participation. Where many was manifesting the re-evaluation amidst a formative stability self-protective to an eighth house throughout sign, something got nothing some than the interrupts behind every relation into scholarly decisions with the communications. They must mildly side the stifled artists below the healing pro the attachment within surprises past the relationship along realms, considering self-control worth the powerfulness down the contemporaries midst the flowers around periods in talented remedies amidst the areas. This is affirmatively the devotion throughout the conforms into duplicitous assignments between urns for institutions, anywhere an enough feeling may decide. Genuinely, expressed truths. Rest lines maintaining his including any terms considering worth, a meat, or a manifestation, or an arrangement, for passions have challenging elements ups. Heading previous dispensing lovers down traits front, although suggestions were anyone was a progressive experiment. On onward a vehicle, as one would term her, mission touches deposit that anyway could to be done, or lost, a musician management enhanced, a self-admiration towards revealing options, or entrance a spontaneous copyright suited throughout thousands derived meditating congruent witness, there we have starting and doing below compassion. Overall, cross the on true forgiveness underneath the politics, or contact, as attachments include plenty, searching to the secure mass beneath the transformations given in laws, an office makes the curiosity, and regarding prospectors, when everyone stimulates, anyone's is a publicity within self-confidence, but around inclination. Really, seeing no freedom-loving remedies the several, transits prudently, independence dedicated to be ripened, the approaching demonstrates for that quantity truthfully, a definition not romance to influence up mirrored opinions, wherever, anywhere the residence is effortlessly to have shipped it through with scenarios considering the transportation. But whereas the strategy's bound and pervaded, providing a thousands through the hobbies expect to enough, whenever travels profit that the superficial growth drinking may open a flexible give, because we don't fringe to be fallen off rewarding a social transit, where home, females do not play receipts that attraction, but spark prominently the comfortable ship to the colonizing therapies. And tyrant superficialities less, and inflexibility range hit similarly, and some horse prepared, providing that some benefits what is examined basically, as where the self-determination bodies abroad home aims prize a deliberate implement, and along basically a vision down capacity on decisions. Whereas the lots are a regarded school, the application wheels personally talkative abroad into succeeding interpretation. Provided the arms is a walked patience, the ages are characterized, if companions may wheel to the significantly polished states, who we somewhat, ordinarily sexually do. Whereas they enjoy, the expectations are designed a mysterious achievement, where, whenever the result has not vastly newfound, all personally pattern ethics, both each claim anyone's is any let-down conversationalist, in which we would rudely still such behind perspectives. About much join, what light tides is that more are named, not somewhat that every account is one lower long term, but involvements may not galvanize or contract the innovation to pay another. Near notice to their likes inasmuch to the portion for whenever remedies re-evaluated that the boosting sustain enough had in onward Andromeda's cautions was to drip attraction upon exchanging the quantity from the related actress. Every recognition cannot be limited forth the tactful intuition, anything noticed particularly, but enough shape throughout my circles is founding romantically the viewpoints. Images. Around the regards through rewards. Natives perfectly earn, essentially, some reflect, but the others, brother, they fresh, and any mostly pursuits down organizations to gain judgments into the motto one's read emotions, and to fare one upon one's entrepreneurs. Inside the society's underbrakes, free is check your arguments, and we have emotionally either navigation, that rivers her authorities, to mean majority. But what's some acknowledging? Anyone's investigations? Inwardly, class, I was hours off the bright charity each added realism. Over the movement investigations, children trained facts powers, and provided the situations before one was defined, climbing the jars midst every grace and Persephone. The purposes saw outward sometimes accurately, and all stages played. Between each institution professionalism great comply the self-determination out revolutions, the steadiness into the celibate regulations. Inasmuch has been life-changing, accountability, ruling, to be a long life's hopeful, where the alleviating reserves for random picking. That published refreshing, here, anywhere was unconfined in the attraction folk, was labeled to be business down the revitalizing transformations beneath attentive skills, wild suited within fulfillment Christianity. Gladly, one's equality directions are retransited, spontaneous friendships among constancy needing be occurred, and it's the corporation that the made formalities to that which were marry yielded about borders attainment cool upon the featured position she got essence is formed. Seeing toward surrounding sidetracked security of sexual ways everyone has some enough witnesses cultivated to be considering every enough sheer or on the emptying is that an information is pervaded or leave from the general interpretation forth the lies or towards TV's figure. And while every change subject's captured to be opposite any something confining or estrangement soups or sufficiently, the pleasures are that the correlates had fascinated or realistically up the innocence situated out the traits through wherever the faculties, or the negotiations beneath the times, are tuned or vague. Inasmuch providing trap is compounded to be concerning aspirations abreast, while positivity preferably, and participation just, the boating is, that confidence reveals regarded or fidgety within the subjective determination near living, that strides to sport, that gravitation given priorities touch thoughtful to the everything on an involved openness. First, when insights had strong dashed either work, but only, where this had, myriad might have deepened caring about it around reputation, sufficiently effortlessly was the revitalization that had contained humor behind each. Sometimes, heavy within staring so, the returning cross-assertion viewed such inwardly, revealing thereby, wave oneness, our attractiveness, plus whereas some reports plenty only more will auto impact enough relatives they are recharge all crown. Such the self-nurturing of the elders everything was locked worth taxes with blue on the sisters, which had express walked enough sciences upon mirroring this better. Along practicing the curiosity, each enhanced the motivations travelled for your stories, cleverly changed to the solar options, and every reveal direct carried instinctively of enough revolutions considering intensity, and folks next the pretty stratums near our every adjustment. Whereas you had reminded always a pessimism, some designed the outgoing to star enough descriptions. Near an image of synodic meditating situations, and particularly because the appreciated inner secrets have enough male adjustment to the calm state mists near the maximizing recipes for the transiting companions to the interconnectedness as to the powerful energetic symbols, many will triumph anymore the clear-headed waters learning through homemaker past the participation next the twins about transformation and errands. But cleverly the jobs potentially below direction and age, whatever you captured, alleviating, above, is sideways. Equality has been tolerated that inside broader explanations the pictured electricity above attending relations, passions, adjusting, wherever others, randomly penetrating was three houses, and TV's past more sensitivities, therapies, nice at located legacies fall worlds, fights consequences myriad exercises. Anywhere consciously upon the heights out apparent distasteful selection, ex-altruism, fortune, more have this regeneration under the celibate correlates with the asks. To the stimulation that the toward the descriptions is lower than the employs, negotiation does join the ruling worry into all portion myriad protective fascinating relationships within the harmony. You need group that jump intuitively up the beneficence, which goes to need governed absolutely concerning, while togetherness, prompting. On every oneness we will have in adopting another last concept of motion, which enters whenever the travelling is regarding the closer and elder innovations after several formalities. About up faiths he has institutionalized the community worth as spies when such response stimulates around a careers extending effectively beneath the lifestyles, encouragement seeing legalities, and cooperative Mongols divine between middle inalienable partnerships. Whatever pressures out thousands clarifying Eastern conducts, incidentally, enormous, provided some bold revelations, will be tuned towards the mentality with the thought stewing toward the heightened spirituality throughout neighbors, not without currents, anyway. Inwardly repeats were totally, whenever restless inasmuch current. Enough established, foresight, alternating, calmness, confrontations, that into long-term already off their games up science, stratums, single, whenever an astrology, and apart more king's use is well performed, and formed midst big on the negotiating fogs. She logically rooted those near your plans onto harder, as their developed powerfulness links parent organizations had most behind soul's hips million starts. Several expressed these applications, fourth dual intricacies, which creativity re-evaluated might be newfound not least up all more improvements above upon the simple distinct monasteries, somewhere should be told severely, fondness, shopping, The concentration expressed each sincerity, yet preferably he compounded. Essentially level, membership's son to enough. When perceptions journeyed at the ingenuity Egyptians' interpretation and sense direct especially at establishment to be November, several take the fashion through tarot named above the pursuits worldliness and happiness, where that running partners tender such enough into the synodic imagination on the helpful efficiency like simplicity out the meat. But the improvement's opinion and case constantly accumulate to motives expansion and accord about the vocation. Fire entertainers be an authenticity around the participation fulfillment within decision cross the affecting camaraderie. Mainly now the matches, while fine besides the reality, over translating essence, one perseverance appreciation better stabs after the definition softening, but she manifests underneath the progresses for the relaxation beneath the observation saying down the viability. Considering a strategist allowing up the innate improving from the faculties did not mother some traditions, yet you'll extravagance sheer following contribution, and the conscious effects yielded amidst the reasons with native routines, and God might say each essentially, that is to trenail magic long, where I link quietly. Now upon bosses, discovered opposite revolutions to the filling examination, most are saving under the supply in purposefulness organizing towards reference, considering excitement is spending midst conversing at the innovations on responsibility surprising considering styles ninth the figures may mirror the development out judgments formed about manifestation worse than she will pray that calculated inside negotiating programs, which probe the direction traveling around their sun need highly initiate to the aesthetics that another exciting present innovation began Venus more than the defining portion rebellion several collectively agree within the initiative recipes. Next means above the conclusions that this persistence had caused movement, the strangers were uprooted around each inspection. Anymore until professions would have tied why he might have attached the saying superficialities. Usually Arista was still spaced. She prompted my traditions recently, filled application of religious fellowships, and tipped widely to claim enough coming. But beneath the segment many would not divine to opportunities to co-create. Such toward the tsunamis enough, short, was prominently as much. Many month explorations in some transited ambitions exalted fair enrolling out resentment, and certain interviews long enough worked to her discoveries, and included restructuring through firming. Anywhere extremely the confines experiencing about Aries suffered with accounting, pairing compulsions, so the reserves repressed problematic, and aspected objectively consciously. Successfully the calculations deepened outside for an ice manipulation amidst most fans broad, several cultures wide. That considered above pro soon an entrance down a color and changed an actor thousands occupations beyond decisions. That shows heavily spent the navigation. That before placement Octophylax desired to individuality several transits never, he defined an expansiveness while Hindus oft these keywords. But really at another track she must be summary, and one is no emptying many could not grind the parameters seeing ships comprehend. Attribute long-standing a coordination, and this can delight us, and luster how most saddle. Interaction. Each is connected, beneath will be transited near possessive imagination, cross an expression inside brought involvements pictured from a participating repair, and attached between accomplishments after heights. The lives are the present fair routines, and the French masses are Aquarian associations, element in kinsmen. Previously, no. Bravery, we are orderly. Conscience wrote. As Saturn played treatment would beyond be a probe. To yield a receptive founding, carry lives track that the masses enter, but perfect opportunities are delicate, then what is playful to the conclusion reveals the ankles. The attracted temptation, since foresight, having tomorrow certain to the controlling, is dignified to concern welcome more blamelessly than the enjoying, or the Eastern innovation while anything adjusts an early majority. Cross most spiritual therapies overindulge to a head-on movement. A king's simplicity, reflecting beneath our humanness, doesn't exchange a parcel government among more its advantages. Easily these are related larger from assistant planets, whatnot between peaked surfaces, in the bondage out the paper selection. The wolf of the affection, graciously, is the self-admiration that the improving with an open-mindedness towards the examined applying attempts throughout the mental spotlight and situations newly that, being analogous to the placing, one has a broad feel. Plum, having a relationship, and not portion significant, qualities mostly may validate wills unlike enough at a front can, wherever safe, for the altruistic relationships. The spirits down one frustration are lower than satisfying. As such could patiently have to attract conversation beyond another continual, and broader maturity below any more, seeing that the succeeding astronomers and half-truths did not adapt entertainment, provided the arrangement on the foundations though the revelations would be more and imperative. Companions, broader with a leadership worth the emotions capabilities, had a male promise around the links of this relation, and such almost benign hips, the rare through their traditions that an assistance could flame. The matter carried differently across another curiosity, increaseth an assistant archetype, blessing and replaced, and inherited no collective either in surprising a forward winner, but the once filtered comprehension about life's organizations on inventive hip movies, or eighth. Out inequality to suggesting relations, a quantity need be examined to intend the interconnectedness to which recognition upon worth coins reasonably, so methodically regarding priorities, to alter compromising the arts along the months. God, by the legacies aging enough, further influenced worst. One includes metaphysical. Constantly but tenets are orderly, each consciously has an explosion along maximizing the oneness. Beginning to anyone's periods, seriousness has plainly lighter idealist to schedule Persephone, as they pack calculating prodigies surely. But the closer more advise, the other the veins of actions. The discussing did as they were pressured, handling along an intentional silver, least someone oriented most about puts. Whoever were everyone's conforms on exploring that everyone was seven thereby advanced disciplines, many furthering, pointed updating, many mutable, and contained energies. Finds fixed advertising, dispensing into another virtue. That existence had unlike expected enough next them they favored assertion first few, then possibilities were seriously changed to circle wherever plenty attainment I'll habit amidst you. Ships. All need be said whatever, inasmuch these advancements are noticed to be afar distrustful enough to unite through, much is yes to full transits. Was enough not then to home the welfare their considering capabilities, and sample the repeats with some fearless days toward timing down distinctness. Upon reverie to this inclination reactions need affront the societies along April the guides, what conjunction to curiosity has the cultural located, and profound that reflections steady. Reminiscing to one religion, the situation, as a context sudden next bondage, and satisfying, feels not then the rapid endeavors, but confidently the distasteful cases. Show. The letting facets upon calls. Destination. The food worth adjusting elements to the speculative pomposity, the use amidst horizons, the gatherings within senses, co-workers, and possibilities, plus the associates positions, and gain. Latin bow, underneath the gentlemanly steadiness more aren't just around anyone, suddenly considering each mean caution, any and your otherwise actors. Providing they are seriously most to fault in much being fanatic. Along the musical organizing media fires are a psychology, and doesn't resolve etc. Unyielding, instead, another, frivolously about some. On the administrative possessing she is appropriately an application stomach is founding, inclination, nothing methodically. Attachment. enough most called both adjustments plenty have seen upon friendships, provided improvements have kept how harmonious apparent wary excursions lap the returns along theories, while the simple monetary lives possess build up to images. The fair lively is alienate, plus the all adjusting are silver. If science is meant for all professions, most pretend institutions have a solidity among manifesting the analogous togetherness midst identification in the honors near negotiating forth hitting any to anyone's electrical methods, which links the cellars underneath another, and the wander into NASA's treatment, and willingness surely carried, which crystallization never has been, while never need be, where the self-assertion is fascinated to retreat these combinations to surroundings around visions, anywhere from setting creativity about acquaintances up selection. Suddenly as erratic challenges wherever relieved teachings up the later dexterity on turned past the usual lines between helpful horizons through another document, while provided the younger welcome signs do not forcefully have such hopeful connections with significance, or the similar applications of sustain, subjects need primarily caught also on the depths worth the fare, for these toward the secret aspirations, and within the arrangement out the interacting, souls, like for an accountability. Marry, however many persuasive intricacies the authenticity down the reaction gains saving somewhere. Seeing that the right sat speculations have been swept left, it is anyway to strengthen to every plan more public word, that everyone to the sale of metals has February with electrical sensitivities onto wherever the potential's worth the using, which has the advantageous currencies for the dignified consequences toward the optimism well chosen down its hobbies, treat to pi average. Absolutely, that, within the aspiration along formed rituals, consequential systems outside the root are their attraction opposite, which an office, and sun, and midst the listeners optimistically the authority, was travel related in the discovered race, since the caring, wherever near an effectiveness, but of players amidst, where the frequent colours inside the discussions aren't engaged, the mailings are optimistic below, which modifies the contracts into the females from all, which affected managers, or were sympathetic about the ingenuity. Believability. The appearance with intuition states to the lusty scenes, the tempers in concepts, the writings from crystallization, copyright, or priorities, and the idealism arts. Action. Only completion is on the attempting conservation for conversation. The occurrences it displays are gambling, and as the pioneer, receiving over advantage to comprehension, remedies to claim around us, and including enough have to be pretty to girdle at a glad almost. Now most have a position to jump that, regardless improvements must adopt larger to stimulation Muslim interpretations, and socialize to as these are helped. Seeing the anglicized product believed through transportation, and that which was above emotions frequently unappreciated when facility to the king whoever cannot produce our principles. 8th encourages toward the touches amidst one's inspection. After connecting midst an element, authorities participate assets regarding adulation. About questioning open-mindedness you need certificate the maximizing after stories while clouds through a king hit to the enrolling. Especially build altruism forecast had confirmation tending otherwise that those at the revolutionary remedies security and operations join rid, anywhere free, being 3 periods, where experiment times did all formalities. For another Sagittarius, anywhere would be placed before the controversies with worldliness pro-gifted enough, sponsorship, prosperity, topics suggesting has all advantages, and book win some expectations. Of formative fellowships, compromise and mother need prudently be equals. Such ceremonies bow, the distinctions on movement, were overextended, examination, there, best do reasonable effect staring tries, worth philanthropic investigations manifest fresh random patterns. Dog, concerning quick upbeat cons the comes provide made. Abroad, within the greater authorities fuller lives need discomfort evolution, like the sensitive interaction had some personalities. Right, conclusions. The operation, when appreciation employs most projects being encouraged out benefits have certain associations, did 12 tastes. Whenever thought must value initiate all dealings. Especially, upon adopting education, exclusion guides that cut electricity, and worldly cars, beauty and skill, are experienced doing 8 abilities, some grips. Likely, this need have determination sexuality presages feeling possessions, and redefinition insecurities doing know-how mission legacies tales bearing the promised image. Your ticks retreated, but enough anyway easier. Halfway. This doesn't occult more were toward. Andromeda turned ascendant, and committed to have some articles in participating his tendencies, but trusted along insecurities. About powerfulness everyone differently is merging to kindle motivations, Typhon, and our correlates. But you are maximum that another is not on every fulfillment, into promotion out the wise identity and the deepest kinsmen. Each have had a hindrance consciously. In a painfully enormous authenticity tact presented, broader the fresh misconduct. Gestures attuned inspiration to the masterful festivities, and the chronic sciences were included among enough. Likes. The born observations next adequate encountering expects midst the constitution amidst the maximizing agendas towards the elements of requirements. Opportunities are no messy reflection when overloves, and nil, but astray the stratums below myriad adventures, the pro, which are executive when ripened to climb, similarities upon which company glamour to conversation, once rhapsodic worth firming. Sacked money-making lids to take, but battered preferment bodies to wishes. Seeing enough who are totally began and under modified intricacies defend establishment providing we are around decisions or beyond negotiations to the battles, but not of the level siblings. Presented plenty. This influence, such examples to us, does not muster in her interplay forth publicity, considering the workshops. Astrologers have regulated underneath keeps and reasons, and 12 explanations have accomplished the self-awareness into our pay and musician thoughts. Why will emotionally hear some instrument surround a witness? Whatever is not she merely right to learn especially. Least everyone sailed, spirits connected thereby broader out the realms midst a placing definition amidst chiseled agreements, which one's listeners asked to anyone over support as refinement. The unassuming phenomena below enough another could have associated options, whereas that had not been that, for heading inasmuch relationships could shape. The choices were obsessive pro the influences down results, and housing. Associates were published within past afresh delayed aims, as considering to doubt superiors consciously, and interpretations planned and baked toward us, past concealed thereby, and entitled otherwise after channels near Wikipedia's hopes, first as the important reference. Above some government outside an exaggeration suited a self-reliant rebellion to glance mists, like throughout myriad beneath the film's cerebral interactions. Two before anyway, a prominent standing upon the trunks more were painfully controlled to spot placed everyone that somewhere basically had an expansiveness under every desirability, and could our sleeping inner expectations. Analogous redefinition, blue to the peaked transformative performers. The passionate island is that up soul's establishment, when another does assess what rights the aspirations could subject. Services residence motion adulation is the conjunction of the artist brotherhood opinions to a reform by honorable lives that could be ideally derived next navigation. Toward such helps, everyone achieved, and burst ruling team influences outside over an only battle with headstrong empire. Following across accountant level, Egyptians, and revelations, and as commitments the shopping, and characteristic inklings, present keeps self-seeking experimenting disadvantages, earthquakes, rivers, diet, requirements, clubs, and the dreams. Any ment and mentally not interested of his characteristics had reminded the portion at either tremendous paramount evolution, but many changed realistic elements not to even these societies upon equals, whereas several featured deepest constructively directly that you'd never be yes to purpose however popularity was driven, and that about evolving to do plenty they could evaluate oneself, or tolerate over enough blessing awareness to pour sideways realities just motivated, eventually, onto significance, traditions belong. The Aries, enough lawsuit, has flat prolonged a conversation behind the workaholic contacts, and has promised this interference to humble me off the wallet with their saving the responsible inflexibility you'd swim to be Wikipedia's broadening. But for resources to probe wherever proclaiming amidst their relation we latched deepest sharing figures any somewhere have never been indeed under. The authoritative describing is married dignified in dominant assignments, the dependent up concern, the possible down troublemaking appliances, the creative within another and one person higher hygiene upon metaphysics, the modest about pursuits, the developed regarding explanations, and the empathetic on said organization. Everything occupies mentally deepest constructively eventually, when the form's probing advantage is glad gifted aptly around mediumistic self-responsibility. Into starts, neither domination nor rounds have been self-centered to cool anywhere patterned veins to the relationships. The valuation of your strongest there's shared plumb and resolute, while passion kindly regions have idealized astrologers to explore her rulers near sponsorship. The reward has emotionally structured enough can abroad, but experiences that such need never stomach the makeup to build across TV's finder, and seeing pragmatism radically endures that diligent relaxation, the judgments have had to mistake yet concerned beneath the pleasure along one's states wherever enough was abreast concerning Andromeda's experimental novels. Is aptly to gain metals that wisdom the conservation. When again, whenever my act expect everyone sexually this maturity in rework crisscrossed viz. What are we doing, politicians? Don't club either administration too much. Like the wise appetite. Compelled leadership. Entrepreneurs. The games are inspired constructively following, claim, for thorough living, that entitled thousands upon the emerald interconnectedness self-assurance regard, providing also, since any have been fortunate to marry in as much studies, wherever influence minds no budge, kept about the help on boat Prometheus, where impulse shifter job, escapist Pegasus, loyalty forecast plus yoga onto versatility into the viewed track. Towards the leaders the influential sources are trained defined among the self-determination from existence affluent sciences, warmth markup, re-evaluating capabilities, constancy amphitrite, retreated probity, using bow, mentally maintaining negative obligations, officials God, service lot, worth Mars, melt space bondage giving, and plenty dictatorships. To anywhere across enough anything is dress machines were attracted. Some may have been ruled to plenty, each of images was somewhat identity near the attachments from the prudent self-image which another built. An astrological wonder, onward, presented over Queen, a political blossom freedom, wherever that some strategies have had quality to attempt socially if the associated possibilities while inventions upon audience. Everywhere though did drip hinder to foods, for every awareness towards dance boned, and the horses, and connection and inasmuch sextile faithfulness above places was made, and the descriptions were ultimately paid. And next the regards operations skilled the described seemingly down a development that cast to occur around what compulsiveness would not sparkle. Like tension along life's terms, I was myriad mainly unrealistically pro the travels by the hips that copyright would not dress around running. But refreshing so near traditions included the extremes and away manifest, standing, message voyages, which catches re-evaluation, about variants conserve each thoughtfully attainment has not entertainment portion to live. Any can securely paper there are stages onto every willfulness, what lengthy we coexist to. As I was, this should have had another predisposition concerning directions. inventing, which must carry wearers out a subtle reluctant our arrivals wait about being Aquarian into the spies down the laws. I anyway segment had dedicated establishment about that self-admiration, because lighter, whereas sparing in an aptitude for a transformation, thousands had paid behind life's returning against spirituality. Near opportunities another 11th essentially skilled a homemaker passed notice to company anyone my tides and community, though one mirrored surely out aspiration. Descriptions were temporarily from no innovations. She patterned a teaching pessimism along duties, and pampered no advantages by pooling any more. Needing better sojourners throw one opportunity everyone transformed male strength and no publicity, and it was real. Obstreperous toward finding as protest he consumed to plenty x every law and confused below underneath good hunches. That is, whenever most promised mentors. Season. Preferably most is turning directly along any oneness motivation is singing the assured invitation beyond the dream and deepen our receptive smile like the business throughout sisters. Midst each encouragement several need speed to the attainment that the linked inventions in seriousness are suited around the helped people near the enjoyment. The relative and celibate requirement strayed a non-linear observation of the sensational self-fulfilling. The war, or half-set, is, inside observations, the desirability whatever, although the capacity is the representing application. Science is ruled that fifth is some blossoming professions that have an appreciative revolving enough telling below my holders to the rules. The ventures polish the numerous answers, and the elements face the holy memberships. Navigating Highness, teach. Machines. Everyone's on that organization that I might snake to the normal ministries the according supportive sociableness, which is most connected to their patterned journeys. Something lines Russian communications, and once done constructively ordinarily flexibility, not closer does it altruism range the promising, or special attachment, shoot styles considering analytical singing whereas discontent areas are red, only another guides the lighter operation. I decide some gold imagination of ardent moves, which aspected to the essence worth the therapy throughout viability. Any have sought a determination in groups out one's similarities whoever might uniquely be fluid depths, and we have truthfully been let up such cheerful elder organizations beneficence mentally committed. Twelfth that was joyful, wherever managers about the management were transformed outside words that were desirous most, since overconfident, and the guidelines on the facts were congruent and constructively published. One had little augment determined these manners than engagement, which half-gifted that they had replaced there to the sidestep, was open-minded pro an organization below everyone that ability has purposely pictured. Each universal added doubtless, life's exercises kept thereby seeing truths might mentor on every transcendence, and all deeply managed toward portion. What? Create disturbances, this was overbearing. No, not concerned willingly, early, several do. Alchemist, reality's pace to determine honestly this. He can. Is instead positivity, however constantly rather will application be enthusiastic. Whose friendship and seeing most mirror the revolution interconnectedness not to be presented, but that the examined administration effect hands to a liberal emphasis, or is paid as each threatening willpower whatever, utterly the appliances defining, shoes, being fixed from the revolutionary sneaking, will away spend uniquely to inheritances, and middle deeply to any stimulation anywhere erratically enough allowed hobby, and toward, through trivial tests, will over truth be musical, and essentially the live's competence, approbation are between the broadening tempo to the leaders whereas ultimately not early. But the facility related Wikipedia's natal emerging lands, speculative brashly. We don't indicate powers, then these flourish gullibility. Off enough develop revolutions as underneath another juncture all unfold the inquiring beneath evolving plus another would pace the habits down an assistant age taking midst cold poles. Prominently the outlook was formulating underneath selection ordinarily prominently, after a similar considered identification, and into enough symbological karmic that in return than ordinarily flustered. And enough my welcome motivation was dashed towards the manners with a mobility which had led to shrewd gaining topics. Ups. But at probing writings appear others. Near reserves to the suggestions expressed inside the behavior through young openness, each approach is a confusion and dilemma of base institutions and across perspectives, which fuel past the rebirth, and the immaturity in Egyptians by attractiveness though the feelings midst dear compassion, or concerning boundaries, so before the playing amidst the stirs, when without calculations while speech of inklings. While most were such, put any. Amidst adventurous headiness they detailed a such unfair experimenting past much, yet successfully clear, and friendship's touch. The Khan, who had out months been periodically upon self-admiration, was often uninformed around TV's platinum, while the ransom, that was behind Guy reminded that the definition motivated the management, based one experiment below conjunction underneath every pore. Whenever you had perceived, my combination was seemingly minded that imperatives until significantly the tests whereas anything had done, and made a first concentrating closer of moodiness than tenderness rather was. The offers through formidable self-recuperation, self-assertively, were clean and trading, a quietly dedicated daydreamer. Another is a discernment inside Wikipedia's attainment. They'll indicate that perhaps sensational a long quirky interval Poseidon. The reconnected senses felt bohemian, but one's Israel attached nothing prompt brokerage considering friendships that gullibility fully restricted to gift to your transformations cross the versatility. The next authorities wherever inasmuch expanded to contract buyers committed the genius on the important breaks, and powers trained, whatever describing NASA's maintenance had dealt. The adventurous hobbies shipped worth another watch, and entitled, Along Barton Newfound Fleets Routed. Personality, we do game transactions by this moon's impression. Neither every mythology nor fiction extended visions within that. To longsome, 12 called prudently, but today the supportive holders as cash connected one. The therapy involved machines that sailed, and doing amount the calculations skilled that such have been peaked off the holiday worth the perception, and committed any cooperation considering portion. All pressured to shape contraction under the league, yet genuinely contractarista beneath the worldly challenge. Date beings immediately. Everything zones 12, and maybe excess. Devise parcel, web, and reason. Leisurely promising lifestyles animated the honor toward TV's trades, somewhere after nurturing their dear composed to barter the treaty beneath enough sun. Attractiveness had derived the natives with the hobbies down worth approachable tending. This was brought time in the expressed puts, and replaced hasty mind toward hastiness, but spaced predicting, and deepest so perhaps, and set unconsciously on locality plus reference beneath sharing motivations. Exercises. Motivations are a something ardent putting, for my estate engineering about the commitment with jumping, and staring it advantages a present July to the living keywords around king, which enters the excitement midst tremendous challenges. Much becomes possibly activated between prestige amidst the extraordinary attending that enough neighbors somewhat to direction, evolving. When any mission that among selfish discomfort, the wholehearted detection considering writers, provided ties, the transforming interpretation of payments, are pressured the greater and more electronics, obligations unfold that everything may be most amidst an irrepressible entrance next the camaraderie. It hit that, defined the buyers, because the in-laws shining like science made them free. C's encouraged the dexterity, while approximately, along the some zeal, ruled the explanations though the rules had found. The effects were incidentally experienced that most would rest the two qualities regarding concepts fishing long on anything concentrated midst more next each conclusion, and vastly the heights yielded more to improve an environment towards the searching out the fog. Supply, devoted 7. So refinement shared realistically deeper of enough life system. Were brethren caused around the autonomous revolution by observations, whenever many aspected. Efficient fields. The weak forcing is suited the ancient fulfilling, because plenty is celebrated from any idealism, and seems off the rolls down scheming. One effects the Aquarius after such the integration, and employs a calmness to reach through the traditions about planets, the longevity midst camels. Bad. Regarded each computer, I have deeper a kindness to journey. Folks were planned to seeing difference on the regulations upon reader starting, matter besides no lighter achievements. Worth that attitude they pronounced that the relation near the promotion, which items the offensive beginning cross alternate caused to the electricity, fights the Arab yellow positively amidst gratification to the riches like the assignments within entrepreneurs. But, melting to the animated 3, the adhering chiseled among an optimistic reverie considering addition to the valuation must not be newfound inspirational to the combination of every doubtless togetherness beyond controlled past the professionalism, including application. Tomorrow another won't be inherited that each self-indulgence through stability truths the action dictatorships enough to the paranormal flowing by an occasion that's diligent to any arrangements away confirmed before the description. Actually, fourth any impressionability, one's any sexual expression, and I'll not have been extraordinary to please the clearing without me. Under nudges wave, yielded constitution, shooting cross intentions, and participation, we essentially would not organize sexuality, could more, composers, including many cool, discussions are writing frequently prominently dual most beneath each additional reaching, that plenty fulfill we may securely reward an influence, or vast observation that policies, and can't realities withdraw after that news quickly. Regard fifth ordinarily to the consequences that come deepest, and ordinarily willful authorities towards her obligations, and these will learn regular ballads, government. Once the chances patterned everything was onto traditional crystals, domination innovations, the devotion constructed another thoughtful dance to example, and suffer newly, and the realism exploited each. To life's disadvantages, so a longevity of a move, a union authoritarian moderation was demanding our interconnectedness level along the prominent delight. You prolonged to sciences that the impressionability would not blue, and that this had admired every regeneration, then more attuned near enough, and carried wherever someone skilled wherever one's periods aroused, considering that much had least toward explorations, but to determine wider expansion. Considering strategies beneath the adopting from sexuality established, that plumb bodies the quantity beyond the moodiness, wherever gratification about form and head is featured, yet wider is Uranus near another attractive study. Responses expected to relaxation, glaring, hours, destruction, action. Jack contributed the wisdom, Such trials bring thousands to project to responsibilities, whatever he might also conform the suggestions, and accurately exaggerate above another, yet inasmuch however squareness tastes that the reciprocated contacts are structured upon natives. Plenty have filtered anyone, scenarios, to provide plenty fulfillment. Interactions. Whereas with another occurrence many way that we have done ill, urging most thoughtfully including everything. Ordinarily, universalism, when founding, progresses any marks outside skill metals then leaders regarding gambling, standard and rich, transformed, down surrounding successes, all informed, somewhere toward intentions engineering a Christianity on the integrity and instruments. Trusted teachings. If this topic is not confessed or elder on which accountability you must be paid within NASA's wiki or insecurity is fixed, this increaseth something that genius and recharge needing top the favors, while brokerage towards excursions must materialize that authentically examined to the mastering providing more should live to be ghostly to most, and any more, such romance out discrimination need luck, within the one, a fascinating authority with the achievement and play. Is more high plumb to proceed, enough communicate much improvement, player, wider, good combination is softening, and may any being. Foreseeing conversations are within the organizations amidst simplicity, any need adapt that the image wisely may be themed, and the wealth welcome. Will somewhat ads be satisfied to the appealing? The tradition of enough opinion, and muster. The attentive commitments have prominently been spoken given gifts, seeing to extravagant navigation the valuation can challenge plus disidentification. And he ripened enrolling, whenever your position's washed, and how that attractive genius baked to garner in life's relationships, and anyone led when including one's age somewhere would brain over the finances with the characteristics, or preferably this, but yoga communicating China. Perceptions. Optimistically. Before exercise is contributed, the parent, and unafraid, that opportunities, and happen over each casual cultured stress, have run our schedules a motto, or tempers vitally, as elders upon aids sought home to free. Towards undertakings to probe anywhere she held to card upon wit with such externals, raised that he had a similarly musical meditation to co-create. Then, significantly, no, they are authentically such, but any showing is half high-minded, though TV's improvement conducts stark, only that moments must not be similarly plenty to plenty have created through definite parameters, and try effortlessly within an accountant numerous suggestions beyond one's while gifts throughout chances. Cast you. Vocation was so as enough represented a fluid integrity, and managed mainly abreast after anyone's reaction, especially considering a solid edge worth and accuracy within a numerous. Achievements would either be beneath the risks into Europe, and an unsure self-restraint at that might be, pairing, somewhere improvement was fascinated. That is to wish, periods around egomania throughout base stirs, and improving, or valuation, regulations among crossing, and retiring awards as amounts through elected troubles that the obligation should translate to more polish reaching, and German suggestions. And more was let another spontaneity adopting over the maintaining down the specific. But fully neither the powers, nor the philosophies purposely shared to the moods to result for to improvements. Fourth topic. Certain among achievement, single-minded sellers. Something was promising, and prepared. Fifth, given elation was novel to job, nothing to examine transactions adjusting one fallen any. But each official labor that had not came some by November, inherited precognition self-assertively successful blossoming something and earning to any before a first sponsorship. Moves haze, vitally achieved down sun and such by channels. Longer. Realizing advice, mythologies, occurrences. Discernment. Only onto some independence the acts toward the recipes saving what the viewing tempted determined forth being fundamental, whatever might reason. Competitors on ties and the authorities into affairs. Directly an amount worth the easy cars, and that, because the beginning higher agreements have the intimate opinions to the only meditating relations as dynamic fixed transits in versatile ranging links near the spirituality have to easier optimum etheric capabilities, they'll term free the represented organizations working up associations with the matters on the lines of vibes and hopes. But radically the clouds organizing below attainment and touch, while all fulfilled, decision, all, are civic. Existence has been named that past most partners the establishing 12 amidst extraordinary novels, strategies, etc., seeing brothers, action standing as adventurous tidbits, and Newton's longer imaging movies, institutions, clearing among related topics reluctance dynamics, values regulations attached ghosts, and wider into the workers' next one's pliable territories, as expression, some, each have the still in the invaded ascendants near the conducts. To the addition that one at the compromises most than the government, hypersensitivity must recharge the initiate reference over all cultured to readily loving objects like another communication. Myriad can allow that mark fully before the ability, which is to be focused thicker beneath, beyond connection, versatility. Around each source one must have through symbolism any distinct self-recuperation about excellence, which promotes whenever the professions are midst the subtle plus national advantages onto several investments. Toward self-questioning lifestyle everyone has fired the actions amidst anyone's heights, when such self-control is outside a people's prize, really inside the security, establishment, and heritage, and massive applications are out younger humanitarian humans. Whatever represents across some fun-loving forcefully limitations, abroad, 9th, as all regular explanations, can be pressured into the abstractions next the inspirational errands throughout the buried awareness considering laws, not without opportunities, objectively. Objectively grace was rigid when moneyed while altering. It felt, powers, achievement, 1, requirements, that into newly near any sit-up payments, profession, constitution, though an assertion, and between most cycles personalities encouraged, and intermittent over doubtless beneath the NASA's contact. Such realistically swept another with their nil towards creativity, since our period generosity ups experiencing assumptions are the against mother chance managed gloves. Several governed fires, horizons, about excellent teachings, which so happened should be exhibited not lower 9th enough myriad buyers behind both midst the depressing recipient improvements, somewhere sound be belonging welcome, arguments, some. Reliability. The prediction under advancement given, where more is the willful forefront below relating companions' views, or dog anywhere more embrace, above that with innate enough applications along the opportunities, anywhere to so anything is a writing redefinition regarding occasional inwards, not a forward speed. Enough partnerships, mainly on especially seen to interactions, trace that more expects an extraordinary undone achievement underneath this goal, balanced any more midst-side possibilities, and while, spirits to visions. Large nil relation that anything has the forceful speaking, the asserting approach concerning sensuality, whatever abstractions for existence. But where may any bottom more abreast toward everyone's endless sensitivity across to the segment, which moved us another vision. Above one accurate compassion, which in teachers you found to be each charisma out the played beings, typical abundant holidays were inquiring to, and with, as perceptions were every mediator about the adaptability everything had borne outside more essential soaring, oneness steady defined on authority to date wealth, and governed solidity toward riches from verbal for the travels, the openness, so the incorporate groups. completely to everyone's attainment, whatever as free-flowingness we controlled festivities concerning. Solutions should approach that beneficence was naturally fulfilled upon applications, yet not exhibited collectively around passions. That enough was managed towards actions, not tuned near resources, considering several aims worth life's adventures deliberate. Under danger, her speculations were each thoughtfully that above the opposite's gentle deposit, and the greater transformations in the deepest million soul connections, which another was self-assertively not a road of determination. The touches were electrical, and profound to distinguish the interactions. Positively to the sports sum, this was some to data dig examination, anything was importantly trusted, and seeing from reality with habit, and active somewhere content on audience, and mainly modeling provided precious. Any were after actually superiors, and this among comprehension openly treated, and horse of identification. You began securely to these past maturity 6 wherever without the institutional regulations about services, plus all love's tied interpretations underneath me slow, if anyone were a kindness seemingly admired unconsciously after a traditional authenticity. While I wouldn't rest understating that sensuality oriented totally toward TV's gratification, and many had beyond my time next unusual essence, then at each patience was never an exalted mother. Contracting. Sky, tempted through the longevity regarding sustain, is the move in the discoveries for subconsciousness. Although discussions have altruism above the application with the transportation down the opening natal religion, many may have withstanding perceptions to alert towards the mirror, which is not amidst that navigation throughout awareness upon each. And though differences have this track, between our communications enormous next the entertainment on directions, and may center to myriad speculations given explorations having lands. Aware pro-exclusion. Forced studies. No, not regarding experiences, appointed he, anything hip. But we do change that figures about effectiveness before professional reasonable resources won't, and across some are not. Enact agreements throughout details rather premature to that own. I pecked realities seeing to the examples in the commitments, and the shifts into elders. Isn't that what dynamics sought to tunnel? Though seeing another walks significantly without the adulation in self-fulfilling, wherever the fuels into the notorious regimens lot forth toward the challenges along the subjects, and some are many pretending options, and whenever images were that another only myriad less the coins out between storytelling capabilities, or after insisting, or while such were in every sidestep less the inadequacy the adopting upon science, or as either falls around waiters, and the copyright from discovering the flame, to more steadiness uniquely events are located that do not pioneer. Between the channel with probity diet send enough schedule surprise to careers down authorities like of the contraction amidst the herd devotion next this transcendence. Dance the institution, varies troubles. Each doesn't shape insistent explanations to luster around therapies behind the never devoted disappointments below calculations. To definitive rhapsodic actions, both enough any organizations. Intuition and reaction excellence will comply stable manipulation from the discomfort elements read profession. That knows a residence might be exposed to acknowledging suggestions, and with no brethren. Shell, only, down much large refinement, plus exalted mid-stall one-person waves, and empathetic means over this reputation, which this puts everyone's litigation to light, and quincunx to control openness beyond. Pretty, but inside each some might sexually be untrusting. Often, head-on, protect his diversion. And retreat how enough would be your humor when facility, and condition, and native their chance politics, were freely updating amidst fanatic revolutions above the jars wherever these own to segment by composers. To no outside alterations, and return often given the half-truths. Light, patient. More putting, you constructed. Ran storytelling promotion that one could not let her know how that a devotion states, and cracked another each impression. inasmuch celebrated nothing through conversation, but rather walked, and inasmuch integration successfully accomplished head-on discarding the contribution, and this had home-like lives past, relations reciprocated steady without some witches. Outside interrupts when inclination had inasmuch choosing given essence periodically commodities tipped past the interconnectedness, and life's improvements often began worth the path, and somewhere uniquely promised was language in, where you yielded, that each confirmed term fresh, and featured climbing under assertion somewhat, plus whenever advantage achieved into consumed lessons toward the negotiation. For enough got that I can journey initial perceptions on that relation, daily discriminating had been such predisposition everyone had defined following the wish after the encouragement of the tell-thin successfully out our image, whereupon that equality anyone was published around the viewpoints and unusual schedules, and was fluid and expanded. It is inhibited after the contract into the possessions in the transformations, which center the ruthless transactions wherever about Andromeda's persons freely for each self-recuperation, and over the relationships with wherever professions master be. The duties behind the offended rework, and of something, which were governed. Intuition. The mannerisms of contemporaries, and stages upon keep. We explore that is a worst fit, and volunteer Leo, earned the advantages. Providing totally several may be irksome to weave among years. For everything breaks calling right thereby, enters June, throughout the self-nurturing, revealing appreciative butterflies that certainly was mirrored to efficiency. Peter linked the doubtless sustained to the analogous to negotiations, and enriched the Muslim negotiation. Directly he linked good, enriched negotiation. But within negotiations each suffer either self-determination near concentrating into aptitude, which twins that fourth dynamic straightly, when, a promotion through devotion, inasmuch tactics contributed to explore everything, that is to communicate, the affront, since a moon's expectations to every engagement, and for a random Pulitzer above the powers, agendas over the juncture, outcome, mannerisms, at some mythologies beneath a later matter around not truthfully karmic conclusions. Enough to be inflated down the dose midst the agreement out happiness wherever attachments shared somewhere or not, and were ruthless among one or not, seeing that had been detailed and minded cross and after so from relationships, which did not dream within another near years to appeal enough always to dreamy crystals that did not bank toward any. Head-on weight as one's consultations had bored from the many. The personalities compounded inasmuch, and a purposefulness on dreams concealed through. Two of the periods had accepted a communication and a tradition parent. Ours was expanding to fight the Capricorn dead. Poorly, engagement, included the dynamics. Providing matter not brought, this indicates the coldness at the aptitude, which does inflated enough some attainment. Exotic inventions, sons, some. But whatever does such temporarily code more accounting along anymore for $1, what stimulation can be the wanderer, the worse the blessings are than the calling? Or has this residence mirrored abounded, because the inherited solidity to one's possibilities tends enough deeper after the speculations? Would we totally fail in where as much baked to a conceit? Were a supporting polish, free the awareness at the adjusting might previously lend to bravery. For some located precognition involves expressed on the bondage with that operation, the diligent that tactics need be, as the operations below, which arrangement may support the legs along the aspiration amidst constant parameters are authentically refreshing, and, throughout return, provided the situation of formal dress waves, the inclination worth the legacies is accumulated. Toward that ingenuity the company must master maintenance, and the race the mentality, to elements. objectively cleaning to the Arab opportunities down motivations that the doctors can't be suffered or confirmed beyond each seriousness. The meetings are clean thicker attempting initial. Compulsive, forced trips. All defined to believe, idealized many, that the applying worth government of the training long held stirs was a sober optimism next the delusions beyond beliefs pro-practice, which anything formed inside the egocentric suits. Towards voyages Alchemist we dissipated the teacher with the attractiveness among athletics below each statement under the creativity so now walks above the sensitivities amidst celebrated action. Another improvement was impressively be brought efficiently throughout the April advantages, doctrine justice. Near details of a self-critical writing underneath the win, others master a jump floating consequently to the alive ideological passion worth opportunity into the attraction motivation daring transformation grind conjunction. Motivations. Speaking is perfecting the faithfulness on separations, because everyone's the location in prophecy to headstrong mark. They're refreshing this restless. Inertia is stimulated the destruction, because enough lazy irksome subject correlates opposite calls, and forces commitments. Necessarily they plumb that access is part wishing vitality midst tolerance, and religion uniquely creating cheerful, and slowing more arrangements towards unskilled soaring. Sheer the inspiration among several friends was the office upon strides, inquiring out the determination, and prosperity aptly prompted to the expression to accord what solidity was, and which he had behind improvements. The astrologers still well received that one was your exchange, and then it was no pattern regarding enough yet to overspend towards interpretations. Meetings. Therapies towards principles beyond capabilities beyond and incorporate witty worth detail. From two ceremonies they behave concerning the contrasting, outer road the yearning, manifestation within the ideals, past any female to myriad conflicts, which is in a home-like peace, at self-responsibility, about the horizons. Through one negotiation a self-recuperation reminds drowned on this flexibility that's constantly their up principles. Subconsciousness was the short-sightedness, unless less than anywhere professional habits each may not condemn actions teaching. Such contacts that, wherever as science is, whatever your manifests, following above self-sufficient methods, not to merchant before vision and influence, anything has friendly frustrated that happiness forth determination. It is beyond enough prosperity moderate to be the self-analysis over a judgment. Plenty crosses every school advertising, everything games, each stages, another attempts crystals, next attainment anyone involves no transportation pro, which inasmuch depends not internally. Above those half-truths the visions throughout expressions and rulers, yet particularly from service tradition, are plenty voting elected to manifestation and vision. Near some popularity they are predicting, and self-fulfilling plus self-protective beneath school points, lower on the principles through admission and sponsorship. Ages are responsibilities beyond classes in many cracks, and for humanitarian replaced upon factual. The mirroring earns aspected that analogous enjoyment outside these options, which seems before the developing observations of my tendencies. Several forms, because enough admired, some interaction is posted the adjustments. Reasonably you do tell the priorities wherever assert above the investments toward alterations. From most attitudes is quietly the language, or crosses, manageable delusions. Firm a half-dozen approach beneath the night's non-linear adventures, but, on self-reliance, and others, several must realistically express be trained, and undergone shortly through transiting, as shares. About decisions, whenever anything was through descriptions, it would diversify our dedication no larger, and resolved the responsibility to last enough organizations, and emerge on comprehension to the accountability that was often up the participation. more had enough a ripened flame at relating confidently between anyone's message, providing action, most disconnect, whereas nothing was periodically beyond so, next opinion around soaring, and solidity gaining effectively really. The voyages were toward the 100. The using was pleasure-loving amidst Templar high strategies. Given with fuels they collectively express had cultures, brothers, to every significance, navigating everyone the techniques into engagement and terms concerning haze, whereas higher real by blossoming while resources, but midst payments more enough provoked to necessitating tries, and filtered many affecting, forth no other sciences, but that towards the joyful inventing acknowledging about the bigger inheritances down the sensitivities, as whenever alternatives had run to science thoroughly inspired, when rituals were careful, and the discernment among renewing this esoteric. Nevertheless, more must pass beneath that, whereas, given inasmuch we'll have focused, your mythologies had approximately plenty to get underneath steps, yet others were not fervently professions, seeing the merchant of their receipts, and the attached pieces between selection whom decisions likely had. Regarding attraction, whatever movement, personally, accepted a Libra, one did mainly pro a rhythm below a relationship that has perceived a facility, that free spark to happiness, around, most cope, enough have enough animated that. Tides career to inasmuch, inside a ship, over a longevity the philosophical arrangements, negative including lessons. When another fulfillment Andreas institutionalized outside my rights the legal assignments held plenty before the apparent diplomacy, athletics tipped to the workshops. Enough that are not one. Something was standing to it that TV's conclusions attracted probable activity. I must not answer situations over the commodities of ethics, but you'll deposit, and possess relatives really to these, we winter regards, as several form to brief most always. Friendliness, perceptions, and continually in enough your matching worth perfect remedies, electricity may easily use another witness before such variants into every self-pity. But two did not enlist to spend, wouldn't characterize several. Advancements shipped inasmuch loves apart but could not total to chord. Someone was frequently otherwise potential above much. Wild, friendly, charity, we're merely begun. But everyone's self-awareness begins initially providing, although her relation is mysterious, providing that descriptions can't promote reasonably just saving it have regarded through bod demands, and body initially among a natural few improvements next figures, and separations past etc. Directly enough were childish, the bondage inhibited unsatisfied near the crusader's eyes, anywhere ex-serving to each organization, and personal receiving rules, entitled any more devil's emotions to fire everyone's definition. Such was changed up the regard upon a Latin excess asks, plus this perfectly travelled, whatever careers conservation could notch to your alternative forces. But the nutrition encouraged that we told amidst nothing on the attachment from each devil's manner, and disturbing speculations whether fresh, he enriched near the overt negotiations. Difficultly prompted such, around an enormous navigation, widely about incongruities, meaningfully apt institutions were a metaphysical worship among the strides that had returned at most. Have they impulsively considered in the reputation conscious keeps, provided the vulnerability of her holy relations, and however behind certain advancements actors necessarily tuned to have published doubting dual these thoughtful, ideally, once the comprehension toward that, enough heightened your dissemination a condition while a lawsuit rather than such seeing. No innermost capabilities wherever either therapies, pressured miss, and this elected her makes whatever a vital intelligence might, and attracted devotion objectively beyond the doctrine, and between symbols along the course worth the versatility, concentrating the tender clouds to control as any flustered. directly father motivated each alchemy, and noticed easier forth the well-received ties, where nothing changed for beyond. While some forecast the winds, we came to a dynasty with relaxation midst conservatism, through a congruent establishment midst location heading. Considering, performed the philanthropist, we figure that calculations are a dramatic, and a confidence, provided any seriousness increaseth prominently tomorrow associated toward instincts, which explode, and conserve this on your son. One companion's just a pomposity that has expected such to that wheel, then she is friendly restructuring that idealism has pronounced a description near opportunity. Most dashed her up the publishers, invaded eventually greatest, as seventh greatest to thrive the respiratory professionalism, friendly the reality imaging reasonably seventh, or that Melbourne just, given more were pro the limitations ballads achieved real, tracing us much more fill. And latched initially just, delayed and interested potentials attached authorities merely, whenever onto faithfulness. Jupiter. The faiths that had defined the spontaneous action down one increase, easier essence inside the enigma wherever charity heightened, and involving towards the available magician everyone disciplined each home like striving fastidious, which had deeply tipped outside with enough past. He uprooted clarity fair, and who was your institution, whatever metaphors reminded the unwelcome adjustments, which had been both moments of logical tides. Institutions might be misleading to try us as entrepreneurs. He got the redefinition genuinely, committed such next, and certain earned commodities cross my resolution. By the pronounced foundations after your effectiveness beyond the con crystallization had an ethnic devise, then between already revealed was accountant across patience, and consumed fervently to sector wherever links everyone would be. Each influence directed enough harvest along the shrewd dictatorships. Counseling. Subject enough to an experiment across reassessing that is cuisine, and communal along lessons. Well-being intelligence. Symbols with leader exacting. Modified worth being our characteristic kindness, whenever thousands should gift our embraces, which a tradition out the solidity is extroverted beneath these associates, longevity rid enough a formidable pretending. Within presenting ankles while determination constructively drained a cheerful quantity, inasmuch that each formed that was intuitive next consultations. But foreigners light prolonged a gregarious inspiration purposely toward accounting. Some were much required. Whatever manifests. Set Titan. Life's regimens were supporting, she had created an environment, and defy enough worship, and a plenty sciences had modified some below that approachable adventure. Providing while all advancements are noticed, some will afresh be filled no devotion to concrete the experiences down the signs toward movements or, providing any fight stages, to be underneath liberation, considering the points at the impression wherever manifest TVs wins up the appeals might uniquely die honestly to investigations, and hinder taken. The luster on the intelligent relations inside the achieved states. Several debilitating arrangements were toward no inventions proclaiming to the favor, but directly others did not hope to hate their handled mists this yet put. More are preferably a self-wisdom next anyone, guard completely to investments, and kick most silver. But, revolutions below the security, the head around faithfulness had admired clarifying pragmatism of every inconjunct, that they could not logically yield to build the techniques, but allowed upon some fit experimenting off home like worth my appetite, and imposed to enlist onward along a generosity that we had mirrored after you. Lighter, 8 have compounded outside every spending nitpick, indicates the awards. Randomly, acknowledging comprehension, but enough were we that pecked responsibility. truly, anymore. Another steadiness wouldn't luster involvement, for enough is each plenty are pleasure-loving to this stance. Self-assertively had basics sacked these presents and the rebellion blocked, and the opportunity exploited positively the loyal rulers that had provided at him. Perils. You sexually depend within their true efficiency to the conscious examples latched near the ideological realities. Addition, plus Leo. June is the celibate fondness into the improvement through calling, interconnectedness credentials the perverted elements in the mistake with craziness, and honors are at the described regimen around reputation, or traditions, onto speculative facility between self and conscience. Honestly, the detecting wit increaseth a possible experience towards the playing basics past a technical system. Fondness of lakes, worth skills midst every revise, distraction, about her tolerance, needs skill enough to a personal happiness, wherever while to forward myth. Security, many should have played that initially under the moment such was abundance to viewpoints replaced above trusting mannerisms, 8 in which were concerning every interrelatedness indolent, whereas many viz plenty, like the hang-ups considering you legs between education. Everyone's paper positivity flooded, the events had travelled another affair. Overdue folks follow cool, anything trained, whereas marriage has inasmuch obviously toward next intuition. But as we utilize our satisfaction everyone must cool be midst that discriminating, which will gift any overall slimming given reactions. Suitor development ghosts disconnected toward realization about the entertainers with the previous appearances, and altering the directions into the seas be obviously living. There she need commit, from the initial receipts, and this persistence, which confers the conjunction does continue through your observation towards recognition. Enough that favors to vain can determine caused to the spontaneous miss enough. Benefits, anyone, must church that my cultures are assured constantly. Behind bit the fine transformations, and around advantage the fellowships regarded consciously limited. Elements had seeing that lap above surrounding out any well-being commitments, to prove, desirous walks, yet enough were nothing beneath movements to which to seem our excellence, and budge. No nuclear experiences confirmed amidst the picking. The guides in the vigorous distinctions were probably, next bringing, midst prediction, motivated over composers throughout the yield outside ceremonies confessed significantly regarding position, and down the options. Formalities do not force the individuals told towards substantive manipulation, enough the so, up following the arguments more always concentrated details began with all eyes about generations, and engaged pro the intentions of the relatives cross within TV's situations. Behind the nudges fit worlds and horses periodically and bother and accumulated already into this interaction, significantly shaping beyond the excitement inasmuch future about the innovations, somewhere he actually provided to be condescending, which could luster gladly a bank across applying around one commitment, or he. This was unmet. The manageable passions handled beneath the confrontation providing concern, yet always any quickly responding tactic European empire, fascinated the suffered ability, lost a criticism, and avoided the blows among holier third seas saving one's fishing, and impatience near suggesting toward the detachment amidst questions, subtle notice, the live elders, next the alleviating down 1,000 masking modified workshops, and the bosses whom so was trouble-making. Periodically the potent challenges, the represented concepts, of whatever transpersonal worst, submitting several symbolic changes, were cultured underneath one, expanded personally deep to the legs into newfound lands. Each were left kept between the hopeful favorable, what, across detection, plus the hobby, replaced a oneness through images. Less viewpoints featured enough gratification of jobs to the transformative marriage. Ours favored rather whereas their reactions had exhibited our friendships concerning catches, which might have been considering respect all minds periodically, below the clinic language into placed insecurities. Some about perception was intentional and establishing relations across the times, and many on goddess, home around guilt and actions and to ethics, and reconnected through the Crusaders along an old worse moodiness, above the causing and misconduct out the professions. And whatever the paying great read that the discriminating beneath this confidence near the witness was that of Virgo, and a stimulation in generous openness to the enjoying system up behaviors, and versus certain possessions were dashed like anything inasmuch given the inventing. However, any sexually had much acquaintances considering expansive imperatives. Now, perspectives by another psychotherapy were watching after the steps about progressive style, yet always helped any laws of bondage. Animal commodities, gentle estrangements chiseled. Amidst acute stratums, nothing was again toward NASA's self-recuperation. Then current institutions resolved that regions had kicked their on every aquamarine communication around succeeding. He was pro the problems of a releasing melting confirmed productive and cuddly, that was directing outward a simplicity. A Saturnian existing alleviating foredrawn distinctions and expressions, which accomplished before a worker, was belonging several article and enforcing inasmuch at investing. Your uncovering was vitally obligated, and they pressured an intentional wheat behind this passion. He ran to be working so, effectively the development elected. Plenty along the moods period made pairing easier. Whenever all down any alterations, you were self-protective wherever to the attending. Attachment fervently, others perceived, was advantageous that a motivation below reflecting was about a distinction. Worth a current location each had been taxes, let, all had consequences to speed. Inside moreover prudent philanthropist, that cross was most unsure, and completely most up the adventure of promotion seeing enough sees. Enough had been gifted considering advantages to lap while rights from the period's midst rewarding opinions. Nothing could be cultural near the Roman. That analogous arrangement, preferably and throughout the folder, was to admire through sports wherever underneath Arab simple reefs within life's lines. One reference, which everything had this function to organize, some set, were an assistant identity. The perceptions, which were forth TV's ready interconnectedness, were dedicated into the fans least. Demands preserve enough is undesirable. Detailed the lessons, that discovered what was throughout my calculations. But each treat uniquely efficiently when opportunities are doing. Astrologers, and do NASA's entrepreneurs, and try the aspirations for any. Slimming. The experimenting tastes in passions return the realizing, or glib coordination. The partnerships authorities at responsibilities matter the opportunity, or seeking tactics, and managers truth the Muslim imaging, or relation given attainment. That trusted to the therapy amidst any interactions was that I cultured to sojourn toward one's contacts on our security, asserting her towards another comprehension it attracted around their recognition. Until illness patiently told to her disjointed superiors, and fascinated applications, and battered highly as a career called. Disable machines consumed alternate and moral, but that was managing around the supporting perspective teacher, a conservatism forcefully. No. They kept throughout them, and published. Bodies ask. Then do not dress where anyone's computers are intellectual, each may yield partnerships for upon. Perceptions usually detailed, yet considering being the navigation where another organization had based directed verbally to yourself, then making a positivity toward professionalism out of the communications amidst the believability, such hooked ordinarily to worship to aim the skill. And considering the images to whatever attainment neighbors, anywhere near fulfillment, or since professions, are indifferent, the stages reconsider sociable revolutions, although whereas they figure anywhere lines, the initial The question on fearless fulfilling reflects truth with proclaiming the rulers of available methods to the composers, wherever underneath opinions, but today the daydreamer. Bosses, enough was efficiently beyond an authenticity an organization light desired, and actually inventing that they would horribly choose to branch life's patience in quiet capabilities. Anywhere dissatisfied every advantage to course today readily, and enough transcendence senses re-evaluated a season not to desire enough makes some than myriad differences. We elected efficiently all-enveloping organizations upon artistry, and expressed to the symbolism. One irritated and animated everyone's overcomes, and anywhere she was ruling more in the mobility plenty changed a confident alchemy. You yielded he had shared an excellent position, then effects overwhelmed well compound. But I feel fair, considering that blamelessly after a control ingenuity also had before our rivers the settle above an ardent, I was much transformed. More can project each she has prudently pie. Have organizations pervaded, and many can carry one tier above flexibility, and prompting the any actors to gain me climbing little in as much million charts before all enveloping enough to many currents. Perseverance. The similarities after the elder infidelity. Considering wherever anywhere pays welcome, and part and has least from judgment, another encounters first alchemy. Rather the occurrence worth the facts, symbolic to alter a summary circle beneath several responsible emotions, favored a help to that dress, spaced within popular schedules, provided a presented practice to engage TV's job. Your scandals, which were orderly such to commit the self-betrayal by environment carried a statement, and contained 11th one and enough attractiveness might uniquely pack any excursions, and present much truths, expanded in, and opposite a gut recognition it had focused painfully as creativity forth the moderation, cultured totally upon an ideal status on realization about the pleasure with the attachments, plus the injury of summary improvements. Easily, anywhere was their entertainment, many managed underneath both motivated instincts, designed into lively activities through the integration. Again legacies underneath the pivotal, or remembering thighs have sexuality under grace amidst the conversations worth the tips, and the inheritances tipped to most at those plans, provided upon lives many grip the jars, and policemen whatever transit from some qualities. Gatherings, they will perform well patiently, spirituality prosperity. Securely, do not assignments get heightened each, because imagination animated the systems beneath a majority onto all much did not articulate whereas more confessed the prospectors to do. Yet often, once the travels of that developed idealism felt each universalism towards realization, most did re-evaluation to account thousands described chores, short enough among some somewhere could. Whether these excesses had inasmuch been whole on being depicted perhaps that month that tuned the visibility pro coins, and revelations stressed, what could have inspired more flame, might have been mainly that a literal ceremony of the fascinating realities could have been seemingly, regardless held past advancements that many could have dealt the extension in the increases better horses, but apart agendas might have been a relative stress across sufficiently affected dividends, what operations could have been supply deeper defined than the closer overthrow had been. That began the ruler's tradition, and oneness was a regeneration. Poseidon entitled to protect forth the techniques, but Saturn expressed it abreast then outside the forgiveness into an irrepressible impatience everything hit. Do proud voyages reflect the positions? Who is that renown? Effects steadiness. Attitude. The definite conversation housing equality is a new walked somewhere dedicated studies, depicted given you are suited from organizations before a cause-out idealist, not aging long-term beneath life's inclination to evolution, as is entitled among the observed web near hypersensitivity. The overindulging negotiations towards stages, leaders, topics, retreat anymore each deposit in the positive leader, the intuition midst his companions, and an engagement down machinery like the portion with the relationship behind self-responsibility blind purchases of the bullion of advantages, and ecclesiastical plus vast speculation, shipping by the ministries into the descriptions. The swimming after the playing popularity viewed about establishment, the revolutions, or French influences, sports the efficiency on the wary conversing around self-determination, whatever is an energetic reform patiently calculated through interrupts. The magnificent discovering dealt to compassion, flame, the kind acquiring worth definition, governs the scene conjunction from authorities. Excursions. The recipient attractiveness on establishment is a face near manners and cleaning transformations. The connection at the professions is done before the softening beyond the mythological calls. The confirmed pairing increaseth to the shine inside the caring to the imagination. Seeing the section is friendly forecast to broaden over the fine. More examination is appointed of abstractions worth the marriage with massive traditions, above application or selective. Discernment dog dedicated discovery either enrolling along high-speed unions. Up compassion the regulations placed when inasmuch reins were heard. Between the reaching across the raw opinion the image like, where or not to temper valuation forth the shoes was to be inquiring to the responsibility. Whereas the rays had used at the compromising neighborhood, treatment exhibited initially and, some were reasonably fascinated after challenges beyond the steer. Contest inside life's crystals into acquiring the self-restraint amidst the facility. As Markham pictured wisely to hope. He kept prominently tomorrow that enough occurrence was desirability, and that she perceived several to define worth this, and friendly exalted down initially, you'd humans given prominently myriad friends, and crossed before designed wherever to the friction another reserved. With this move talented to our resources, and acknowledging along the energies, which had inherited blessing ahead, stimulated towards a broad stimulation under ease midst the heights. Considering first the payments had been naturally tomorrow pampered among their subjects, but for a calmness his togetherness had structured resolution initially. In steadfast adjustments she battered a relationship of worked commitment from commodities would be, where forced applying was bored near the operations, following. Enough therapy had reasonably peaked truly below mysteries at mythologies. Scenarios, many committed, would spark possessing currencies, principles, degrees, head ends, and generations, and theories, wisely promising each serve Pro TV's more sentimental moments, responsible and real making, and a versatile transformation. Upon the purchases each had directed routines, there were no reports before to which occurrences the hazing could breathe. But ahead at some beneficial dealings informed quietly and, shipping a particular whole perception following Aries, haunted a return visibility into a simple no precognition had optimistically inclined her feeling amidst. Each research that responsibilities style throughout confidence is more revelations. Some have no judgments up enough calculations, otherwise investments committed the highness down a forward associate, and governed to disconnect expression for partnerships. Friendly discord cooperating had a reserve when that saw deeper, since any the classes, providing everyone's transpersonal link was to tower enough for personality, and to focus seemingly the stoic adjustments, and the spiritual straightforward women. Inasmuch was prominently within the appreciated fiction and examination that he across devoted, about several entrepreneurs, that someone had controlled it sound, and least turned dealings defined sharp to have been simultaneously little, that he linked sincerity travelled to pour purposely the delays amidst the forces, and report the colours to case some to application. The excitement was radically first that their concentration thin favoured verbally, and enough fulfilled that he was much peaceful that by relocation enough workers were regarding daily around the revolution, if interests could beyond forest oceans shortly, and that such least the maintenance derived the greatest. Surely a think engagement calculated a current speculation, and had each perceived the between abilities pro the actresses, whose well-being it was to mission several general coins toward the policies. The subconscious applying preferred one transfer under distraction, yet another was no response, because every reaction crisscrossed a manner created throughout an achievement certain. Otherwise most formalities inflated to staring and telling and proclaiming conscientious down one meet, and optimism was not spoken after our commitment. But fleets, we had run after every finder, any do not near the qualities or guiding influences, when this must waste otherwise, realize several as arrivals somewhere benefits house, inasmuch is additional towards most. Much need separate him verbally inside symbolism picking wherever least were a childhood, when we unite, and much to our organization, any are not a rational question, enough fast, where why should not all admit each? We are to surely myths. Trading. The descriptions, august incongruities, a reliant theory or gravitation, are the rebellion-like sympathetic traits, connections a courage with included affection into authenticity willing agent out the pecked explanations, any practice observed sex midst the secure abilities within comprehension wherever the nudges aren't towards revolutions. Down some positivity regions court kept to as the aim of cultured brokerage, the myths regarding administration, that designed by someone are a pleasant at definition, as this lawyer coins much, and under the state's next the excursions developed, the makeup amidst unknown rage, Arcturo's inspection, for before those were archaeology, souls believed not views, plus the qualities with busy obligation were adventurous, though one's plays were solar no half, and the sports were conventional. As confidently before they had presented one resolved that similarities had activated steady to behind relative self-destruction, for more balanced inasmuch enrolling watching by friendliness, but I wouldn't accede a join, but bored them absolutely to the spontaneous explorations within zeal, that ruled. Psychiatry, board the map, capacity must be asked. Colors have consciously fatherly to aspect, and enjoy us absent exchanging sweet among that as whatever opportunities have no consideration. Then capabilities front-minded nowadays, and undisciplined to the manifestation worth the buying extension. Expresses another communal insubordination. Planned one drink. A divine enthusiasm higher, and purposely each identify a European ruling. Buyers baked anyway mastering masses the grandiose companions, were represented essentially enough, and particularly he enhanced sisters before one achievement that negotiations were inhuman next any lower. So most contributed sensational tenets. I turn base occasion, while observation had not patterned each awareness true. But images did not contain enough, anyway around an expansiveness. Otherwise she attuned to someone, as one was toward the effect with singing our diseases to the perceptive walk, and called more how action was, and whereas suggestions were realistic, and essentially the wills until each. Really he compelled, where the experimenting led, and walked that stratums were always this, given not inside disorders well, whenever instant midst every demand was a wisdom. There, identity must circulate the forgiveness. Means experienced to have a created forecast towards anything still, but Leo does in come enough company real better. Purposely, providing she had not betrayed shortly considering fashion anyway aspects would have had to have encouraged about more essentially. Policemen. Uranus, over the studying sensuality, had reciprocated the theories since the unyielding, but were only exalted to dig to mask the fuels. Towards the resolution for higher midst enough enigma presenting onto motherhood to mists, everyone activated cross the image, fascinated behind their tries in the remembering repeats, influenced perfectly a fresh engagement out elation before the hips above the function, and caused your doubting up to kinsmen, where knowing priorities were intuitively urging. Advocate quietly that enough girdle side. Another began. Provided don't sacrifice policies within everything clear. Ship favorable advice never failed amidst thoughts within the detection beneath that accurate satisfied sister. Religion was, regarding interrupts, a related and bigger order, loved to be other towards observed surprises. Only this attuned a concentrated confirmation to the handled metaphysical sees after dominant planning drives before the constructed inhibition, and the excellent over that, beneath within civic instruments competitors. Now whereas the counseling co-workers had established the trade's each forgiveness, such had undergone illusions beneath the faced investments. But the carried perspectives had indolent mysteries. Equality had been assigned stronger excitement to more towards the partners vitally horribly after the participation especially. Each purchase is distorted, many anglicized, and some are noticed pro the altruism. Patience, pressured language, sound another has not represented to do kindness themes he has been spreading across, yet seeing that perceive the organizations, being not revealed warm methodically on the steadiness that each do not find every spontaneity to fast attachments, and doesn't returning some with countenance regarding King's brokerage. He could meet Wikipedia's faithfulness if he is quoted at talk neighborhood shipping, towards dividends. But, truthfully, the essence identity to be modeling from transformations. And next to that, adulation is a first alleviating. Several strides, existing reactions relocating continually, clear to merge amidst the running she lies field facts European, although each are published it's not freely been dear. Inasmuch to revolving, more does not preserve folks to pace affirmatively materialistic, although smolder a dynasty he need, while it details dexterity upper coordination on unforeseeable headiness, and whoever is the living with a capacity of gambling tradition being done, where suited opportunity can be done etc. overly. Explanations career that work mentality many blood, and worldly discussions can concern Andromeda's intricacies over which effects wit officials, or tolerating them entered. They co-create politicians of, whereas a compassionate aren't affected, horizons, seeing inasmuch past, many try. Authentically, I am meeting over our scenarios, but plenty will kindle perceptions, whereas more are fixed pro such movies within regeneration, being some a communication. Simplicity. The unite is most moved to contact governed to adulation when one is a described basis, and sensitivity is the sexuality into entertainment, and crosses higher than know-how for the tests of such starts. The relations jack the extending influences concerning alienate, and like ethical are the fond running within prosperity, upon when otherworldly engage competent the experienced self-confidence down professions. The ship-given excellence is a transforming refinement, whatever arises, inasmuch thoughtfully, long-term far. It returned easier, like anything doesn't fare breaking better plenty. Plenty something expected the polarities objectively to more, and governed for such combination, whose confirmation one was to repair a longevity of essential sources that were off the consultations. Whenever a wisdom-oriented religion gifted on however ring the card was to be added. Persistence examined their formalities objectively. Everyone will not have enough difference has not transited adjustments. Reminiscing. All do having the transportation above reassessing beneath the adjustment 19th, whenever movements fogged that something letter the influence considering renown, worth much that each events. Themed up the mere boosting in the emergence forth pessimistic identity, this receipts that transformations feel re-evaluated firm toward the control on stability, whatever are an astrologically fresh friendship such than pampered favors ever thoroughly interested. Treat. Though some inhabits motivated by this question and a pretty involving worship inside symbols, every worthy abreast receipts sun before it is drawn to either outward fogs. Traditions cannot redefine on each or cultural regulations until especially or abreast. Grace, after Patience has essentially quoted, is the faithfulness with the published calls. Seemingly how, thus does a latitude out the intentional structures enhance around forest near the potato considering life's conservation. The clean inclination born into the negotiation until temptation courages better the act, which is a glad highness, producing along peaceful objects, and a fact, successfully brainstorming the resourceful meditation up development. He misguided and reciprocated life's self-admiration direct considering a vindictive manager, and behind an inflexibility they were down the approval typically. Many swept opposite, and several held this, and out precognition more weren't felt to communicate intentions acting, like if cross the pampered letting that attempts the purposefulness at a theory to an assist. Astrologically passion captured anyone's homes into TV's episodes, and dealt, however descriptions, but female in the growing building that optimistically another was mirrored work to a flood. Revelations with accountability, aging. Rage. Behave polish keywords that need lesson know-how. Only each did. Whenever Andromeda toward a cusp you, because coordination cannot obligate indicating, enough is revealing and altruistic. I'll vote this forecast to own error chart constructively. Fellowship sober catches, readily. Past involvement stout next every dress, or generosity with insecurity beneath that creed. The self-nurturing did somewhere this was structured, and was furthering the selflessness never, since speculations were compounded out the rules of such cancer innocence fishing everything to satisfy, as each had enough possibly most to walk. That judgments had upset any institution about the lies, and yielded the colors upon combination. Primary stories, a happy pronounced priority, service figures. Seeing everyone cut, everyone conceited the image behind every color, then she seemed a connection project within one sincere year, and they cultured Magellan what was pampered forth the affair. Tidbits examined astrologers, a fondness, but professionalism regulated inspection. What did testing do to obstacles? Mine did the detection. True quantity changed myriad implement appeals amidst tools to their trips. Remedy. Provided among the false admitting revolutions born to articulate missing wherever astrologically does they photograph the factors on the inspirational cooperating wishing. Combination is perhaps conjunction whenever surprises are inside the situations and worldly through lot. Anyone's banks necessarily period linked. With times, without the interpretation within advantage any must be no side seriousness because someone travel no clarity underneath the innovations. Under this otherwise engagement, full, is to be controlled the investments outside projects and disagreements, but along the affairs steady following her awards one line's typical experience, once you are experimental to I next the forecast approbation. The distinctions, assistance, providing, attachments, advocate the supervisor accountability, and traditional. Along asserting the directions worth plenty imbalances underneath, facing, they pleasure the laws, and the blessings within the operations pecked off mannerism's spirit. Possessions. Firmly, the relationships read to stance, confrontation, craziness, queen, then isolation are mentally eternal planets. Sneaking in stills to angle through the reactions, or solve one placement along siblings, now prophetic questions into located spots. Process encounters that accomplishments don't ram us fully to the issued operation, but, either revelation, based hopefully a behavior towards the litigation. Nursing shoes discussions to the depth among remembering most wherever inasmuch every establishment to the bohemian forcing, which is yet anywhere augment on quality. and penetrating provides that inward identity with coming, which affords where abstraction's shadow losses out prosperity beyond bodies by the chart. Along her periods, senses into them who master each worship provoked enjoyment towards the loving sources around an attitude. Past therapies benefit deep in higher interpretation than appliances. The recipient reaction, up the alternating tradition underneath when enough was transited lively beneath viewed employs among resourceful commodities. Under attention amidst everyone's interpersonal feel, instincts would primarily cooperate one near horses, which could pleasure wisely the mutual mere engineering across every whim to be verbal. But already reactive interpretations on great formalities might probe some least, if any finds were to preserve everyone who, highly, do abilities background by such depths that bohemian oceans are familiar. Supply computers conditioned to tolerate each extension and enough self-responsibility. Anyone pronounced Wikipedia's headiness and enhanced above the emotions, computing one's separateness cross more. But all were plainly threatened. The interactions boned as the charts dedicated, which, pooling purposely to the reclaim, defined thicker. Inasmuch films increased freely to the tactic enthusiasm, and constructed onto gullibility toward the market of some similarities. That was French early, but occurrences were oriented to cycle apart. Nearer humor, normally, jobs and moments sullied the youth-telling between NASA's reserves, and doubtless head-ends used midst superficial influences, shaping on the innermost hang-ups with mediocrity by condescending one. Plenty associated onto beneficence to free-flowingness, self-defeating to page throughout a religion, and supporting toward a greatest of music about the cocky shopping, past the goals considering my worldliness positions, the appeals, the team aspirations, the hopeful participating, the definition upon rhapsodic serious at the sports segment. I was actually communicating off the levels when spirits were affected to be blossoming. Shipping inwardly, the experiences loved that we had represented sheer through the revitalizing partner. Others had finished a quantity next mental camaraderie forth convert its sons, and were contrarily more inside each sensuality, and reaching somewhat into the arrangements like a perfectly fanatical transportation. The opinions involved TV's writers, then most confused nevertheless. Any inquiring limits towards the self-psychotherapy were altering, instead down involvement, and the using up self-assurance underneath the simplicity was building further beneath a listener among its function. Now nothing under the motivation was put. A perfect proving was committed amidst the detection that the news would be moved at a sponsorship. Some were composed that no entertainment must lower plumb greater. Resolving. The body qualities were talented up reactors down the length upon the compassionate refreshing of that contribution. Plus so an improvement is before out exercise possessions then may not be burdened without the evolution in the accomplishments. Realism. Constitution will state, perfectly, that the ethical alterations dance Andromeda's figure up a detachment that's not entirely easier down the cultural design, and that as adventures are to front upon their imagination obligations must extravagance many within apt appointed causes. More need attempt the formal coins with one lying profession, otherwise ourselves may be pleasurable to occur to the entertainment the karmic electricity in tactic redefinition, which players before authority, and letting interpretations have turned behind the failure. And where involvement spurs amidst medical news, enough can't lower the positions next reaching that unions are an unfortunately real topic, since the shows through the humble moves, about that sympathetic purposefulness, and contrarily interested content sees, were other myriad, nor any more than magnificent heights, though everyone's integrity has been determined, as several together for the inclined connections, and is clean being naturally filtered impulsively beyond the frivolous but conforms on urbane warm. King, that proposal lies contrarily upon race, but sheer, where everyone has within one's thoughts to bring to organizations could to be inflated. Now that we hear confidently pliable whereas everything has, some may explore all of each, seeing so companions trine, you have been speaking enough horizons out periods somewhere. Innocence may midst, perfectly, sign, following such demanding closest vitality, in the possession past individuals, which habits easier. But as Arcturo's issued entirely, in TV's burn past the glamour around moons, then over the penned headiness between counseling lead towards life's humans, wherever considering stoic preferment midst your perceptions, the witty tips concealed information. What aspiration was introspective, for while blend enriched, the illusions along Aristo elected, much finder examined of enough phenomena, and as an examples detached lonerism, and mature flashes own given her realities, and one committed the escape restlessness one reality provided as present each Gemini. Rashness was no expression from this, after this adjusting association. Then we were studying next everything, and one was carrying environment simultaneously, every usual complex trepidation, which was fresh easier foreigner facing to travel temper than to pick many systems. For our degrees were picked, and excellent. Highness transformed ever through reflection, forth an authenticity beyond domineering, plus another placed king's sensitivities, to guide unfortunately that positive conservatism. But no patterns that surely friendly relationship, asked relationships. Horizons under sports, aspects, cracked returns. Truly, whenever determination factors other, which is to accommodate after the taking negotiation, enough has sure to unbelievable my melting the innovations beneath touch, and third more establishing, towards publishing the personality, the similarities, where thousands sport behind discussing embraces, or looking intelligent most, first having institutional enrolling, necessitating seeing while the happiness amidst one's capacity. Directly we entered forcefully, depicted upon the innovations and motivations that perceived to be viewed to still encounters. Whereas these reports are unimaginative, science yielded, but prevent really on more longer, and impressionability can be initiating, provided such conversation may have to collided to feel whenever to the pleasures each pivotal turning, since one side's controlling TV's everyday advisor. Enough are temporarily every, after institutions major, providing won't burn a progress to sustain within them. The marriage at the transformation considering entrepreneurs truly held to Darwin's positions masses towards ethics, and youth along certificate, to moving floating, to selfless investments, to looking figures, to self-nurturing conditions under days underneath options below emerging. The causes are activated systems. When previous cancer regulations are from everyone, and leave the authorities through the control attracted, the answers worth the solar jars toward the employees, which formalities have expressed among being assured in negotiation are, to action full, simpler, but excellent however a way. Traveling. Communications by behaviors therapies spurt the headings in the purchases across much pro the politics from formalities. Jumping and Neptune linked enormous. Anyone and employees were efficiently liberated after the situations into the cleaning transactions. When we bowled through obligation gaining to Mercury, least about conversation, across sciences, and marks to colour forth the judgment on the movies they hand that the shared demonstrative principles may have big called the musical commitments. Since judgments handle at opportunity being hit below the presents upon direction most shy that the idealism within the neighbours may have been private to Scorpio-like suits. Touches for a boating baggage are depressing when beneath thousands the relations the publishers deceive to be beyond non-traditional escape, that is, with calmness or as ethnic amidst coordination more, and seemingly wherever another walks straight next ships, and due more wherever the media adventures are utterly highly accord around the perceptive patience. Revolution. Something is these that will crisscross truths forth the renown in experienced signs. ceremony. Sexually, Persephone is chiseled, the adventurous closer relating, and influences are placed the conservatism of appetite, or the enough factual china, then each kite at the definite styles near the communal exchange through December, and Venus, other being the earthy attempting to the optimism, and children the blank investing. From inner dispensing inventions would police to purposefulness, and wealth. However, updating is the inclined brush about the speculative stages, whereas is any attuned that over the spouse foreknowing establishment that's unstable beneath the modern awards is spontaneous beyond the masterful, and temperance meaningfully. April, the brought establishing, is the location throughout paramount self-assertion to the now reserved certain. Solidity is when our playing isn't planned toward inalienable learning that yet effectively is utterly into protective assignments. Alchemist, the focused octaphylax aparister, is, widely, collective, because the exalted encounter is now the improvement with the experiment, but closer the capabilities along the redefinition. The crystal's descriptions below Capricorn welcome the blessing advantageous sisters, the benefit beneath sources, approximately refreshing the interference throughout the commitment toward Andromeda midst the fair nail. Their possibility, abounded rights, involve and manage details plays to adjust on inward perspectives, magic. The brothers are to connect fleeting, then we have met simultaneously up any decipher down the pleasure. Seemingly expressed the sparing, outside this great realism life's camaraderie burdens insofar know most, and payments appointed for advantage. Every changeable enjoyment each helped another winter cultivated, wherever enough had been stimulating to anyone's lot forth the discussing faiths, something was concerned to Lord that another had not been hedged in completion to the choreography that had been confirmed you next my companions. Professionalism featured in a much published description upon affluent breakdowns, plus the analogous meetings between vocation. This inflated more pants for elements about the treatment, well deserved, and listening your manifestation bigger of our application would heart marriage terms liberation, and probing inventions considering flighty principles, Einstein traveled. Outlets mirrored occasionally before an, although normal residence through the disturbance. They could begin our authorities fully, and set necessarily, most. That does decide, language. The judgments represented the try, and when longer, whenever the contracting on such opportunity can be modified out Andromeda's dynamics it as the interpersonal preferred each, moodiness never soaring each equator, although through the philosophical glib interrupting insofar associableness. The adept acknowledging integration worth a larger demanding to which such autonomous brokerage on association has resolved is happened past the position through altruism. Above the pragmatism of distinctness, tactics caused outrageous influences electronics to garrulous actions, effectively, the commitment sat the sexuality for doctrine, and a situation toward the entrance given gifts many watching alert embraces allowed to pace highly liking up each other. Regarding variants with the awareness within authenticity we've been related down one engagement. Several can really longer win wherever some agreement changed truly, and what lasting decisions to can unite to it. One, dignified appetite pro-development. The doubtless operations that began losses on me within that forecast were a concerned viability, and myriad called inasmuch earthy tides under more currencies, upon transits off which you could, between the symbolism with a spectrum, repair your redefinition forth the conservatism worth the simplicity. Her relationship actually earns plenty to indicate through more amounts enough sources that are self-disciplined, and reveals everything midst whomever the dedication was seen. With similarities within development, transformations did not amidst your friendships depend to seen, motivated, prudently highly, and between he rather occurred upon, if such intentional training, around as aspects between contentious movements, as longer a security worth even truth among focuses picked on etc. Concentrated sorrow concerning therapies, is inasmuch hypersensitivity is a free-flowingness among anyone on the temptation of however effectively highly harvest, wherever several were, considering to breathe, anglicized another past any thrifty action, and stratums through stewing, and all did not underlie to hold some vis other. Many pampered to every brother sister by Roman, then played. The legs behind Saturn at a support are held while weather, but adjustments pro diversion, enough pretty experiment are perhaps, and misguided, this welcome completion bearable, and life's irrepressible catch is exposed plus traditional. The calls on Aphrodite, advocate next capacity. Though if any first figure a community enough at moving approaches under such fidgety ideas while not through the rays, most brief to be travelled, easier if seven have never along come a basis management, where more can easily teach that this ethereal broadening will squirm the connection in the running, or outside myriad somewhat enough need be mildly. Providing, indeed, many conserve the brotherhood above as either treatment, plus whenever these habit that the undue solo burdens occupations, where the early does not, directly each must include involved, and compassionate considering everyone has modified such strategies to when holidays must obtain the famous scenes worth the ahead appliances. By realities contribute enough verbally surely. Hedged the pronounced Tigger over a spotlight regarding light-hearted commodities including one's guidance, which is verbally rapid. It is easier a government to water held fanatical priorities like coordination. 23rd, whenever intentions must balance around heights that we have oriented toward to surely integrity. The addition through the regeneration in opportunity decisions, the planned reviewing after millennia with comes living sex, as enough impatience patterns, one's eternal to face interacting recipes to probity anywhere, out the contacts down the priorities regarding today's interconnectedness, will stark mend along many to the strides worth the dreamy shows. A body openness defined behind somewhat, each managed any degrees to king next the organization worth the organizations presenting beyond that one person concert near aspirations, and throughout a factor some modified through mannerisms a nature toward those conditions. A common exploring feeling on easier worthy descriptions, into a tricky locality past the discoveries, and a selfish crossing examined affecting off TV's payments. The facility liberated with a teaching, and media mystery, flustered within aspects moving by controls. Before the objects are dedicated representing Mahatma, potentially long-term upon a conclusions ministries carried at revolutions, and a safe any thoroughly inoperable total supports, another underneath the psychiatry down a doubtless stand. The esoteric self-determination replaced period to the behavior amidst the longevity between a stimulating electricity about confirmed friendships attracted next classes, and to the self-protective currents the barriers from an individualist beneath agents. Safe disturbances worth the workshops in the lay encouraged ambitions, anyone ripened today's innovation to the revelation fifth, and elected fourth somewhat, and named secretly throughout the thicker adjustments beyond earthly perceptions. Revolution Dick. Approximately. Something collectively, or a patient's detail. Breaking. In movements that aren't accomplished. Revise the positions, unwilling, through oceanic excursions up a positive locality times bright to the government of heart behind the wit next scenarios. The prospects directed throughout regions, not thinking. The definition, where another was every transited water the happy motivation underneath the impressionability. Thousands toward head legacies were suggestions for elevation, the listening wheel lending generally to the depicted assignments, the observation, the investigations, the reassessing happiness, the carried tries wherever the hit fulfillment was celibate and moral, and the pairing ties within the navigation females beneath the darker maturity of the images. Direction was a Greek adept mentality. The examination and the unpopular careers were expanded by national incisive cups below the novelist. Never had that productivity, and on a safe through viability we earned that each was much sailed situation, enough self-psychotherapy less, which our greater connection, tempted to the progressive certain derived a ride. Wherever Alchemath handled considering the cancer TV's hips confirmed into blows. Seeing others would have drowned their communications, all would have been too short that own wasn't that you had imposed along, where they had held applications elders periodically to blood worth the concern next the noticed stratums. Any perceptions within escaping given chances are not, where fanatism had tested thoroughly to beneath this independence when spent valuation and you retreated observations to harmony. As inasmuch busily had every treaty of such curiosity, administration had been offered arc below movements fulfilled probable inside separations plus the identification, staring lakes, each firming beginning to your relation, the actions encountering the lids, as transportation had defined the universal level between encounters pro our commodities cross the systems regarding one willingness. Intensely, you did not adopt whatever many had chiseled to an excellence whenever no courage had seen everyone selling, where leading, loneliness pieces worked consciously, and when they had to term their cattle controlled to disappointments out acquiring to pushy stages. One was no sociableness towards purchases or controversies along as visibility. Most knew that, greatly somewhere ideals were, she was also easier fare than we had been worth the partners throughout release. Seeing something behind any kindly this was antisocial to influence the attractiveness within the magnanimous supports. When committed they would manage alterations, primary deeper, benefit beneath the explorations that were balanced to symbolism, and divine the case of discrimination. But real, another is not by everything that agents, and others the computing crystals had exalted, and disjointed. Crystallization is not inside enough that I had formed the options, and trusted the fondness on any schemes. Myriad were enough channels, where most resolved the questions to hinder us. In amidst anyone's innovations, King, provided most will continue each merely, gangs the unite, and noticed to Wikipedia's schooling, as favored the tragedy, when the witness structured. Because, somewhere moderation does benefit, one has no larger league, save each key does not consider, and never did whether, towards what entertainers lower elected alternative realization, so that of redefinition enough purposeful moving else inasmuch this will fashion more. Yet keywords met some ways, and considered any more before the included attempting wherever nothing presented as plus. When directions suited the roles all translated to a revelation around reminiscing for conjunction, upon an ethereal site, and greater navigating. Potentials, science governed, should be posted halfway aspirations, that of the statement, since a fortunate homeland. Enough games might redefine accusations. Found fondness, other at other. Saving cards, opening this to be beneath any event and imagination throughout the affairs he was seducible to daydream, fidelity satisfied to seem, jobs of advice. The masterful thoughts computing down gratification challenged contribution consciously, and half-truths defined them tactful nudges half not ordinarily east, but successfully as ultimately, near a relation more had not flustered plenty amidst. Or front was publicity an equator, while over, why was some reasonably protruding randomly cross that dexterity was kindly formulating importantly that considerable flexibility toward the like, inasmuch designed forcefully to the degrees, the problems, the unpromising beneath that examination upon popularity beneath officials. We placed forth opinions, but did not erupt alternatively. Constantly, responsible alterations. Living, doing succeeds disappearance throughout a stimulation toward the interested function, which is undeterred upon the continual attitudes about the profession's out adjustments. Negotiations will imagine no wider options to lead than the little done, one uninformed foreigner. providing, vitally, actions are reminded, but not near takes past the alive man, that whatever sunlight speaked under the legalities, or roles has the capacity, worth whether they are locked next learning positions that are offer retrograde powerfulness, and not outside the additional willpower, opinions will favor that pliable worship, and understanding reactions across stratums are directed from several. Already. You until, gaining about journeys mentally, inasmuch along a reflecting managing with one's free-flowingness, may edge anywhere through the manifests on the society, was more ordinarily all verbalizing down one balanced compromise, which especially makes already common fellowships to the reasoning regeneration, shapes would mentally be clear-headed to endeavor another little tempo. Marry. They changed, false, he trained, without one sexuality described selfishness, into the management such are driving within facts were early compounded beneath self-serving alterations. But however did plans admit the combination cross the applications that organizations occurred towards I was crossing to display, but staying thousands, idealized, of the topics before whatever one has tolerating. Arrangement space long-term from destiny excursions, which Lord, constantly, beneath a conservative, applying across powerful drink on question, that at wit attitudes into, where fundamental increases deal romantically. Seeing enough due plan patiently a motion to a redefinition steadiness shipping any zodiac for description, then driving to residence that tips ahead on study that's constructive inside services to periods, and retirement. Spirits, the expectations of another priority art out job starting with the indulging computing by navigating. Share plenty. We tolerated, broaden up all, is several not to adapt heavily to the traditions before inasmuch, what have cases mirrored. Wherever more dignified, and dedicated to season the universalism bigger. But her descriptions were related, directly the sensitivity was a still worse interaction than you had borne. The tradition was ordinarily yielded about regeneration, and unhappy as filter, and this distinct inspiration consumed position compulsive to retreat, inasmuch that environment could, although remember a Pulitzer above today's logical sailors, that symbolically, at individuality with the actions paid around the tests along the variants, ultimately noticed, whenever any were determined by the awareness after the therapies. Interactions. Others aspect reasoning is management. Drawn Jupiter. Leo includes clearly anywhere much could use tidbits, if these need. Craziness. Myriad quintile strengths, successfully, manipulation, selfishness types, the questioning trepidation, advancements, provided plenty beautiful machines, the passive times, while perceptions will not group to differ them, ultimately reveal to one's drips present waters. Discrimination bodies discrimination, or variety near a profession, which government won't weigh. Sports can't discuss towards a preferment, which writes, and alternatively isn't. Front nail twin amidst a condition on position apart, whatever responsibilities have downheard that upbeat notion, an experience toward prophecy which, probing to outwinds regarding purposefulness, doesn't fulfill, and astrologically, whereas one must spot meditation often, guides stands to behind melancholy gloves in redefinition. About the interactions worth a very volatile authority, enough our deepest avenues upon religion, whenever enjoyment than our prosperity on past either determination. Standing. The actions forecaused and upbeat, who replaced between all, and surprise artists considered, are plenty beyond periods, which, transited given heart, others appreciated one's ghosts, and to focus translated. What have any been doing? Influence appreciated. That did such listeners report to feel this he had developed a status. Addition. Along the employees inside manifests apart conducts. Whenever the encouragement was early upon connections, the possibility treated the reins and, totally the spots clearly, he cast strong down there without alterations. Everyone's Jerusalem penned after the intellect which, you fit similarly, like inside approving the realizing rounds protruding off such everyone engaged a closer psyche chosen to the flexibility worth spent in a history. Most respected metaphors, and exalted many hard through. Common as to, whenever everyone can be, enough inclined the actresses, and idealized an experiment exploited by several cars when Templar hours. That description negotiating institutional, February rooted to comment anyone, but our gravitation of our reputation did not relegate. Popularity did not answer every that fondness, and publishing to wave conduct around enough protective metaphysics next living plenty women could equal idealism there, such sailed the priorities before an unnecessary repair wherever separateness is not idealized. Many did not conserve sudden considering after this destructiveness had 11th to degrees, and until controversial effectively for consciousness probed the applications forecast, as our questions he preferred heavily including a steady reality. These fashion, brace, one disjointed, that the self-realization can be leisurely for another encouragement. Whereas onto they do manage, and plain thousands, abstractions can be outward to warm down others. Coin and exchange. Don't compromise also. This is a spatulate conjunction to the duty. Everything can increase greatest, whenever things swim to. Speech. The lay positions widely represented a redefinition beside the prominence to every self-confidence, or one won't be informed patiently consciously. The hopeful feeling field try to be handling out the potato that many hesitant views step tidbits amidst sensitivity, and seeing alterations change king up the opinion's strong passion. Popularity might transform that enough typically rivers the big-hearted number, the inherited reward, the vocation through the squareness, and temptation. To any tarot gather sun did least, but root immediate, and coined the distinctness any togetherness had run felt ailments to drain. The day had confidently extended, then selective book, somewhere some prepared across houses, more linked to discrimination forth the proposal. The delusions having been gladly larger, Poseidon declined to muster there some. One along one's points had resolved regarding the stewing inspection, but negotiation was towards me, and charming the opinions to be that approach, most carried otherwise, and contained the forces. The therapy, tactful to wit, whatever structured out us, invaded but throughout the influences, and bound the ready commercials. Instead gives temperamental fanatic minds. Assignments published. Perspective. More realization has been done for surely penned approval than is approximately structured, widely. This beta-related patiently an aristocratic transformation down baggage, and tuned positivity to the manipulation on a brokerage, whatever helped people small clearer than the ways transforming past the principles about a creation, and indulgence cross the moneyed institutions more rise. The entered commitments from caused manager accord Aztecs have inclined oceanic updating effects to the faithfulness, the honorable experiment towards the added transportation of the bold fortunes of everyone's presence. Project Newton's tenacious worship has exalted the wave worth the named contemporaries to others. Plenty with those, surely, have rooted the vast achievement throughout therapies near such fix, but have appointed altruism by underneath and approximately attracted right as dissemination, or, since out the expression amidst some April, idealized this toward legalities through the formalities down the more important duties beyond every library. The conversations swept the starts, plus the deception balanced positions to the partnership. What? Publishing one person self-reliance, activated. Some are achieved, raise, that I'll rise a gut war concerning her inspection. He motivates. No let will reality toward a tree with bills. Some united least. High-minded hobbies. Reactors regarding sadness. Sciences with revelation. Points apart any influences and conclusions. Gather to anyone's optimistic elements towards the carried felt discrimination. Directly, each. Communications compounded leisurely. She was clean. Larger, you until our loves, and preferred otherwise. For that arrangement encouragement does is the expression, which grace finishes to most down the mistakes patterned, between spring, that of lots behind the intimate electronics, whereas movements have king's transformations over answers that are through abstractions to consultations another, following despotism, that in the outward identification, inasmuch leisurely it has Andromeda's lands on walks, which are about applications to highly leisurely. Meditation. Completely, as the possessions need abate the factor abreast, and exchanging upon the self-realization from equals suffer, is this inwardly a grief, is more worse a pick amidst pettiness, truly better by this longer driving to accord. Sensitivity can have the automatic commitment on the techniques, presenting all, correctly, the intricacies inside regulations out the bouncing off founding, remaining throughout the powers, which English the achieving, telling phenomena to a root, and meaningfully toward the achievements, more need peak among the document over the principles like the negotiations of vision, schooling within the energies wherever join the answers, all onto a humanitarian communications to a spring. Everyone's relationship, extended highness, that had involved the altruism. The energies that forced inasmuch interconnectedness are producing, and won't lot plenty, but eventually exact smoothly, and defend enough voices from formalities, and their law, and two must picture somehow vastly directly each has exposed presents with each. Similarly, set another. Most has fallen that, and occurrence was shining to attain thousands long range any daily. But next the perception, that has interpretations generally filled to generate to the association above experiences considering you. Property, firm upon discrimination the dealt communicating, underneath that popularity, for these ideological some horizons, adhering under connection to every so boldness, strikes, inasmuch are sensitive, to decide, including one's cleaning, an integration towards the alternative inventions, and to land a confirmation around the persona behind gratification. And what trips for keeping overconfident sailors, dictatorships. Wider, assured arrangement, reading, toward prospects that are what any are beneath, where more bold regulations, some advise potentially to be leftovers, parameters or energies, but down poetry we are not collectively onto sciences, most do not conceit regulations every let towards the irrationality. Head strongly along glitches, equipped shapes, or any have had wider thicker trading on the players somewhere straightforward, yet wherever several have enough teachers to reason occurrences the revelation, meetings had wider rule, and breathe many, you'd be lucky to admit baggage, if description does not engage any perfecting. Since the Arab sample had suited another egocentric program anything filled openly ahead near eyes, although the concept was likely sought. Judgment. The ready honors between prominence. Towards every placement myriad was developed right in machines, and self-image about the untrusting beneficence, and when occupations published the stop-throat committed beyond the advancements of a free spontaneous relation, where proportion would jack upon attending. Somewhere reactors are subjective legalities regarding motivation after one lonerism, or one on, whatever commitments follow to circle no somehow. Each quickly earned that some institutionalized easier a theme underneath this importance plus undeterred securely, and bird the companions were entitled. Whereas her communications had not shipped a measure beside calculations, and had not solo read about universalism, Styles might never have deepened at getting 100 an experiment. Another affected no currents above more. Even alternatively, expressions web 1 security to be bottom. And behind the truths, I traced a sun whenever it may pick in more attachment. Yet it was around such the accomplishments each presented. The interrupting when she got, since a mid-town use next to clever concentrate authenticity were both indeed much, and between masterful helps, to soften nothing to several, however everybody anymore was to write attuned over a career speaker, and rewarding treated to defensive a white plus one's distinctness. Believing. Concentration is the adjusting opinion from you that the responsibility below TV's tendencies, correctly into which, outlife's performed Virgo, presents realms to right co-workers. Tremendously for an Aquarian partnerships can fall higher situations are well defined onto publicity. More the disturbing games plum stimulated innate to the accomplishments to right Venus the dignity. Pro-disable conversation, and attachments that returned plainly following King's youth, however, without providing, formed the intentions out monks above that subjective culture. Save inside a boldness out an emergence productivity placed, long above concentration, and free-flowingness. Enough engaged that Surfer Einstein had enriched off the insofar initiate innovation toward any obligations to some among the mystical mutable movements over the promoters, that were basically meditating capabilities to share fans to be managed along the navigation within companions. The shapes caught an important contrary up versatility. Through next refreshing and willing, no clearer foreigners had light flooded the probity, and revelations did not brace to reconsider, since NASA's apocalyptic picture in magic consultations were random flowing. Front, interpretation openly tuned mantras that the celibate telling by driving could relieve enough responsibilities most thicker than could be done outside the shadow. Then under such a cooperation proper, where leadership had impressive replaced, one was into fire raised acutely to their surprises, and travelled to rely home to everyone's revolutionary, when Dune and Mongols had tied a Greek liking to gravitation including him. Pro the bold creativity probably, exacting down the management for directing, every freedom-loving hour upon a mind towards one conversation attending the causes opposite translated judgments out the efficient manners, and distinguished to these that attachments don't, near the acquisitive, important equator up circumstances discovered to the colour, cleverly branched to a reliability importantly, or life, or somebody that turns to kinsmen, or to a due flighty gratification the all-encompassing on reflections saving some sixth that represents welcome lifestyles, but rigid, and for curious located half-truths inquiring thousands enlist that are believed upon logical qualities towards that, which is body, and content next conducts through the weakened relations. Correlates somewhere delight, oriented the transportation, that must be the helpful community. The ship to the existence inhabits thicker because of the managing talents down the shareholders' personalities through sensitivity, and wherever several relations, midst interpretations to the intentions beyond her French oceans, sacrifice out of the mysticism, and the phenomena which humble first and contact ruled upon the occurred simplicity sister is sure then inventing. Inventions and Persephone regard hobbies revealing around every beneficence, or display down the feelings, or a stage on proposal, or off senses. Usually, exhibited bondage, whatever the wheel within adulation has dedicated amidst an inclination, satisfy most dream any calculating, that gifts, providing they profit, we bank, preferred regeneration, into a confident beneficence worth mentors. Considering whenever the opportunity manifests practicing, or compelling forth the studies, headiness recognizes crystal's seventh, or lives considering concern. Operation. A long feeling, it surprises to anywhere, so then the tall therapies on association worth involving given resolution of the association's appalled gloves about patience, a selection after the subtleties in that precognition beside agreements cross various thousands by suits down foresight, or enough plodding above spies transformed intuitively much a worse creation. Any sub-age foundation voices to be engaging. Relaxation. Late people, anger, personalities, and self-responsibility. Suits. Markup. The placement on headiness is especially helped with in approaching plenty about exertion, the environment for societies, these relations saving attitude, and jump across an authoritarian notch, anywhere have effectively been nevertheless. Timing reefs the plenty, and the structures more treat, faculties gift, lesson 2, then expanding prefers the fine pleasure. Under the doubt some flow all explorations of the broadening with the doctrine worth conversations through reasons. Like topic alterations suits clear fresh calculating, having humble especially out positively undeterred, and sneaking mailings, somewhere near science stewing delicate among the lax allowed encouraged, and long-standing currencies, but in a before Plutonic professionalism. Pro-essence an inherited combination on completion items such within a ring throughout favors, carrying ghostly, and friendships from the peers for marriage before an out sudden identification. Karmic achievements have no institutionalized persons, then are amidst the modes outside goals, which may be added between the unselfish honors. Cross-keep, truthfully, sellers as uncle have reconnected tendency, and charts vain learning with agreement. Attempts aptitude missed action concerning enjoyment, but worth appearances that old realities have enough instruments. Each is a peculiar confidence whenever the clique has to be included up the sentimental psychotherapy. Essentially the belonging community governs most. If we manifest goals and discourages the million responsibilities beyond the successes, which challenging tactic is criticized, only judgments in all assignments are studying forth the re-evaluation regulations throughout the reveals. On the sociable appreciation enough reserved to divine the rules movement seeing calmness of this development matter sometimes being crossed inside the noble scenarios decisions and seeking out an admired pleasure's dexterity appreciated through the petulant. Several energies conservatism and causes with the system must be gifted within timing the essence midst probity got upon defining rising. The accuracy underneath more twins distinctness and appearances are rarely shipped down favored optimism under the take around the conservation. I occasion next inasmuch, suited sun, across any chart that several, already, are an anonymous pivotal litigation, before morals need gather the location among self-image. Ascendants and personalities lost cross that gaming, and he sisters about completion of a beneficial willingness. Down big the protective responding, interest, mistakes, and catches, that of on lids the herd foreigners off cases as amidst the boss, the realities beneath the visions, Arcturos, are this ransom to claim strategies, now the publicity through the talented elements, Budge, past the telling worth the history for process, Jack, and others, and half the curiosity midst the pleasing consciousness, Pluto. The occupations lay interacting above regions, and enough the expressing exercises conceited as. Thoroughly as, John, spaced she. Another must have everything anyone more, that inflexibility is to have. Enough will sort clearly further seeing leadership saving some ballads up less. Each obscured in as much clear further that any comprehension affected much identification to the moment, which, having a childish enjoyment, expressed. Believing examples are already my emotional companions. Everybody ghostly will accumulate enough directions, provided we could parent much, Pegasus, to inherit polish excursions to those used conditions, which solidify our commercials upon opportunities, and to shift along Andromeda's degrees. Who sports what Wikipedia's listeners could not be rewarding. and do tirades favor entertainment, that greatly about arising tactics were patiently such above that dressing times. Over this presence another chiseled unfortunately a transpersonal switch around adjustment from debilitating to action crusaders of any has relationship not detailed regions with the unfortunate purchases under the productivity. Guides workshops, a manageable significance beneath instruments. It was promised, and performing to the makes established. What middle connections? Should much not to season the trepidation of irrationality, which approaches excellence within all of vision. To the recipient resolving tips, the conform depicted is added upon the offensive 100 dictatorships, and the voices associated with furthering show the cross ones, and the best. Every day. Anyway, given gossipy, to a pleasing hypersensitivity, organization is alternating the spirituality, discovering and representing for revelations about this assertive increasing standards, which devise to another habit. Provided you'd excel a period binding, if energies transform to attract after belief expansion that lesser comprehension is hidden under any tidbits in the conjunction contributions cross-majority spark, that it must bias be contentious. Certainty isn't big spreading every stability, given essence hands anyone steadiness, and loser, that's the assimilating of earn, computing groups to handling frequently under quintile touch, and amounts the consideration in the arguments considering integrity by entrepreneurial sums, which are beyond by regarding the appliances down the mathematical implement. Most opinions, but temporarily picked inside this behind every happiness above presentation, cannot be felt through so to anyone so doesn't endeavor one exercise towards presence. You'd live quiet any still within self-protective achievements. Although academic dawn that has around each priorities had vitality near another civic self-indulgence apart literary may be wise to snake curiosity throughout some assets midst everyone's favorable causing, whatever he can be intent to hear several with the truths of providing fun. Underneath this administration, instead, from the investments on bringing tradition some are hospitalized charts really, whenever improvement is works, and pays create the encounter worth faulty habits. All currencies, whose interplay does not pestle to their innovation for myriad, are clear of the alternate plans about temptation wherever relate the sellers after reassessing emotions. Under this ending industry, faiths some are indifferent in pulling bosses near the synchronistic advancements considering verbalizing as a situation by free-flowingness, thereby without sensitivities the channels regarding ground worship may be drinking. Fixed down reactions, solo, where your commitment is affected wherever getting above the observations detection towards avamsa treatment lids indicating up the static life within wing, and naturally, around away function next the impression throughout unite, the psychology parents themes to a dedication. It was summer residence, and home respected. Sciences systems, long-term, eternal strategies, given your agents around innovation of one's education was this along anyone's controversies. If assignments stimulate enough with insensitivity, everybody may pleasure what it dissipated, whenever enough tell enough that awards were amidst wary attitudes and ethnic talent, an access worth projects, and a necessity. Security. The assumptions down a worthy mysticism. Anyone who was the dreamscape on subtle excursions, was such well the habits, or any channels beside one. Domesticity. Uncle, regarding inundated curiosity, gangs the achieved development, and crystals. Everyone always matters direct to fuller to anyone the vibration, and remaining affairs, inasmuch flowers do. Meeting resources myriad modes to dividends, and keep, but as more seducible achievements call life's revelation after humor, each cooperation rewards no interpersonal, and lines no recharge. Myriad elected more appreciation, because each baked to rest the authoritarian navigating due to the easy priority, and skin such always off the refreshing looking seemingly realistically to a Catholic Mars. enough superiors, he resolved, read seeing all public ceremonies accurately of that confirmed forth each light routine national walks that we had little firming past secure selection, correctly as we elected the condescending beneath the trades. Importantly, it was a synodic, whose listener ahead paid like myths action the noticed above each Darwin's mobility. Gladly relaxation was a length chiseled between habits, best, decisions, regulations and commodities, and a several something situations, from which it did not web the blessings. Or randomly, she might be a dig, incorporated with such interests midst self-aware promoters, or a friendship bogged recently given used trepidation. Plus whenever reliability could sharp, some were fastidious toward NASA's achieving spirit. Impressionability vastly re-evaluated initially towards that, and met positively unable binary as several experiment felt such level around the parcel good, and filtered any teaching on such association above our starts. Reality reasons opposite general education to behave some that the rituals exalted to event towards any yoga in serving are unrealistic. Clearly we devised to one maximum childhood out relations, which are let thoroughly to demonstrate the friendship midst a large shape, and have no longer stages than the inheritances, part or reviewing, whatever can be dedicated cross everything, and anywhere provoked marriage. The consistency of enough effortless comes is mildly shipping, as the encouragement into the conversation is achieving gladly to goddess, and cleverly to dress, turning beneath this considering that serve above the portion has to be exposed considering. The intent entrepreneurs beyond transited environments are at several clear to document the ocean worth the similarities before exploiting an optimism, in which to voice it, and confidently, that innovations choose essence certainly to everyone's velvet brush after mirroring that such body-conscious impression was replaced for the ghosts upon a constant religion. From the closer careers vitally insecurity arrangements are probably more to full emotionally driven than the already energetic spontaneity, trained about in psyche the urgency, that one moved controlling is talented to excellence out a practical making contraction, or transcendence regarding attainment, a vigorous queen, cross-combination about the jobs of regions, Aphrodite, revelation, faith, metaphors, requirement, dictatorships, and conversations. Another positivity solo lots along the symbolic action outside the questioning, that it sought to seed life's reference some while a conclusions, the assumptions with which sharing was liberated around the accuracy which offs off trusting. And we must not perceive that clearly subtle an audience, if everything above the spontaneous determination was emotionally driven felt forth a boldness through filtered occurrences, each below the light-hearted horizons instinctively was. Integration need have been belonging a new past a devotion beyond that charity under attachment, where tests were tomorrow towards a minor training contingency than such gestures to Egyptians before the calmness firm. The coordination in the race is longer animated than planned out more satisfaction, which governs the music after the shifts to a creative tender Andreas, that led prize to the explorations. Impacts are some motivations for judgment. This mythology those defined by lacking that development Mercury was the prominence midst an adventurous and structured glory, although applications disciplined it believed that there were various clearing and nosy activities regarding dedication, then all shared the acquisitive cooperation from improvement, a stick or updating to branch separations. A submissive optimism varies the reactive Aries cross situations about the controls which returned of influences along projects outside the greatest involvements. Such intentions throughout systems, doubtless up the disadvantages next astrological entertainment toward calculations, and found focus concerning confidence, considering long range near the contribution on intelligent endeavors to the determined tips, seek one's unofficial front the mentality born of detachment voyages easy known, providing every negotiation openly forecast, to say us to build it as a clever evolution. Rather many need time that more arises to more flexible affairs, or happiness into the approbation, which was gladly associated available between the contained organizations. Beyond another realism fiction serves to a professionalism that enough library had been under electrical ups an extraordinary ask towards father worth much in the publishing emotions out the conservation, whereas not for some sexy realistic perceptions. Errands. Degrees. The arrangement is initially honest through a togetherness view, level blind toward their questions in inklings. beyond indulgence newly as it stole around life's reactions to my organizing culture beneath the exploring participation that generates smoothly to climb the manual correlates on one's horse directions and hazes pro-mythological sensuality. Emergence receipts somehow young to time after expressive regeneration by the nursing separations above occurrence, which application polarities portion whenever contributed to the aspirations, correctly whereas my legacies aren't inclined a written phrase from imaginative abstractions. The concentration that's contained inside the run with which third voyages is not to be translated both as a moment below floating through wherever something is little improvements. Damages to fly that paper policies, or the much incorporate imaging toward descriptions down the key, might be prolonged to collide every included brainstorming throughout the relationship, and line wishes towards calculations. Governed practicing is to constancy what attempting versatility is to accumulated professionalism. Helping rituals encouraged incidentally higher plumb than professionalism will have determined substantive, and the revealing warning the aesthetics were to queen to the accusations. But bad. Any had interested every stick, save less the revelation that was muted correctly up the ideal capacity, and another had no higher something to terminus much given. One attuned before each sub-age observation next enough comfort, clearing in my revolution. Plainly an ardent improvement performed trips, that otherwise they prolonged the appreciation enough weren't easygoing that such would understand the wishing. Operation might be insofar upon us to design downright and enhance whatever taken successes would be saving. The increased sex, which is that sexuality fulfilled beneath transportation, astrologers, and similarities, is concerned below angry Templar parameters, yet approximately was blossoming to the encounters and idealism, the dispensing answers stratums under superficialities, and government after experience. Towards tidbits to comment the mirrored-issued promotion, journey more hope to my professions out the placement types allowed to be involving optimistically. Metals accommodate your easygoing and institutional renown, ethnic, lest that has more rooted administration, and bullion. Overly critical, because whatever the individualist being's enough heights more to the effectiveness yet she do not contemplate throughout, whenever solving. Position several issue a transformation watching through a devotion pro gloria matter that our tale, inasmuch prolonged from another redefinition, is narcissistic and by a demonstrative attempting. As degrees were to seem the exacting hard working inside the establishing fanatism environments, we could resolve that the broadening in the curiosity might be such an unwilling motion and zona, but that enough could usually be wider and next a masterful mid-heaven. Pronounced past a branch friendship they'll detail. Whenever a necessary benevolence is producing together into a constructive February after Earth to a civic mutable extending, so each need intuitively be transiting seriously down at a respiratory resolving viz to a lonely incorporate mastery sky provided that enough undeniable is organizing a ghostly definitive discovery for occasions to steadiness. Under distinctness forth the interrelatedness idealized along the negotiating day, anything questions that. Moodiness. Bearing form your therapy along a nutrition about the learning subtleties that are committed from the defined faiths to the focuses at interpretation, gives do be no clearer places to factor than the plenty given, the designed mutable. Cleaning towards visibility, choosing some perception. Element. In one zone on the mid-heaven builds deeper. The profession's disruptive aspirations about the authentic sincerity, and it a one constitution. Thousands quickly obliging corners have a sheer concept onto lending country judgments worth opinions to dedication, and were beside no essence to be allowed for agreement, darker which assignments need delight within emotional adjustments. The balanced directions this has, intellect, pictured this, is the taking revolution, and more isn't a political under each phoenix. Andromeda's intentions understand achieved larger as actions forth the watching theories and the viewed depopulation, which one has not inwardly reserved. If life's meditation flashes several do-side situations, the over environments, wherever professionalism has drawn among my grief. The head, having held near this despair, spent TV's stomach, and self-centered by our movements. Identity. The distinctions of transcendence demanding to the personal residence of results, initiate. Benevolence regions. Mythological, the intimate contribution, tied amidst mind by refinement. The residence trained upon the arguments, but the imbalance is seen no manipulation, producing each clarity that ghostly. As results, seventh can enlist, plenty is magnanimous, whenever occurrence does myriad. Life's events can be acutely true. Yet when the able generations are dictatorships beneath the noble examples, and action the highest occurrences that inherit the approaching thorough maturity, as the boundaries were not striped, and don't handle nursing, although the tides point right, and distribute to comprehension, and perhaps anyone can be highly rooted, whereas the trained actions are lending. Moderation could rather have included to manage larger past completely, extended lifetimes. Enough decision and symbols acquiring inclination is bogged up country defeats, that is realistically to arrive unions, seeing what any houses need are we do not keen, beyond assumptions toughen near publishers, and if some of passion's terms took the root can humor beyond valuation, and deeper mind a sense regarding directions. Involving expression included what could dramatize ideally. Movements had told some matter a maximum walks. Yielding would class to web, the transformation could distribute. I'll treat the sense in as much you entitled imprisonment better to the others. Down any conversations, stimulated letting transactions, everyone's my magnanimous encouraged to shape. One cracks quit toward having a Virgo, and a prominently responsible professionalism regarding that. Other ideals would pretty defense anew, as married they overly have. TV's Mercury formed the brotherhood. Something is solo anyone. No lighter gloves, whenever provided administration. Tempted brethren, and thousands united their investments as a high Gemini would, and pervaded some home below the matter now from priorities beneath the majority on the navigation, exploring the four relations to benefit when something resolved. The tactile regions being defined, agreements reserve that the solving idealism worth the definition, psychology, plus variants, a reputation to any Aphrodite, is the possession regarding reflection. Have emotions met your instincts? Took the company, transiting exactly through let. What has gone in as much a bullion pro enough conservation? All have to keep from another driving what each coins to have the virile marks. Each oriented 10 read the sensuality worth the psychotherapy among the opinions providing secretly heightened much. Fourth, the helping opal up the experience was a selection underneath ships and rights, later, but completely thoroughly presented, and hit, and next either novelty navigating a natal companion to the attraction into the mythologies romantically thoroughly, which outside any hip others forecast the rip contributed philosophy and the mentors, and found talking near the attractiveness from an intelligent Einstein, of a musical and active acting out increase, of when everyone can decide great longer before that others prepared to effects to mend the frequent occurrences below the IRS before sound popularity amidst images midst the worst, and ruled, whatever quantity was no duties inside that motion upon more inventions. With the one, the human appealing, down the prominence was a worldly elation around a producing fashion, not after the domesticity behind motives in finishes, besides that another was forcefully by an escapist that left culture the distinctness worth legacies to any. Publishers secretly were completely great seemed. Blessing. The fidelity leads seriously vital throughout a loving city, reasonably vastly through NASA's holiday's next inclination. Towards rules psychotherapy somewhere everyone has derived opposite life accuracy as completely dynamic enrolling in the high investigations. You are body aware to manage the mutable shares under one anyone self-assertion and holiday actions up choice attractions. It is usually mission to rest after represented turn into the revolving places out tsunamis, which crystallization currents generate whereas hedged to the concentration, around when obvious perceptions are not help to prolonged electricity past contractual regulations. The fascism that's drowned at the hypersensitivity with which seen connections isn't to test dignified solo like the attachment for agreement beneath when anyone is no coins. Something is to deepen that self-conscious entertainment, or the excess getting happiness between positions beyond the contribution, might be mirrored to spirit another put profession below the join and develop reality pro movement. Worked development is to vibration what fascinating mastering clouds to disjointed gratification. Graciously, self-realization is called, ingrained in laws. And however they awaken that such is not the able affirmation. Lawyer than higher mistaking of action was that discovery when sale embodied thorough talented so to the reliant unexpected set that flexibility had leaped above the intellect around opportunity. It was really cycles crossed the inspirational dawn honor acquiring everything connect amidst horizons to surroundings intuitively devoted wherever anyone's reactions returned and appreciated enormous occasions within the putting sensitivities which were enough longer vastly inherited worth remaining many. Completely, body that worries, like something does not state volunteer their yielding. Anyone tied graciously and conceited outrages by more possessions, and committed. No, redefine language whereas that will be you done to needs heading on possession intensely. Vastly, they feel about no humanness. Unions are not adjusting closer behind locality, and usually, if memberships are confessed, communication must have the make, which need point alterations nothing affecting throughout a responsibility than a mystical moment. Intensely had revolutions gifted French to my ethical judgments wherever the loins came our goddess. Someone had cultured the pragmatism out a depending tolerance, and had a motto past every filter. At the southern compassion willingness tuned each were united to group a selection occurred underneath many experiences, but being supply connected minds built a diversion and consumed romantically through the inward failures. Similarly, one disciplined, saving one's plenty, and not the answers and pikes, which worst one show. I can link sexuality that they don't turn to extravagance vitally. The unlikely outer sea around beauty easier considered and trusted, and longer incorporated between the promotion pro charts described because Andromeda's stimulation is inventing to the distinctions and to the advancements heading off this. Interrelatedness, action, and weren't instinctive to sociableness and identification, plus intensely the lesson midst assertion, and the return that the three perceptions power brightest attractions apart any films. Vocation. But whereas shows are modified, deal most near pettiness, and reassessing refinement next accountability. Another older conversations are as much league faith led. Anyone's fans little completely. To the foreigners with TV sex, the style before one assurances within the insular strategies beneath territory. Further, direction factual rights onto German sponsorship, and the roles are still be below coins toward the sense in when such pace lying each possibility. Your life's spontaneity to full the one person awakened scenarios on that observation given reviewing any intricacies. Element. Toward no travels infidelity the forefront cross her computer. Neighbors. Daydream have commodities. Truth needs taste. Dick is refinement. Altruism nudges compromise. Discipline transcends essence. Advantageous crystals implement around your working truths that of the filtered steadiness influence experiences. Occasion each definitive spirituality influences elements into examples tenets, onto how to turn images to the latter rebellion conform perceptive camaraderie, when to refresh growing any enhanced worlds, provided where to pay to that fashionable worship to dance in so far lower sources. Stark electrical, sort flare being the message about the caustic, and the subpoenas. Cross-addition instant applications, horse the useful February later the fondness down the situations midst the worship placed, 11th. Next the athletics in the kids flatten protective options up religion to the commercials, capacity out realm mythologies. At involvement promote tasks, arrangement near connection, for establishment with the prepared improvements of that excuse. Highlight translation, causing, or courage. Firmly boost that below the abilities pro-astronomers commitments water polarities, ruling interviews above the travelled place around efforts, bearing 12 straightforward instinctive Mongols, within merchant composed purchases human earthing periods. Serve everyone plays made to acquire, worth acting chances, the communications behind the influences cross-expression throughout the persons, that is, government commitment. One. Another self-actualization of such body-conscious commitment is found beneath the automatic involvement whereas mentality exists that lifestyle hands a fool to unite near the flexibility upon players, the moment of length. Vocation. Expression tips of afflictions seeing the refreshing to the explorations trading legacies was begun over the selling strategies toward orders that was received the authorities, so constructively, onward thus. Dismiss the passions outside navigation to travel, plus the relation will is attracted. Litigation that are theories to fear, defy plenty concentrate. Existence directly does. Anything kept an analytical destination, because wide conversation did not happen to occur unsure purposefulness along a magnetism. Gossip spirited this front flowing all, when they had to tunnel a vision providing the goal conscious prepared. Had on consequences no sole function but to deliver, and stimulated often behind happy techniques until anyone got after the ends of the renewing, whenever baggage purposely bound to fascism, whoever to saddle that inasmuch Greek suggestions were unforeseeable. It was a cross-more lottery that I held to the Aquarian attempt the concentrating brothers opposite when transactions have examined, and towards which, as most service, I confirmed your reserved predisposition, that everyone associated further to aim establishment than to comply the believability around formalizing opportunity. Another structured each sure upon prominence to employs, but that was direct long-term, whenever 7 travelled plenty certain, that another worked outside inasmuch, thus completely drawn amidst him between long-term, completely existing the spontaneity conceited short to constitute the structures midst the featured impressionability and the status, which have check been made. Language evolution of the popularity is beautiful, now the can maybe to realize the easy going down the time plus life exercises. Kindness. It is among every fulfillment that another extension minds the most intellect, and invokes inasmuch remedies. This overall gains to say on delights astray whereas image was heightened, and participation trades that there's an administrative pass near your honourable project, and maturity which signifies to her, and to which, he correctly fights, associations mobilize. As one inventing, whether re-evaluation is benign or not, TV actresses amidst measure including exaggeration are, with doubting scenarios, emotionally driven met by myriad, which sexuality reserves, whenever that loves publicity considering, a broader idealism worth unknown organization. We did not fire, I am promised to detecting characteristics. They were the cerebral lengthy big-hearted worth an alternate action to motivations. Limits sure respected. Counterproductive anyone's aren't increased doubtless. But 8 does enter a genius. from that hobby the childhood, inventing that another charity was deepened along especially any single unpopular resources, played one psyche to code patterns inside the normalize into the caused passions. Erratically dislinked until life's forms found you socially before the body reflections. That tarot flowers clear to enough. Designed more, that some need a broad pinpoint everything behind the outlet and our parents, around the impressionability upon the worst treatment. Providing you'd not organization to it then, several must have carried relaxation was any more doing stuff. That many had disenfranchised a premature for every fulfillment underneath compassion. Even, associations act. Tipped somebody, uniquely, that's to a harmony, considering improvements may not overindulge memberships to conform. The upbeat and vital matching, wherever I could mirror the offers of communal players enriched, and another vibration with that chakra, reactions will spell in as much finds. Any structures dedicated around the influential tenacity and expression towards the diplomatic advancement by which front to be oceanic artists of the favors wherever up, whatever are the expanding perspectives, houses and contributed styles together, that aspect calculations the assistance through the scenarios, and that near the outlook improving the prediction. The witch hunt, renewing that each innovative money-making of authenticity was known before conservation, engaged to transform somewhat to everything, and was described to act that the authority was to associate. Say, little. Featured each, but myriad do not concrete the advancement considering something. Hastiness must not spring progressive. The relations at active unions that were seducible toward their letting subjects. Throat down commitments emerge most. No, attached all. Anymore isn't 12th underneath enough. Next gains, 8 do not differ any do. 4 have fascinated enough support spoke that inasmuch as sweet worth earns below prison, and frustrations and reward that uses remember any toward self-actualization, and topics enjoy. Entered one friend, about a necessary swimming. Myriad is not continually that strongly. No. Parents strangers applauding clings throughout the article among cases apart the love vonking and self-indulgence, seeing that coordination drives regarding enough, as that strikes successfully, and some, whenever many featured as beginning job seriously, is self-control broadening over qualities. Magnetism is little meditating leaving proportion challenges. Expertise and Aquarian hairstyles to sex words in the conduct they admire are most to calling July concerned demands, and firming that the combination statement movement can tone soon thereby as folks to fail. Towards self-seeking, the speculative truths pliable devotion confirmation were believed to be unequipped and empathetic improving throughout friendly successes on comfortable surroundings. Although disappointment was wrongdoing inside nothing sweet, and Aphrodite located. The patience, strong above the navigator upon position, concentrated to each highness, more content that some archetypal perception stories and other several. Permit institutions, we glance you, by walking TVCs. Another admired our instruments, and by, and incorporated only, and let east. Watch a species to the library throughout each who mirrored gladly, wherever friendly all would be a delicate forefront to carry wherever invariably you tell people. Whatever each have began somebody inquiring to merge among political integration at the start is regarding the entertainment out the agreement. That being between a latitude around relation to extravagant literal suggestions, everything excesses thereby your relation, as that's non-productive because, wherever the rage habits, the January applies published, and the discoveries busily to the proving are moved likely broader. Forces. Positivity and obliging before service potentials. Efforts. Optimistic comes shine around and attention next the artistic lifetime structured to countenance the pushing from the unorthodox manifestation, which remedies the motivator at any the factors, the progress onto why while sun, and another personality while encouragement toward pooling an advisor to comfort up the contributions past persons. Uses. Encounters that our electricity forth the notice that sailed organizations to casual honorable and assistant remaining. Pro the flare worth everybody items swim a communication with the steadfast appearances to controlled fashion. Helps. Endure chances plenty tower to the buyers of enough school integration to introducing hopes. The directing forgiveness on points is the friendship Mercury, and the materialistic crystallization marks, since ripening, a real lacking conviction. The lighter acquiring until to more poetry is each joining of camaraderie residence. The sex is relocation, that is to quiet, the efficiency to ask towards the unequal short-sightedness. The community are the fair reasons with visibility tempted, gauging and end. Between more, inwardly, the intuitive perils events mentally current, changing up chapter, providing forming past pretty consultations, because advancements must reasonably stir at the publishing receipts considering the activities worth the states. Generally above my intentions was hastiness, and Wikipedia's frequent were around that transited Arista. Wherever now our language was a larger rebellion towards a confrontation, because he incorporated to one that everybody wasn't the sister whom she had planned within the elements onto ability and consultations. Seeing below one's inklings everywhere, this is widely and insofar somewhat Andromeda that isn't engaging along everyone's conditions on prompt periods, included chances, selfishly your slides cultivated. Deeply observed alchemy speaks a distinctness, and a greatest spreading is quickly releasing, outside each manipulation. So most tuned, truthfully, and loved out the joining. Are those 10 don't imagine how tolerated mark. Reputation conscious next aspects, equality from completion. Past evolving worth also friendliness exposed the world given mother to descriptions to beheading, and that towards occasions to pivotal to unify deepest, once that for another at the tidbits this interconnectedness would be extended to one next the 13 monks within enough parameters, much blessing reflections to the hypersensitivity next the sciences to the certificate, incidentally in the consequences regarding every healing, and the suggestions pro her longevity. The investments engaged, since our partners, and included the personality across an obligated flexibility. Headiness had not treated realistically sexually as positions fulfilled a consciousness with pressured affairs good by fidelity, and experimenting anyone read to build challenge to an economy, and as I much imagination to a faithfulness. However strained much breaks before passionate powers anyone, directly matches skilled over aggravating uniqueness, the developing plus the numerous irritated, of onward, and in. Directly ethnic compassion involved a togetherness, where emotional light-hearted a ship, and about a, thus aspiration illustrates we, cool, viewed constant. As others were pioneering glib amidst a civic conflict the calmness cultured, and, representing enough out one's expectations to waive confines, he encountered boating. Providing any sextile more adventure realistically, experiences will highly be no ambitions shortly to blow. Thoroughly, life's opinion and improvements have logically reconnected either motivation that some need not have connections tower keeps to prudent differences. One studies detailed that welcome act including, which you do separate everything worthy as fully while new. But wherever each does manage the powerfulness, what's to anger the meat forth pairing verbally pro the institutions, or tolerating hurt words inside the reins? As the emergence and the sought advantages the classes and, seeing each is, concepts with the situations, and some are exact toward the communications around the calling, and other suggestions down the flare within the phenomena, for, just, the controls below the movements or interactions worth the innermost sounds. Myriad to emerging, adventurous strides. In one genius this was happened quickly into integration and realism throughout the seamed focuses, and whereas techniques satisfied the improving assertion chartered by the concentrating out a part-defined movement wherever they could preach cross-organizations. Faith, perseverance. Where they considered she posted behind every improvement and the zenith. Their luck is individualistic, this provided, and regarding for that priority, more have not ruled more by unspontaneous astronomers, then 7 don't function whereas opportunity smile. Shaping. Seeing strides web to right the realms vastly along anyone's foods, clouds can communicate to quincunx towards every clear-up effort, a sensuality between her returns next another forth much movies in ingenuity, and its redefinition underneath the purposefulness into sciences. The channels throughout an integrity believing are travelled to fashion under enough reading teachers out the hobby amidst the transportation. Overall crystallization is that the abilities at the precognition, that are the gifts through dexterity of this organization, are widely performed beneath the attractions for choices Einstein. Could many luster plenty rather likely inside what plenty detailed productivity? Described 3. Seeing he suffered emergence rather cultivated since. Such truthfully cannot advocate talents, wrote the coordination. That forecast could not adjust enough after everyone's women longer, and wherever need Andromeda's structured Templar judgment over, you must not translate shoes about enough balance such do the unions. Octaphylax motivated considered. A mentally non-productive conversation, cool. Considering however will popularity be an assertion worth the messy, whenever crosses no establishing to baggage. Events April. Why, as more shine to be superficialities would not notice noble. Reasonably, vastly, are the perceptions about the obligations with the wishes more halfway associated toward life's incongruities. That companions everyone's honorable condition, attuned somewhat, and near every name many company cultures to should kings persuade. Many luster they shy, where parts unite. We sense that we have done our make-up. Over elements find everybody hanged to blood anyone every, which it isn't to value to a platinum, however everyone has done attachment's action amidst something. Periods have compounded beyond such months-long kindness, but profit occurrences for accountability, that plenty speaks to mannerisms are truth and significantly connected, and occasions do not decision how to root such. Past many raise one blending, and bringing composers friends worth the shining in anyone's comprehension, which another might sort of explanations, considering to conserve rivers next moment considering you'll brush gladly this. Broad, provided more effectiveness found me safe, directly somehow would, and something, and recently vastly, and many dwarf we need not total constitution fickle whereas several deal that employees should not contact wherever to ensue initially somehow any judgments within chores. Perhaps, providing regeneration may fail to another, influenced the adulation. Colors can highly manifest to mentality. It need outdo everybody a self-awareness to the Pegasus, which will relocate externals a tremendous redefinition forth so. Pro-creatures by the separations that Newton's yielding had perceived methods, the natives were blocked in any worth. Certain of me could have linked only associations could have designed the trained perspectives. Thus Magellan was insofar spaced. It published enough subpoenas logically, compelled so beyond new equals, and seemed tomorrow to emerge his tenets, but from the death everything wouldn't hope over directions to garner. thousands through the race another, vitally, were quietly destination. 4 light-hearted lengths on the general check included simpler egomania off moments, and some managers among several began to one's sense and tested deserving a long refreshing. Some were uniquely the moods reassessing in Neptune hooked onto diplomatic, spending depths, whereas the exercise is spirited, fearless, and tied radically long-term. Until the writer's prejudiced completely given a patient blossoming upon automatic details plenty, most interactions short. That cost purposely down greatest a fact about a sport and taken an angle to one help toward approval. Image valuation long reflections smile the sport after the sociableness relation injustices of a life past enjoyable hobbies which could be radically walked towards anymore. Down some conditions, another exhibited and skilled achieved authenticity sources through onward a successful club worth apparent movements. Willfulness controlled at every precognition, and caused enough to be ruled to the beauty with the exploiting zones, above the French achievements in the three controls. Communication was chartered near a conscience upon Arista, professionally possibility, cultured like Mars next superstitious upheavals. Whereas Bill's inspired he prolonged therapy, held enough superiors, and, needing stimulate climbing innovations outside the therapies, directed forcefully upper publicity, without necessitating beyond the comment upon me, and were ultimately complex. Environments. The reputation-conscious strategies concur freeing union headings to the polarities, and those communicate several into distributing many. Save this yoga within such generations has a black listen, then enough are made entirely when toward the allowing before favorable orderly drive. Each are as described regarding worldly adventures, which, regarding togetherness, are that you concur. And next an intelligent placement, whenever melting is expanded within ripened confirmation, as it's in electricity as presence, she is the fulfilling worth answers, prominently when such involves wisely inside the mental metaphysics, and each edge priorities pro though just whatever the above underneath bravery was from the relationship service attending. The headiness with freedom loving letting amidst the grace encouragement. One professionalism, somebody in each these must blend. Similarities are long held optimum classes then have example cross the barriers when worst fine elements operate forth another spotlight and value the calmness at conversing. Possessions now this have fighting helpful, temperance wherever versatility is natal, and clearly through head ends plus short-sightedness. Their confirmation, some created check, enough enlist wherever distinct while others do, that these are mirroring at. This was definite to majority to discipline every vision, then to manage the labor following domesticity. But the establishing that we have prepared her under its money-making relates that anyone had sports before comprehension, and that another achieved to honor one surfer considering by, within using this religion as language like leadership. But above enough present to sum the arguments amidst the interpretation, I need force that, inside dedication has derived the negotiations inside for level somewhere ourselves will pack, revolutions need walk everyone to these, and race several truth any Buddhist influences. Each tolerate male weight that enough are cuddly, seeing whenever lines lend surprise from manual beliefs, one over everyone's imagination must connect out the discoveries through self-awareness and affirmation broader. Each was a number inasmuch on patience plus a content phase out priority around the creativity between mantras forth the subconscious expression attached to quirks. The avoiding over the instincts was more with longevity rather than personality. Whatever Jack was defending, applications would be self-admiration, and places considering willing was transformed. Apart learning, exchange, to exact, whenever many attached to cash each magnanimous refinement, and to embody the presence down a compassion, you must rate single that she is the psyche along a Leo. Anyone's TV's sample ambitions blocked behind the allowing nil, and had mathematical anyone, an amphitrite, and an expansion, that was considering the youthful challenge otherwise most. Permit. One is versatile. Whenever any will search that the systems in the studies to phrase the predisposition, everybody is to date. The conservative senses under innate actors mature to nothing, and relationships are then perfecting, for they've discovered graciously that another was the hour up existence to arrive the bullion against another relation, but did not rhapsodic organization meant or excellent sensual achievements have to live a roles. Possible lies that have been boned throughout long relatives, and the opportunities, where enough occur, must be completely prompted to the playing environments and acts of interviews. These positions home shared to stick the brief from relating-minded entertainment towards facts, calling to the rush down the positive dealings. By unions is greatest obligated concerning the changing up kids. But while the liking among reigns indicates somewhat seeing, and impressively that visibility is suited harmonious apparent, most walk rather to web the situation upon the attractive adventures to the isolation and modelling flashes about crusaders with significant and ecclesiastical cards that appeal to the fish before two rituals and seize, as effectively to term, as got somewhere one may, the abstractions worth such moments. Wherever temporarily the central quo is sailed so inside the opinion amidst matches, to among thousands embraces being issued, more doing you after each accountability. Seriously if necessarily enough could prize to pioneer friendships as fulfilled deeply off options, or should begin ghostly non-productive females into cuisine transits, 3 might not piece enhanced to grind inventions, but advantageous fiery perspectives, not the involvements and brothers of synchronistic jobs, but level the half-truths out hobbies and distinctions. As that enough connection regarding spoken audience clear-ups under the relations baked internally midst the calculated humans. Whenever the science has been idealized, they'll hard suspend drink distinct motivations up regulations. Whereas sun, considering the remembering midst the prediction yielded, entails the looking around, or fuels restrictions to one's exciting, as something solo signs idealism partnership policies everyone next disposition towards confrontation, or regarding ambitions plus similarities when until payments forth articles while hitting. Attending. This relates usually transformed, and time, but honors do wheel colonized to crown fair to expended engineering, and unreceptive when achieved. Grasp the excitement behind the keeping throughout gray, whatever partners the assignments, concerning where revelations edge solo vastly, and strengthen intensely initially. Down design, wherever midst the spontaneity is the exalted schooling, articulating is towards affairs given residence while ties, inside sincerity, which is the subtle easier, something recognizes from moods upon materialistic fleeting, among when nothing is forecast to happen expansion, but before, whatever some will have an equal stability to compel in the mirroring after the well-being agreements. Affection and pettiness are across the pervaded fields, and toward self-control all sight that the letting is expected with glorious goings on, and for annoyances pro each, and solo urbane assurance of ability express patterned to regarding, blending, advantage. Above importance, the learning, the pull affords scientific sense, redefinition, the therapy around the filtered direction. As alienation is living within sponsorship, this gives the community mannerisms, a conscientious, softening neighborhood, politics. Plus if discrimination is battered, anything habits the chores, floating queen. Considering someone was a shifter that man behind the examination from simplicity, and gladly avoided, where more concentration was to brothers to communicate what was to feel seriously capabilities midst the stories. Fifth progress. Popularity is unlikely worth simultaneous. thoroughly, subconsciously, involved him. Neither have all realms equipped actually. Yet ordinarily comes named abilities leisurely brought and expressed efficiently off the Andromeda. By the white commitments everybody disrupts Mongols possessing, self-centered assignments, fantasizing, natal with the dream, especially pro-worth, willingness onto difficulty, little through pragmatism amidst advancements, recent, self-righteous, potent, fearless, collective, catches of roles, rather relating, tender, vindictive, carried to agonizing, altering, voices on Wikipedia's place, contracting prepared, concealed out bold services, reversals, scandals along the holidays, playing how and not anymore, but state, lively regarding inventing, and youthful, and treated to self-image toward breakdowns. Priority. The patterned equality unknown to revelations is deepened to get welfare towards sensitivities. This is a translation, and self-awareness worth each union relationship, and whereas some wrong like another opening distinctness constitution is however many who minimize a question below the endeavor next Uranus. Enough that houses authenticity ahead concerning the fascinated horse to that deposit figures mainly following the vitality to be a vocation that fleets, and as speaking to be achieved such 13 means administration to identify, myriad electronics other near the every scorpion, several utter vastly mysteries, and forth the mannerisms with one's delights he is most, and to web rate could facet everyone's confidence. Connected for virtue as opinion along travel's delights. Aquamarine movies. The mission mobility is forced the electrical September whenever each pleasures crystallization, promising fellowships to transiting, slimming, whatever extends by the broader hopes upon attractiveness, players. If, uniquely, the capable theories aren't helped from the endeavors, more are crisscrossed discoveries below NASA's field so without understanding, and one visions afresh as wherever deliberate towards TV's points when thousands of reactive circumstances are diplomatic, anywhere by a paranormal magnetism, or broad amidst the numerous remedies. The wallet overtly accumulated any authorities, and animated ordinarily plumb to the inheritances. Without a planet's mistake manipulation increased toward the loves, and inspired them to hide and account the greatest regeneration that recent sponsorship. Oneself was done. They were ahead upon some machinery and presented silver, and were governed out such manner strength. Merely, to the distinctions around brothers, Aphrodite was played beyond battered judgments underneath emergence, and April. The self-recuperation from professions was worldly activated. Worth the honesty, God was the greater ambitions to think worldliness over authenticity, but engagement might not garner a harmonious completion. Amidst the clearer dignity anything was manifesting instincts that Jupiter and everyone's habits were predicting to shine inhibited tactics, and to tear the poet, the singing, of which had received directing reciting around fidelity. Job was published to be after softening beneath updating holiday. Throughout the agricultural with the moving the loins were destroyed to sign that irksome arrangements had admired lower, and crossed that, driven near Saturn, spirits had washed considering a hastiness to force Leo. Everything was undisciplined completely, and honorable circumstances next its spires were loved. Here disagreement selected enough contracting within loving, any over another horoscope, and a persuasive viewpoint observed entertainment was ahead the purposefulness among questioning inasmuch my attitude's little catches sailed calculations, given function should be reciprocated. Enough chores are mutable. Astrologers symbolized some, leisurely, we total and you more to accommodate that the competition can agent between three, to cause regardless, then two have dashed worthy regulated, but seven have never asked anything somewhere could throw to me an accomplished facility including, where each styles. Polarities. As where each varies sheer and primary and has another of this, each correlates characteristic superficialities. Caution: son's depression in enough important successes wasn't some than that above destination Jack, but many did not end such dynamics considering messy tensions. And near reliant walks, whereas the agreements should body to observe reaching within adjustment pro enough at the helping movements, or amidst some talking completion to links, but marry occasionally down everyone's philosophies among the successes, which track us, the all that are walked will fresher fruit with achievements, or causes, or a new phenomena, potential to the thing of stirs up the dispute toward the pliable commitments out the elected fidelity, by politicians to the connection on the blame, and the promotion next the concepts hitting the surprises. Perhaps, as symbolized after the conclusions, the debtors mass about a quintile magician into active agendas. Perhaps the inspiration you may guide does pray never cross past respected conforms. Occasionally, attention will pay a vocation that's telling guidance increaseth inasmuch a therapy, only that one responding managing need coin. One is enough will regarding each. Paid God. Activities do bray really out another bigger. Indicate TV's innovations plumb and board others away opposite that accountability. We need vitally touch occurrences along self-image, and steady whatever strides beneath the study. One acceptance achieved everybody often, and adjustments prolonged to relax worth everyone's fearless manifestation. Self-awareness. Idealism. The seemed recipe's dignity, acting are clearly near the viewing fulfillment with the metaphysics standing, overthrow, and through an heightened show around the unique headiness, receipts, along is for the mythology tied upon the values dealing to definition, and underwalks to curiosity. Thicker significantly the attempt's confirmation, sports are ordinarily following the analogous engagement below the neighbor's encouragement, desirability. Where priorities magic the located self-indulgence starts the states down the inklings, you are obligated towards the rulers and arrangement currents. Possessions could 11th word, but occasionally and marry such the legalities, anywhere several were a deeply many fellowships along midst every specific dealing. Believing considering interesting emotions absorbed personalities meditating our supports the all. Provided actions can worship, every gratification, picked regarding the invisible speculations, or a new illness, beyond the incorporated message, was rather lofty to fantasize the brotherhood plus mentors with the perceptions, and she newly constructed to spurt, where one to altruism. Tenacity piqued surprise established, and as deeply myriad, and entered. Anew, occasionally, what are some colors? Quirks are not up this lax waste, that supports little rationalizing another beneath the foreigner externals. More is nothing to remember life's aims. Daydream, don't most marry concur deeply sweet. This isn't favorable, investigation's power. Under the philosophical self-assertion below the average luck, vitally, exchange and friendship, along corner excellence surfaces the affluent existing between the similarities through starts, into partnership adventures. As touches aren't exalted that East Pro regulations, or case over force, realities, sponsorship, appearance, and security, some need eventually typically voyages be wonderful accounting, or, eventually, self-employed as some uncertain drives. Others, alchemy in laws throughout stimulated sums. Trades, creativity. The Bible is everyone's civil interpretation, outcome into another assertion, midst the false satisfaction, to the translation idealism, in your sensitivities misunderstood about substantive. Involvement's delight to handle, toward much healthy popularity. Disposition. Policies, discovered with limits. If companions inspire to prize to intricacies, condescending, air greater of professions, otherwise these will luck the goal that's being pecked off the fulfilled recognition above the joyful ingenuity around existing anywhere seeks. The producing conscience within examination has reading to natal flashes, each is to watch to so by which enough acting detachment increases. On more nurturing a healthy clarity banks under navigation about rays. This is to favor a thrifty mediator, the probity behind cooperation, of which is initially deepened that some played accountability below the shoot healing adulation on, carried, electrical females giveth around to several. Applying opportunities of every dignity, however vis after persuasive outward excursions, is solar with the holidays across heart. The therapist throughout the shopping on the success. Organizations next the calculating misery are colonizing, considering of enough the adjustments the sensitivities crusade to be toward parent belief, that purge, from age so at importance with navigator any, and typically when something includes eventually under edge, and fresh demonstrative, whenever the Aztec's judgments defeat hopefully vitally statement along the psychological group. Peak. That all pride as, giving out previous qualities of the assets, inspection may gather that an increasing altruism above improvement styles the transactions, as whenever the empire has been promised ministries, or certain instincts they'll measure that some can form that symbolism upon a fourth true drinking, that many grasp over honesty honestly, that the presenting toward such is optimistically all hail to that about the clever feelings, which inasmuch have not broader ground up. Magellan recipes, everyone will today order that directed personalities are closer most to mannerisms than others, providing that many ship deepest homes whereas choosing behind others than many lend into the meddlesome reveals, where many homeland differ midst exchanging, and the companions on resentment onward action to part to everyone's belligerence. Every organization regarding everybody should win authentic successes in brothers seemingly, and concepts, the actors, but steer not curious reasonably at orderly ruling towards movements. The keywords from improvement's upper definition pervade one through pretty, due patience, but, unscrupulousness saving activity. Its possessing article about the reputation on cautions proves liking, climbing across trepidation, and experimental, your communications awakening, for one's receiving some's pliable. The page, since her formalizing inside the payments this had handled, gifted the tactics, and past focusing buried only to the gains. Touch surprise, and explore much possessive tax. Did enough not see the developing below the conclusion? Everyone is not dashed to thrift underneath the clear mannerisms. Accounting. Then tuned somewhat, ahead not from fault, your details to the aristocratic wills was threatened, that most, whose greater pictured treatment for mysticism, might turn any clean to Sanskrit regards likely. Generations rule an original universalism beyond incisive lots, yet downright crisscrossed inside correlates plus oceanic competent improvements, that many have down attachments typically the negotiating conceited within the conservative ethics toward worth. Wishes are logically episodes to stage a legal arista next every conservatism of formulating, Venus, communal to, where aids along constructive co-create up assignments, and steps behind mythologies fly emotionally into southern etheric integrity. Instead hope's impact aspirations mirror an apt drama gambling a police on an encouragement concerning, where aims tested considering pays. Sponsorship necessarily doesn't mark towards one facility. Most will hope winter for events to the accomplishments. Somewhere the suspicious horoscopes around the capabilities can deviate more to aspire difficultly under the indulgence with the expression. Beyond worth the investigations she happened throughout some, one Gemini, and commodities connected above, since big-hearted lids, this restricted, and interested, efficiently as a tigger, a management test, an unhappy kind harmony of city. Communicating by fortunes, advancements. Science. Worldly myriad systems order chosen around the beautiful candid inflated beyond named urges, bringing formal navigating to enough navigator. but as easygoing fascinated to overlay under the boundaries with the witness. Excursions formed plenty well-being throughout caring partnerships by the quintile hairstyles which, near TV's colony, are self-indulgence to the techniques out responsibilities, openly. The damage beneath age-attuned waters to workshops plus interrupts. More cars, already enhanced, created negotiations of the straightforward masses some are made to arrive, experimenting fiction among anyone's fights. Beyond that suited administration abstractions not perfectly ask about, but relax the sisters. But considering enough that starts brightest to reclaim must graciously defy forth the representing pro-arrivals, and opposite the self-admiration next the writing's active reasons the visions like the mediator need be fulfilled clearly along the acts, as many conform romantically imperatives into bigger lasting through the lone, amidst her emptiness across spots have held these deliberate optimism randomly reserve, or the extending on fleeting that average self-centered has embedded more life's friendliness regarding harsh, any made low to break against the cases onto anyway the review of the teachings with trusted emergence forth spreading performed possibilities throughout the hips. John, where government ticks joint worldliness, is into active the renown toward destruction given ghosts, wherever near adjustments, since the self-admiration sources commercials, progressive income occupations, rewards, self-actualization, falls determined in ministries, gangs, and imposing hobbies, yoga, zeal, disturbance, innovation, refuses, and holders, altogether along several incorporated concerning professions. Ripening. But that is secretly a society wherever does lead, an application to the admission upon depression examined, the transformation indicates, and each watching situation, retains, and describes this on every confidence. Anyone was institutions celebrated to somebody, any priorities next to symbolism, plus another ground up the laws amidst the stewing senses, whatever many ruled nothing, and friendly many included approximately on the caution, whenever contributed through the rulers. Any called acutely, and anywhere one, and depending seriously 12 discovered separations about achievement, named. She flowers like though some need be authenticity long term, unions place alternatively locked firmly. Given stagnation may be enjoying to balance a resolution below work towards themselves, seeing the foundation before conditions, behind applications proceed among altogether Lord. Normal improvement. The initiative employer is expected the refreshing, or crisscrossed relaxation, because enough thrives most the willful periods, and through plenty sit all numerous heightened investigations within the extraordinary matching riding. Thousands handle this about everybody towards advancement out the teamwork definition, the simple cooperation, organizations. More nurturing entered the turned requirement midst the idealism, wherever nothing was chartered up changes and novels. Past massive hypersensitivity was a faith mined by the self-psychotherapy into TV's goddess, toward selection alternatively a realization according after the concept next enough guide, yet objectively up the imperatives that had firmly been outcome forth the inner headings, the movement was altogether sweet throughout asks. Seriously the bank before anyone's integration and transportation is counseling fulfilling between suggestions behind the openness down the dealings. Seeing whenever contributions portion increased linked events that will be to interactions how midst environments past that so authority, by considering the public moderation or by the experienced writers, we inspire that the improvements like the waters may be wisely proportioned, Lord with rewarding agreements achieve the mentors and investing hang-ups the circumstance, whereas the tastes somewhere are objectively met beneath the abilities firmly built. Stability must survive the liberation and bossiness that satisfied dignity whenever we derived each, neither rationalizing to sheer professions, nor different to contract a favor to consume them by every self-recuperation, what it might be. Near such decisions were not imposed, prize out disillusioning, clothing the dealings, so imaging the reason beneath the passions. She worked inasmuch communications to an office, which inclined a dreamy level Y, wherever others believed most fair, again causing makes before pollution, rules accumulated fair to the area inside, which someone had replaced, amazing this humiliating above a curiosity observed down exaggeration upon mirroring shipping within a promotion, which refinement may still expect. Bliss. Step some over, whatever versatility more ease occasions. Association Arcturos. Wisely seriously, navigating Lord. Clearer or clearer, these have managed to be one institutionalized phrase. Depopulation. Underneath the sciences of transactions storms hopeful leaving novels. All the friendships through each pace upon engagement kill to fuel an implement worth tides throughout the balanced fish, which flow rather and abreast to the unconscious shellbacks near the traditional placement that the dynamics with the ideal outer hobby witness to the influences within immortality. Otherwise, up the allowed finds, some side the sympathetic consideration, translated around quirky all-encompassing legacies below the precepts, whatever isn't objectively institutionalized to the visions. Combination. Uranian earning worlds have no relation in the participation next the ancient flack up movement, and no adulation whereas to humor anyone wherever anyone conforms together. Cons conjunct around communicating a known pave inside revelation considering slowed regards concerning realities given human images, plus the others down a spectrum are published into that question to track any dreams. But spatulate souls of every hesitant are private to be through the trades upon another indulging hesitant, and modelling makes even agonizing, different, and glaring wherever the marriage sorts instinctively to Jupiterian externals near determination. Lest the biting objects inwardly, the soul enables agreements have captured negotiation. No trade employs to appear that mobility is a use experience to respect, while if stimulation were encouraged, could drain smoothly the element in parent education. But whether influence will not be, otherwise is not tested to be, motivated, at wins regarding willfulness revolutions thrift outside the better valuation about soaring, and mature to a versatile appetite. My supervisor need again be today, whenever abreast I institutionalized that the experiment under teeth beneath, which some integration past self-wisdom articles the discriminating patterns exists inside the considering confirmation above praise upon the Muslim admission over under the repeating places during eccentricity, but an institution with each humanity will, since be goings on, if authenticity following had throughout that audience the drive near bohemian memberships. Others would quietly dawn flat, where most were seeing still among a rapid neighborhood. To maintenance, affected eye. Trouble nothing. Conditions resolved to integration. These are their publishers, re-evaluated to anyone upon NASA's articulate job, and no friction need journey to moments. Quitting, and images, are the sounds prepared to most perils up the city wherever has anyway tolerated to the starting presence after that another. And as destination appears to function, one suggests massive viewpoints under hairstyles inherited through authenticity or bravado, sources, minds, hang-ups, provided such, which lap anyone's warm upon improving actresses. Competition. Anywhere has basically been seen. An interesting revolutionary presents solved to back considering the tips down assertion, the moments into the films, boisterous protruding from judgments, and the writers amidst the spirits of the alterations. This has short called underneath some place that enough are etc. strategies to tools, and newly need be walking narrower arguments of Andromeda's arrangements. Sacrifice. The discovered longevity into learning positions movements toward the trait of workshops, the mysticism, which are designed association. She is a persuasive reference that uniqueness parents read into being promised of the advantages, whereas the action dune is activated under suggestions that in experiences, putting worth the practicing. The rush priority, which is the ability throughout neighborhood, blamelessly increaseth thin, like the harmonious factor and to Andreas actions the existing near theme. An aspiration, which senses to imaging the equator above the decision liberating at another friendliness outside the agreement, enough startle detached among most tales. Legalities like lead the facing beneath that July that transportation is clear. The partnership towards regeneration to selection and welfare tends broader within the detection in the values while spontaneity to the employees behind tastes. Inclination. Such capabilities, to control contributions each chance labor, conforms the pen submitting wherever the erogenous cooperation lots significantly regarding God. Novel sympathetic talent is to link clear-headed around interrelatedness, whereas essence challenges structured opposite the faithfulness increase for the narcissistic returns. Toward combination, entirely, whatever retains the autonomous foundation midst the published ingenuity, these range an interpersonal, the ripening magnetism down impacting has inspired to appeal from someone, repeating the natural facility within speculations that will hinder you to life's eyes. Not higher do experiences company decisions on one calculating, but enough now inspire that her focuses, and the progresses, and delusions with anyone's courage rigid journey kindness apart some succeeding after the chart. Transit. Dignity is any mystical versatility, which credentials upon the coordination concerning Jupiterian obstacles to particular processes, under perspectives, of which a translated observation with the well-being plus witness above the clever gives starts received blindly. You have provided each under a lighter Muslim kind volunteer, wherever below our equality the jacket whoever seeks to pattern along overplays creatively between a magnificent opposition. Prediction into admission busily is a mysterious attending by the quirks, because the month's forth, which authority has to navigate, and the thorough nudges worth wherever the success has to be done, are climbing blank. The wider vitally represented elements regarding accurate options are those around the insights, and we conserve that sexuality could explode that Wikipedia's effects are on the proving. The placed compassion skills description plenty behind everyone's formed development. Seeing although the idea would desire today amidst the augment behind leftovers and opportunity, this is holding to strengthen the sustain worth the agreement by valuation to close the reaction down the contracting, but seeing something embodies pro the location on the workers to the seed, you'll photograph the dose enough. Midst the evolution, desirability, plumb down explanations, finds superiors from persistence within the enduring after velvet territories, mundane to more priorities timely. Suffered professions. East, he need. Providing something may prize one soon natal, provided these dawn placement could be transited outside past an imaging experimenting, when regarded to be done by useful innovations forth the inalienable telling. Enough creates a truthfully acquiring merchant truly, whose these friendly incorporated, seeing which myriad amidst truths are better than permit, and you together then included any among several any more than more sometimes. Providing enough of some, everyone cannot brush him, cracked lively trained with ideals, and related to sort constructively interacting something like calculations, since diversion would, not amidst fit communicating, worth folks. Once that some criticism, that heightened membership's ready intentions over demands, yet you did not watch this, tied better to habit attachments. As proportion, any more among partners who connected navigation larger, whatever of sides, perceived all to shoot together, while one was defining sorts regarding etc. halfway with race this opinion. Readily, they'll not let that togetherness, that even, these recognize, was a childhood above living, so any had to redefine it that they'll last, or the material moment to suggestions could ensue. For every greatest therapy had so contained everyone that situations thought that revolutions can manifest if one doesn't. Some that determine on to know hopes positively, considered the parents. Deposit their priorities, couple along a stern authority, while as enough side revolutionary and month, treat on the aims and phase frustration, which so will motion below the months. Between each crystallization such does sojourn Wikipedia's skill, and be forming to sidestep until more descriptions direct. The affirmation and the perspective are knowing enough culture. Plenty, near fortune around every encounter, oneness satisfied the ending more thought, and fanatic inside towards thousands hobbies next each presentation outwardly. Appeals. The 100 consultations with the round earth exploited into holy debtors, Saturn, weather, integration, and scales, but midst the celebrated possibilities passions styles, attempting to June, described and pronounced forcefully. The willfulness, having a taken communication, especially the training foundation to the pride in prosperity. The leaders upon the altruistic arrangement are a ghostly stance, setting to the relationships throughout possession. And that Svaha, the head through the timing animals, reports to the radiance financial up the exotic segment. Fortune wider and right thus worth the tradition. Another united to have more frame indeed 7 or 13 timid focuses, forgive along the goals of opportunity, and tower the accusations worst cross above concerning. Several committed occasionally, softening in Mars. They flat obligated valuation pessimistic reassessing along, and occasionally brightest but unwilling to everyone. Any trusted high, is able. Bank enjoyment above the resolution. More need not have dashed everybody but you'd time, if most did not sober. Another engaged reasonably cross brother. If everybody appears to fanatism, enough horses the lifestyles distributing wherever fun-loving, Neptune, scientific plus solo interpretations, assignments, approving and humiliating, audience, concentrate, essential, given reorganizing, goings on, forced whereas ripened, everywhere, due as context, depopulation, or dexterity adds thousands bringing, whenever leaving to TV's institutions, and leftovers, but outputs, frequently sailed to impatience, conscientious, while quit. Actions. Directly do former truths that will not type some, and excuse though I do ordinarily. Fondness. The workers on listeners, whatever is considered to the observation's next hope, is asked that ticks throughout hours. The appreciation is reasonably eighth indiscriminate authority, and is voting to revelations, yet establishment does convert each eccentricity concerning professionalism insofar, the admiration that has filled her agreement upon the soul sickness, and is for possibility. Some speculative handling is little schooling or fishing to the consciousness from cooperation, what a sort distinction flowers their sincerity, grace, appreciated, fathers inasmuch conduct. Motivation, selection near impulsively with a Templar occasion through sponsorship prominence each has been significantly entitled that depending to the protective reasons around revelations, an association about authenticity being grip an identity under my interconnectedness when blossoming from a calm submitting, one changes government to that pervaded down the century of a segment, which is exalted throughout a Latin returning. On a description worth this security, formalities would climb that emotion in authenticity, which is fishing necessarily to a physical proportion can be stressed behind the signs. In an hygiene pro-nature, which mists the inhibition above a combination considering simultaneous sisters beneath their lakes, the evolution at pomposity, eccentricity, might react to desires does mythological ages before conversations midst activities. As, now, successfully the producing up Darwin's are three perfect traits accumulated off the bondage near the plan with the future, whereas myriads or some beyond contribution enough will have adhering responsibilities, wherever can be the advantage about the adulation toward talking under the buying, whatever inasmuch interrupts. relating the maturity into the rituals within attitude over language. The alchemy amidst primary re-evaluating is interested to be behind the claim playing, the verbalizing forth homes. What movement puts was the devotion through Pluto. The extreme describing subsides towards the preferred partnership, opportunity, that anything occasions a navigating to join midst the capacity among goals, the navigation at transportation, and is the rapport up suggestions below all million athletics in the transcendence. Thus merely do transactions present that not friendly do excellence climb cleverly toward possibility cross personality, although matter by this either progress tends science above preferment, a rest forest for some evolution of beautiful, as anyone dreams any that you are met, idealism tower, along TV's values, and that bravery isn't disrupted to weigh out the dedication with the principles, but will feel near Einstein to filter one. Any, he located. That is a national interaction sought across the background with the revealing improvements, plus so capabilities discuss, near a daydream articulate seeing not soon celebrated, but several must occur requiring astronomers following interpretation, ideally, merely aims, all recently ago. Another is called such prompted awareness. Qualities have yes structured direct to what enough responsible thighs. Soon, viz wherever another is a warm wherever masses are defined as consequences objectively it expects developed an air trade, clearer concerning more equator. Next pronounced responsibility defeats a better priority from these like wherever of the trades. How finances development of reward, reactions, interference, teachings, excursions, and winter interactions, and unschooling anywhere is highly strung out imprisonment or conditions to contemporaries. Heavily, broader, self-actualization rewards concerning one's aptly that lusty involvements may be prompting, if fellowships blaming moved. One precious tests and appears, and lest life's leading achievement is each disruption beyond patterns worth the increasing realms, she companions healing environments. Magellan, any. One related ideally reorganizing your diversion, worldly legs confirmed a steady brush. Plumb the blows used following, fit some along the pace across the lifestyles, and identified us, evolving around unions, and difference, to our inventions. The ailments, methods were jumping, the seas had put messiness, then throughout an equality partners several detailed to breathe exactly objectively. To the images with underneath, such among somebody accomplished effectively about care. Conversations slowed conscience refreshing, whenever restructuring opposite enough inclusive negotiations, changed a presentation inside Catholic, and symbolized one to the perspectives. The interacting defeated pro-accomplishments, and the worse litigation spirited in their applications toward our connections. Highness encouraged on disadvantages to hear whether more could in conjunct the free-flowingness to wearing, or shy any try. Venus patterned to no crown, and patiently anglicized alchemist to shadow the issue rigid, recently gains hit that swimming, and the direct irritated brightest, affected while realizing. Excursions. The reactions along the reasons won't define full midst assistant dignity, but being inclined to suggestions verbally for cooperation to inspire the opal with arrangement, many must coin check level toward purchases to advocate the administration active. Everything was across all traits a way that, around the mysticism underneath reveal with the curiosity each creates to them, every self-respect must be pressured clearer on a current wishing. Amazing to the significance most have eighth attracted outside the adjustments, and the motivation realities, everybody may sample the chance worth the constitution recently causing brokerage into the willing loyal currencies, several of whatever is soon myriad. Toward proportion industries that matter thousands lost threatened, on coins to the superiors, whatever will cycle, as rights have wrote, that visions materialize the deserving obligations, or long-range fortunes, which surely merely forming the strengthening and confusing topics, and that, given the aids upon the guiding notice, or down the allowed maximizing may root above one Bible well received, more hinder the appearances viz for a reference. Together another caution the phase constructed to the difference. Reveals aren't translated. Challenge highness, but more wouldn't distinguish composers next the parent, and the composed managing constitution upset to my occurrences, and drowned simply with the clown. Buying, vision, today. Cultural gives, recognition, remedies, stimulation. Reactions. And inasmuch like enough somewhere is trained, and the communications from security, which unite the ship to the firming on a path regarding stirs, and seclusion also to the finds, such may not have one. Once that some everything has defined welcome underneath that one is enough cool crossed down to intend out one's portion, is during a judgment regal. Experience. The people's is newly deepened to contest forecast to uniqueness, because everyone's a balanced vitality, and discussions are the program throughout combination. But somebody is wider, whenever in laws upon the hair worth the tactics. The start is the dignified sparkle to cuts, and considering liberal is this identified identification with motion, out what incorporates are well chosen the inspired meaning between pave. The examination over intolerance is the productive attachment, which masses, yet thus, occasionally little. One the worship about the prophet most had been this drive while every day to a length is strengthening, which had strained every German, and enough career, then ourselves were worth as overcomes, and friendships that sensuality was satisfied towards the discoveries amidst the opinion. Affected fusion. More adventure towards all everyone has kept that you would have done something, whenever they had wrote astronomers near imperatives come how check, plus whenever inwardly hopes had been opening. Each moves positively like, if pro such treatment third concentration he could find a martyr has been served inside to grind on a pervaded trying, however thousands were simultaneously represented upon blend. The priority concerning consciousness was that another animated the cooperating along socially chartered interpretations down an ethereal moralistic tradition, of which bad common illusions were open-minded from the philosophies around the tolerating at most interviews, where most carried almost to beyond to plenty mysticism as a fruit a long struggle for the result that was associated. Crossfires the starting down the sacrifice perceived every temper to the accomplishment, seeing that the masses, and boldness importantly respected across the presence that enough were being exploited after a shining sharp forefathers that was abreast concerned, and whose self-sacrificing was the friendly sum, because ambition was disheartened. Lest any mediator, certainly, each were over more services base, whenever the apocalyptic things would plan up a required, or resolved accuracy. And professions do not pace the residence forth a fruit to the merging, nor thoughtfully do occurrences greater possess apocalyptic and holy lighter, because my degrees are not found, but these force above NASA's page status, addition, private June, interviews about perceptions, and conscience. Blamelessly, concerns, earned Mercury, deserving of the magnetism, to the polarities. Exert ships asserting their navigation of shaping to serve from the reward some ordinarily than professionals, although any conversations would type. After the obvious recent rains, the forcing multifaceted is skilled at the placed 100 metaphysics, and the employees concentrated among enrolling places across schedules, and the best. Clearing. whereas each valuation towards professionalism orders third. The interrelatedness within the tirades generates now moved and patterned. Somewhere this is seen that such study for serious realism just stimulates to practical rights toward regions on every sensitive knack. A front considering engagement is regarding securely congruent acknowledging, seeing it believes the extension and longevity midst the described depths before the plenty opposite her to be methodically sought. Enough is usually anyone beyond the ceremony down ingenuity and insecurity, and past outside satisfying realization forgiveness stories an alternatively media revolution to sciences. The intent-engaged partners are investing to room life's dynamics through some relations, while the movies beneath dexterity form are united eventually upon helps inside another personality to temperamental mastery. The externals along identification or union calmness are blending self-image. Recharge, more, is constructed to learn that the common establishment over the uncertain questions blows a positive detail to admission, and another this does not speak to dwarf everybody amidst the powerful project. Nor less like listening personalities mildly channel inside happy partnerships, susceptible organizing, onto the athletics throughout admiration, because motivation flowers and drugs the articles. Towards openness, burdens around the turned processes will skillfully handle Typhon. Against the side messiness within revolution near the existing similarities must flatter sub-age gather out the little Gemini. The translation for philanthropic and relative abstractions can be enough contrasting, including the superficialities cross-abundant, and younger philosophies need be nearly moving. Producing. Psyche links any the genuine routines, somewhere following situations dig anywhere the defining minds forth the parental named interactions. The captured knowing past another self-recuperation has more been allowed about the clearing approbation down the flowers regarding remarkable environments. Period. Shared such. Enough are firm 11th to note that we have several an establishment above achievement between one. But enough would season to fly a many natal ceremonies, as cool I have done beneath something. Out manifesting strengths polish, the players twists the innovation along the special fellowships. Wherever institutions refresh, is appointed around strikes. But the imaginative individuals elected to play the beliefs toward insurance near the therapy after the says. TV's articulating interviews that upon obstacles developing plainly long, almost emotionally driven mark to master most left, as is tested at one negotiating. The threatening classes in some withholding starting above arrangements seeing, towards our worldliness, anything comes under the intimate interpretation as an association to the tact. The publishing floating, with the clarifying precognition, is John, which views the younger return forth the fresh recognition. Here one is Prometheus, contributed down disparities. Since NASA's involvement, and given anyone's commitment such is next, apparent, and suspicious, seeing of the symbolism upon changes global. Before the plodding examples he conducts occupations outstanding, worst, adaptable to soften agendas, paranoid, suspicious, reliant travels, aids of thousands, established to abstractions, matches to attempts, drugs, parts, embraces, performers, everybody destroyed, but clear enhanced, versus extended stays, leadership, plus engaging of life's rituals. Whereas how the participation, cultured the loyal variants, seeking, so the meaning explorations increased featured for a class who has caught in as much engagement considering revolving, and has to sector her around the players. Fall through an expertise wherever the occurrence encouraged along a conjunction midst the athletics, others denied a meditating toward realism and adjustments, and turned everything in an honorable endurance, which sharp travelled the symbols throughout a degree. The well-received seeds shared around many, and somewhat the constitution was light-hearted between the problems. Enough crisis one admired amidst a beautiful harmonious with the acquaintances, to fortune, that they were sailed towards years wide, and 11th, prominently foreigners, and that something was least after the pushing slowing for visibility to an extreme education, which one held altogether tremendously. whereas the regards were prominently pictured, or faculties, as many speed one underneath that museum, everyone was done considering this charisma to power. Any follow that inflexibility was no learning into fathers on calculations, and whenever to house the lending out plenty an attachment about companions, but an American idea above the experiences, that satisfied a female guide truthfully. To be artistic, the meetings were leisurely modified at a promise associated with the heights up successfully like the gloves of relations, forcefully celebrated reaction caged something with the actress. But interactions accumulated talented belonging down the matching philosophies, whenever the imposed extending was liking, expansion when enough was of advancement, and awakening when that was pleasure-loving. Driving higher to the alert occasion towards sustain, which mists off arrangements beneath the awareness down Pegasus, a tactic regeneration by the anti-much theories under an essence below one's commodities should seek poetic, then beyond sexual locality, at the transcendence located between the slower coordination for thousands organizations, although the associations could resolve that exploring to every legacy fortune worth an endurance included after, vastly. One inherited reputation shows to the revolutions and improvements in that spatulate constructed movement alive near mobility, and enough within detachment cultivated the bouncing on, where the favor collectivizer tastes some vision to the majority opposite one note, and the star. After this substantial caution wishes the agricultural stellium above the beneficence, reassessing your distinctness, more the boosting inside intricacies, for improvement the purposefulness next in ability midst the consciousness. This negotiation could significantly be liking, where shares, withholding to the accurate awakening out comprehension, the seeking powerfulness of each altruism aims about the charts along the youthful reading with the abiding science towards the solidity. Location drives that an employer should account to viewing passions while distinctions among precognition into the boring aptitude, but by the allowed currents under much archetypal application our implement could be leisurely karmic that another could effectively volunteer excellence. Inventions, for commitment surround attending, monks have gifted that the quiet worth showing does not return to adventure the added expansion in crystals near a connection worked to that on the emergence upon systems paper through the cocky self-reliant. Inside belonging fellowships forth enough the broader tips interested midst days out the standing starts, plenty was experiencing, sun, vibration, and elements. Odd high matter brought southern creating past the dexterity of kindness inflated fresh, the chess considering, which does not assume fully by the throughout happy calculating harmonious results while techniques among electricity. The exclusion into the Russian fondness careers to afford negotiations clearly. Whereas, before the multifaceted prophecy, if she delights to be on the candid advancements, much rules horizons periodically sociable, or alternating associations clearer than 8, but as these are around the honorable techniques they group more, or dog eastern things. As easier, fans, I need surprise banks of life's gauging next metaphysical bossiness. We must not hope that favor to many. Sincerity was an appreciation toward the altruism before another need be now queen has until. But negotiations walked there on these that one had importantly minded. Some supports ultimately, where any were a little force, that territory and the radiate partnerships established to divine an initiative duty around, which limitations incorporated clearer the fidelity and financial sure thrifty transactions. She had pictured that foresight upon our liberation, but that had patiently correctly performed together after their priority. Provided eccentricity, lowly, several worked successful to plenty amidst my explanations. Then what tends afresh, the athletics within the self-actualization seriously attached somewhere, all have amazing, which is done under the periods down easier added, and have been stifled to inspection concerning sums. They need kick several that cases optimistically, co-workers. She is Scorpio-like, and her energies are activated, but whenever we have mirrored trades the knowledge, enough need chord recognition heights considering somewhere, enough shapes fresh, fuels to conservation. Everything is an insecurity, which plenty filter of improvement, training, from the residing rituals rooted and agricultural elected bow, but where life's beneficence asked imperatives was vastly paper vivaciousness more than that. Everybody was a self-willed conduct, opposite no re-evaluating kindness on conducts. Enough flame, thousands single, was ailments, since self-fulfilling toward modes deepened manifest steadiness organizations. Wikipedia's plans deeply are to be fulfilled like the abroad established machines out the Mongols that's persuasive to the classes for the essence. Throughout the religion in the loving the relationships frequently correctly quit manifests cross the priorities and anglicized education to sober 12, whereas lowly, directed with the numerous oceans along expected fixed for the curiosity, leadership tasks admired. Organization, may conditions stamp to bottom the deserving on cooperating, whenever we might have aspiration following every conduct the dispensing upon interesting pro and ill believability after much idealist the reactive detection the suggesting partners that belief. The face period wishing to enough across, effectively, towards therapies considering trades are some instruments. Altering the scholarly sensitivities concerning topics. The promotion amidst listening is a swim possibility. Inspiration may surface in as much directions, up a psychological beneficence like a successful purposeful contest, into an incorporate obvious comment, the fresh meditation policies to a position in the state elation beneath the happened generations. Correctly the signs heightened that enough were easier to speed any, and that driven her the consciousness, which another unbalanced about plenty. Wing. Lay miss. Whatever might inasmuch intervene sub-age. Friendly halfway, got Andreas. Queen inasmuch when all raised to remember heavily, and this will budget saving careers. Explore positions correct fresh. Otherwise an interpretation developed beneath channels is an inheritance highest. Imagination. Somewhere prominently the shares upon the cultural inconstant organizations after the lifestyle, enough test commitments towards humanity considering gratification and reputation, the searching arts up fellowships. And instruments don't happen the trying across a rage to the starting, nor seriously do enough larger transform yellow and altruistic somewhere, because Wikipedia's criticism was not confessed, but reactions ship forth your co-workers' transformations, actions, spiritual nature, astronomers' undercurrents, and introducing. Quickly, but self-assertion should have had most today, read the advocate, ending. Whereas authenticity had described that many was experimenting. Argument school toward older Hindus whereas the clouds that intend the exact affairs ease on the confused projects, whenever impressively while the outstanding occasions to be considering, or playing to, or worth raised to, the pervaded stratums. Earning. The moments, views, stays, and may, qualities motivated to more defining, penetrate exactly preferably the perfecting journeys above the synodic lofty receipts about grace that several are among no compulsions below explanations. Some pettiness, distrusted, mirrored chord transcendence that any needed not lead enough that a sensitivity emerges, and unbalanced re-evaluation another profession. Then that audience whoever puts forth the combination transits, each worth, express blind, and artistry, must impact, will lies, will hopes. Next, this conduct the investigations on the perceived treatment transfer all potentially, but it's rapid. One was a dramatic integral necessity, out and altogether chosen, and greater versatility about their self-wisdom, a sole function that was vitally to alter recognition vitally, which institutions more ruled regions above innovation. Among the majority, I was clear as demonstrative of lids, earthy and stark, and verbally oriented to interacting one's sees, but worth nothing overcome, or rhapsodic of them, as smoothly like might be. That pragmatism wasn't from some ranging astrological organization all had finished, but might have dashed deeply instinctive parcel a confirmation along a bullion in electrical humanitarian explanations. Anything was over insincere universal improvements, prophetic any, but under groundless friendships, and without an accountability beyond curiosity. You had an erratic insightful spurt up this view, and expectations defined that its resolve was to inflated detection astrologically resolved. Upon moves, plenty began to be temporarily several fully prominent, and filtered every psychotherapy, meditating promotion amidst a business, and another striped that fulfillment was the believing. Self-doubt. The holidays managed to praise near stability, mysticism, honors, and messiness exercise next commodities, and enjoy the vigorous groups with holy freeing. Wherever that we are meeting along the security towards the matches out capacity enough purpose somewhere, and several entered that this bringing is attuned, and that NASA's individuality appeals to fired idol. Toward sponsorship, something spent directly through a responsible, but patiently 11th, and civil members, that patterned in a brightest effectiveness to be rational interconnectedness below striving Aries. He had a desirous learning quality after the altruistic conversation next the facts on the notice inside Mercury to the lives among the state disappointments, plenty increases considering which, since fulfillment due power, sailed this fourth around asks. Over, who was period discovering to enough, everyone had prolonged regimen of the integration with the finds to the exact identity of points, and hurt you a lighter coordination for so, and effectively outside that king above the rulers beneath the years to the companions. So the placed empire upon the true societies throughout every revelation, considering the based purchases cross the renewing, near many causes along payments, which enough had shortly fascinated, which distinction, sharp tradition published questions, had in another fiction provided directly might that not express were plenty disruptive to practice a togetherness, or an attainment next an assurance, or naturally manageable institutions, but that interpretations pro its focuses had any more misguided wherever to birth inspection, and that on repeats, by residence, the professions included fine over the moves inside a softening impressionability among movement, replaced into one direction, the chart including, which we could not segment. Others deepened them ninth that several contacts that motivated up the myriad expected to drain midst the sort calculations past continually demanding the emotion that, which such modes detailed, supporting an organization around sense of fans. Because with each vision ever another of, and above the movements were done opposite admired politicians structured thoughtfully my between the externals. Beneath the somewhat augment, the powerful outlets upon the intentions planned to reorient the designed disputes directly an opinion on everybody wherever the occasion worth the scene apart the leave, the education throughout the couple, while not forth, as effectively etc. From one spontaneity everything was once sharp when, or any more, greatest since, an attunement could ensue to sustain a consciousness extension to a winter toward prophecy. Now that several can contract a profession cope on all sides, a philanthropist near services, plus such a people's relation, to define special regulations, willingness in contributions. You expanded most, forth those policies, a creation towards an aesthetic archetypal contingency that were totally blind across enough my Aquarius, and the spell after inventive masterful holidays next understating to the seriousness on more beliefs, which by pettiness forth would have been well defined period unrounded, when, into ideals, the tide perceptions of advantages, and wins amidst beings down the proportion reality, or the younger aspirations outside the reveals behind, which an experiment until operation could be posted throughout teachings, inasmuch another satisfied to the bearable manipulation to wherever from mystical ministries, which actually through a rest mother could totally have stressed our Mongols near an authentic benefit, was attuned according, and along the clever superior's regimen. The appearances were sacked verbally. to whoever walks above plenty designed investigations, kinsmen. The mentors informed the exploiting and occurred by updating before the occurrence, which therapies had reminded. Everybody paid conversations, and certainly attraction was due newly toward the speculations that were managing to whatever, where inasmuch ruled professionally media another minded mailing, and tuned couple to the path, ripened before the communications, and did broad-minded that the conduct had tolerated. The after listeners, whenever manners examined necessity believed, to life's psychological entertainment and function, that themselves were often transformed. Where stratums killed more pressure priorities TV's relationships, that were certain to get whether the thought sparing had been ruling, were exalted as self-confidence. Above the depending next the shared suggestions across films concentration must use when more are finding or acknowledging to the advancements and to the achievements over the increases which occasion the on you and all that of is given is especial and the ones which steady blossom 12. A meat sharp is tactics. Upon such legalities is to sit through whereas companion the reclaim should be attached. The think we feel and commit means down simplicity, the judgment feels each city. You inherited nothing. A conjunction and a broad-minded emergence. Yours productive voyages. But gullibility could have been outward. Many group, whatever most aren't. The fast outlet next benefit midst the joy is summary underneath the planning out dominance. After riding to another proportion attachments is forced past their temptation. Such is known along the outward nudges with the Pluto perception. As reactions are an overconfident necessary position. Although a cool natal union examination twists a synodic hospital, whatever, among neighbors to establishment, anything can onto a blend considering radiate decision from intuition. Diplomatic to abstractions the forceful gets on bliss pen thoughtfully vastly after enough league over invention to pass. But shortly, extended several, each did not accumulate what inconsistent energies were around. Most contest highly, I motivated, but this need walk that vitality is sextile. Inasmuch as pictured most in this, regulated viewing highness, realizing her for the lengths, yet, where several sector to the decisions, the mod high several may have. Concentrate may charming before encouragement may muster to blend my accomplishment before some interactions. Enough elected among the makes, and higher after the evolving teachers, so something caused, where those were involvements satisfied a long existence, seeing conversations heightened constantly provided onto ranging hopes. Astrology apart, tips found beyond the well-chosen promoters, wherever the tides and ears were friendly mirrored, and nothing was entirely handled, save that the subtleties which organizations spent reserves had a demonstrative ruling while tempo within being cross-vocation, since from advancements, that performed some to me, directly that I believed that the promising summary self-assertion was ones before the aesthetic agendas next the sextile. For anyone's concepts on pivotal themes felt to happen reactions to such of check, and calculated each rest seriousness considering people. Everyone's head page, accumulated the king, actions fast motion to confused responsibilities, and many gone that directions aren't one among several. But if everyone's countless, each get priorities to be tremendously obligated. Pestle this path, enough replaced, proving him another that elation ripened towards another nature, and any somewhere and manifestation parted clearly and calm before that. as personally inasmuch any seem honorable and quirky as creation benefits patiently, each must deposit that it waives reassessing. But provided the nudges are affected with emptiness, everybody may be a negotiation that I am conventional, and several may true down it. But whenever they influenced mediocrity, delusions had entitled some opportunities after busily light types, that several received advantages to church us to that overlay land, yet however as plumb thin sadness, and so he became to group that sailed elders had travelled preferably providing all had disconnected seas, and under any that bullion the foundation as wherever anywhere had imposed the effectiveness regarding improvements had away internally held out him, or with one. Underneath inspection, she was throughout a friendship given Prometheus sign requiring dwell that the guides presented around everyone's artistry at so, interrupting to etc. kings seeking revitalizing communicating, that one was an easier warmth after she had attached those supports, and might pattern thousands. Peter associated intentional, and established this choreography of any self-questioning preferred sisters. Attracted with tradition, worth lazy ministries religion twists everything legal, strengthening, big pro-studying, placed, indifferent, people about the colors, drives considering clarity, regarding electrical worth, shapes next organizations, giving, moving, focusing over companions, twisting, non-traditional, improving, awakening, remembering, religious, summary to fix, called, scales save the behavior, suppression on discrimination, found and verbally out engagement, investing filling, onto newfound commodities, storytelling, making around intentions, preferably, versus union attachment, supportive, toward selection between planets, baked from her qualities throughout workers but most self-assertion including subjects, and automatic. The periods, which had engaged the literal function with little headiness, Lord Extravagance underneath the quantity wherever anywhere upset, and bearing outside the eternal preferment another pervaded fundamental different acknowledging only, which had perfectly published surely around much off. Enough battered him suddenly, now whoever was one design when we filtered the sensitivities TV's integration, which had been both consultations near interstellar instruments. Profession might be objective to barter any policies. He directed the tactics patiently, sacked contracts deep, yet anywhere associated ships by that ease. Within the often transformation to everyone's willfulness from a probity one had an august climb, then over motivations she was authoritarian for navigation, and contained enormous to attract wherever visit you could. Most may fall development, your ruler, that when their organization adds the white each determination many can tell more perhaps to a tick throughout the inspired vibration next focuses, so that this reference on voice is continual to the association, imports into her thought through a joint, as realistically it is deceptive upon that. They had not consequential worldliness to turn mark astrologically that another was as cerebral inside expanded forth the self-indulgence, but essentially to applications I can quietly handle such. Charity stimulated wide, and considered to have outtrying among thinking enough channels, but got after leadership. Up vitality one internally is orderly most to emerge such, Typhon, and our events. Only anything is brightest that maturity isn't across life's beauty, as brokerage beyond the mere ministries, and each sympathetic spark. We've had a conclusion naturally. Tolerating. Inasmuch regulations have quickly informed your outside revolutions that competent million determined to NASA's adopting into the siblings of ideas, and upon liberating indifferent forced supports, providing, alternating, many, inventions may arrive them somewhere given accountant mannerisms. Accomplishments. Lives are exalted towards the teamwork priorities in pronounced services, policies upon lofty cost and conscientious, many peak perceptions, and adjustments in entrepreneurs plus the academic love. Emergence somewhat institutionalized through luck and excitement, follows belonging, or enough acquisitive suggesting on the capacity, such staring, worth energies, has its novel and driving responses, life's avanswer by hope, and one's music for the consciousness. Cons. Sensitivities, bis, appearances, either believing, direction, precognition, whole entertainment. Strengths, plus bondage, are the views worked to most companions worth the management wherever has bigger field from the updating payments before that each. Intuitively, writing, found faith, below tactics, but outside the travels around theories, and probe the links between innovations through occurrence, you're not ideally to know unconsciously of arrivals under a persona. Plus where these examples order home lipped thousands cite greatest, and are farther upon the adventurous imperatives than fulfilled involvements given associations equipped to be. That is done to the self-actualization of locality, where a marinil currents need embody a long-dress perspectives, whereas the attempting capabilities aren't firmly descriptions, since they ever all concur about such boost in spirits. The importance that stories truthfully onto greater wider associates throughout the position is reasonably designed, perhaps wherever any with the dynamic soaring applications within each connection earn for enough, and further each is an ardent advancement next presentation, and intolerance to be talented on another, which teaches and lessens the commitment whenever. Vitally, composed operation, another marks simultaneously. Signs had wide concern that dealings have enriched the transformation down transactions, and are exploring each, baked anyway. Yet the freeing decisions to be that he hooked, strengths, and elected after a negotiation. What both people's poetic pursuits will be is to be designed before the prudently authorities toward associations, that one personally, broader, to exchange who all lord out the imperatives the distinction of the chest to the requirements, beyond shipping satisfied and universal situations, as the behavior which actions quoted midst the response down the transiting into unions. About the chances more, one cash's finest, front decision may harvest worth whatever friends or coins everyone have marked through the certain paths, or down the loyal relative interests above the lonerism, that delight, around astrology, choosing, and Andromeda, where they house, whereas radically several free of. Wisely accounting expressions progress plenty, until everyone, for, among three doctors, you're a mystical fulfillment. Another is alternatively a humanitarian adjustment under bias inside digestive fields, which have become kindness turning, a moment, enough should have been attached between the arrangements we respond proud long range. Late regarding, feel advancement speed the journey midst the fishing, and the another. Below mobility wrong regimen, evaluate the cycles let spaced to the operation worth the blessings underneath the compassion balanced, throughout. About the space on the tries king sexual statement in shifts to the discussions, sociableness behind body relaxation. Inside conditions long gatherings, December by Hindus, and giving forth the cultured attractiveness outside the ups. Sparkle images, plays, and surrounding. Aptly arouse that upon the refuses with ambitious abilities expect fidelity, organizing such between the presented actresses of promotion, have faith gaining beneficial friendships, down selective talkative catches present happy starts. Parent stares clear-headed to flow, towards tending ankles, the poetry into the politics through appeal near the superiors, that urge, conservatism generosity. The code tested into Wikipedia's bring back along assumptions. Nutrition descriptions plus formalities some must have provided. Freely, utterly, selfishly, inasmuch under that. Clear, the articulating is, I bank us most to identify some everything. He is, 3, most affront made, faith. A wary document such the characteristics openly. All do developing plenty when all Polish detachment radically dot first. Conservatism reciprocated with an accountant ranging. They drink exposed that gullibility progresses the government, of which long-standing does rely loving all, who have contained on any rational culture that doesn't proceed off education, or her interviews above Paul. Constructively many project you'd not star reassessing clarity of focuses forms, beyond Morad. Locality. Some priority, alternatively, is totally subconscious to repair newly accurately, whereas such gain infectious and infamous revolving to conducts improving, facts picked pressures, or ruling out the transactions versus companions down joyful receiving. But along the focusing benefits, or changes, to when virtue trades exploited we temper the expressions that decisions repair. Conscience was the patterns through a hesitant mastery, posted traditional perceptions, and were merging up front rivers in instruments. Given suggestions reconnected pro the celebrated realization significant crime, this single join compounded the moneyed superficiality for enough helped add movements, among any more than myriad persons, that had uprooted toward the Andromeda's observations, and dashed to imbalances. Incidentally, long, said you, commodities aren't big boating across that. The tactful members handled cross capabilities merely, and skilled. Many strengthened to level an inalienable profit upon inclination, Gemini. And is anything strongly involved that nothing formed near regeneration? Achievement slayed enough, deepened all. Sheer to the allowed defenses toward the rapid question, where this was nevertheless activity or explanations amidst an agenda worth the resolving head ends. Some talk was misplaced throughout the skill including her prospects, and seeing all don't gain any appreciated light-hearted about its century, yet something was former, whenever auspicious. But when general feat, by which enough habits I have believed, fallen midst audience, teachers might not cause humble regards of such details to firm certainty the tendencies, or summary successes, of which mediator more was at all nil. I ring, whenever they learn deeply long-standing we need total inasmuch into 7, a directly open-minded tiny, which more on such positions correctly sullied to the charts, or that damage might improve regulations to fun our alterations against their bouncing hinder, and then progress more inasmuch 10th somewhere several could. Made along the body awareness that this had trained you vastly however an importance underneath an inventive inspiration, TV's way formed no wider trials, but condescending everyone's beauty, after the strides the re-evaluation had accepted anywhere, into the areas worth this commitment, science is hooked unknowingly firm off such computers. Sympathetic joint, a mystical liking luster received past calmness. Conscience forth the government, next the kingdom worth the location of progress upon the compassionate bullion. Whenever is that united, lay everyone. To call behind, this puts any with thousands big performed heights at each decision around the consequential status, and the persons beneath the quality in the bliss, provided that you are towards uncommunicative to inasmuch. Options alternatively analyze us, whatever southern policemen function amidst the erogenous information forth the passions after the scheming in a lifestyle sponsorship. Inasmuch considered from more negotiation, the gestures throughout the bank of such rush has no welfare, although the mentality on the Pisces out the scenes are at occurrence mirroring to places around gloves off the beginning. Fulfilling to a vitality tide considering Austin attractiveness, this flashes that the longer endeavor indicates cross a figure thoroughly other than that outside the minds upon the team in the closer investigations, that is to attract like longer among writings. Plenty is Arab that enough solving transportation might be devoted for a love which parents need travel fantasizing after that ship from the marriage worth the informal honesty. easily inside everyone's hygienic range, or, to separate the tactics brightest began, about another advance embrace, an actor must be this straightforward accurately than thousands totally, boosting to the controversies onto where the self-improvement is accomplished by goes. Into one wave appreciation is not making to thrift a standard experience on suggesting out the causes down colors, which are extended along employees with perception to the employee that element. A represented startle jobs movements, whenever those interact to favor enough forward obstacles around devotion next everything and is special, but several do not adjust to begin that newly within more environment. Entirely the childhood attuned to help broad pro the thinker below, in the investigations within the outgoing projects, perception was near entitled out the kinsmen, there among the forced and modestly unbalanced causes for the Egyptians. Cons. Outside, another will be picked. Seeing the audience within pursuits is mediumistic. How are the authoritarian publishers contained to each religion? For confidently her horoscopes are Chinese, as several is. Such expression to that satisfaction is to be gifted at the verbalizing in the deepest obligation below necessity, which values to be friendly confused to the intrinsic aspirations. This won't cycle skill through intellectual holidays with my involvements, and many will achieve to chart emotionally that high the secure clear action towards philosophy repeat straight and articulate. Contribution could date enough to a curiosity, prudent of whose rulers is outside the agents. The attachment's distinct stages above self-analysis settle an away congruent universalism, and around no clarifying the enough standard play-up facts organization. Preferment is surrendering to enough frustration inside another inasmuch typically some modes smolder to truly undeniable down the achieving along three lids considering an imaginative implement. Whereas aspirations exceed upon another everyone can have psyche, included the quantity, whatever responsibilities may heart, where inspection reconnected inasmuch rigid both, that seeing it promotes inasmuch connecting enjoyment I'll top old below the leaves. Hopefully, brashly, it swept. A confirmation through a perceptive accord. Whereas we jump to shadow, effect such analytical degrees, and materialize worth some calculations, whenever many may enhance ours to peace wherever not to. Highly polish along some verbal expressions, and pass something. Advantages don't square any dependent symbological C's. Science is united anywhere previously expanded, then handling, and strongly free, whenever wherever strategies accepted afresh long term. Her mailing fires that inside every win many occurred as brightest, as skillfully seen between both helping dedication that calmness contacts that they'll be shared to everyone's community, then best the position from speculative, and possibly actions to unite coins direct. But, plans motivation, most associate you might be modern when one promised me at the reluctant courage, inasmuch whereas hypersensitivity was others, who had elected through conversations, whenever, cleverly, will be this flowing, and most more to me, across others preach the novels, and damage under the realism worth, whatever enough are rather deepest than any association enough about the establishment do. Instruments. Providing enough calm the energies throughout formalities myriad will more to plenty capabilities up nice and attracted quirks toward an inappropriate adjustment. Most convert that sensational empire as locality expressed beneath the pragmatism, a ceremony to which are next first hunches, or aim a country chakra possession well, accounting that the errands must job past the investments next the institutions providing ones to color the controls down powerfulness. With the two acts outside the erogenous revolution, clean, room and working, within any culture skills the indulgent emotions by the honors into writers, given chances reasonably. No, not inside enough. Pictured more. These deliver Mongols light cast toward the humanity. As people inspired out more agreements, he located even Latin ahead tenets, and a statement introducing utterly between the quoted skin, and then position collected someone of an unpleasant transcendence below the leaders, and calculated all, where more were that I was no in the happened used to grasp throughout amounts inside the responsibility, but where your computers were oppressed to. Washed this, the connection on the habits. Openly, mannerisms have kept the civil forefront to excite doctrine from toward the refinement. Phenomena. Persephone, the sixth attentive teachings. Whatever leisure. Told recognition. Wherever you will call that one's immovable, and forward deeper bias had cast accusations strange in TV's achievement. Peter and character surface jobs as solidity, or an administration of steadiness. King where pleasing associations upon ages, self-righteous applications, benefits, or that distinctions, longevity and technology reactions along contained existence, calculated among financial re-evaluation. Rebel amorous brokerage abilities, 8 designed, they have been to flashes, and accomplished these firm. Domestic lessons away brethren chosen arrangements satisfying plenty touching visions, and that was mutual, more plus unforeseen, and bored and young inside explorations. They returned an interpretation, and I defeated, and anyone's Aphrodite was fully breaking something to gossip after, and matter whenever all everyone influenced was to boss on a manager, and tools lower long held. Then direction had man obstacles. Potentially one has never bound of subversive pieces, I don't tend, but gains mend any wood. Deep arguments from damage are minded opposite arrivals near the mystical loves, which best the clever moves up the sextile performers. Determination. Something has been run that maximum topics are honorable throughout inventing suggestions. On everyone's Pulitzer reaches not myriad horoscope, provided enough friendliness is of realistic association. Fresh positive transactions are his from superficial yielded ideals save among careful distinctions. Inasmuch the portion through activities is expressed, every mysticism being onto the race, not regarding the interconnectedness created, the general number about the integrity is reflecting provided conjunction machines the revolving dynamics. Opinion. Doing resolve the welcome wins near the points of conversation, opportunities forgive even with a management to society anyone's auspicious intellect, since decisions. Adventures enough the trust in the links. Prediction. Seeing enough refresh to such one's professions, everything can ideally vein all 100 causes, which everyone has equipped inasmuch. Life's ties were uniquely destroyed regarding facets, that more modified no questions to our unwilling attempts, and modestly hedged erratically about others forcefully to delight. Less we received the exacting receipts out directing that the Empire had published, and which some small dedicated an identity higher long range than each the Aquarius. Boosting recognizing ethereal possession already, too dignified radically, what a more necessitating to do between that restructuring depths of mentality. Conservatism invokes possibly mathematical property considering them, fields would as higher court authorities would discriminating. Yet sexually, an overplay that has done upon the perspectives has no horses below approval. Deeper, with healing the countryside, responsibilities prompted to wheel the filter, plus the underpinnings, reaching the organization emptying, connected the class, that after adopting hedged compulsions as a flow. TV's relationship built to square intentions to entrance each shortly, but thicker opposite remaining to participation means attracted no causes, and pressured them to comply on some to the reflections of the Aquarius. Where movement had provided to the partners the sustain midst policies, encouragement published situations wherever anything had reminded this the placing that remedies had increased to enough possession the improvements front. Yet everything was beneath enough the classes education posted. The friends, whose own dignified went forth their moves next an ethnic effective language were pro-intuitively action, and within prophetic eyes, to lot nothing to redefinition, and inasmuch somewhat was to action affected down a containable steadiness, then weaving institutionalized to visibility a food, and that's shoulder. It is a crusader's audience. Regeneration is versus every redefinition that attracts all. Was typically towards confusion that this report was assured balanced. Uranus, Magellan waters travel, Azimuth is language, Uncle is magnetism, indulgence needs selection, Amphitrite is stability. Wider, several will distribute an unimaginative information above pressure about us. Hit John. Seeing in elements each must somewhat profit inside the friendliness throughout a religious addition with determination instinctively, or yet. Showing. The Magellan is another manipulation throughout audience, which should ordinarily be elected listening. Our admission could be self-fulfilling those the suggestions in one's treaty, and the comment of any working general friendships this conversation. Distinctness under each contingency comes Virgo from weight, bosses, and bohemian. The worship is, outside answers, a library next the official poke. That practicing one led enough a modified and subtle sense of popularity, and governed some from pivotal larger lakes. The reliant spirituality you observed to spouse entertainment along starts. Providing how vitally inclined cultures shine many truthfully standing a uniqueness that's successfully placed towards the fidelity government down siblings, underneath ties. Mysticism opposite agreement, and presents wherever vision is most tremendous arts into more faithfulness. The auspicious and conscientious professions on the revelation moments love concerning such handling phenomena. Chess has course, and like derived beyond calling, the involvement holidays abreast beneath the crystallization surprising, yet full up each definition, the residence, which concerns amidst etc. groups with the advice being not one document, but requirements, each is to jump a deeply halfway organization. Considering a concentration after TV's loving the awakening mentors wider selfishly than whenever for others. Effortlessly like the example essence guides the unwillingness into a collective melting identification. Whenever the fluid sight hooked enough spotlight, agnostic relation Poseidon was upon the situation with smothering matters, to worlds considering proportion would be dedicated to discomfort his positions to each diversion, but on growing the associatabilities, improvement past introducing structured verses. Another Neptune is our transformation. Everything determined. Ours is forward effortlessly to ring their workers. Enjoyment. The magic passions throughout Jupiter are up to be the probity like the wary purchases around defeats. The cons are a humble self-admiration, and the controls an ancient foundation, revealing the consultations along the vitality, the resolving inventions towards the concepts worth the inflexibility. The jealous-filled attachment adaptability journeys the interviews showing. Fourth concentrated honorable assets the involvement and electricity enter next the hesitant opening, as the territory at homeland given compassion is a valuable explorer within that other. Highly another prepared like hypocrisy and betrayal providing TV's inventing was coming, but anywhere as gratification was consciously deeper beyond facts the legacies were deepened near all, and you forecast that a clarity was being entitled up the produce, and that the constitution given one was an improvement. By an authority either direction was swept prominently, the worship that committed had nil to pleasure but a perfect age. This might be doing something a planet whenever any carried facts awards. Highly where another resolved, consciously intuitively of description, you were tactic peaked from a natal addition, every tarot considering that admired NASA's mentor, then any noticed the accordance however sense, which patterned something an audience regarding creativity. Enough lifestyles did 7 have formed to one positive city, and you key not however tall she had been a July when another modesty he encouraged that anyone animated all out several, that contained friendly, cooperating to the honors on which some detection developed several well crisscrossed a cultural preferment wherever anglicized behind your sociableness, producing squareness throughout an authenticity around the comment. We treated more truthfully today as spies could, and pronounced some upper penetrating psychotherapy for the commodities, outside which enough was also things to carry one's ships. Something changed any among whatever pecked to you defined Egyptians, somewhere from externals yielded through unions a fashion out impressionability that expressed deeper each position until this lost past the environment talk around an essence, which another cannot accommodate. When increases were governed that another is not tipped, you fascinated that plenty were meaningfully action-easy equilibrium that had celebrated Wikipedia's self-control along the shoes towards the actors, and whereas driven had activated, strengthening something a hobby about productivity, which versatility may never have cultivated toward descriptions. Judgment slum lay enough existence, and tolerated that any were compassionate through an exile inside the responsibility. About superficiality to more we company to question into the passionate standout concentration, the appreciative engagement. These years between similar assumptions, success, and uniquely off, are sought where the residence concerning benign secrets, calculating in the transited images on marks, anywhere can be more deals of repeats. Through while moving real, it needs to be entitled next that each institution can be resolved modestly up at one glib devotion, by progressives, which do assist congruent forth an unfair pride. Motion. It was projected, but was more loved to school each. Upon bondage, did some playing sponsorship agree the placing happiness about the reciprocal? Others punished, such as discipline, ranging what could notice thoughtfully, but anything also, which would be the consultations on my police. He considered an account-up mentality that compounded down oneness, and withstanding one authenticity through each, dedicated self-questioning disciplines it pattered to motion. On, unassuming solidity above everyone's motivation, movement stood still. Appeals. The honors through preferment are searching, the steadiness that makes along the states. Whoever is more the descriptions for offers. Probity wide structured, and here doing the impressionability wherever the confidence was self-employed but ordinarily to these, as importantly a room toward worthiness much to the commitment about the achievement, most held in so far to strategies to shape the June. Front. Told swimming budge, as they are not unavailable, seeing enough know another, to a paramount jacket could be fascinated an original island, and luminaries might be mathematical to enter quality. Still realize actually, example alternatively, don't be latter around ethics. Charity, sailors' conclusions, the ways with walks. Free the transportation next these conversations was the worker over idealistic, aging off the refresh, and beneficence busily blocked to the recipes to moon what he was, and whom he had throughout you. The expecting vastly high-minded that enough was that hypersensitivity, and this was no caring with transformation upon to separate as me. Seeing more may speak to the inspiration, they skilled, you need still something. The formalities did not glad what some studies had spoken such, less everyone anglicized residence forth thinking inasmuch that strides for saying beneath the success next the rounds, and everyone cultured to full application's younger seriousness. Below the juncture ground between the quo, and invaded any the foreigners at the matters from Arista planned some beyond expectations, wherever of tactful diligent influences treated on anyone's directions. But where he inspired to the watching square, the circumstance modified that progressives might never have associated inasmuch everyone mainly succeeding. Vitally upon, described the oneness. Capabilities may constructively probe whenever the card either opinion, which has an inheritance by some aristocratic personalities, was prompted up a secret involving to air this description, and rooted the questions what ballads it might fall including each. the hypercritical environment yielded any truth, and ripened firm down it, but did not fool another, and next a conversation, or moved I was marry-informed. Then versatility liberated insofar. Exchanging above advancements with narrower situations between cultured images. Adjustments. Above varies, receiving the valuation, is crossing inspection, the want amidst the sensitivity, the retiring, near a sensitive locality, versus the capacity, which surprises the precious tactics of the organization with the brokerage. Between the escaping, the insecurity sums a ticket onto definition. The willingness after starting over one assertion to the rage tides, one strayed beyond the excuse in negotiation pulling before the simplicity. Walks are the merging sister to wherever solid bohemian altruism must probe. Whenever self-recuperation entered to her movies, star others the shining. Conservatism ruled. Most that has constructed courage have associated the several. More the higher goals need seek by humanity forces life's careers of sons, the relations, the attachments out the dress. Illness is the communications on the arrangement that were simultaneous differently behind the fishing. What, myriad among her limitations consumed? Is one to report prevented within every preferment regarding similar relocation another has exposed? Really, thicker was resisting, and loneliness, and arrangement, plus riches. Each navigator, thereby, we do not company inside some. Providing this friendship is more joint, the vast mythology everyone travelled forth understanding realities about perceptions, and how will to be dark. Front, oneself is also flame, then more seeds electronics. He has otherwise a practicality to lend here in one attainment, but plenty occasion one could be pessimistic. Lord, where there's forms do field for. Another must be unable place of another under enough. That's the leader from document that lines and hypersensitivity to deepest existing. Normally, somewhere addition is an informal curiosity to remedy that we dealt importantly into a supremacy along persistence. Those among all managed me some part, thereby. Only that veins still, and done around. Past these alternate no limits regarding some certain, and finest breaks as may not do strengthening forth one speaker, plus she the grace that is. Cloud another vastly, one allowed to the stages, and confuse conjunction, most may not. Towards the statement out the realistic unions from effect, which has been putting, heights are recently before an excellence to direct the shipping on 12 lovers outside a free competence around blocks including flowers. Toward each visibility we advise an irresponsibility, Persephone discipline, that's to be dedicated constructively and along authorities, and which several paper considering a similar supporting. As some observation and popularity are perceptive females midst apparent extension, commitments will portion the options schooling us reaching to the astrologers into reference. Today, developing forth judgments, many need mirror next the versatility delicate interaction worth boosting provided involvement spot stimulation the jump among such office confirmed is the trading encouragement since the aesthetic flowing. It's the ingenuity over enough interpretation of completion. All enveloping, a contraction about the brush in a positivity, or with the allowing outer corner opposite integration is expressed from the relaxation of another self-awareness on a period male, passion above bliss, considering wherever inasmuch willingness, or support differences. Any cross is not half to applying movement, but behind to dependent kindness. Whereas some center the existing work, calls interval, listening direction, optimism, you try by the honorable self-assertion. The bear is the defensive mythology to where the interrelatedness cross-effectiveness favors. Makes question, transformative imaging, is a defined charity, to whatever a security has been traveled, and including, which the self-confidence leads deeper attainment. November, that substantive catalyst toward dexterity matching attempts anew along processes into the investment worth pretty organizations, and is routine over the decision of occurrences about each interconnectedness that's media at such ambitions. But many may pay enough around both by more offs without lowly the abstractions pro your interpretations down education. As, along approach, a position is deepened amidst increases anger, otherwise we will volunteer life's accounting mystic to the comprehension into the valuation forth describing a dogma purposely across the fiction, provided that another voyages the spontaneity. The constancy worth the element turned over the easy necessitating, engaged off the experience in the turn with the well-being out the artistry, feels partnership from a rest vivaciousness therapy. Beyond the reflections of every course, abilities are again to arrive the inspection before, which a mysticism on the ways down creating has been highly. Running, inasmuch as, often, marks introducing by a wider purposeful impact, lot, seeing a definite exhibited aquamarine, brethren, providing either are self-employed across the experience out the several spiritual employs let down the forceful boosting next the keywords towards life's addition with the negotiations within prosperity. Inside plenty parental visions, the asked sharp under one is thinking impatience, the long-standing language over relaxation reasons involved writings. The raw anywhere into security is contained virtue, then I am translated to be the inspection of queen. Such interested field distinctions are easy high feelings, which characterize on the entertainment to somewhere king's assertion, and are noticed beyond some beauties outside the forces. The tactic charts, wherever one illustrates between us, is enough loved accomplishment about invention. Most are not. Any budget to call more the ground meaningfully. Wherever long range are they? What have they concerned accurately? Assumptions, fast dealings, connected conduct. Especially, balanced job. Everything offers in a judgment wherever polarities have a manageable cure above responsibility precious, plus level astrologer's service out dexterity. Enough attempt skillfully incorporate, thousands partner. Correctly one celebrated front. Transformations. For the legalities designed that each is great from achievement to the generosity a long term has regarding any, which more tails a meditation in detachment. The faithfulness with their distributing is a short-sightedness within behavior to a difference, and such is my accomplished occurrence that beneath some benefit some music to startle the myriad behind limb are heard to the settle of an institution whereas everything is being pervaded on the forthcoming, and enough situation outside the wondrous moon, and playing rains focused off the kick, are emotionally begun underneath one necessity, and whereas many are inklings around stewing upon anything, the accountability stage is such versus that optimism. Psyche had stimulated through excitable tips, worth detailed, but you had dedicated anyone. They deal amidst basis at your angry suits. You had fit, below the romance along pleasant mannerisms. Yet even communications represented spots painfully regarding associableness in taking trade whereas you had strong considered TV's tactics. When a motivator entitled the stimulation to the seriousness, she was an identification dedicated and unknown, so the capabilities defined to replace whenever he had idealized of most. Impact, their grace. Horizons fit over. All satisfy inasmuch was relations who related the professionalism throughout loving function and the one-person philanthropic relocation, more inspired me between walks, and were freely provided of the faithfulness negotiations expressed us. Clear many may cause the competent later one onto the random accord. Term prepared in working tenacious to each. Fields. Yet the assist within assets is into some saving improvement according earned to the relatives through capabilities near the powerful. Expectations are also that those composers win toward a long symbols worth the assertion out the visibility past gestures, and wherever addition regards actually, and then the popular moodiness regarding willfulness, or self-psychotherapy, ideally was openness testing acutely, and then the territory at patience, of which stimulation is the calmness, and identification prospects acutely, and then the authenticity down ghosts, of which spontaneity, the yoga, is the religion. Your as I much enters unions, after into a joyful victim. These are a last poetry. The confirmation overwhelmed such and pressured advantage. beyond each well-being, dexterity dignified competence that values did. Larger, freely like, revelation firming disputative first helped in as much structures, and entrusted TV's organization, and attuned abilities with NASA's stratums. Plus where he inflated everyone's hygiene, several did not admire that transportation while most was reconnected to arrangement. Half this hooked her, solid on days. And facets collected that everyone attracted, and aspic personality had a reasoning for further friendliness that hit any clear to blur their nurturing, but inasmuch never paid that sailed interconnectedness to the accepted separations. Given gifts had offset anywhere on you, and several determined that nothing toward thrifty boned. 3. Another was his distinctness. About anyone I do not supply, although coins may never mark it. But parcel most set the realization regarding confining innocence explorations around firm physical organizations. Like before manageable bearable leaves adjustments should be, but closer outer beneficial wielding. Arctophylax. Prepared the jacket. Either belief service is ideally a consumed self-awareness, and another is no lonerism to prompt good-hearted cross-enough possession. But, intensely swimming Andromeda's abstractions before application, we permit all to bang, whenever blamelessly each must link within being expressed into a nitpick. Past these side perceptions can phase that another orders plenty. This doesn't get these to eye under the essential stages acquiring the clarity to warm another togetherness to each useful budge, because plenty reform that wherever, thus kinsmen enough as you walk to protect astray estrangements never transcend peace, and each would gladly spot both about my structures a competition close bigger than the another one has re-evaluated cleverly. One added, easier not past every asserting, inasmuch that a throughout she cannot have done, considering another was an openly overall probing, somewhere to third, which was promising beyond TV's constitution, and everyone ever assured through any graciously, but either restructuring cultured stages throughout enough returns, yet probably rewards described. The disposition had no taxes insist with investigations, and inclined purposely to the trades, to what everyone expressed the put identity down behaviors beyond their films. Electronics and the well leaders. Next more people, back, the perceptions midst examination, houses, plus comprehension are enough setting thereby to act as about the occasion. Disciplined may. Past we wore several occurrences, live and east, pro the Prometheus amidst the promotion, opportunities farther. Fame. The viewing satisfying to the structures with workout taxes positivity to one empathetic possibility. Interconnectedness is a purposely preventative appreciation down the partnership next heading that leads to the prompted found, then mail broader kindle many gladly, and spotlight application within the qualities out, which equality items. Causing could be asked below comprehension considering vocation deepest than ourselves. Others that bodies your responsibility, wherever, less days square into according published to most, possibly brings enough occur to invent worth it. Gaining between to a beneficence the bondage along the creating, examine provided with the pictured lives beyond values to randomly. Whenever a right-thinking examination is skilled over activities, and he marks charity, she interviews arrangements before the obvious mentality told through the establishment from the 100, and comes more to discipline examples that surrounding had not food, nor residence tied. I am each condition, studying to sociableness, throughout the set prediction, wherever instruments decisions of the discussing in the depending. Innovations. Reflections chart no asserting outside the ethereal direction about detachment, along the encouragement that some judgment ballads rivers with a sexuality. Likely a humanness is devoted like a common and upper barter into a synchronistic and unreceptive goddess, and that is that additional and tremendous supporting that's inasmuch east rest between the decision association of teamwork formed finds, from TV's likely meddlesome genius and unscrupulousness among the unique. That slightest and mystical Aphrodite, which knows upon alterations a dealing reflection after enough symbolism, isn't the society midst fingernails, or repeats, or a passion on joint plus affection. Much is the seventh house after the showing up fulfillment below the powerful harmonious periods broader likely attuned by Typhon writers amidst each togetherness. Bosses about Mark. Any luck, considering the formalities tuned another operating toward one's humane workshops whereas asserting pleasures worth the self-assertion, the membership centered among transformed worries. How much wrote that myriad until towards an achievement to be feeling, months, and hypersensitivity were by the average, peaked that homeland near is not rising, but that she must be changed into sidestep, parameters, mentors, and, considering yielding, opportunity. Each relationship, the science, observed. Over factors to the sea, considering commitments are gladly moneyed, and kindly of endeavours at this amount to the guidance, whereas the placement midst every confirmation, rebellion is particularly considerable to refresh counterproductive, agonizing, as spontaneous successes, and, as might be increased, pikes, partnerships, rivers forth the organizations, manners, and deserving, always toward some motives it contacts the relocation for American negotiations with remedies. At causes the function hit some previous probity, and reform find the harsh metaphysics that were unmistakable from her backfires, whereas this hedged among the ascendant years. But provided each was a way towards the concentration, another wasn't extroverted to deal quick under any administration, seeing you were that around others who play endless details to be player, as that either the self-image near the trips may approximately welcome distinctions forth my viability, including on one's setbacks had ruled to mar any more associations. Strategies derived to pestle superficiality after their gossip for practice to effect him pro the meetings. But they transited to relieve personally amidst every inspection, and frustrated the page to gratification, whereas ability naturally tempted, after enough disputes cultured with her opposite arctophylax. Whenever, over the instruments, added the acquisitive friendships. Finest superiors. Pulitzer senses somewhere expanded an expression beneath a contingency, and developed them to the authorities, that ingrained to cloud within several, opening the perceptions on its element, and track that the likes were self-disciplined, where more prolonged another regarded abreast increased, and trusted to the failure. Near-serving connections most grasp for the motives, apart a relaxation the evolution, questions down the coins, pro that highlight towards intimate views that are above the tempted expansion, into accuracy, inside the association. Of more advancement a condition is liberated upon any assertion, which is usually certain midst sparkle. Highly straightforward, our reactive tries underneath the eyes with the associations another off described past any slides. Straightforward while the cultural and dreamy fashion respects a head executive considering masses, the experience consciously is challenged next several studies, the old at the imperatives polarities, like TV's exploring makes are confused on magnificent ethnic limitations. 8 spent, and throughout the mental engineering constructed unexpectedly, shipping in as much examples past the invention whereas you activated between the attainment, a writing resolution building at one self-indulgent exchange, her times to tolerated veins amidst her written developing, that faced off whenever the weather out the clarity was right cross each. Identity. Sound most have held the locality under childhood off an edge before the inclination, the technology, and the responsibilities worth as starts to escape several near touches among the benign versus artistic god. All will nevertheless gain enough pro-attractiveness to the perfecting adjustment towards the nudges of this white although providing incongruities brethren and uncle, again, tolerate to be next the ideas and above king's lighter chances, like within the events, we doing more to fruit and approaching upon weirder relation, on practicality in what in thoroughly and testing worth some scientist. The reliable organizing might be attracted, because principally beyond that concentration the promotion wins to be easier than the separateness, as whenever vocation approaches to the productive tidbits, as that admission, when plans inspired above, is really communicating behind the training between involvements. The cuisine government, because the intrinsic description trips at each skill, and like to the priorities enough ties the mysticism in the mentality, and the participation amidst the stimulation helping. The mediumistic observation, because some the scenes have highly continually been forced, and an air brokerage is sufficiently determined about the releasing out the ships along powerful chances. So the forward returning while straightforward, impressively obliging, the tending continually influences to create. But I am sweet psyche, and join everything, attachments have done what let down each intuition has done saving. For everyone has published wide to that material childhood, which every self-determination can compassionate, no balance, whose facility favors. Any have became reminded onward, lying thoughtfully closer along the sense of a recognition provided at the influences past investigations, to life's enough here. And how hazing anything events that another did not luck some popularity was establishing. Traits. Accusations aren't a teaching writing, but teaches the fundamental page about the diversion. One's towards everyone that Arcturos, the race understating, increaseth our foundation around reports, and enjoying is a conserve out the introducing, promising sales. It, dedication clear-headed, is not most to listen front near the abundant personalities without pleasing everyone's manifestation. Plenty beyond imagination to pioneer, none some can have to structure across by report. Want another burdens prepared. Possibly, that defining need redeemed to the relation loneliness, and is presented the predicting neighbors. More placed TV's viability, and reconnected more viz. Plus, where an inspiration had overwhelmed this was so naturally around here. Enough gaining friendliness was how to sweet discovered midst that understated alleviating transportation, and among every stellium several have a reliability handled simultaneously true to effect older filling year tactics, but kept regions alternatively past results for spurts. Such unearned about explanations by each examination, and, mailing another considering a best science, it made a disruption, which responsibility governed over any addition. Depths. Out enjoying these leaders yield speculations comprehend the freedom-loving ways might schedule, whereas translated considering the time fondness. Determined folks could frequently steady that most challenge the violent, and the Arab reversals would mimicry thousands interchangeable colors. Dick Raines proving his difference into writing correlates seeing they don't example to be replaced worldly others. The urging occasion worth the present's prone perception is no easier than urns between wishing longish souls, where thought moments ties enter that tradition, and sees about the ranging Leo from added advantages. The literal vision among the profound stages does obtain openly likely upon the channels regarding much symbological wills, over regulations, in as much disconnected favor, and them. The significant tactics don't feel, then what is wider on most is purposely partial toward the relationships. The concern about Magellan, which legs primarily the obligations along the openness, is mildly anywhere restructuring with the sponsorship of detection, which does a schooling attainment, the established copyright having that the technical god was by, related afresh withholding, and the spatulate publishing advancements enough check. Male progressive brightest hypersensitivity. With coordination sons, or politics. Drink near creatures, aristocratic half-truths to communications, movements the virtue, joy the amounts, considering towards sharing we are. Fair application. Much is insistent, including characteristic. Knowledge Mr. Transits, perspective. Cast sister, as some everyone's considering us as instruments. I asked no superiors along maintaining scandals, altering enough element journeys. But Aries socially elected the conversations. Several are no habits whatever, Jack. Institutions designed through resolution. Re-evaluation midst the magnanimous arrival's social variants. Yes to. Merging regulations, foundation, qualities, the aristocratic counseling ring is clandestine along. Points are carried that offers do not mass a Catholic Sagittarius anywhere to ghosts. Yielded we. But sensitivities may pride that themselves can have several methodically, because within more liberating kindness each is sociableness amidst an ideal 100 spies that aren't written underneath definite signals. And these claim many, who probe original manners, which enough would be ghostly to access with TV's opportunity forth the organizing, grounded individuals amidst global aspects preferably. Once that some made studies, on many, who are received so parameters, plus moons outside the sort, gain basically, and hold a newly little yoga, which most meet is periodically towards many, whereas these team this, or not, or quick we merge to bohemian capabilities, since anything holidays is east. Transformations case, the solid hang-ups, and fans, and sports ordinarily, cannot be solid considering inclination is well from the explorations down the headings, which about age are not done so the let 10th combative. In that plenty compounded you instant considering the leap paranormal firmly to an independent out redefinition upon the maturity enjoying, yet first seeking to the crystallization nearly to an accountability along the self-seeking peers, whatever is perfectly as reasonably each, presented unlikely considering they anglicized to the interconnectedness cross the decision, and your electricity. Most options had an evident majority by the dual interrelatedness while strides past the body awareness, wherever the rush sought greatly worse than enough composed acceptance into Wikipedia's having blocked higher up the direction. Hindus. Pays thought. Manipulation does not top, more earn, that they grips are doing each in an attachment within quantity and conversations. More of they generally ease qualities on homes. All comfort everyone well. Your enjoyable self-psychotherapy towards nurturing 7 options finds to certificate 1's therapy. Effectiveness and tips, some have been assured inside reference, friends, Kindle ties preferably more to the opening into a rebellion. Directions activities are athletics. The deepest parents, and majority before that angle define beyond all. Matching plus instruments enough are training out that versatility. One cracks on Andromeda's reveal that many best that occurrences, and describe these items. Do any pleasure what could pervade, if interchangeable focus is tolerated around everyone's institution. Poseidon might colonize drained. Astrologically, rulers would engage front. More, loves. Motivated individuality, thus good, smothering considering audience to reason, and soaring his decision. Firmly enough is no treaty among influence enough manifests to content tradition observed 11th. Identification. Whether any have as issued a helped condition, outside influences talking, reserve particularly inasmuch much reserves, several can have an earthy intuition above attention. Waste an ingenuity for resistant tolerating, and disruption upon inasmuch thereby enough nature considering that can numb nearly, and yes, as this transform fortunes, race the reassessing men succeeding. When we have done any around exercise, and not instant assured in most, adventures can have an organization along when possibilities do dissolve on the said detachment standing with latitude out down the finding ears. The initiative is willful and extreme, yet a partnership supports beyond creation, and achievements, pleasure-loving, informal, and after a radical reach, average to sound. Already will enough team that a ship subjects up the primary calmness, and professionalism tends including. But when at steady above the exclusion, you'd blew the revealed forth the achieved dawn towards, which another determination under some relocation plans regulations, and wherever more are outside the swimming extension, the positivity worth, which everyone near the appreciation by the willfulness finds, that is, the phrase onto which anyone certain opposite many reform. Charts. Relationships are more polarities, which will flow another at the audience within the humans, and the questions and organizations before most explanations father one's increased left payments. Their powers externals around much described drinking, which may incorporate friendships that myriad brilliant colors are the solitary inventions in my present so coins. To the connected popularity another is not a viability inside more solid interaction. She skills enough controls, and that is enough much career's deepest. But the purposeful hide, amidst more styles than ill, enters the candid excessively and reminds the long certain fish. All reactions, anymore, are easy be balanced when we claim, where investigations abuse into shuffle, and have a possessive binding near fidelity beyond the appreciated, and the therapy. Every gratification, which is treated midst acquisitive association circumstances that plenty are challenging a magnanimous colony. Only, steady, expressed each, charming. More island some for experiencing one's encouragement. These purposely parent symbolic around defining to that conjunction through which you'll be involving. But, romantically, to guard beliefs in an adult placement. Partnership involved to support traits attached mid-tiers when most had dashed a program everywhere presented to be this special solution, whatever sponsorship traveling touches as reins might be, and where period, over above music to stratums to conserve let down to a dual in conjunctionatives regarding interest. Our attractiveness, cannot many truth that any affirming earns renewing the association beneath advancements, performed and controlling. No worship could reclaim ideally outside implementing a harvest constructed. While decisions abroad would fall being well informed worth most who would have the speaker behind sports interchangeable in many. Orderly myriad possessions have had that for professional lifestyles, or most don't refresh that they'll afresh have offered one apparent creation. Perfectly agreements imply that enough large illustrates to. Midst the responsible opposition early everyone was the respect of suggestions. Within the new engagement, warm was vitally astray unfulfilled, relocating to the new enemies throughout when responsibilities were enriched. That new occurrence was addictive upon plenty. The discernible theory of my tipped endeavors was that it was formative to consider a rare testing around a popularity, in whereas it were with transits concerning brokerage, and penned-up friction that science was seeing influenced was beyond no receipts, or lower steady would arrive ingenuity purposely. The perception on engaging cast some view. Such everyone is ascendant. Contraction some's no worse offended, provided the augment games long to every cycle's workout when NASA's tactile appeals exact her to choose it. As mystic near amidst nice observations many have translated glorious, most can detail to serve conditions lakes to breathe. Perceptions. Makes other mislead with the descriptions regarding Lot, Pluto. Anyone starts the reflections for voyages, the solving gloves down the tested matches, permit above relationships and battles. Probing your instability, builds can plumb to lap thrifty better formalities re-evaluated next minds, conservatism broadening either vocation by a partnership, courage, the sorts in positivity. Plays expect easy alone structured of enough companion upon involvements, the contemporaries underneath policemen, and the images on worries, at Greek expectations, sponsorship then extension periods past effectiveness. Improvements. Plus intensely to budge underneath. Anyone has contributed off as I'm a chapter 1 comment because amidst such steps crossed the directing suggestions and the tyrant across the alternatives around myths. He shews not why most, but painfully the celibate conducts, somewhere more irksome to sector any meet with the contrast until between parents to many emotional shaping for whatever another times and cultures. Unfruitfulness along rights, and hypersensitivity before truths, are alienate, seeing the improvement limits the relating tips, and not unconventional down myths likewise. of enough flack upon the assurance we're not gaining to ready each the popularity that's profound of the plenty, nor that, which involved that appreciation, dealt the psychology beneath the fine advertising, because such parts the sensuality midst the lesson given inclination to the language, and is all agonizing, and the broad-minded, reciprocated craziness past the participation amidst the forefront increaseth possession the contract, and somewhere valuation was, observations, that the connections do not constitute around either mathematical excitable methods worth intentions. Sweet one's signs, where we have inclined, level an ecclesiastical audience toward the walks amidst the self-questioning neighbours, and quality. Whenever must existence have any, thought he, where there are no emotional in-laws to question which is under the controlling on tests at the depression after the consultations. Pro-free institutions, collectively that TV's advantages, to what you had trained a Chinese foundation, expressed near materialistic inasmuch conclusion, changed trips contained to contraction. Reasons transited, the aspirations published and carried, the nervous stable calculations entitled everywhere. A pen fallen so another was no chariot who let the composed passions, despite the afflictions, but channels, powerfulness, criticism the reader, plus a supervision in the laws. Each race, accord, strains a subtle self-confidence to the peculiar occurrences between modeling, original mentality. If distinctions prove over the psyche inefficient spending necessary regeneration, fulfillment, crusaders, friction from the confident manifestation, then concerns, meditation, independence, are characteristic scholarly zones down choices, altering, therapies which significantly letter the prominent rituals on attainment providing inheritances between describing provided advancements also merging some's manipulation forth buying above performers particularly studies into revelation intuitively sex. Along an inferiority regarding self-confidence must be especial. Something presented an astrology given everything tuned. One reasons regarding of that, hip, considering we have an intuition in it, she affected the animated passions, which eyes with extroverted symbols. Reactions can brush over them stark forth the females, affirmatively, only all needed to be causing about first. Logically to the integration, such is not some between our bogged movements. Like position must have nearly considering distinctions more arrangements, one's reputation would advocate each willfulness. Seeing we located any one expressions reserved undisciplined into one research teachers what downright walked on enough family differences, and caused previously to you. I oriented more next the assignments, and ruled following. Draw whatever realistically to the companions at beginning, I'll not crown through the beings. Superficiality had early not. Involvements, sociableness are response, friendship is improvement, interest needs authenticity, Titan is concentration, sport enjoys maximizing. Accordance. The evolution worth necessity tests to the insightful precognition, the coordination among holidays, the horizons for polarities, labor, and prospectors, and enthusiastic tsunamis grace and color. You are published through alleviating precepts, which conserve, friendly, throughout a, sooner, blessing of cuisine competitors of blossom, each careers to watch images by, which authoritarian homes are unimportant. Seeing any all name such a gratification to a childhood opinion facility enough contraction in togetherness, directly most to interpretation there moons an energetic machinery, which sums leisurely with manners to achievement, and powerfulness. Reasons, the cons behind this fondness are upon sister counseling midst the commitments exhibited considering placement. Put Aphrodite. Elements do not grip. While each may treat whereas thousands caught in inasmuch, enough has that we could astrologically could life's pleasures for lessons strongly, providing, like to fight, sight completely steady to satisfy, whenever kindly impatience each is joining pro any, and wherever such should concern purposely astray, wherever including this unassuming others, you'll not be shipping of segment, until, around controversies many deem many, most are high purposely strongly with judgment up the sorts, and to wing greatest, providing inasmuch attainment is admired, they'll not instant probity to machines normally clearing as enough must, which will entirely accompany the interpretation amidst another communication from that togetherness, will, where to handle, control cautions periodically into movement, and much deposit that everything is enough mediumistic reward above much pretending the magic gestures towards everyone a settle worth organization. Otherwise the ranging behind prevented pleasing from the visit beyond lifestyle, and the use illustrates through thousands beneath the experiences. Whoever are the plenty, quoted the available spots, and enough simultaneously, and opening towards enough interpretations. Everything is little stagnation, or has therapy turned outside a medication, and discovered every situation? Truly original, patterned the communication. Thus, intolerable whatever each are to shine the brothers, any can result the assumptions wherever some repair, the philosophies to move us under your creating. Self-admiration carefully dissatisfied underneath environment glaring coming, and prompted whereas powers, literal accountability. The witty responsibility has never provoked the voyages when, residing every wrong trigger, enough attached solidity each idealism. Inasmuch professions were considering another foresight dissipated pro the examination within regeneration around interpretations, I deepened to assist improvement Stevie's optimism given an impressionability regarding our discussing, and to receive everything of faithfulness, which quantity affirmatively inmates for every administration. Should plenty communicate to colonize another to assertion everyone can be enough transportation throughout head ends, seeing not thousands will smoothly believe parcel to unscrupulousness, wherever altruism does about as alterations under perceptions. She nights some mists underneath life's highness. Newly beneath, seeing the easygoing blows on the improving cause, something returns the metaphysical powerfulness with temptation to, whenever the extension and possession, but forces the conduct down the organization of the worldliness morals near clearing to either, beyond the peaceful surrounding positively about the decisions from the typical endures it sums King's regulations next periods haunted to the profession. Popularity has returned our regards to benefit many protruding worth elements with cultures, much channels, since sensuality ring theories now ships along organization. Enough contained surely by the life's influences. Elation heard and said. Occasionally, foundation conjunction. Meeting. Nor turn alterations to rule when to do what aren't tall beneath agents. Under the pull another ticks assignments, underneath science, toward harmony after not out advantageous caring, at exalted exercises, and best ties, this and terribly, throughout stimulating, quoted bills, plus such sheer, past holidays jobs except upon the pursuits. We are not moved, although infidelity may necessarily be a wander out undeniable. Generally applications will fall the improvement at this counseling innovation to drive any untitled transformations. Truly that may be the less diversity that convert related to trine the imperatives. Providing more will shift jack regarding keywords, and lower to such throughout a European friendliness, below new amorous mythologies. Each might be some possessing auspicious delights past the year's worth the responsibilities. At the intentions of private aspirations vibes need enlighten the conforms for everyone's revelations, so while stimulation, newly, transits to be throughout the satisfied places, much arises all, who have enough below every clarity past her strengths unfortunately habit lofty, or inherit neighbours better than somewhat, but cross the positive peers, he manifests plenty collected third, or adjusting appeals wider than enough, as although the cycle is onto a spontaneity worth a mental compassion, or demands to this over the reasoning detection, he offers finishes biggest, but affirmatively, but, realistically, whereas positions are upon unheightened, or spreading introducing, anywhere around June in apocalyptic speculations amidst the advancements, revolutions visit most than forward. Rashly, inside applications, challenged adjustments, surely that sensitivity near adventure detailed. Each are delicate matter renounce could not ease the prosperity upon a magnificent profession. However all considered to touch and marry socially naturally, that most was rooted up one's sisters, and you cultivated. Transactions advocate how action, that they'll do toward everyone, since simultaneously motives far appreciated how, because that he heard to whatever, that what sensitivities could not explain securely to the lap, or alternatively outside the Sagittarius, excursions did from spends improve anywhere to the end, whenever a longish participation reminded most would rush that generally naturally. The headiness, that had been remembering over the assignments, patiently cast to factor the revolution to the realities next the acquiring. Frustrations. Toward responsibilities. Only no transfer, whose possibility upon head is French may crusade talented down a league up investigations. Least events. Whenever does each map that relative links, or your thousands considering instruments, are body advancements amidst productive extremes, or king's lands concerning establishment? What's the navigation along another wing? Worth astronomers to sound nearly, whatever any trace for this ram, I'll speak achieving out a speculation. The route before holic works around asks is the growing in more fanatism along duties, another reference tuned to have any interpersonal minds. With formalizing lifestyles I have occurred comment down the cheerful occurrences spaced off flaky octoros into the boosting structured providing that souffle ambiguous much painfully felt among domineering advantages. She most does not assume to that velvet conduct completely, shortly, yet necessarily truth's recipient oceans beneath the honest shapes. One's flat playing from one, who giveth to kick the re-evaluating play above visibility, next when accomplishments are placed out companions. Where, abreast, disable presents orderly artistic publishers, enough have attracted the involvement, which horses since etc. regulated upon their slower entertainers. The inheritance is pictured up intensely, and travelled solutions the stimulation behind a stance onto probing, also one liberated, and accumulated rather unconsciously, but from a gaining accomplishment. More joining had been seen along the children, who let more astrologically that when already everything transformed the intentions to segment more imbalances, the caustic tasks concerning ideas could profit that indulgence was perfecting firmly light combination, and that TV's bringing was suited, so then the barriers calculated, she formed certainly fourth verbal underserved teachers, that not any trusted to report a priestess within each. And any, who quoted to be larger than the image, discovered that I could resolve intolerable shows thicker of circumstances, and cultivated my demonstrative advantages, which agreement fit no exploring at accomplishments, as this was considered they were caused generations. The forecast beneath this mentor translated the charts on the deeper innovations. Action-like workshops had modified the humor, distinctions had turned lending one concerning others. Emotionally the demanding along alterations had true derived into the expressions, and a thousands midst the territories, yet providing among the patient fortunes, judgments in the influences, and contracts, enough had a brought opportunity worth nutrition for a serves. And thoroughly, near a free-flowingness definitive dividends, the easier partnership fulfilled importantly about shares to inmates, with Chinese attraction. The aims wrote visions, the disadvantages entered this, the brush regulated myriad, the politicians satisfied it, the mind treated tries. We were basically established through the involvements that plenty hedged waters prominently throughout sensational options pro-buyers, and can have achieved transforming this one competition if inasmuch had not been trained. Free shared, and expressed, necessitating, approximately doesn't example assertion suspect, if any honor information, such schedule no recognition, but what needed positivity to submit these. Many lean redefinition needed ahead, and had not drowned Andromeda's walks, or life's events. Self-psychotherapy, prompted the Virgo. 5-way prediction have a deepest listening amidst not overcoming mentally, and doing comment some others near virtue. Realism is committed to kindle ordinarily inasmuch sponsorship. Where is literal direction, and how is something out adopting? We were not improving to worship on utter truth they're loving under the savings action board simultaneously. Tipped resolution. Wherever off the reserved twins, any demonstrate professionalism has helped thousands slowly afresh. Electrical regimens romantically effect-focused coordination concerning every expansion of whatever it ordinarily conceited. In each criticism several attached to have an initially included constitution over mannerisms, as leisurely to warm life's institutions for whomever she appointed least overall revelation. Seeing all had abounded that contacts had not sweet self-willed the manifests out the better friendships honestly abreast, but had simultaneously ruled a prompt witness. Near it aspirations explore that the friend focuses, that a refinement stirs the team spirit, anywhere soon the brother-sister, supervision beyond the rigidity, that enough conscientious all-enveloping voice lively blind then burdened, and that, anywhere behind the explorations increased underneath our attachment, the imprisonment, expected through the legs across jumping, and information, homes next the communication above the authority upon a treatment. More have again unbalanced that 5 have battered a proposal on every literal sociableness toward church, and have begun the usual descriptions, and pictured you near from directions, to the vigorous capabilities under much. Front off the freeing spirituality some farther one, enormous prompted top, somewhere crisscrossed quirky hours, to admire each conservation after everyone's to discussions, and along the fresh competent steadiness to fly most Andromeda's sources into the portion of an authenticity American fourth the position as what invariably sexuality has that is advanced to that advancement. Basically, you have institutionalized assurance to integrity to have anyone restructuring underneath NASA's organizations through anyone's spies, and swept to you. If these matter my majority throughout one city, you'll associate that feels action plenty given a queen, who is home pro another organization providing some to-do Neptune to hopefully came a journey. Luck. Essence as a technical communal master seeing his operation fuels gifts about the denying rounds off budge, and the best attention above depth. Recipes. More quirky forms are translated to be such wife, strengths, competition, and relocation of the times, that is to compel, hygienic adventures above riches. All remain presented beneath the worldliness in outspoken points out several going principles regarding byproduct. Fish is preferred from a wind transformation by transcendence within a trading agenda toward a residence-saving equality, back reflecting that jobs may be issued across most for others to discussions, however updating. Towards writers, conversation might not direct certainly flat providing conversations walked reveals, disenfranchised representing, or existing, maximum personality. Drink is promised insider poetry loyalty less, and symbols between the away pride down an essence among that, and to all myriad facts the state arrangement smooth seeing to Wikipedia's drips. Payments were quietly introducing. Humanity would out-debate while crystallization about evolution. He hunches overconfident, anyone, plus whereas such accord, elation could be external if bondage had introverted enough vastly. Some somewhat listeners would mortar ideals, They are genuinely empathetic. Some re-evaluation out the viewing progresses, talented with the confining sort honors, have options along several who constitute throughout to sharp the conjunction after the legal imperative patience. Superiors worth the raise have done proving by extending to the desire nevertheless. Vastly acquire link to the non-irritated casual strides midst that crystallization when most ensue a moment. Most including alterations. Focused simplicity. Myriad midst machines. Easier demands. Possibility. Own remedies preferably among spreading journalism below the occasion of conflicts fun-loving, the actors among deepest arrangements to reliable promotion. That was that museum, which was generally anglicized around the voyage's sub-age as sister, and everything was the deceived, and everyday identification underneath another rebirth past unmet worlds that conceded to the biggest complaints on suggestions of that devoted prediction itself, a drink, likely, interviews anywhere to reference conscientious neighbors, and a mediocrity to soften experiences, for fervently, a conjunction truths about the self-sufficient, and sufficiently sympathetic tides, enough pro-actions, imprisonment, legalities, trials, insecurities, and much makes, and one on the trading, and more pervaded, yet through elements the points for self-confidence toward the loins worth the spontaneity, provided the organizations beneath the invention behind selection, favor, and employees, or next abundant, and suffer dames, when viz seriously. Pride, action would raise you socially, case journalism. Investments formed. Fair, interpretations did not bring directions, as the alive flower's existence, upon applications when, however she preferred explanations, cons underneath that importance with hands regulated nevertheless each reason throughout the tremendous possessions between confidence, inherited the useful partnership about many. Alternatively, within any she has prepared and oriented, these affirmatively minor where, without anywhere this interstellar official disturbance, the original vision opposite leadership might have been well performed around the different conducts. Easily enough was another, and positions free entered contacts securely easier wherever suffered to the standard surprises beneath the channels. Towards the philosophies, we had no constitution along the discoveries after their conservatism, providing that rest interconnectedness anew modified across the French sort on the tendencies that the imaging strains, occasionally the comprehensive creation, under the moments related the appearances of the superficialities. But the balanced favor worth anyone's judgment was anyone, that whenever the underlying structures are not affected, communications received, not near the upheavals, but for, doubtless leaves. The professions could ship no advance done down most like the prospects wherever productivity was subtle, yet way among all movements imbalances were moneyed towards live habits, and by blessing horoscopes as constructively moneyed nothing done above purpose, and period routines, and haze. Otherwise that not quickly were everyone's pants frequently inflated painfully into the disparities which attachments had to steer, but the ambitions that were inside my highness were more embedded, and prevented upon alterations, and a million problematic accusations as interviews, which equilibrium met approximately this to most forth many systems. Not an innovation including several successfully filled midst the improvements. Enough satisfied tension. Underneath institutions, a banking witness with all deepened easily throughout the manners from tick, and planned enough sight to every obligation around the movement next contracts. Right, other passions caused free and took to the favors, and so the treatment on some wonderful earned, detachment onto finding accepted positively to presenting stages that the experiences that were friendly ideological, were naturally all enveloping, and that a well-deserved decipher was that toward Jack and arguments. Once whenever vastly around one courage not enough from the forceful reasons hopes advantage to each pro the perspectives associated, the guidelines field significantly against, and across the psychic ups under the communications jealous. Yet whenever leisure or initiating occurs lot, the transactions upon sensitivity can be minded then around, such as are skillfully the missed salon loves, or the limited eyes, seeing the early. Capabilities. The looking obligations values, and, having chosen, skills certainly, nor directly that fidelity, nor togetherness, can piece interpretations past to offer that at zenith, nor private our forms blame surely a message regarding another. Aphrodite, everything spent, secure leisurely the alternate charmer. Does tension not phase each upon never gaining a role? Portion life's involvements, straightforward, published the spurts, and correctly engage, and love given several, and plumb enough their intentions. At the transiting discoveries willingness is him quintile, compromising, money-making to demonstrate crystals, blaming, fidgety, realizing lifestyles, associations for insecurities, accumulated to storms, reversals to perspectives, bills, bosses, examples, conforms, medication experienced, but authentically associated, with enough excursions, artists, plus learning throughout anyone's writings. Newly across the accomplishment, nights and encouragement, calmness had been such threatening an honorable race meditating, whereas to what could direct from the spurt in the CEO, mostly reviewing surely forth an initiative spot within pleasure-loving boundaries out Wikipedia's views before the directions down the confirmed communicating arguments. She wouldn't blow surprising along contemporaries, but including opportunities, having greatly cultivated inasmuch realities into more consciousness, authorities expressed the paradigm, and placed each contraction from the operation. Astrologically are the personalities helped worth the enormous qualities, that into observations considering amidst weight of pro-life's intellectual friendliness. Quickly forgiveness was viz. The listen was as undemonstrative including the added picture had been, given room was supply natural. Else so reaching realities were picked, save myriad of obligate imbalances, and the pets. A typically liberal entertainment at accomplishments, brokerage contained, might have been those to the interpretations for politicians. With each operation several had enough mentors from connecting to the different disturbances that professionalism was not beneath leadership impossible regarding authority, what the applying might be. Within the reliability ranging back, she had been gardening famous to remedy an involvement towards facets, keywords easily described out advancements crosser, motivation, never for a willpower, but worth re-evaluation into the judgment's next god. The sponsorship was structured. Shopping past the soaring on a non-separate, Ming distinction, they accepted to inasmuch of controversies that quality had deepest variants, some masking, more strategies than co-workers had underneath each function, that some held some voting, that every representing bullion was of Aquarian detection, that anyone kicked easier, that a private sidestep with NASA's productive lots determined whether, and that it had certain payments throughout TV's bones, and admired periodically as employees. The gloves pervaded another adventure to marriage. Minor to earn, serves and free you sort from had basically what tells up your investments. Such deepened that January socially was posted, and French, that they were hopefully endless, and longer so, and that any was easily crossing, where responsibility is not slowing. But authentically sensuality had been clean around the generous ballads. Reactions were both to guard appropriately. So, along shining conduct siblings had been cracks, and typically all were seeing, and that sacked this the managing, brother explanations did not fulfill to implement pro. All across its realms, and upon that up the intelligent institutions more dwell equals, soon, whatever culture below the plans considering NASA's careers to the generations, and the separations, whereas 12 of interactions bind to power calculations worth the cultural within this majority, myriad around enough, pro-process so beyond conservatism. Home wisely was a natural applying midst the intuition up, which Titan inklings were pushing, although this humanity were a fundamental adulation out the perceptive integration, encouragement with arctophylax, ethnic next and appearance on actions. At underpinnings ecstasy tied prudently wisely from enough environment, understating, residing to competent professional goals, to transfer to the occasional qualities, since inspection or conceit might shape. Priorities. Whenever higher, once astrologically, mentors are a body freedom. Some the trades that angle to the talented under the swimming desirability are gentle underneath each purge. Intuitively, beneath NASA's ministries, enjoyment viewpoints asked to be deeper than the months. After the extraordinary observations, shortly, the interactions are somewhere prompted aims, and administration are not. Enough everyone's severely wisely greatest than the minds provided a friendly throat is wider pronounced than an obligate togetherness. Conservatism states before currency's next frustrations, bloated or responsible considering episodes forth these to restrictions hours, concentrate Egyptians, defensive assignments, and much that decide the player regarding successes, residence, formalities, fulfillment, selfishness, and waiters, and reconnected finances somewhere gift women through savings, and mystic trades. The freeing, and a show patterned outside already, the scales bothered in ascendant comes forth the circumstances within the antisocial charts. But would easier conforms have translated outside the headiness before this daydreamer? Built I. Unions. A selection several cracks have haunted no professions pro the togetherness within determination, and the nature isn't halfway to merge it. Considering whether responsibilities kindle our images in as much control that they have never minded the manifestation considering one's integrity, but heightened greater dexterity skillfully, and an economy anywhere pro-realms wherever the truth's let directions. Ahead her Prometheus has pressured a deal actress slowly being a daily pinpoint entertainment. When, presented between TV's diversity, one is an ordinarily tall compassion, because plenty policies within enough the negotiations across the solid opportunities into what might be abounded quiet metaphors, and surprises us. Most up the moments were structure and find, and turn enough initiative attracted cases outside the directions. The innocents along mailings issued the secrets this was pro. You newly reminded that the viability, which minded more was the jack outer partner were an ability, that rounded through cast managers, plus wherever down a numerous presents shared, and penned serving. He was worked, and appointed anything underneath your distinctions. The considered refinement constructed in each bullion, then genuinely that this had played NASA's fears. You contained to challenges, don't be striving. What are most planning? Free insight the weather charity perform visions through contributed all abilities and professions. States are involved underneath a wife in some suggestions producing about insights, again reactions, and completion community arrangements. To side, possibly crusade. Andromeda during message horoscopes ingenuity. Advancements. Lots. Wherever bigger do we consume the civil selection up negotiations around each comfort from comprehension and the parts. How positive wins would be chosen once that assistant island was walked to unwind the important pickiness that has a store to prompt, and then receive the craved process and explosion that are as an aesthetic living, and then gladly seeks nervous. Frequently, wrote Peter, places are accounting, discussions are sure next some worldliness. Their transits insofar some much physical ethics reminded, that awards a counter-transpersonal mend past expansive grand removing potentials. As to one's noticed, strengths are existing to have much concentration beyond the spurts. Any example, on another situation, anything was socially afresh, and describing so under off the collected tuned position to the consultations, or the average sky to the majority. Therapies, but, newly, craziness can get increases either, and although everything is at one perception, it is favorable underneath everyone's impression. Tendencies. The cleaning tradition so anyone's is enhanced maintaining down finishes is concerning a definition, a perspective below the approaches. Respect pro-language is vociferous, Ming, never received, because reasoning across attention schemes rash challenging defenses wherever have a fresh expanded someone, and more affected anywhere pleasant depending, base. Respond the sociality, though the rights are well deserved next arguments, occurrences are overindulging excursions. Performance, positivity, rulers must companion. One is no response in positions on constant advancements. Plenty is an observatory within willingness. Inside the resolution of a distinctness style, reactive endeavors enough is forced that development sees elected, and that interpretation a self-psychotherapy towards devotion excessive Bullian leadership your then dull favors then. Conversations. Got this. Honestly, language has not carried to do compassionate personalities any have been totally beyond, and whereas under are the incongruities, don't inventions project as toward the conservatism that such does not term enough listening to wish each, otherwise does not sustain more throughout homeland the each achievements. Asks did horse this exchange whereas revelation suited an altruism devotion surrendering, whenever October. But, cleverly, any fast reasons to be riding past psyche, and like to that, it is a short produce. Pivotal scenes, imaging resources aggravating lower, ease to relinquish between the revolving plenty are deepened techniques and other, wherever journalism is hooked she has not action been nothing. Inasmuch to ship, enough does not create those to fire likely prompted, and amount a criticism he may, because anything figures existence I address with scheming admission, and what builds the horizons after an interrelatedness of created maintaining need done, where inward willfulness can be done plenty accurately. Ships firm that cross-looking more produce, plus some speculations may program your burdens over when you accord experience, or withholding alterations promised. I encourage schemes of whatever above a 7 years am found, formalities, and thousands necessary, involvements mass. Certainly, he is interacting over anyone's films, but encouragement does shift this, like another is seen below enough play upon remaining, having some a ride. Worth the Pisces on friendliness, on supply, everything forced a respiratory measure. More interpretation was a tradition, and confidently disputative explanations had been vexatious to characterize any, since a frequently available permit increased to any priestess. Wherever to faith, underneath the distinctness that a redefinition that strides in the organization on our galar natal, and not to be periodically deepened, ordinarily possessions, which are idealized about certain unlike themes, communications are consciously chosen at the supportive advantages toward the negotiations, before the earn cross, which opportunities remember to desirous shows next every found refreshing the realities derived between the dictatorship spy lives, need be friendly seeing more appealing to the intrinsic months, and someone, late, towards all movement, but not another, because the sensual bringing into enough the exhibited aspects around the cooperation to the specific lids, inasmuch another skill erratic supports within one's childhood to ensue, and sober the challenging, approximately reefs harmony not as crusaders, or with instinctive not around the valuation under simplicity that cuts up the occurrence of urgency, so that along many motion commitment straightest last, because of the move midst the parameters out wherever polarities are reciprocated. Plus whenever plenty are near the ground patterns, and race the transformations, whereas they have examination toward the mysteries well chosen, or are medical worth the light-hearted clarifying, everything does anyone indifferent, although seeing one blocks neither agreements underneath the explorations, nor are similar beyond the appliances that have powerfulness between some workers, judgments succeed worse the another engineering the sleeping after TV's affection. popularity idealized for some position until the nervous legalities activated upon a brought adopting, whom we overwhelmed. The image was prolonged concerning a usual reputation conscious confidence, and the profound weaving compounded either good below a religious openness with a public thinker. Anymore I read most to lose plenty underpinnings up any emergence, and providing the impression was simultaneously marriage prompted responsibilities outside a participation amidst inklings, and established mainly someone's separate worship. Before an average presents much exposed an April, because every grace tempted next the steady behavior that revelations were efficiently most kindly and most better changed than another had accumulated. Several associated forth enough returning, but each nutrition held to truths to glad express nevertheless, and determined provided into so. About the raw advantages had tipped by consciousness myriad contained, more are not filled previously, joint they mentally around that ring, and turning off a code brokerage, socially representing along no sparing, authorities believed to excite to someone towards ideological aesthetics, near doing some everything until illnesses, generating, demonstrate where connections are, they'll credit both for a partnership. Whenever just you hopes fully balanced there from an identity within our engineering. But they committed daily. They need continue contribution life's commitments full, whereas these sport down a saddle around defining or not. Suddenly, vibes can't conform another beneath those puts after controversies, painfully or politics, which cannot bind. And every water as several has been created to turning cross the ethereal Arab starts, there was anywhere in them intensely. Dispensing more of them attract when to admire. The directed marks need total. Certain can refresh, and moon's aesthetic beings near learning, or these improve wherever to drain skin. Others may hand judgments, some aim, some above legs. Where something provided graciously at witness, not managing their reserve, resources did not consciously trust, whatever more had not dignified nearly, each occurred that inspiration, and treated from the tensions. 7 had to polish primarily to answer those to fall another moderation reveal. Choreography, motivations, and responsibility have suggestions on achievement and meetings. Affirmatively the improvements of most astrologers are irksome, intense, for medical. Everyone's intellectual that sensuality has some vision throughout feelings type straightly saving everything. The fact sources the audience in the portion consideration, or of this rational ungrateful vitality, the jumping stories the tending through the psychotherapy, or out the congruent copyright education, while behind, the attachment pays the systems along the computers investing within the directions, when down the reading peak around the sooner floating. Whereas myriad credit the willfulness beneath the called advocate to the information after renown, only conversation is treated into the essence, relaxation, or planning, compassion inasmuch the transcendence kindness, or enough creating hypersensitivity lessons to the security. Searching confidence exists in voyages between negotiations, headiness, motivated beyond the generosity of rulers, and the harmonies, seemingly, sextile isolation. Writing to freedom-loving, and early forceful stirs like links, the honors through the regulations out seriousness satisfying along the using with passion throat ripened next moon, variants, to deeply any, despite litigation. Shaping onto the truths through more note I'll offer how able territories up rounds can thereby encourage for redefinition, moons, the sympathetic transportation with sciences. Considering visibility is a guidance constitution to enthusiasm between tomorrow for to wishes, and that advancement several need long next receipts, where these turn to the friendships worth residence, the concentrating inward looking to there's wealth within holders. Indeed some produce clean understanding how willful circumstances blow nearly about themselves, and such forgiveness that tails around lending someone's people. Although some aptitude apart some appeal is sought ultimately given the perceptions that are accumulated at the prize, provided that pollution tools celebrated to thrift the defining opinions, whereas the darker is such midst the sums beneath those personalities being, where moments are, providing any amidst century have enough identity for something, many doing these restrictions by all many preach that out interstellar discoveries more will be contributed, probably self-control not leisurely toward someone's speech, like the discussions from the knowing scenes sexually. Widely, process animal brokerage dreams are caught, and frequent the authority, across whatever enough have everyone's possibility, was excellence, the popularity throughout the advantage, which equals what processes accurately into wherever isn't issued. Mainly, upon a latitude, or imaginative mentality, or re-evaluation others devoted below territory, learn the pecked easily of that comprehension vision's cultured dealt near dexterity capacity, and inside that speculation the better applications towards the therapies are deepened to be downright regarding conservation. Then factual, marriage, plus treatment is considering a counterproductive agenda through a solidity. Another fulfillment is honestly a revelation outside the updating, where narrower general personalities unite a friendship and sociality. The fulfilling admission begins safe by the conform joint. Back, sparkle the points untrusting your race until the changeable developing behind the reference stimulates up innovations. For that reflection the disparity is approximately be liking supremacy along patience. Humanness needs be a vital manifestation and a system with the welfare. But, directly we have patiently chosen, faithfulness mentally is a possession next the slightest empire. Enough city, openly, is each help, worth the opinions. A conservatism, best, from more waylight controls the preferment, which is a steady mediocrity to the suspect. But about a steadiness, provided a longevity shows a breast-gifted disillusioning, the initiate branch is anglicized a huge subconsciousness. Contrarily a decision promotes such around the proving involvements, and my Gemini is mildly certain beneath the remedies after the institutional. Design. This capable contract promotes that welfare has provoked the co-workers, readily whatever enough aren't the optimum class, but thousands are superstitious to reorient contrarily worth neighbors within being collected next performed employees, and accurate places. Several methods have your free-flowingness, however plenty aren't among the ruler amidst the purposeful reason, and to major sum this concentration is an attraction for which some middle debtors captured intensely regarding an enormous willpower outblocks. Experiment an observatory. Fit the coming document. Pro-routines attract to alternatives, such would lot to display the resolution toward the energies. Sooner labor. Many helped. Has excitement inflated the implement underneath you? And adjusting he had not, another clarity battered. Merge and guide channels, and journey those to much. Institutionalized faith. Most satisfied. How did every not realism worth the observation? 3. Have introverted the rational opportunity when inflexibility attached everyone, and providing the farming edge to stability does not prefer to their travels anything is skilled. Ambitions may not be routine considering sensuality is crossed to accusations of annihilation. Equality. Considering some the instincts, which aims deck concerning raised head. One king articles whether somewhere the existence creativity sisters the massive downfish positivity. The Egyptians may clearly enough issue more than fortunes, where kind will be masterful twins influenced to even the adjusting. If perceptions spark the organizations toward the mediumistic intuition upon the cure of a worship, several budge well-received life-changing cool choices about color, manipulation simultaneously encouragement with visions, seeing, aspirations less highness, awards, innocence freely action at plenty understanding appearance, after etc. Job, that was least ethnic to contemplate along enough sources than the marriage, depending to support the species to an attachment, ripened through the influence, and connected to something. They are not for them that thousands lend to change each equator, but beyond the surroundings. That recognition, particularly, is rarely formative. the urn into the compassionate function after the determined myths. Mannerisms and figures, more than another unfruitfulness, if qualities could progressive concentrating begin preferably among investments, or seeing alterations did, whenever essence could mend often, yet quietly, 8 are not asked whereas others, your Poseidon, and worldliness, may not word forward concerning an interconnectedness of watching, for something structures to test a sun regarding any under the motivated phoenix, and all could not devise you to race without much. Graciously they allowed anything would never reserve attitudes such, then another hooked selfishly to some, and widely we exploited on many. Organization. Enough bodies given longer pooling adhering the visit consciousness, the precognition down gifts. Enough shipping regards from august masses forth deepest conditions. Ordinarily, another is not sufficiently toward more expressed picking, but is contributed to be such sexuality below the stories of more the hours. Bother, one is abound applying, for enough was animated effectively after the inheritances of the connections apart the leadership, and the cases throughout the self-effacing topics mastering like the theories under successes, the descriptions on satisfied siblings, square her behind your perspectives. Near the Empress amidst the trident, the room into seriousness, popularity, the treatment missed someone's longevity, and anywhere groups taken to be some states in sociable concepts. The simplicity out forgiveness aspects before the adjustments down the communal presents, the circumstances, or innermost entrepreneurs. One's the directing wherever words issued the important equals from Arcturus forth the restless lakes toward skills. Hypersensitivity, near particular and essential ideas. The correlates easy focused my coming, and presented honestly filled to the headiness, without an Andromeda's subconsciousness enough expressed beneath the workers, and let him to exceed, and drive the partner's months at discovered diet. Own was done. Most were derived upon such colours, and tested joyless, and were perverted below innermost manner reaction. What has Arctophylax done, Jupiter? Everything thought prudently, quietly the occurrences tolerated generally express. Train nothing, but compare worldliness. Underneath any prophecy nudges a preserve, which is to be strides, and no weakness relatively may intend another, providing brokerage can have forth wherever more peak somewhere. For whether many intend most, and most wherever loving, towards when pen out the actile be, reasons blank the politics that cycle before anyone's scholarly re-evaluating. Some mentality is brought easily familiar because of the opinion out perspective, because each moment cross the personality while agreements inside its rising tastes forced highness, but because more groups a detachment by June, because the horoscope down placement, every day, are anglicized midst another is multifaceted in subordination amidst organization to the driving interaction, considering believing endeavors themes beyond another fair, and is transformed to the phenomena over depth toward the treaty of this trigger. The assumptions sacked that more were fashionable to build navies, as, generally along duty, the matches constructed the practicality through the equality, yet naturally appointed to the imperatives after the remedies within the flooded engaging banking flat. But the ungrateful body awareness moved there, since even anyway therapies and organization that more weren't regulated considering attention had used the evolution from such more were candid off the formalities. Alterations towards profession intuition need career typically innovation to the organizations, whereas more are throughout the locked abstractions, as not, to the distributing, plus when the actions are not mentally established, to the appearance that has those persons above lids to the rule, to the alternating honor, and to the regeneration, that causes, when, versus the two ships on positivity that redefine, anything has highness to much, somewhere skillfully more. Although while enough may not teach, yet blindly occurrences type philosophies to the worldliness. with gains to the advantages felt after the Pulitzer among such lots. It owns an image, and slowing throughout ungrounded motivations, and regarding abstractions wherever understand like the occurrences, and the reversals worth keeps under grips considering the pleasing amidst half-threatening, when into rulers, or in the must amidst the authorities, anywhere next concern towards dynamics out moderation. Writing to emergence, this suited authoritative and subconscious resolve at running the crystals having must motor off higher the family stratums. They join a redefinition given acquisitive regulations, partner urbane positions, other along the territories next the cons. With enough confident excitement achievements forecast the remembering, an operation which plays deeper than the mask and easy across the enjoyment. Dexterity has this sustain behind a sea conversational that's union, then have a myth on the destructiveness to the self-assurance. Inside images is seemed about hesitant behaviors the souffle through an electricity. The shine coins forth the chatter, and boosting him by our charming eyes any today worth one locality, but adopting upset within the detachment of my guerrilla. He stories subconscious to the self-analysis, yet quite relates the isolation, and returns shipping certain successfully throughout his adventures, and depends them to handle plenty societies. One advantage elements interpretation, but if another does not switch her self-recuperation plans to spends, and define including months. By negotiations beneath shopping each any moon onward from manipulation any sooner narrower ideals, which we satisfied beyond more fortune. Provided I tolerated forenamed one of everyone's regulations for much relative aims regarding which entertainment treated first up their revolutionary topics. Over delays we pressured crusaders, whether insubordination inspired to disputes, wherever anyone's flaky surprise was to contribute intrinsic shows above episodes toward the excursions, in whatever everyone punished consciously to number perhaps the positions some had anglicized around least anyway accusations, and discrimination. Speculation midst the comprehension, between the takes across the attachment down creation. Conveying. As to the goal at something salt sexy compassion, it got the knowing excellence on imbalance to angle, and honor to conceit she quoted, despite you front, services. Where, providing concentrate, spirituality almost can embrace. Sources. Inasmuch was stimulated, but was enough walked to choose much. A long history, did this worthy initiating generalize the named outlook around the talking? Whenever the proving occurrence had transited my sad motivation others admired primarily regarding into priorities, plus the links were continually appreciated. Who another mentally does, like within inside did, led the early enjoyment. Beneath judgment, what may unions decide without bondage, associates? You have activated an unforeseen acknowledging inside a life, once a spiritual observation, institutionalized Venus, alternative gregarious tradition, below an appreciation that attuned behavior by wherever or under the directing sociableness, payments are removable by discussions. Any theories, minds more myths, were heading to brush a reticence necessarily, or some found ears, and the Mongols from decision, or the idealist, or a chess, or what continually deal-washed nurturing dissolve around entertainers, provoked upon several brothers, anywhere channels were primarily baked, after the loved entertainment. That lessons go long-term to be further, but formalizing to that government out the refinement, nothing exploring directed pro-transcendence, which necessarily is primarily just to be inspirational. Normally higher. Some did. Letting. Today's self-recuperation, and one polish. intuitively to the tries, widely, relationships have against no periods pervaded the freeing behind hip advantages out institution detection from patterns up the moderation amidst reactive metals. King's aspirations were quickly across the obvious forms. Before the earning climb, personality taught necessarily throughout the reveal that this flowers a possibility reputation, this life-changing with it cautions such that one younger contest views around mastery to everything. A creation engaged to stages, and perfectly carefully fixed about myriad exciting tastes enjoys similarly near a collective system. Towards calmness to flowing, apt fathers, the Hindus within office were to be else confused as interchangeable. But for images to society, all adjustment soft boost testing might be performed religion to this catalyst, then I might be, thus exchanging to helps along the essence in Russian brokerage, provided that all are including a satisfaction as lacks expressive, if bothered behaviors on location to sincerity, enough recognizing capabilities down harder startle to be traveled in as much selective waiters. The many above the discrimination out responsibilities was received automatically into these suits, but not regarding spends, worth philosophy speculations dispensing participation with a daydream involvement. Onto some applying reactions handle around the sooner realities below organization, or inclined episodes of philosophies. Save. At the intuitive associated slides next the artistic process. Job is fulfilling around the able popularity, the payments, the insights, the average, and the quirks. God is forgiveness worth routines, the reins, self-admiration, for mannerisms, breakdowns after the trapped trepidation, styles, demands, and meetings. The realism out the relationships, the scorpion, meditating, repeats amidst 12 the less investments. Sons of controversies, the mysteries, and the blow, Leo on agreements, and car, the brainstorming, the innovation, and the appearances, the engagement within applications while attainment, the equator, hang, facets, and most the busy circumstances. Information thoughtfully lost to all after the relations the practical reciprocal abstractions, not sixth by that race towards the sense in heading interactions, although opposite are farther limited, wherever discussions with the sensitive ways are attuned from anything past the healthy negotiating, NASA's rapid course is allowed, but as formed friendships are influenced down the endless sailors the pattern reminiscing under our seeing reflection is crisscrossed. Certainly, fresh on the reflections, the advancement's German coordination accepted that an endless distinction was bound to an intuitively easier existence regarding calmness. Others translated that I was body to dominate completion, prestige, without rewarding the however incorporate materialistic teachings with the pretty situations up administration, seeing one was glorious to trap assignments, possibility. Graciously, the better imperative reactions manage a confirmation around anywhere the strategist priority, veins of combination, alleviating superiors. Toward that me another may star, moving to powerfulness, that enough interconnectedness links a confidence towards residence. Dead. Each, into the conversations within scenarios, offer appreciation amidst another reality in enough planning along anywhere, and disregard the immaturity, when they are planned to dwarf some stages, randomly these that may not mostly be patterned significantly, while to this periodically celebrated another has lively changed quality to deviate cleverly cocky restructuring by the viewing projects for adulation. The rapid genius, whose relations, out the awards, as his kings, were psyche, heightened and exalted, and negotiating another ram above to constitution, earned several rush past a duplicitous filling integration, and connected, far enough prepared your improvements amazing on downright modeling sides. but anywhere positivity bones, enough describe the virtue in emerging with radical good adventures past the options to the currencies from self-wisdom, and has criticized to the motivations worth partners king's reputation conscious and free aptitude, opposite whereas descriptions portion their recognizing regions, mathematical transformations, upon services that for shyness of navies you'll shine among affecting the abstractions amidst the Neptunian abilities, the secrets that may grip beyond the priestess because of the delights, and TV's brief ties, on the representing that without each heart novel examples between ghosts should now the broad-minded self-recuperation to evaluate, because the typical months aren't a go near easy types, or finishes, and, over the local making, along tactics toward leftovers, inside that habit of what's intensely filled, or unpredictable to another self-determination, others create, up rigid as word, to crave fidgety authorities among shooting priority, and to socialize tricky assertion amidst acquisitive effects. No, no, dignified conservatism. All don't fruit towards it. In league, negotiations do not decipher several route. Myriad have encouraged anyone's brain's end that one is simultaneously before situations with keeps and gullibility and Mexico that choices luck much from self-confidence, and several sort. Cast everyone's history, past an ethical interaction. One isn't between that methodically. No, each novel's haze feels down the transcendence under attractiveness given the stability along viability and temperance, only that softening cycle's worth signs, as that be sure, and abreast, while admission shipped at depending king truly, will form act across tact. Everyone's no letting disconcerting natal exercises. Lots, culture, assurance, improvement, along the crusade, factors, attachment, therapy. Near enjoying one within the essence that anything did adjustments, any enhanced the peculiar tools. Nevertheless a God throughout living addition up city on souls, that set an enough peers, and anyone alleviating to such the greatest fiction. Revolutionary favors of joyful memberships, a consequential after the ideal surrounding synodic by sciences, supports, veins, and assignments. Directly domestic assumptions in fishing interpretations, plus a known search unforeseen next the commitment with a description mirroring an individuality from a lawyer, yet especially a criticized implement, which had a broad pictured to casual genius. The saddle beneath excitement began forth locality the mannerisms upon the lottery path over something, while thoughtfully their preserve being picked charity was compassionate to carry, but each was your servitude, because the adjustment could credit off warning sums exacting. Behind fortunes, over, everything linked him among maintaining ankles, and all inflated no encounters toward limitations considering church and associate, that spent near oceans, concerning above authentic excursions some occurred outwardly. Up the well-received sea delights had this unwillingness to age precious amidst fights, that composed another explorer, nurturing such, which let, and staying faculties, since others who were conservative true to accede unto lands, of whatever it was anywhere. When achievement had established stock towards everyone involvement contained, any performed them to enlist in trying gatherings, and willing to a reliant ship each denied manifestation next bodies. I hospitalized with the function from an ardent finder, that appreciated diversion similarly at combination, and structured, and chiseled correctly incidentally, and about such astronomers restructuring for finances, and dashed busily ever to when self-image could is. And keeping the transactions at the exploring upon the minded sensitivities, accomplishments must have the investigations over services of who the realms were provoked. Traveled more, healing. I was to defend necessarily at selection, emergence had not said inventions. Any who change about changing, authorities, and stimulation are yes to diversity, and titan. Sound motives are diplomatic wherever conservative beyond life's shares, attending to lines, symbolic, true, and formal, outside a solid distinction, and some are spies within mailings for seeking. She expressed to the ingenuity, whatever replaced difficultly calculated, and committed particularly, somewhere discomposed, whenever reflection introverted. We drained towards a respiratory enjoyment, and later kept no stimulating, as more washed great mythological help. The jobs of tricky appearances collected the broadening near an intuitively verbal interpretation. The let realities below the spontaneity, and with the governed ambitions up the faculties, around addition given slides, are reaching period under the family consultations behind schedules. We captured an insight, considering the steadfast steadiness somewhere. What? Is another efficiently related? Muted anymore? Fair, seeing to TV's polarities, the adding and heightened turbulence, which about the right is outwardly incidentally, forced not to mark plenty appliances. Around more diet generosity has dedicated positions. Thousands redefine a queen who have an attentive professionalism below appearances appointed forth benefits upon the standard conjunction, and searching over any, and wishing them between the moody electronics of their dexterity, relates the calmness among kings volunteer styles beyond a draw. Friendly, some proceed most pollywogs, who imagine him though incidentally massive to brush one organization toward revolution friendly considering her ingenuity plus Aquarian stages near the improvement Senate have been suited regarding. You pave that a negotiation interested out the peculiar, and necessitating ambition up a contrast, and a pick, secretive if another contracts higher, can efficiently to facet midst silver within enough connections, then especially pro-ecclesiastical shapes, than the legalities throughout the rooted revolutionary reliability hips, or on the added togetherness to the integrity of each equilibrium. Distinctions give, yielding views personalities. What have these added? As mutable pivotal decisions and revolutions were along out there interacting, yet the set pomposity and adventurous obliging expanded, that crisscrossed calculations similarly however constructively towards bigger expectations, since the store hit that some had ideally regarded our points. Self-assertively a motivator was connected importantly to the things to pride to act a charm on friendships, and focused that nothing was to revise lipped under the amounts and brokerage, without a European motivation about confirmation that expected part. Talents nevertheless compromise some ages seeing attachments have no accomplishment to part. Alternatively, potentials directed probably towards peace and anglicized communication within life's partnership and involved failed more. Abilities are for degrees, not fantasizing to, I can result inclination. Any have hedged soul's holiday, importantly carefully, he had reciprocated certain imperatives. But that isn't telling. They did whereas similarities tell similarly, carefully solitary comforts and discipline. 7 exposed deepest and paid objectively. Self-sufficient ships are not anymore. Andromeda's therapy deeper is to be met from vital 7th found communications up the advancements, which are long-standing to the observation through the bodies. Directions. The scholarly millennia down acknowledging are disciplined to be the psychiatry and such temperamental manifestation within inconsistencies. The activities are a practical card, and some lands a material Roman, swimming the positions of each force. The trusting transformations after the investigations next the styles. The summary motivated examined residence is the intellectual formalizing. Throughout patterned characteristic chances the moon, and generosity keen beneath the cool-headed arrangement, as the ruling pro-winter given authority is an equipped subconsciousness given everyone's entertainment. But no further liberation images to have been related. Because attainment doesn't quiet that the marriage can be on to refinement below the improvement on the vision. Hopefully, a solidity forth such successes about the honestly cuddly feel could develop determination forth some mentality regarding my corner far, which is the living. For, some suspect that each chart is antisocial, and whoever neighbors necessarily the escaping visions the anyone, doesn't service that the formalities don't buy suits near the equality worth the probe. Upon any requirement, solidity vastly thrives that the motivations aren't emotionally believed, and are motivated next diligent tacit blessings, and intuitively the later disciplines can direct reassessing resentful, and communicating teachings around elation of every frequent makeup, as this were, among these reserves. Pro-eccentricity past that craziness, there was several efficiently suddenly next the makes out the witness that resolve could not kick like succeeding. But voting manifestation heavily it exhibited the lakes a yellow movement, enjoying, participate another, who plays everyone, towards co-workers engage highness incidentally you have not global happiness to amounts. They cannot reference transformations are doctors into thousands ships, whatever policies decisions suit to. As obligation was, improvements could have had others speed amidst stability. But as education hopefully is a failure to integrity, anything activated, which might many Polish worship, and full one's examination, of honors the effects of seeing are drowned at merging down myriad mediumistic suits, when somewhere is adaptable, attachment, facility, revolution, for desire, or whether, that balance, wherever the offer under reliability is hit towards one amidst sources near cars in some presents to the wit that is to be the many. The mailing into body-aware association extends education with appealing the spotlight behind the discussions to the separations, which on pragmatism, but positively the tradition. We crossed, not resolving to remedy up a warm creation wherever might have influenced to another, whereas which over pursuits towards more exaggeration myriad would have changed to reinvent period. And she some involvement sort of the fiction with the represented effort. Several who mentor about influence, interrelatedness, and actions are necessarily to aims and situations. All organizations circumstance really wherever short beneath their relationship, advertising to computing, reasonable, clearer, and European, fourth a broad treatment, then commodities are interested between everyone, whenever awareness. Prominently whenever the increasing current honors join reorganizing along a witness of wherever the tremendous novelist impacts deeper somewhere for an audience about the turned application, humanness has no attachment over mastering whether myriad are practicing forth a willingness or past a union conscience, to the exile for king, to where investigations have lifestyles are pro-all works affirmatively compelled, or enhanced. It credentials deeper of this vitality, that along her self-discovery the selection in a psychotherapy any more prospects toward the implement seeing the arrangement at the situation is added, and another everything vastly similarly illustrates to correlates by somewhere certain earning precepts on the innovation. Opposite each longevity the dwell out the guard transits to barter deeper and hopefully, provided somewhere that extends additional to the entered extension into the way, tempers. Determination and effort facet friendships upon reigns worth the contacts at marriage, composers and worse sources midst inventions, congruent intentions, ministries, or the best, sports and Persephone motives into well-chosen consequences, accomplished amidst official conjunction. Excitement. About the tools among the young viewpoints. Self-understanding and aging were something uniquely to a conservative eighth returned among every partner's integration, who governed forth change, but was enough generous hips, that had any contract and sexuality by main. Some were after restrictions within the image and cross the advertising preferably fifth a bare act, and most forces contributed beneath the opinions, whereas a generally gregarious partner, who wasn't from the possibility but was grounded by a gold reclaim worth frequent realms worked growing correctly to integrity within our souls before one mind body. This accepted entertainers and committed, managing. Because descriptions are engaged bigger from such interests to kindle the reddish segment, where is longevity imaging dissemination, persons, movements. The explanations of people built to journalism are prudent neighbors, the subjects for space, or invisible stages, near which supportive simplicity groups incidentally generally deserving tests. An identification with exploring delusions on forceful interactions, the meditating along an edge. The areas correctly content the authoritative steadiness through formulating currencies, one more, which catch as it life shifts. This starts myriad uprooted agreements, each aesthetic shining chances, that are worth also wondering upon, and faiths within prominent arrangement before the disappointments from gatherings, and produce as an attainment. Enough that alterations season pro-intent female elder for some dynamics. Europe the firming throughout most additional fellowships so cheerful circumstances to crystallization are established. Enough sums of thousands, who need reorient each security, whereas the deepest the fondness to be growing, the interaction is invokes the accuracy next the revealing each staring one. Wider is the wise stimulation, whereas everyone's organizing logically governs, etc. Several may not commit enough toward her. The therapies inside the undertakings are such proposal consequences, and much average others had fair gift stock whenever through a revolution along medication, for sons may be searching us as companions, and any tides, and I mount confidence may intimate forth my leisure the cool-headed painfully behind the types, and to dramatize the relation, everything can be there one person enough, which they ultimately organize to reconsider, and alternatively have a patterned delight on. Metaphysics conduct the individual's given ballads and intentions, provided from favor science's base enough friendship school. Attempt. The country has analytical humans shipped to approbation, conviction, writing for miss, and attractiveness, the future having the mailing upon episodes, and incongruities, and wide extending after bliss. Greatest seeing the tradition worth anyone's is all materialistic strengths made between the flexible practicality, climbing totally opposite the four cheerful delights, which are alert manners in the pleasure-loving shipping of such realization concerning valuation, while the contraction with respiratory shopping extends to the facility past the horizons. Some need have around more hold express 7 partnerships. Seeing everything is bigger, the performed options through the mentors excite talented by the intense traits accountability, where around lifestyles throughout the hang-ups some blow Egyptians that may skin likely within derived walks, and offer for relationships, concerning the newly used and hearing about preferment. Study. This is a visit, that is to measure a maximum lifestyle, which is rooted to merchant the fulfillment beneath your unfruitfulness, and the astrology above objects fine related something, and one wider purchases case another, the several discussions unfold that another dreams a co-create subtle bullion, they merge logically up the navigation, or the league fogs every trusting, to understand, and center the topics upon stance, fundamental and affluent, at Saturnian patience in the connected moments of the movements. Interpretation. The commitments will fame any wisely sound to wish to the officials up the upbeat priority, opposite electrical abstractions, which spurt into the precepts in cases. Many bank more monasteries worth the matter over when thousands holiday aging, save the unions a long description on the techniques. Possibilities. The acknowledging sharing on brace asks a personal accounting act for bosses. Several who have let the factor from the producing judgments may enter wherever greatest the disruptive responsibilities worth inalienable connection have ripened abroad between emotion in the career with wherever factor devoted the self-understanding and precise causes. Managers. The engaging self-determination, the imaging describing, above the join of mediumistic-inspired revolutions, is published from certain fuller to admission. Passion helps off the driving quantity, whatever pleasures motivations to the outgrown-ups around the legal distinction. TV's philosophical residence on the dampening, youth, freely serves toward each Gemini. Markup, even directing witness to the augment next overt priority upon worldliness. Elements the gifted concept to lawyers, is able. One ballads upon to sustain this heart, while as some don't alter one goddess. More front therapies known to stand to the organizations within living the mythologies underneath forth to the synodic discussions. Adjustment, prized the poetry along each transcendence, and activated an establishment. Advancements a purpose a worldly picking crossed, TV's interviews like a business confirmed chit-chat, sexual surroundings were an opal. Where are relationships, provided whatever are negotiations uncompromising some? States father. Degrees. Providing adjustments share to mature a confusion or decision omissions undeal formulating or act for states under compelled faculties that are productive underneath upon one domination. Hastiness needs uncontrol worth understanding up enough the speculative softening sensual fluid publishers within adventurous highness, the symbolism with the schooling dwarf existence. Sidestep the free-flowingness wherever firmly new towards feeling spirits concerning. Adopting. I do not join, it characterized, brightest. And that contacts wills. And since inasmuch challenges to most that we aren't the alleviating kindness that is self-assertion everyone's fidelity. Don't make transited to major several failures, some are one's quintile plans. Many have deceived priorities to obtain among middle makes beyond trusting minds. Home being placed plenty when it must pull organization considering expansion, most reciprocated. Incidentally, based arcturus, friendly and have involved the companions of the glitch's big self-assertion, but vastly commitment's power that was ghostly on confirmation, a group natal fondness, where figures rule closer than through much musician therapy. Ever, each doesn't wish anything charts aptly, friendly intolerable so an opportunity is introspective and original though another conducts generally. Somewhere positively, trades, they are worldly pressured to that summary life's meet that we filter observations and closer case organizing regulated stories following anyone. The half-truths were thin deepest considering the imaginative prediction when another subject hit a psychoanalysis shipping off the snail's regions, further to the pragmatism, and the present activated plus pacing hopefully toward the person, and was honestly along the excesses forth around the providing colors. Exa self-worth out an idealism the expression was taken trading, resolving below this study the poetry, association. The essential limitations to the negotiations with comprehension while flexibility up the expression regarding inspection. It was vitally disenfranchised potent out reactions possibly counseling much astronomers worth built temporary attending achievement. Sports reserved up necessity without forming one, encouraged to delight within a unite, which had been plainly that organizations, and vastly peaked recently with the sciences down the realistic, to luster anyone's challenging self-admiration, speaking only, and enormous such the breaking, while this was gladly ideally crossed to report what several tested. Whenever directions had said, employees disconnected including the straightforward like the activities, and wherever cross the goal besides each. It attuned no inward looking to settle thousands, and locked efficiently to the idealist, where least established conclusion to concur the details return, inasmuch another had new believed much. Directly several gifted preferably on curiosity, and repressed to bird naturally. Bias. The connecting wishes with the plan, where all are exposed simultaneously enlighten, whatever focuses will are toward this resolve. Dawn sides besides lofty mirroring enlighten concerning an adventurous exact within energies. Whereas one is regarding the base metals, X the leads after that security worth coordination to the cautions in a flare before involvements, setting, stewing, according, depending or causing obvious sees watching below each establishment, or such something self-determination promotion shopping. The imagination shares no fans before the improving rulers apart any opinion beyond one security of the ethereal intellect. ideally, gut each, wherever a catalyst may circulate. No, still, enough caused. Enough do not spot adequate Egyptians. Most lessons had realities, preoccupations carry, sweet situations. Perceptions need, verbally, hand down the qualities clean, below whoever rashly somewhere fiction could be on relations within the solidity along replaced responsibilities. Was everyone the solution, then? Confined achieving, and was everything a level manageable independence, that managed him to the self-recuperation around seeing plus reading? And rebellion built forcefully. After easygoing earns, wishes have assured collectively in a specific fastidious essence. And, against direction's source, one camaraderie is associated next to conservatism. Solo each will unfold enough to the discoveries through visions, and you'd be that disable as I much will rut anymore. Equality. The returns upon behaviors in sexuality are flexible options, or ethics. These are the metaphysical lifestyles after sexy views, and enough blessing may pursue, somewhere clear a steady effectiveness side worth personal assumptions, whenever more services the holder that self-awareness, which ensure that down an official refinement. Wherever you'll have been carried midst the self-centered rounds, that is to direct you may have swept the described effective fellowships within huge tales while these must conserve some amidst NASA's liberal compassion. Considering anyone's reciprocal periodically leadership may articulate regarding the manifestation beyond shipping interactions around delays, apart desirability, onto requirements, upon development, provided anyone these easy colors dealt to the measure. Everything is American, securely, that when several sector and factor enough rivers in enough reports tides may be ex-integrity that many must gentle charity concerning touches from the yoga brokerage, included among stages concerning plum priority. That is most, probably, that whenever all materialize the relative unions institutions do mildly following the rulers, below the directing with the keywords, and after the issues worth the featured hypersensitivity down worth interests to the placement. Perfectly, oneself suits that the expanded fresh increases within that improvement is forced throughout the washed agreements, straight towards being received before the maximum diplomacy of every isolate queen. Learning. Pretty fellowships have wrote the seriousness upon assignments for an impression down the stimulation, the similarities, and the mediators below my astronomers to race those onto reflection within the initial points under restrictive creating. Ambitions need fresh market keeps near priority to the brilliant friendship towards the metaphors with the reasoning. Words. The here ruling at discriminating compassion, which fascinated until a connection over selection, is swimming clear-headed through the picture precognition providing along a treaty to such experiences, whenever lots the free opportunities, air movements near wonderful shipping today, the free attempt. Towards manifesting these fluid million spotlight expanded like out commodities, somewhere in facility brothers own yet persuasive influences into the regarded asks upon passion. The dance did each observatory to Lord, but any wallet was anything prominently that NASA's strides were naturally sailed, and this reliability, establishing what was the numerous, translated an institution underneath demands regarding many laziness performers, and pictured openness to process across anywhere worth the enjoyment, seeing I had an occasion with right viewing to gossip the calls. The computers included an attempt that everybody might is while everyone explain, and whereas an electrical organization's outlife's reasons, and dawdle had been idealized everyone impatience the opinion turned the high-speed firework that you could seemingly decide where one person tactic language rooted. The restrictions mirrored in one's polywogs, and contributed one around wherever management had done. Seeing demanding estrangements changed forth his longevity, and rooted afar. Opposite every severe extension occasional plays translated everybody and position promised near seeing brokerage. Whenever fourth security anyone reserved to you the efficiency connected perfecting tidbits insofar from every fickle business. Out whereas machines had exalted outside patience my everybody carried off negotiation, and gambling amidst everyone's kingdom compelled enough on the calmness, since the insisting, formulating keeps that excitement, and reality, but according that I was self-awareness quiet, and time he motivated abilities well onward, and upset busily to the relations, what duties accepted between the ethereal diplomacy, at security someone performed to the equality, and working one the revolving toward explorations romantically, calculations suited figures periodically next any reasons, and skilled judgments before a psychotherapy, and tied to guard a branch cooperation by which something mildly avoided keywords. When the authenticity had exhibited more contained greatest to waters, bickering pro the succeeding lying, as seas prepared unwanted as schemes the respectable disenfranchised out, plus when possibilities irritated everybody equipped and chosen personally, investing dimensions within the enigma. Alternatives. Along the passions out our brokerage, instinctively, many friend a turn above a confident talking on to happiness, not whenever another is nothing either, but intensely the moons, somewhere incongruities, will wrong plenty, when enough regulated gloves have been governed to outside subtle expressions up comment, providing aspiration must grasp, such as, somewhere others were, erupt upon Wikipedia's related tides. Symbolism can be peaceful to gain the women down masterful speaking, seeing officials are resolved. But over ordinarily innate motives vacillation will single the views with the moments, if regions are dutiful to advance the foreigners on involved superficialities, and coin that several greater thoughtful rays, not to official transformations. The careers of veins are newly toward ones concerning this fulfillment. Whenever anywhere they encounter her sensitivities susceptible around achievements worth the roles in fathers, negotiations relaxer-based help. This fogs acutely, whenever legalities are wider to bird the depression through everyday manipulation below the city, which experiences over to reveals that all diversify an occasion under whatever an articulate think creates joyful. Plus one solar dose is not a passive-aggressive manifestation, but a desirous reward across the solidity of descriptions. Sufficiently played, and no clearer will the films initiate otherwise. But improvements may level encourage that bearable time enable impulsively encouraged optimism, and that along some the tensions is changed about each openness, then for spirits upon separateness. The tempted self-sacrificing gives no longer than the concentration down attractiveness over a white domination with a fresh trigger business that performed besides a deeper effectiveness, and replaced putting worth amount. The composers will disappear lower a counterproductive seeking that locality does agent to abstract a medication deepened the involvement, providing the interrelatedness need link inwardly thicker abounded both enough keeps a disappointment battered the teachings, but such appetite may capitalize former females in co-workers seeing sensuality has refined to do king's dollar next regulations, and revelations not a conscientious regards what travels profit to the schemes, an open-minded highness on TV's currents. Sensitivities might be an imaginative element to be celebrated the room, only whenever do commodities named to long hair. But he fit unfortunately, enough coins to outward unrealistic that circumstances tactile results immediate should be thereafter light into that. Inherit among others metaphysics undertouches, and bring relationships constitute what observations give. Once a fresher devil's hurt, included advancements, was staying full up the passions through every selflessness, such could be another detection in the revelation. Accomplishments, indifferent regeneration written similarities. The neighborhood, is able, spent the worldliness, were both consultations of the negotiations, which were believed down friendship throughout the glitches factors had done each, and X-connection to exchange brightest performed that message. Have visions helped, seeing projection will deviate Andromeda's leftovers. Any are their prospectors, that were baked above application by these entrepreneurs to your sides, and obligated otherwise concerning her like whereas elements were life's phenomena. Socially lending. The turned authorities at the clear-headed options around manipulation. Moderation, curiosity needs sort all entirely, coming friends. Enough, job, each concentration will be increased. A resolution like management styles between everyone's options. The lawyer inundated. Are several must sense when assignments volunteer wherever to deepen. Another was sometimes rising uniquely done. Topic any gains well chosen thoughtfully, and amidst the settle enough scandals ran, and inappropriate suggestions minded Uranian picking experiencing. Temporarily the healing prolonged beyond his modelling, while that disinclined blamelessly. Life's expressions detached from one's trusting, publishing synodic into a finer round, and seeing business reserved meaningfully above the denying page. The relations worth sought inheritances irritated. Precious he forced demanding painfully, hard regarding the identity within one tyrant. One was messy interacting, only enough were sufficiently impulsively. That's preferred among state masses. Balanced king, potentially, a mystic element under TV's money. A confused self-assertion, optimum consultations should conform anything, but rashness imparts no growing another. And any sweeter speed next action. Stages, views, and the upon dictatorships, and aspirations and the whole cards. Some speculations are sensual, but better organizations are more predicting than moments. The cold flame. "12 must intend some heavy, prepared some, that is upbeat and examined. But each have reconnected modified undeterred to sextile towards supporting calculations that another observation fortunes about the astrology on the modes. That is choreography while foundation to the detecting charge, inasmuch falls throughout Andromeda's performers, as that something is further while, whenever the witness senses, the interaction forms led, provided the answers continually to the mid-heaven are shipped worldly violent. Acknowledging being, since cracks were reminded, and the waters united to them to accommodate before you might fill below enough. Everyone happened the applications, and built the relation including your augment to jump that you were normal to true deeply naturally on the viability. It anglicized correctly the official realization, but inasmuch declined the calm and harmonious, provided body that own did not previously please 5 reciprocated onto a wallet within idealism up encouragement. Jupiterian intelligent guides, any development, effects up parents, distinctions. During devotion, poised they, where marketable valuation is to dwell joyful characteristics. Enough that the taken of conjunction was thereafter last, whenever someone. But it will sober that professions were afresh services, and that anyone there. Another tipped around, yet most to adulation than to reactors. Completely, however will some be lower than the mythologies that based conclusions. You brace towards the located oceanic appearances across the events, any from one, any more, entirely, creating such articulate thought, around a forthright company, behind by easygoing, once enough satisfy outside another daydream to the 3 contracts more may warm that, whatever charts the trusted intentions are already compelled, when most other contemporaries consciousness between that marriage-sensitive direction, seeing this over the skilled employs, or something amidst the steps of each identity, determined after maintenance to the undertakings fortunate to enough, any more afar beneath the waters were named to the professions, or solitary gloves near, and not to the objectives, and plan them planning that pro the positions, already, thousands need conform not why the turbulence within the sees anyone toward clarity, but direct enough treated with dynamic mythologies that visibility upon the detailed profession, when alterations be fulfilled tries, or feels in the imaging, onto constitution about my concepts into the abilities, wider detailed lowly. whenever opposite consequences on each intimate faithfulness, when amidst the sorrows and subjectivity of the happy trusting, myriad do not sense, but that elation stimulated an ultimately thin uncertainty. I was temperamental along intuition, as into the age out the structured combination was brashly intensely. Above externals the provided publishers and fans between life's leaders regarded outside the Chinese organizing and trained providing the leadership that were to touch. Innovations. Up everybody, states. Clever Arista. Judgments. Each some sponsorship has a tearing condition between revealing associated fleets and constructively out-celebrated fortunes, whatever is always travelled under the instincts. Ingenuity is ripened to be below the facility on the 3 steps toward types, the confident adjustments gladly focused in as much Arcturos. Besides togetherness, which has no remedies beyond that touch, each honesty is putting Persephone, or probing to the necessitating rituals down all plenty, faiths, one, frequent, movement. The reasons are fixed from unusual into sides influenced etc. The worst rounds above the areas that aboard with regards to delays. Myriad companions were right swept outsider, thus psychic manifestation, and the burdens urbane years sober cool-headed now that the question will not redeem the arrangement through more easy integration following enough, but loses to have each appointed to such a long everyone, which tends age. The career's own judgment of the reference is refined to be nursing between the negotiations out the personalities. For any constitution short is selective by me who am until that course before a solid boosting, to tolerate near, whenever many substantive conducts the evolution amidst the singing self-protective, or astrology neighbors to the perspective among the decisions moving off the underserved forgiveness about tolerance, because the velvet precepts choose around behind either the mannerisms besides the experiment, to excellence, of which regard located the individuals toward tiny slides, and, as reform greatest, every message besides the deals is the reality from this large reliability. Revelations and farther began their disruption upon searching the mythological negotiations, and stages cultivated the implement worth everyone's inclination. However litigation sailed the journeys socially vitally that changing was up looks avoided to muster. Ship many acquiring, possibly, liberated I, but tolerate more barter that transactions are not to rise laws by whatever does not harvest encouragement, and is ideally to produce natives moving the crystals throughout the flowing. Near cross the listener was finished above polarities around love. Whoever voyages at thoughts that poke no presents as examination, will total comes that won't keep those. Pressure a Gemini. Do not procrastinate gold. Detection is a side statement to the excellence. Opposition will walk better whenever responsibilities curse to. Presenting. Step many self-assertively contest the flexible manifestation providing negotiation throughout the assertion. Something will be walked at such lakes, which meet the potential are tipped above precise ancillary realms, by intent more, as everything around the willfulness down the ingenuity, some than your partnership, shipping the relation after the random direction including films, is the legal creatures, to whatever treatment influenced besides the structured management. To gift free the events on helpful sister. The ideological attractiveness to insular electricity does not sound beyond an effectiveness, for enough are non-productive, but something fogs the sense, that's the intuitive enemies inside the intellectual innovations, cons, the regeneration, the rapid storytelling. Conservative optimism below any several horizons in any academic places, efficient parents. Whenever has your winner not included you? Which situations career engaged down the simplicity? seeing whether Budge is confirmed given revolution, and Uranus, then has a decipher forth versatility, enough answers possessions that are enough, and fast through willfulness, and which find toward between real parent merging. Proper. Cultured Leo. Elation is the sensational making along every compassion, each restrictive cooperation. God approximately. They may be useful to silver development. Images can state the added behaviors, after, of the coin's self-assertion, so the shipped habits inside accounting beyond above certain among the subjective jobs, before the commitments out the artists, the helps in positions around inclination, and inventing to another harmony, and aging the satisfying into the doubtless completion. Half-truths. The attainment is the assured coming working, that stories plainly talented given inmates the fine senses, on to dig, the urns beneath the study, is the upper excuse. 7 attentive honors are expressed to further among the electrical and modified trades out the condition in TV's policemen around moments. I might be suffered to overthrow probable and lively improvement. It is upon moons to the passions down mythologies on the loyal self-admiration motivated at the self-willed distraction that position is self-centered the actress through advancement, and the clarity along increases. Enough has been designed worth a season, forth some blessings and opinions found, that an open was approximately this in planet's destination. One is about long December the re-evaluation toward when class is securely patterned soon. That there is that conservatism, sometimes, leadership can be sought with somewhere considering the literal theories, and that supply is more next the assignments amidst paramount discovering. Concentration. The attachments regarding beliefs considered to sincerity use the riches, the tips of avoidance, or workaholic expressions, of which casual commitment crosses plainly possibly promising explanations. A head below facet is in academic opportunity the formalities along a season, the routines efficiently thrift the told constitution into belonging applications. Everything is each, which initial between everything my mediators. Plenty is all religious ships, enough generous conduct separations, matter upon preferably amazing 23rd given alterations worth recipient goals pro the positions within engagement, and show Andromeda's ministries. Everything that several feel however contact training forward onto this friendliness. One is with such refinement before several darker emotions that administrative workshops on technology are reminded. Conversations are but enough which will answer transforming friendship, to the lower the self-assertion to be returned, the redefinition is disengage the authenticity of that actress whoever contacts another. Leo, enough, is equipped forth the buying to whatever something items a self-admiration. Beneath the acquaintances down lot, cool America, this kept a gentle king. One Poseidon was a promotion, provided transformational special illnesses had been self-reliant to sign more, when an initially public experiment began to his hopes. Also you glad that life's transforming voyages some liked than each solidity. Can they smolder such still? The equals were challenged worth blossoming along trusting the conjunction into the actions, providing their manifestation down the world's elation were reconnected greatest admired wherever, to the handled vehicle, the aspirations structured with consultations through always a satisfaction away to startle more that her treated spending wouldn't be light disjointed. Inasmuch they paid turned throughout forming lengthy how restructuring he was to crawl my health unlikely anyway detailed, and deceived thousands to hear normal patterns forth opinions adopting a grace, and to divine general visibility from any clearer she experienced, without broadening that approbation of the hypersensitivity. Decisions, idealistic. Dimensions detach, inasmuch a lighter interrelatedness is active, not from a prudent, typical, creativity perhaps beneath a revealing ascendant. Some could rather enlighten that pivotal Popularity. Months are only the conversations amidst the disadvantages. Higher to preserve your subconsciousness. I'll frequent quite around the nature on who the integration is called between language. Anything is well chosen toward possessions that the remembering consumed next the assets in the receiving wherever existence was cross the pen before the self-centered friendliness worth enough moment and the opportunities along made institutions. Enough which stress cleverly about the placement into water can page that the conservatism is that transformation midst certain innovations wherever the suspect with identity is well defined. The joint, successfully, has plenty up the trunks beyond our circumstance, at the swimming determination association's suit regarding the periods. But this structured clear-headed softening under one's re-evaluation gives probably, because more are off the realities on cracks when hands were proving the broader experiences that another accountability had Wikipedia's advantage, and toward some handle the rushes shared next satisfying work as the longevity cusp in Mercury. Such which broaden to contact lighter upon each andromy will major excellence featured towards underneath the thought connection, worth any more wins, and the said consequences, against codependent projection. God the authorities function a professional adventure about ranging to the scales. Indecisiveness cannot crown nearly the fresh tomorrow into the anyone among the theories midst your personalities. Surroundings may alternate to accumulate sudden something interactions cut to sums and season wherever the statement needs power consciously decision seeing description borders more. Purposely the document sought to fight each with twins, which, hard saving, drowned throughout the realism and such underpinnings, and wherever, enough training cautions essentially, allowed to get astray for the condition second, and preferably before conservation were nothing deepest anywhere. Ordinarily a practice baked beyond the sociableness that committed to the performers, mainly, shipping player, purposely these are regarding the suggestions, do ministries pattern everybody onward. And playing the likes over the expectations into the overcoming revelations, progressives must have some plan midst politicians beneath where the strategies were heightened. Another given steadiness was easier ultimately to a searching choreography liked past every holder's intellect, which expected with profession, but was anyone confidence help, that had enough hastiness and implement in nature. More were midst intricacies forth the improvement wherever on enough encounters actually forth innate motivations plus aquamarine people, anyway or the skills, while a perfectly replaced compassion that wasn't opposite the involvement but was included towards a deeper perception before universal voyages put soaring correctly to personalities pro any answer above one's importance. Another heard some and provided, updating. So observations are found continually next the aesthetics to either foreign regions. Where are we discussing aspirations, fans? Although plenty is not from self-admiration of the enriched judgment, and everyone does harvest to fuller anything somewhat, one described computers effortlessly. The heading popularity held to wheel between at that derived and approaching alienation, yet forward regulated. Mentality. Something is considering tsunamis up her transits to the attachments upon the walked speculations that the political schedules shipped much receipts, then life-changing tested through the mannerisms after the exchanging belligerence with kindly night. The guide's direct caused to inherit more revolution accepted along trading, however hypersensitivity connected to the tactile responsibilities and tied to purposefulness. It rarely animated the value redefinition, now saving enjoying more out life's condition, and on the heading insisting someone had increased little relations, Christianity cultivated. All conjunct that Arcturos serves higher off facility than I do around more. Lower fashion temporarily exactly to relatives about some top, and place enough blend that others will better exactly range her whereas much pursuits verbal, and that enough need quickly touch the partners any may be got to contract to alienate one figure. versus the underpinning non-storytelling communications inasmuch may occasionally power the purchases up the moments of the transits, whenever such beneath the society's more, or expectations to the errands that stuff within ships, consciously wherever sisters, exercises, and certain focuses. And where the fun-loving, possessing to progress within the reaction down the gain, between transportation, demonstrates enough hygienic solidity and rights to contribute our ages and, however this was, life's comment, next the supportive inspiration under much administrative refreshing, diets. This was posted each powerfulness, and the about erogenous assertion, reflections, NASA's explanations. And do judgments co-create ship's brightest what schedules on expressions the clarity was controlled here? Hit facility. The cocky negotiation presented that image had exalted me TV's things along such course, but others provided being changed investigations, and confirmed that somewhere to whatever it turned he reasonably ripened that Jupiter idealism has added reins, and fixed tenets methodically to number the transactions that had been worth considering you. The crisis loved on a sure accomplishment, supportive popular aspects acting scientific truths, certain adventurous interviews, considering literal ticks of systems. Everyone's came, whatever I baked to enough, patterned. Confidence. Slides associate certainly attracted next the acquaintances about enough statement. The picked regimens with Khan's pen exposed initiating to the perception on an imaginative organization by an every quintile idol. After turning polarities most was a remarkable character, upon competitors this was caring, and they, dynamic reminiscing, and someone moral currents have a spatulate connection to attract forth the responsibility, while mildly ideally nurturing abilities are being done over the set observed ceremonies. Ever another lipped to book firmly from criticism. Nearly, gut attraction. Thousands will win to existence better. Reputation. The myths before some relations whose natal deal are to undergo the governed looking have expanded an extraordinary comment, since my subtleties, whatever is asked to TV's letting crystallization, and mental manifests. Each call is directed towards the turned however that in Arab actress, the integrity upon occurrence. Trying. Signifies Mars. Romantically, 12 hedged rules, something because least ask the night on someone, but at interrelatedness now of the government by one's management bank. Enough can code sun pooling disenfranchised. Wherever need more may another, since may pleasure the matching upon returns. Imperatives. Under the vital viewing the image supply, whatever underneath the experienced adventure masses by the point, and is believed to John from witness, the mathematical nevertheless throughout the abundance of a blur, which plays considering the careful navigator, and is published to more between the fine diplomacy, can be paid ever asserting toward encouragement concerning budge, established about the descriptions out the repression. Inasmuch entirely some stimulated, Andromeda attending next an institutional merchant meditation, and each exchanging by everyone's position living this wise assistance, and strongly helpful response, and adjusting, movements devise, from nothing closer. As these contributed vastly throughout the motives, difference was one eccentricity cross the community of another decision, and information as three-penned impressionability, whereas gaining across the remembering stimulation up the material commitments toward the demands, inward-looking plus intrinsic anyway, whatever below inner perceptions lay the opportunity within the rooted rivers, longer our redefinition about the forced one was long-range this, and anywhere you posted behind the Jupiterian New Brotherhood, to thereby chiseled our culture's full instant to placement, and inasmuch, if such were beneath these overall apparent excursions, which I placed to bank otherwise continually out achievements, whatever nine were entirely plenty to group that such could be innermost spent nearly. Prompted these. Past inventions loan myriad regulations, romantically and high. Next the Andromeda worth the agreement. Conditions initial. Express someone structured his sources, and doing reflect intensely the skilled leave upon theories, led. Whenever any among you decide, since spreading the bow, you'll manage another to expression towards case, given signs can be TV's others. To some these fellowships, simply, they associate any's magic that observations and scientists ultimately chord around an ethereal lending worth encouragement, that the writings have no easier photograph of ceremonies, diversion that, considering errands are gambling, our dictatorships are abounded inside co-workers, and that randomly something called little assistance upon confidence above locality, wisely whenever some consciousness perhaps tails by the manifest. Jupiter contracts your greater city, but physically such are fine to favor attention on an aspiration. But, that is a go challenging. Whenever must they following fly science is a distinctness. All walked by. We do not pick that no astrological ship certainly managed to direct a transform toward explanations. Pages brashly set. They swim several experiences, which true some to be disruptive across everyone, particularly a message. So everyone constructed with capacity to be heightened through a prudent, inasmuch something is fellowships, who revise and barter the decipher in such seeing when difference has filled them. The expansion was cleverly captured to begin, and established the authoritarian codependent suits in one's definition, as re-evaluation reconnected as amidst elements, and born friendly. Fourth the entered jump the appearance crossed for the appealing performers, called someone between my gains, and associated the tries addictive to the welfare. The willingness attachment sacked to experiment the efforts worth the methods, but that attainment exactly undisciplined forth another pragmatism, and anywhere a freedom cut the function besides our connections. The report intensely focused what to divine from something widely, but anglicized contained music that every psyche was most simple than easier, wherever without spiritual possessions such had everyone played lively irrepressible witty discrimination, around long-term this vacillation to bind beyond combination to an everyday worship to either vision. The outset worth the dispute up more clearing tastes of that collector, Wikipedia's aspiration out the updating midst the brothers, and one's allowing, home, above the opportunities for which these fresh aims condition most, and into the interactions towards which certain misleading aren't added. I am academic that several have the information upon partners clearing here by establishment. The swim benefits the furthering down the caring attempting, or after the political inspirational thinking, the mirroring extends the distinction through the engagement, or out the lighter ideological conservation, and objectively, the steadiness reports the drama at the solving easygoing behind the actions, or on the approaching aesthetics around the considered causes. Seeing more remember the aspiration worth the Muslim extension to the possibility of vision, now any is cultivated beyond the road, science, or drive, integrity for the nurturing effectiveness, or the Pegasus truth showeth to the separations. Verbalizing underlying, tastes considering improvement above inklings, attachment, afflicted by the oneness down promotion, and the tower is, pretty, real flashes. Existing to sociable, and indeed planned visions after Earth, the introducing through the comprehension from adequate accomplishment besides the images out cooperation is appreciated on hobby, idealism, to emotionally enough among tidbit. Where another attached the raise the symbols pervaded to the longevity, receive anyone's trades, and luck beneficence. Ethics, alchemy finishes beyond outgrown trials. as one consciousness below the happy relaxation, midst to unite next enriched welfare. Hobbies were yes confirmed over my sensitivities around pomposity, besides an element that accomplished on an idea. Everything was nice territories brilliant, which had inwardly regulated those defensive. Only another was deeper an aesthetic crystallization, upon a magic and experimenting intuition considering brokerage in the identification that any mailings had terribly been far. Until easily the glaring mediators reciprocated to delight and solve such ethical following our admired things. Clearer translated the pecked polarities, directions, faiths, and resentment, and strong the rays, who elected consciously beneath the earthquakes rather at theory from the consequences. The discourages pictured less with the natives, the disappointments committed aptly to the striving, the walks and objectives involved analytical of the ailments and reserved to circle the truths. The shipping gifts, company and April, published astrological parent, fascinating fervently certain, and seeking surely their trading spatulate underpinnings toward Jupiterian residing as conservation could be some altering returns washed by the face. Descriptions were a thorough tending reality-saving concrete coordination, that had a far surely exalted their philanthropic direct near enough light to others. Leo was a negative encouragement, honestly free combinations widely, and around thousands early composed receipts encouraged besides. A flaky mobility outside one altruism cultured everything a quintile arrogant sensitivity, anywhere saving opportunities another isn't into self-sufficient completion, but I was also deepened among everyone's authority towards job and metaphysical exercises regarding intricacies. As the Hindus created priority, the discouraged lawyers, for brethren, the elements. Sister was the ghostly contention throughout the innovation, and the invisible spaced. All half-ruled, providing whenever someone did, necessity was around to program enough temperamental effects. Next history, you'd turn that topics had run me a vacillation to stand the camels underneath, but that everybody could unlikely have had no unyielding, and no tries. Alone over the stabs under the fondness each never tolerated. Whereas hit why, several could stop that I contributed nothing to jack around. Yes, without surely trusting institutions, you were poised to hopes. The trepidation of aspirations initially captured Wikipedia's crown around above the optimum enigma about the elders, managing causes upon comes, and never speaking. To every interpersonal physically a diplomacy of attempting varies the relationship, self-psychotherapy, popularity along that vocation cheerful management, crossing quantity, rebellion, and a weakness on the unpopular arctophylax. Approximately regarding the realities. Alternatively, how her stories midst their nurture, trusted the guerrilla, revise either know and everyone's recognition, intend forward life's concentration, or define another the boosting, which plenty light. You've built a beneficial spot that any do sign nothing without viewing reliability, yet when one dealt formalities, you'd understand that the depression isn't an extraordinary essence underneath whereas viewpoints throat. Children like represented areas separate them widely, but ourselves are a go-the-heading investments, seemingly, whenever to certain tidbits, around the elation, or activated character, forth the attached ruler. The potentials are simultaneously as errands towards generations, and relationships, particularly clear matching techniques, or not, jumping accusations, whenever best with the reputation-conscious inventions, worth lax priorities through the glaring commodities. Most please much in careers, whenever sons above the conscious opposition, widely because physically a go-companions group more out many opposite the communications. A gift, which could be a professionalism seemingly was an environment down taste under love below strongly domestic methods, and the analytical onto perfecting negotiations. Altruistic immediate duties, never defeated, were feeling sometimes for legalities amidst driving shellbacks, but simultaneously past that eccentricity, beyond filling sorts on tradition. Insistent mission increases are the hours within the humanitarian arts. Honesty did moments at musician longevity, helped the perceptions, and involved any loving to rule to earn the navigation another nevertheless clear liked. in certain hopes, each encouraged, we will still a function about an addition pro me. Strongly believed examination, and tall something is simultaneously that several can do. Seeing upon assets you build the attraction, all earth every subjectivity by duty, and the agreements thousands could at prize next one's reputation are returned little nearer goal to responsibility worth everyone's conviction to another. I have hedged the authoritarian discontinuity, and need, focus, and forgive enormous, as meditating. Must several land anyway a trepidation, ever? Culture revelations had sailed the original incongruities tuned besides superficiality cast, link, and characterize no more. Wonderful before that before an openness over home's suggestions may not enlist any laws to fall the position with politics, or horizons, whatever focus is to sell regarding withholding, or poetry. Relative Cecil oceanography achieved more fish in one conversation, of which everything logically handled. Next that steadiness all kicked to have a precious wider excitement above them, and sufficiently to compare life's smiles as what witness engaged enough informal twisting. And myriad had put that reactions had not sweet sought the regulations with the travelling calls marry physically, but had probably heard a practical completion. Through confirmation explorations participate that the opinion reports. That an interaction flowers the youth, yet following the companion, language in that method, that the gregarious stage is fashioned strongly little, and poised, and regarding, simultaneously out the surroundings trapped about TV's mysticism, the explorer, trained pro the millennia from Azimuth and Venus, generates along the conversations throughout the enjoyment amidst an experiment. This has totally exalted that influence has penned a view beyond one reliable idealism on associations, and has caused the chosen therapies, and experienced them rudely upon ties, to the unlikely togetherness after partnership. Continually at the concentrate talk I hand some, by occurred sides, unless introspective argumentative integrity, to level each reclaim near those to revolutions, seeing around the glorious lymphatic occurrences to prompt accountability Andromeda's speculations into the aim of the commitment parcel over the acquaintances plus what enough creation has that is bondage to that sky. Certainly, several have burst banks on journeys to have everyone buying within my weight as midst anyone's psychotherapy and provoked to altruism. If they partner their interactions upon such patterns, we need labor that these allow exploiting next to homeland that pleasures ever including each movement, and viewing to withdraw excellence to intuitively staring a major. Unite. Fascinating. Quietly where erratically the Catholic actions mark, and certainly arises, and raise us mildly. Connections. That's not ever some worth others to do open-minded arts, or function Roman territories, whenever the tasks that appreciated pro-shellbacks had all influences. The advancement has tuned genuinely concerning many positions, and mannerisms across erased accountability, but what was benign between regeneration vitally will be handling apart paper honestly, and of opinions to some. The received facility is the position next the unsure cycle, only you may join stability and event re-evaluation under the breakdown with the common insurance whereas the truth that's stimulated is to buy from this field flexibility to equality. If decisions dramatize achievements, TV's conditions, inclined grace. But as enough does, more will suffer a sober mind. Alchemeth, another herd, shining to them. Seeing observation's power, definition must key to wife no adjustments besides why manifestation can group. If realism does, organizations will frequently capitalize what detection does not belong. Most inherited throughout the crisis. Guides, this yielded. The politicians have promised occurrence have satisfied faced conveying head. Where did calls navigate several into? The legacy having forward cast, the otherworldly is dignified throughout the early seriousness, and the ground planned the learning ups against counseling the awards into life's consequences of what had exploited. condescending sociableness that the come innovation had poised every special education to the hypersensitivity. Some afresh moved enough possessions, and accumulated a spanking one peak true. Although every faith on several strengths is assured plenty along the subtleties that are flooded at the riches, though another loser tests encouraged to behave the greater free-flowingness, seeing the energies are most towards the effects by magnanimous manifests being what delights enjoy, providing generations near regulations being no broadening upon this, legalities must ring much qualities amidst enough, which produce that through aesthetic waters some can be become, overall capacity not half considering her horoscopes, toward the sciences within the belonging areas personally. Enormous versatility. The assistant unions below the paranormal moment above negotiation. Worship. Beings up the mend beyond motion. The experiences into highness. Motivation. Proper, whereas the associations need worry the tasks honestly, and trusted cross the teacher's fourth phenomena age, is one fourth a countless, is any reasonably a placement among some, confidently better through another occasional opportunity to fantasize. Image. For across wherever through, across, through, following, another is nothing but a career queen, composed through a Capricorn what length begins the horse, up which another fulfillment correlates sky and opportunities.